You guys, oh my god, you guys are so stupid.
Yeah.
Did I show you my drawing, DMOC, of you versus McToon?
Yeah, we already a lot of us already versed. A lot of us already versed McToon back in the day, and we've had enough. I mean, we don't want any more. It's pointless.
Yeah, it is pointless. That guy's a clown.
What are you talking about?
McToon.
Oh
McBooger.
Lord, my God.
Were you here just a minute ago when Brenda was begging for somebody to go debate too because he's out of content?
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty pathetic.
He knows where we are.
Yeah, bro. They know where to find us. Shit, Brenda can
He
find
shouldn't.
us.
He shouldn't. He shouldn't have a debate. He should just do interviews with flat earthers. Then they might be interested in showing up.
Like, why does Nick Toon just come in here if he really wants to? You know what I mean?
Right,
Because
that's what I asked.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. You want to know the answer? Because it's chaos in here. That's why.
No, it's not.
He can't control it. I guess I don't know.
I know the real answer. He doesn't want that smoke.
He's a
not
prissy leftist pain in the ass. That's what he is.
Oh.
Because he knows like there's probably 5 to 7 characters that frequent this room that have already slapped him up and down sideways in the past, and don't let him get around. So it's like, why put yourself there? So like if those same people went to his channel, it would just be like a mute fest. So it's kind of like it's a catch-22. You don't really have a place where you can both be where both guys are going to respect each other to be able to actually say what they want to say. So it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, he has told his audience repeatedly to stay away from 24/7 Flat Earth, any of the channels, because of how toxic it is. But the reality is he knows that he gets wrecked in them, and he can't do his dance that he usually does with other Flat Earthers, and he gets his ass handed to him. So of course he wants to keep his audience away.
Go back to the last time he was in 24/7 that I can remember. How did the conversation end? He made a claim. He was told, "What's the evidence?" He said, "Oh, this blah blah blah." He wasn't even answering the question. And I'm pretty sure it was Indio at the time. Might have been me more. And they said, "Okay, give me the evidence, or you're getting kicked out of here." And then they kicked him. That's the way I remember it.
God damn.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Helio has that clipped out on his YouTube. You can just look. You can look it up by. It might even be named McToon. He came in. He came in. It wasn't too long ago. It was like he came in for like 30 minutes or something. And he was doing all right until he talked to Indio or whoever it was. It's probably Indio because Meemore hasn't been around that much.
I miss him. Hope he's doing all right. I'm sure he's doing fine.
He's trying to live the 26 rule, if you know what I'm saying.
Hey man, W Misogyny, bro. Shout out to him, bro.
We had a man. Never mind. I'm not going to tell you on air.
Don't get me started. Yeah, I was cooking earlier.
Like chocolate cake or something.
Very fair. But yeah, he had to rebuild. He had to rebuild his whole life and his business and all kinds of stuff, and so he was very, very busy.
You talking about me?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No. When did he drop the update?
That's been the way it was since he left. Like he had that divorce where he was like on a warfare divorce. He got the kids, gave her nothing, but he
Nice.
wanted to move and restart his business. So he went like he even had a YouTube channel of it where he was just like essentially living in his truck, doing jobs. Now before that, he had like a very successful concrete business, and then he was like, okay, how can I downsize so that I can manage it more smaller, just me, and maybe a couple of odd hires, and rather than having a whole work on salary crew and all that, so he downsized a lot and then tried to rebuild a different type of business.
Oh yeah.
So I think what he said was he was switching to doing nothing but surface finishing.
Okay.
So like that's something you could do by yourself, So like the other company might, like do all the concrete and stuff, and then you'll come in and do, and say, so you don't have to have the whole concrete
Yeah.
or anything. And you come
Like
in and
do
do
the
the
actual floor
artisan
part
work
and just
to
finish it.
top it
Makes
off.
sense.
Yeah. Like epoxies.
Well,
And
shout out to him, man. I know he got him a little bird, so that's awesome. Happy for him. Good to have some birdies in your life every now and again. Trust me, I know.
No, you don't.
Shut up, Jedi. You already know yourself too, man.
Dude, he's got two birds wherever he goes. Some chicken legs.
Speaking of that, CB, how's California going for you?
It's going great, man. It's fantastic.
Ooh, better than Ohio.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, in a lot of ways.
Or are they just more fucked up?
Well, they're definitely more fucked up. That's for sure.
So
crazy,
you're just
bro.
having fun. You're not looking for something serious.
Oh hell no, bro. I mean, listen, bro. I mean,
Oh yeah, you're a red pill, aren't you?
I'm one of them. I'm one of them, bro. So, and half the birds out here are all liberals and shit, and they're fucking feminists. And I went on
Man.
I just like, I was at the freaking. Hey, man, I be doing a lot of my work at that Whole Foods, bro, at the grocery store, the organic grocery store, shit. I'm like, oh man, I like those shoes. You look nice in those. Oh my god, thank you so
They're
much.
vegan. They're vegan leather.
Yeah, literally. And then I've come to find out she's like pro-abortion marches and shit. I'm like, oh, here we fucking
Oh
go. It's like that
man,
everywhere, bro. Like,
you can normally
so.
tell when they're wearing that pussy hat, the pink pussy hat. They might give off the. That might be a clue, mate.
Oh man, I always look for clues. I see a butterfly tattoo, red
Oh
flag.
no,
I see
yeah,
hella
that's
tattoos. She's
that's
for
some
the
demonic
streets.
shit there.
I mean, there's some telltale signs out there, bro. But
Isn't
Dude,
that weird with butterfly
how many
tattoos? Yeah,
abortion
like,
marches? How many have you been to, B?
yeah, that's a good one. Just ask like, how many you want to go to a march? Like, so. But this generation is cooked, so I'm not getting my hopes up or anything. But if I do find a good one, take good care of them. Very rare though, very rare. So enjoy the decline, folks. Enjoy the decline. Get your popcorn out. We're here for.
Oh, you want to play a game?
Yes.
Okay, so the first question of this game is: how can a map that doesn't have the sun on it be debunked by a observation of the sun?
Well, any Earth that's flat just can't work. Doesn't work. I already know where you're going with this.
I'm gonna post a picture in the chat here. Do. Check out this picture.
See, look at that.
So if I told you that that center dot was the north, and Polaris is right above that, and then with the elevation angle to Polaris, I get the purple lines, which are latitude, and then the red lines, which are splayed radials, equidistantly arranged by the same angle, right? So that would be longitude. And then I tell you that the sun is circling around Polaris from east to west. You know, that's my little thing up there with the sun with the green arrow. And then you got a pin over there, which is in the right quadrant, the right upper quadrant, and that represents an observer, right? So I haven't told you anything about the orientation of the land masses, right? I'm just telling you there's a center point for this polar coordinate system. It's an azimuthal projection of the radials, right? Sun's going over my head, right?
Yep.
Yep. Facts.
So if you said all the things I previously said, everything goes around the center point in the north, right? Longitude is circles around the center point in the north. Latitude is radials from the center point longitude is radials from the center point through the latitude lines. This is what you would draw, right? With those instructions.
Yeah.
What else could you draw?
A globe, sir. I mean, the only thing you should draw is a globe. That's facts.
No, I'm trying to get to the point of why there's a bloodbath among flat earthers that are arguing with observations through people who live in the South, that to them, when they're looking anti-north, so away from north, they're seeing what appears to them to be a rotation point in the South. But they're being told that no, because of this little image that I just drew here, that's not true, that they didn't see what they saw. And they're being called liars. Like, I don't get it. It doesn't seem very fair. Because, you know, there are these people who do the thing I just said. They say that the azimuthal equidistant map is debunked because of the sun. But if you actually chart out the sun in the way in which they describe it, you end up with this display that I put on the screen here, which is an azimuthal equidistant coordinate system. Right?
Yep.
So who's actually the one reifying an azimuthal equidistant system? Think about it. The one accusing other people of doing it, or the very one, right, that's saying, oh, I see something that seems different than what you have drawn here. Because rest assured, if this is what the sun is doing around a center point, then regardless of the way you arrange the land masses, this graphic is going to be overlaid over that arrangement. And so there's going to be a perimeter away from north that is eventually going to be very large, in which people should be looking in towards the sun, making that circle, right?
Yep.
So according to this, if you use like a 1-for-1 geometry and assume that that's what you're going to see optically, you're never going to see any apparent rotation in the south at all. You're only going to see long sweeping arcs over your head at best. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy there between these people calling people who we've known as, you know, some of us never met them, but we know them for years, who live in Australia, that say, hey, when I look south, this is what I see. And then they're being called liars.
Does everybody pick up what I was putting down?
Can you summarize that? Like, just give us a quick, summary.
Well, you know the azimuthal equidistant map, right? That's been around for a long time. A lot of people use it as a representation of flat Earth, either artistically or as an icon or all kinds of things. And sometimes they'll put like a sun and moon above the earth moving around, or say, oh, this is a conception, right? And so a lot of people are saying, oh, well, that's not the real earth, that's just a conception. And then other people were saying, dude, you're giving a false view of what the earth is, you should just not give anything. And then other people were saying, oh, that map's debunked because of the sightings of the sun. And if you think that that's real, you're reifying that map, and that's the reason why some people said there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, because they reified the map, because you wouldn't be able to see that second rotation if this was the way it was happening. And then they started laughing at other people for thinking that the map was true. And so then they said, I'm not reifying the map, you are. But then they want to beat up on people who live in the South and, by their own testimony, say, I see what appears to me to be a rotation point in the South. And they say, no, that can't be true. But why? Because they're the ones reifying this coordinate system. They're saying, hey, look at this azimuthal coordinate system with latitude and longitude, and the sun is clearly going in a circle around the north, along with all the celestials. So I'm going to call you a liar, because I think that everything should look this way based on this drawing that I just put for you in the chat.
Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't debunk the AE map, it debunks Dave Weiss's app. Yeah, and I like your point about that. Yeah, I'm looking at the AE map. Where's the sun? I don't see it.
Now there are maps that look similar to the AE map that do have things on it that talk about the sun. But that map doesn't say this is the one for one of the Earth. It says there is a transformation function, right? So you have to apply the transform in different quadrants of the map. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah, they're called.
So in other words, yeah, you have to use the map as intended, and the coordinates and transforms and metrics and keys that are on the map. You can't just look at any old map and say, oh, that must be a one-for-one of what the Earth actually is. Some maps try to do that. Like there's maps that are like basically aerial photography of an area, and then they have an overlay of mapping data, right? And that's like the closest you're going to get to a one-for-one. But just because you're looking at a map and somebody's saying this is a map, or somebody saying anything that's using that map, doesn't mean that they're telling you, oh, because I'm using this map for this purpose, means this is what the Earth is.
Which map can you use that is what the Earth is? I mean, not literally.
I don't think there's a one.
Just a one-for-one scale of like the landmass for us to like say, yep, guaranteed, yep, we can verify.
I don't think that exists. Personally, I don't think that such a thing exists.
You're telling me they don't have the ability to stitch together more squares?
Well, I think what people expect is they expect you should be able to. I can't
stand for another day.
What's up, Granny?
Oh, I'm just singing. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Yeah, it reminds me kind of the Earth, how we spin right round, right round.
Oh, hell no. Definitely not. Are you in a building right now?
Yeah, 100%.
And the building's attached to the Earth, which you think is moving. So you're in a moving building.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I don't live under a bridge like you.
There you have it, folks. There you have it.
I don't live under a bridge like you do. So
under a bridge? So you think bridges move too, dude?
No. I should have reiterated that. I don't sleep in the park bench unlike you.
You think park benches move too, bro?
Kinda, yeah.
Hey, dude, he doesn't always sleep in a park bench, but when he does, your mom's there.
Facts.
Yeah, well, your dad also comes around my house too quite a lot.
My dad never came back from getting milk, so.
Oh well, you know where he is at right now, right?
Anyway, why do you think the Earth moves, bro? That's don't you think that's a little bit extraordinary of a claim?
Sure.
Okay. So why do you think it's, or you just heard it and you believe it, or why do you think the Earth moves?
Because we got a fuck, what was the name? Magnetic pole or some shit like that. We just move right around. Okay, okay, broski, just trust me, bro.
What? Got a
Okay.
magnetic pole. Got a magnetic pole, therefore the Earth makes sense.
No. My sources trust me, bro.
Friend.
No, just make it make sense.
Okay, so I'll tell you this. This will prove why the Earth turns, and this is why I believe the Earth turns. When you take a plane, right? When you take a plane, usually it takes longer to get back to your location that like you were originally than going like to another place. That is because the Earth spins, like since it's
No, it's always faster on the way home. You ever went to work somewhere in the morning and it's longer to get there and get your breakfast and do your stuff? Then on the way home, you cut the time in half.
That's not a plane, bro. It's completely different. A plane doesn't stop for your keys.
That's because you don't fly the same route home as you did when you get there. Because if you followed the same corridor, you'd fly into planes that were coming towards you. You do know this, right?
Why do I even try?
Well, you just don't understand how flights work, then, do you? They fly through corridors. You don't fly through the same corridor there and back because you'll hit oncoming traffic. Duh.
Yeah, you want to get to work on time, but it's not like, then you want to get home even sooner, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes it depends. And then you're talking about the goofiest shit like wind and this and that and orientation of runway, have to orientate yourself to land or orientate yourself to get to where you're going to go, like turning north, south, east, or west or whatever versus where you're headed. Yeah. And one pilot might have a lead foot. So Jimmy John might be slow, old guy, 5 miles an hour in his plane, slow as he can go, whatever it is, just example. And then the other guy's going 100 in his, fast as he can, because he's a young, slick dude, and he's young and he wants to get there, baby.
Yeah, bro, I don't think you realize how fast the Earth is allegedly moving relative to the plane, bro.
If the Earth is spinning, there's lots of ways you could tell that the ball under you is moving. Like, for instance, during an earthquake, don't you see pictures shake on the wall? So if you can't feel the earth move and you can't detect it, these pictures and these shells and people at the store in California sure detect it. People in China detect it when they make their cement and rubber shocks for their building and magnetic buildings and like that when the earth actually moves.
I sort of feel like centrifugal force, not being able to feel the earth spin is a load of shit.
Doesn't exist.
Especially if it's 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
You don't have any inward force on a ball.
And then they say it moves slower than the clock of a hand or whatever. That's ridiculous.
What? Well, dude, it does. Because clocks are divided into two, right? So it would be wouldn't that make it twice as fast? Man, I just screwed myself up. Clocks only go 12 and then 12, so to get to 24, they have to make 2 rotations.
It's 15 degrees an hour, I think, or something.
You know what I'm saying?
I have a watch that has 24 hours on it.
Yeah, military.
Okay, yeah, so then that watch would be the same. Dude, my brain ain't working right. Somebody help me out. So if the Earth spins 15 degrees, it makes a revolution in 24 hours. The clock has to make 2 revolutions, the standard clock, right?
Yeah.
So that means that the clock is faster. So that would mean the Earth was slower than a clock.
I have something even more interesting to you. Hold on. If you're doing it through sundials, are you measuring the time it takes for the Earth to do 1 revolution, or the Earth doing almost 1 revolution because now it's moved around the sun and the sun is in a different position? So slightly less than a full resolution. So that's the difference between a solar year and an Earth year. Slight difference.
Yeah, you know what else is the difference? With the moon dial, which supposedly gets the same angles, yet the
lunar
moon is
dial?
supposed to be 400 times removed. Yeah.
It's possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
So are there some flat earthers
how
here
is it possible,
that we
dude?
can pummel?
How would that be possible, though? Think about it. The moon is supposed to be 400 times removed from the sun, and yet they're giving out the same angles.
The same angles. I don't know what that means.
So when you tell time by a moon dial, you get the similar angles that the sun does.
How would a moon dial work? That doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
And you got to remember, all of this whole globe lie was one of the main reasons it was created, to convince you were evolved monkeys from fecal matter soup. No, thank you. I think our body's a complex machine. And
I think that our bodies are beautiful, self-replicating chemical reactions that have evolved over billions of years. Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
Did you just say is there any flat earthers here we can pummel? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, you know, ideologically and knowledge, you know, through your knowledge and the brain. I think we can pummel any flat earthers here very handedly.
Cool, let's do it.
Where's knowledge? Where's knowledge come from? Evolutor.
Yourself?
I was interested in him being able to wrap his head around what was said about the shadows and the moon. But
okay, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Well, let's talk about it.
Right. So
I was interested in if he had any globe proof, but we can do that after.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, for sure. But like,
let's go through as fast as we can. So I'll go first. You go second.
Go.
All right. So water's flat. Earth is flat. All right, I'm done.
Water's flat. Earth is flat.
Right.
But you
understand? It's your turn to make a statement.
Disagree. You could see things over the horizon.
What does that even mean, dude?
You can see the horizon. You could see things depending how high you are. You could see them over the horizon or closer towards you, depending how high from the water surface you are.
Oh, dude. This is not going to go well for you. As soon as you brought up the horizon,
Let's do it. Give it to me. Let's go.
Okay, perfect. What's a horizon?
Yeah, what is the defined horizon?
It's going to be the point between. Well, it's going to be the end of what you can see. Let's say on a globe. If you look towards the edge in front of you, it's the furthest point that you could see along the geodesic of the globe.
The geometric location.
Sorry?
Okay, so let me break it down for the slow kids. What you're trying to say is that the hump of Earth curve is between you and the object you're looking at. So you can't see anymore.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So that would be...
Well, yes.
According to the circle formula and tangent from an observer's eye intersecting the circle at a specific distance, that would be a fixed point in space, right?
Mathematically, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Expressed by the formula 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the intersection point to the horizon, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Jedi, you can.
Okay, so so the horizon is an edge of a ball in a particular place. So according to you, that's what's including things in the distance. So what if you could see things that are beyond that? Or what if you could see the horizon beyond that distance? Then what happens?
Well, potentially the light that you're seeing has been bent, or you're seeing a reflection. There are many different things that you could see over a horizon.
Okay, perfect. So how come you don't put the same qualifiers on the concept that the horizon is anything in the first place? Why don't you just say, well, the horizon is some optical effect and not the edge of a ball? When it actually is not where it's supposed to be, then you say it's not the edge of a ball, it's something else.
Well, because we know very well how the lights can behave, right? So we can apply what we observe to the phenomena around us and make a conclusion.
Oh, that's interesting. So, give me an example of one such observation where your claim of.
He's breaking up for me. Is he breaking up for anyone else?
Yeah.
It's an
Hello?
AI, so it's just going to reset real quick. Give it a second.
Understood. I'll let you power cycle.
Right. So the question was, do you have an example of one such observation where your claim of the optical differentials have been applied?
Yeah, sure. So, for example, you can calculate roughly where the sun should be visually for you as it goes over the horizon. However, because the air is very dense close to the water, and it gets less dense the further away from the surface of the Earth you get a bit of an optical effect, like a prism. And you could actually see the sun for just a few minutes longer than you actually should be able to see it, because that light is being bent around the Earth through the different densities of air.
I don't know. That sounds like circular reasoning to me, bro.
Different distances of air.
It's observation.
Yeah, so let me break it down for you. Yeah, I observed the sun is not where it should be based on globe geometry. Therefore, I'm just going to make a claim that light is taking this alternate path. And since I see it and I already know the Earth is a globe, I'm correct. Yeah, that's circular reasoning.
Right.
Brother.
Do you have a horizontal change of air density?
A horizontal change of air. I mean,
yeah, going out that way to the horizon. Vertical is up, horizontal that way to the horizon. What changes? Does the elevation change?
Not at your altitude. No, it should be fairly similar unless you are very,
So it
very
doesn't
far
change
away.
from the most microscopic dot.
It doesn't have to for this model.
A horizontal doesn't have to change from every microscopic dot leaving a sphere.
It can, and it does in real life, but it doesn't
It
really.
does in real life. What are we talking about now? Mickey Mouse.
Well, we're talking about a model. We're talking about a
we're
refractive
not.
model.
We're talking about, is the Earth round or is the Earth flat? The real life Earth.
Right.
Does
And
the
if you apply
attribute of
this model to
elevation-
what you see,
Hold on, brother.
it ends up being.
Your model isn't testable. I'm trying to ask you how to test the elevation of your model right
Not
now.
testable? You can't test refraction?
No. How do you test it outside?
How do I test it outside? Well, I can
how do you
take
make something loom up from a side
I could
view?
take the barometer reading at my altitude. I could take the barometer reading at a higher altitude.
Brother, I don't want. Hold on, bro. I asked you how to make something loom up or make something bend around something with light. I didn't ask you about
It's
a barometer.
refraction. It's
I don't
refraction.
care what you call it, Snoopy. You need to demonstrate it. You can call it unicorn.
Even in this
Who's
case, right, so
Snoopy?
you've got just
Am I missing the reference? What is that?
just chill out, man. So even in this case, right, it's stated that extreme
I'm still on
refraction would be.
Snoopy. What the fuck
Hey,
is Snoopy? He called me
listen,
Snoopy.
I'm talking dumb shit.
Good focus, bro.
Okay.
So even in extreme cases, they say, right, extreme refraction would be 15%, taking the horizon from a 1 foot observer height from 1.22 to 1.40. That's extreme refraction. Okay, we can look it up if you want.
Yeah, who said that? Because that's hog.
Hey, wasn't it Andrew? Hey, well, hold on.
I'll
Wasn't
get you
that
the
Andrew Thomas
citation.
Young who said that? If I'm not
Yes,
mistaken,
correct.
wasn't it Andrew Thomas Young, considered one of the foremost experts on the topic, subject matter expert?
Oh, on refraction?
Yes, dipshit. What are we talking about?
Like optics? Well, no. I think some of the the experts would be people like Mr. Snell. I mean, Dr. Snell would probably be a good one on that.
Yeah, he doesn't give it. He doesn't give a distance though. So he doesn't give.
Well, let's go. Let's
Yes,
go
he
with
did.
Snell. Let's go with Snell. Hold on for a second. Let's go with Snell. Let's go with Snell's law. There you go. So Snell's law requires the discrete boundary between two mediums of differing optical density. So you can't even use that. So what else can you use?
Sure we can. Of course we can. Absolutely you can.
Oh, really? Name the two media.
Go ahead.
Name the two media.
Yeah, go ahead. Apply Snell's law to the atmosphere. Go for it. Good luck.
Can I finish?
Well, wait. Well, you need two media. So what's the first one?
Well, the first one's dense air. The second one is less dense air.
That That's one medium, sir.
Your nervous laugh is not intimidating anyone.
How's that nervous? It's one medium. It's air.
To
It's
apologise.
two densities of air,
No.
which have different refractive indexes.
Excuse me, Snell's law speaks about a boundary between the two mediums and the light hitting that boundary and changing angle. You don't have a physical boundary between two densities of gas. Snell's law doesn't apply to atmospheric quote-unquote refraction. Like AI was trying to say. There's no physical boundary.
But Snell was doing refraction in just more than his law. I mean, he covered all of this. Just because we're talking about specifically Snell's law,
that's what
doesn't necessarily mean it's not true.
Okay, go. Citation then. Citation.
What, citation that air moves. Sorry, excuse me. Light moves slower through dense air.
What? Citation of what you just said.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah. How about we do a citation race where Homeboy gets his and you get yours?
Ready, go.
No.
I'll be.
You probably have it all ready to go.
To be fair, though, hold on, brothers. To be fair, you can either go easy mode or hard mode. Easy mode is where you can just put any nonsense. Hard mode is where you actually have to put a real citation. And if it's not a real citation, I give you an F minus.
But it has to be from.
And they're off.
The reason why I say that, friend, is because there's thousands of people that we've engaged with over the years who say they're bringing a citation and they do nothing of the case. They just bring like a reference.
I got it.
Here's
there you go. I got Nikon for you right there. Nikon that does telephoto lenses.
Holy freaking hold on. I'm going to give you one chance, bro. Is this a citation, yes or no?
A site. Oh, you're doing this. Do you want an MLA format?
Is...
do you want MLA format? What format do you want?
I don't know. Any type of format with that as actually a citation would suffice, dude.
Okay, sure. Well, I gave you a reference to what I'm talking about.
That's not a citation, is it?
I know. I think a reference is apropos for this conversation.
No, it ain't. You made a specific claim, dude. So, for example, T-Dub made a specific claim about 15 degrees and adding to the formula, and he said he had citation for that. So I would expect him to bring, a quote out of the reference that said, when applying this extreme refractive index to the formula for shorthand, just simply increase this numeral in the formula by 15%, resulting in, if it's 1.22, you end up with 1.40. So I would expect something like that. That would be a citation.
I see. Well, I don't have that level of scrutiny on mine. I don't have that on hand. Would you want to wait until I get something that way, or can we continue the conversation?
How are we going to continue the conversation if you haven't proven your point via a citation that's going to solidify your point?
Okay, so we can't continue the conversation. You can't give any kind of charity.
Yeah, but think about it. No, think about it. If somebody was making a claim in here, let's say one of the flat earthers made a claim, and you were challenging them to bring a citation, and they said, "Well, can't we just bypass that and continue to move forward?" You wouldn't let it go, would you?
Of course I would, because I would want to have a nice conversation where we can go ahead and continue working.
Right. A nice conversation is great, but at the same time, you have to, what we're dealing with here is not that. We're dealing with a very specific topic that right now what's hinging is people's worldview. Their worldview, whether they believe the earth is a globe or not. And if that's the case, we're going to have to get down to the nuts and bolts of truth. Reality.
All right, let's do it.
Well, we're doing it. That's what we're doing.
That's fine. I gave one more reference in the web archive, and I actually gave a citation for you this time. So hopefully we can move the conversation forward. This one specifically talks about a phenomenon that happened in California.
That's not a citation, dude.
That is a citation.
Holy crap! No, it isn't. Got quotation marks around it.
That is actually a citation.
Sorry, it hasn't got quotation marks around it.
Palmdale bulge doubts now taken seriously.
It's not okay. Listen, bro. If you're trying to prove that Palmdale's big bulge is in doubt, and chicks are wondering what if he's stuffing it with socks, then maybe that would be a citation. This is essentially the name. It looks like it's the name of an article.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, this is not. I mean, this was written in a journal, if that's what you consider an article.
Holy crap!
Scientific journal.
What is the sentence? What is the sentence? Palmdale bulge doubts now taken seriously mean? What is that? What does that mean?
Well, that would be the title for what was written in the scientific article.
That's what he said.
Do you not know what a citation is? It's okay if you don't, bro.
Hell no,
I think this is a citation.
He's demonstrated that.
No, he don't. He said he thinks.
So I'm going to tell you as a professionally licensed educator, okay, this is not a citation and you'd get an F-.
Well, I would disagree with you.
Well, you'd get an F- regardless, so I don't care.
Well, good thing that you probably aren't teaching anyone that's
We're teaching you right now. He's teaching you right now.
It doesn't sound like it because you don't quite know what a citation is.
Yeah, I know exactly what a citation is, dude. A citation is not a reference. A citation is a text that supports your point or correlates to some point you're making or evidences something you're trying to state from a reference. It's pulled out of the reference. So, for example, if I open this article and I find that Dr. Jones is talking about refraction and Dr. Jones states thus and so, refraction is caused by the infinitesimal quarks of light traveling through the ephemeris delineation of the Etherian wave, and then I put a quote at the beginning and a quote at the end. And so then I say, Dr. Johnson states, blip, 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 blip. And then I put a little footnote, and on the bottom of the footnote it references this citation, right? So then I go to the reference page. Oh, I misspoke right there. I go to the reference page. Dude.
So what you're describing is an excerpt. A citation is a reference to a source. That's all.
No, citation's a quotation taken out from a reference that you are particularly citing. They will literally...
No, it's not. That's an excerpt.
Dude.
A citation is a reference to a source. I'm using Merriam-Webster as well as the first sentence in Wikipedia.
Yeah, that's awesome. What we're looking for is... It's like you're going to let me finish, right?
Okay.
Like what I provided earlier. Taken out.
That's not a citation. You want an excerpt?
Just there's no point.
Hey, what do they call the page at the end? They call it references or works cited?
That would be a bibliography.
Holy crap.
As part of the appendix, usually, yes.
Oh my goodness, dude. Painful.
Dude, I'm over on mute laughing my ass off. This guy's dumb as a box of rocks.
He said it's an excerpt, what was being placed in there. Do you know what an excerpt is, dude?
Yeah, what I just told you. It's certainly not a citation.
No, it's not what you told us. What's the dictionary definition of an excerpt?
Well, I told you the dictionary definition.
Go look at the dictionary definition. You're going to be shocked because it's not what you said. Go look at it right now.
A short extract from a film, broadcast, or piece of music or writing.
Yeah?
Right. Yes. So you need a quotation, which is also considered an excerpt or quotation, right?
You don't need that for a citation.
A citation. Holy crap. So what do you do? Dude? Think about it this way. You just talk shit for an entire professional paper.
Why?
And then at the end, you just reference a bunch of references. Are you kidding me, dude?
I've cited some references, yes.
No, you haven't, dude, because you haven't included any content from them in your paper.
Yeah, that's. I don't need to provide an excerpt if I need a citation. Would you like an excerpt from the citation?
Holy crap, dude! You're literally.
Would you like it or not? It's a simple question. Don't be afraid.
He's confused, guys. You're confused, bro.
Hey, give me a citation that what you posted is a citation.
With Merriam-Webster? Like, what are we arguing here?
What's being requested?
Post your definition, dude. Yeah, look at this. Okay. Merriam-Webster, I'm looking at it right frickin' now. Citation, noun. Number 1, an official summons to appear before a court. Number 2, the act of quoting, especially the citing of a previously set case by law. And then number B under 2 is an excerpt or quotation. So the citation is the portion that's an excerpt or quotation. It's not the reference itself.
Yeah, you should read
Holy
that.
crap.
Because the third one is what we're talking about.
The third one, mention such as a formal statement of the achievements of a person receiving an academic honor. Good grief.
No, the third one. In this case, it would probably be 2B from what we're talking about.
Dude, pull out your definition and post it in the chat so we can read it and we don't have to play games anymore.
Because we're talking about this.
I think we're looking at the same one, aren't we?
We're talking about this from.
I don't know. That's why I asked you to post it.
We're talking about this from Oxford English. A quotation from a reference. Oh my God, people keep posting. A quotation from a reference to a book, paper, or author, especially in scholarly work. You can see the quotations afterwards. Good. So a quotation from a reference.
Well, no. A citation is simply a reference to a source. You can go ahead and have an excerpt from that source in order to make it easier for the person.
Holy fuck! So you can just talk in generalities. This just more on things you can talk in generalities in a professional or academic paper, and then just put a bunch of references at the end and say, "Oh, my citation. Those are my citations, dude." Get real.
Okay, I mean, you could just click on citation and read it, but if you want to make it more complicated...
I'm not clicking on it. You are going to click on it. You are going to go in it. You are going to screenshot it or use some mechanism to circle or text quote what you are talking about and then post that.
Oh,
you're not just posting the website link.
If you're asking for that, I can do that, absolutely. But to say that this simply isn't a citation is stupid.
It is. It's not a citation, dude. It's not.
You haven't gone to college?
Clearly not.
Yeah, if you must know. Also, college? I went to university and not a college.
Oh, good. So even better then. So you should really understand what a citation was then.
Yes, I do.
It's confusing that you don't.
Well, maybe not your flawed middle school idea of what a citation might be.
That's not what's happening right now.
No.
I disagree.
Well, maybe it was a for-profit university.
Excuse me,
it was a private one. It was a private university.
I can settle this. It's very easy. Okay, so hopefully no one interrupts me. So, if you don't quote or provide any content from the reference in your paper, then there is no reason to include the reference in your works cited page. So it would be superfluous. It'd be irrelevant. The only reason you include the reference at the end is because you cited that paper in your body.
That's correct. So when I say something like the Palmdale Bridge doubts are now taken seriously, here's why, here's refraction, I can say this wasn't an original idea. This idea was taken from a paper. Here's the paper that I took it from. Here's the page of the idea so that I don't commit any kind of academic misconduct.
Just holy
crap, dude.
Holy crap, dude. Is that the best you got? Really?
So at the moment, this is where
we all understand what's going on here, dude. Trust me.
I've not been talking about the subject for 10 minutes now. We were talking about refraction. Now, what we're trying to politely educate you with is Snell's law is not the way to go. It's a little bit more complicated when you're just looking through the atmosphere.
So that's why I'm bringing up things like Palmdale Bulge.
Hadn't quite finished. So with Snell's law, we have a physical boundary layer where the light passes from one medium, like, let's say, gas, into, let's say, a liquid, we'll call it water, and where it hits that boundary layer and the light changes angle.
I'm aware. I didn't cite Snell's law. You did. I don't know why you did.
Fucking shut up. So what we're trying to tell you, because, Snell's law was brought up, Snell's law is not really applicable in this situation. Like I said,
you brought it up.
Up for 2 seconds. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Do you think we can move on now? You smug, arrogant
cunt. You brought it up. I didn't bring it up.
Oh my God's sake!
Why'd you bring it up and then you're arguing?
Talking about.
You don't even get why. Let me tell you why. Because somebody offered you
to give a citation from a subject matter expert in the present day, and you said, "Oh, why don't we just go to Snell?" Good grief, dude!
Oh,
Did you forget what happened?
You don't have to follow one specific equation that Snell made. He has an entire body of work.
Hey, retard.
Hey, bro, here's how this is going to go. Here's how this is going to go, dude. You're a waste of time. Get us a citation, any citation at all. Once you post an actual citation, we'll let you speak again. Until then, you're getting muted. Problem solved.
Ooh, cooked. Yeah, isn't it funny, AI? They forget what they brought up. It's like, why are we having to remember your own points for you? That is crazy.
And then he's arguing.
Why bring up hell if there's other bodies of work then? That's crazy also.
No, they started with other bodies. I started asking him for a demonstration outside. That messed him up and he got stupid. And then Jedi and the other gentleman, they did their thing. And then he went.
The other gentleman.
Yeah. AI.
Incredible, bro. So there's a guy named Snell. Well, here's what he says. Well, you don't have to listen to him exactly. It's like, then why did you bring him up then? What the heck? Dude, these guys, bro.
Like, I don't understand his argument, though, because he's saying, okay, well, refraction gives us those observations, but when you tell them that the index that they claim, then it only takes it out a little bit further, which doesn't equate to the black swan. So
Andrew Thomas Young was brought up, and he said no.
There's no argument. You know what I mean? Like, their refraction doesn't give them that observation.
I literally felt like the whole time I just wanted to say, well, those are words.
Holy crap! At least Quantum Eraser didn't have to suffer through that. We just had a master class.
So
we just had a master class on how stupid people are.
Well, I posted a citation
let me check.
for you as per your standards.
Hold on. No, we're gonna see if Quantum Eraser agrees with you that it's a citation. His task, Mr. Quantum Eraser, was only to provide a citation of any kind at all. Just a citation, doesn't matter what it is, what it's about, as long as it's actually a citation.
Okay, I posted it as per your standard, not mine. I think you should be satisfied now. You can continue the conversation. Any other critiques of the method rather than the content?
Or did he take the observation of, will it aside?
Dude, this is actually content, but you did format it wrong, but that's okay. So this is actually some content from your reference, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're getting closer.
Okay. I'm happy you approve of my work. Now, can we have the conversation?
About what?
I give it a D-.
You don't know what a citation is, obviously. You don't know what refraction is. You're dead.
You're just saying things. You're just saying.
No, I'm just putting things in text chat at 24 minutes. Shut your fucking mouth.
It's boring. It's so mad.
24 minutes, yeah, it's boring and it'll tear your ass up. What is Snell's law, dumb
disgusting.
Fuck? Dumb fuck. What is Snell's law? Because everyone's looking at it right now with citation, with equation, with diagram. What's Snell's law? Everyone's looking at it. Let's see if yours matches up.
Yeah, so it's very simple math that talks about the incidence and refraction. So angles of incidence and refraction specifically.
Define it. Snell's law.
That's what I just defined it for you.
That's not a definition. You're a fuckwit. Let's go through them.
Are you a crazy person?
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
You're a crazy person.
He's cooking you, bro. Just relax.
Very
okay, man.
Scientific Britannica. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to rip your asshole out right here. Snell's law from Scientific Britannica. Snell's law in optics. A relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Rays of light don't exist, but I digress. And crossing the boundary or surface
So you're going to use the definition?
Is that the nervous laughter, bro?
Don't agree with?
Separation. Shut the fuck up.
Sound very angry.
Oh
He does
my
sound
God, we
angry.
got a Nancy. So
Dude.
shut him up while we go. I'm going to start over.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
What is
The nervous laughter is
What is
crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. So starting over again at 24 minutes after the hour. There's 3 of them with diagrams, with citation, with equation, showing you what it is. So, Britannica, Snell's law and optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light, like I said, they don't exist, in crossing the boundary or surface of separation between 2 contacting substances and the refractive index of each. So, in the atmosphere, which is a paradox by itself, where's the boundary or surfaces in gases?
Yeah, no, Snell's law doesn't apply to this. I don't know why you keep bringing it up.
The fuck, it's the law of refraction!
Yeah, but there are different laws. I mean, like,
No,
this is
there's
just for
not.
one specific situation.
No, there's not!
We're talking about atmospheric refraction, not
No,
Snell's law. Are you
atmospheric is a
stupid?
paradox. Atmosphere, atmo is gas, air, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You would literally fail first grade.
I just cited it. I just cited it for you. I cited
You
it
didn't cite
for you and I
shit.
quoted it.
You
But I did,
didn't
though.
cite shit.
So why don't you go to the chat
Why
and
don't
you can
I
go ahead and take a look at my citation?
Snell's law, Holmes?
Yeah, it doesn't apply to this.
Kick his dumb ass out, you
It's
fucking
not
reed.
funny
You're a
at
fucking
all. I'm
retard.
serious.
It's the law of
Look at the
refraction, you
citation.
dumb fuck.
Yeah, but
dumb
this
fuck.
form of
It's the law of
refraction,
refraction. Dumb
this
fuck.
form of refraction
Dumb
doesn't
fuck.
apply.
Hey, dumb fuck. It's the law of refraction. There's not another
Okay.
one. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but there's different types of refraction.
No, there is. What types of refraction are there?
I mean, I'm talking about atmospheric refraction specifically.
That's fucking. So put a citation in for atmospheric paradoxical refraction.
I
Really?
I've put
Where?
in a citation specifically for what I'm talking about, where if there's a density gradient in the atmosphere, you
density
can get
gradient?
refraction.
But then you're
Yeah.
looking. Show us a horizontal density gradient.
You only need a vertical one.
No, we're not looking vertically, you moron.
But we are, though. That's how
No, we're
light-
not. We're looking fucking horizontally. Shut your fucking mouth. You fucking dumbass. You're a dumb fuck. You're a dumb fuck.
Bro,
You deny the
you're
law of
cooking,
refraction. Just put him on mute. He's fucking spiraling. Fuck off, clown. You and your Harvard horse shit. The gradients of what? What law are they using? Fucking Harvard idiots. Refraction
Harvard
experiments.
idiots.
They don't know what They don't know what experiments are. This isn't an experiment. What's a scientific? Give us the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment.
I don't have to. They did. They're the
Why
scientists.
not? No. Once you cite this, it becomes yours, unless they can support it. What's the 3
They did
constituent
support
parts
it.
of an experiment, dumb fuck?
But they
10
did support
seconds.
it.
But, stuttering fool. What are the 3 constituent parts?
Okay. Clearly, I'm not
Yeah.
changing your mind. I think we're good
Yeah,
here.
changing your mind. You're fucking exposed.
Just look
May
at the
West is in the
citation.
corner.
You know we're
Fucking
live on
dumb
YouTube,
fuck.
right?
Shut
Yeah,
up.
and he just got cooked.
Shut the fuck up.
No, you didn't. You got cooked yourself.
You snatched your own wig off, dumb fuck. There's a different law than the law of refraction. Get the fuck out of here. You're a moron.
He invoked Earth's law in the first place.
Did he?
Yeah.
What the fuck? He invoked Snell's law in the beginning. I wasn't here.
Over Andrew Thomas Young. Andrew Thomas Young was brought out. He said, no, Snell. Let's go with Snell. And
Snell's
they brought
law.
up Snell.
Yeah, he's a moron. Doesn't know what experiments are.
Inaccurate.
Go ahead.
I told him. He said, well, we were talking about Andrew Thomas Young. And homeboy was going to offer him a citation proving his point. And he said, "Oh, why? Let's go to like the real guy who knows the subject matter expert, Snell." So then I said, "Okay, let's go to Snell." let's go to Snell's Law. And then I set the conditions for Snell's Law. And I said, how does this thing meet these conditions? And he goes, oh, well, it doesn't have to. like, whatever, dude. But what was the actual thing? What he said was actually more funny than that. But I can't remember it exactly.
What did he say?
What was it?
After Snell?
It was something like, oh, well, we don't have to do everything. Yeah, we don't have to go with everything Snell did.
Yeah, if you're bringing him up, he said, well, you don't have to trust him. There's stuff.
Yeah, we don't. You're a fucking idiot. My God, dude. He appeals to Snell's Law and then states it's not Snell's Law.
Incredible.
Then he posts fucking Harvard with their idiot experiments that are not experiments. Refraction effects in the atmosphere. Atmosphere is a paradox. You'd fail first grade, and Harvard would fail first grade intro to gas behavior, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, and applying it like he said, he was saying you're looking vertically because he was assuming he's on a ball and the ground is falling away, which would just be circular reasoning. He's including a begging the question.
Yeah, it's all over. Why didn't you guys? I posted these a number of times. Why didn't you guys pull these out on them? Didn't you have them?
I just stole them.
Come on, man. Pull these out. These three out. That's why I posted them in here. Not for me. It's for you guys.
Oh, I gave them to him from the conditions from memory, and the guy immediately. I don't know what he did. Like, I don't know if he was throwing Snell under the bus or throwing his own point under the bus.
How can he throw Snell under the bus when you said he appealed to it?
Exactly.
He's that idiot Baltard.
Do you want to play with him anymore or speak to someone else?
So before we go on, the first thing he did for a citation was just give a web link. Oh, this is a citation. I go, no, dude, we need a real citation. So then what he did is he gave a textual, paper, written out, like author, title of the article, the numbers that can be found in the periodical. And he goes, that's a citation. And I'm like, dude, you are dumb.
Did he graduate high school?
University, supposedly.
Bro, where? Tuco Community College in Tobago, mail order degree section. You fucking clown.
I asked him if he went to a for-profit university. He said he went to a private university.
Yeah, private Tuco Community College. He doesn't know what a citation is. What a shocking surprise. How many times have we challenged Baltards on not knowing citations in here through the years?
Almost every time. Dude, he said, well, actually, that's an excerpt. Okay, bro. You need to stop talking.
Holy shit, dude. Hey, I guess I missed most of the meat then.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jetty, you can move on, man. He's a fucking moron.
You finished playing with him then, yeah? I don't need to unmute him.
Playing with him, he's the nothing burger.
Fair enough. I'm just scrolling through the chat, see if there's anybody else in here that we haven't spoken to before. I see Rolling My Boulders in there. Awesome. What's up, Rolling? Let's have a look.
He's not coming off, mate. He's not as dumb as he looks.
That's true. We have somebody called Willie Earl. Willie Earl's in the chat. Good to see you, Willie Earl. If you've got any questions or point of discussion, please feel free to unmute your mic. Not that many new people in it, guys. Just a bunch of flat earthers. It's like a fucking sausage party in it. But yeah, I think that's it. Unless you want to play with our friend again.
No, why? He's a dumbass. Typical Baltard, like your average skank and foul Baltard. In fact, he's actually dumber than Brenda. If you can believe it.
No, I can't believe it. Brenda's dumb.
I think Brenda knows what a citation is. Really
bloody hell.
Yeah, maybe.
We've got Human in the chat. I believe we've spoken to Human before. Welcome back, Human. Good to see you. If you've got any points of discussion, you want to ask a question, my friend, please feel free to unmute your microphone. We don't bite often. That's all I can offer you guys.
Well, I mean, we could always talk about somebody accusing me of having a lack of capaciousness in my corpus cavernosa.
I don't even know what those words mean.
It means somebody said I had a small wiener.
Oh.
Yeah, I went back to look at that evidence for the kerfuffle that happened earlier, Quantum, and I found somebody was saying I had a small weepy deepy.
Well, do you know what girls say to a guy with a big dick? Yeah, I knew you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I was going to say, ouch.
That's a good joke. That's a good joke. Well, I had my wiener blown off from a mortar round while I was out defending your cowardly ass.
Damn.
You're making me feel bad over here, man.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was too. I wasn't feeling bad.
A good one.
We've got Dazza in the chat.
Oh, another dumb fuck. Let's go with. I seen him typing in the Land of Misfit Toys. He frequents over there. I was watching or listening to Taylor, undergraduate Taylor, cellular biologist. I seen Dazza in there. Speaking to gravity. Which gravity are you talking about, Dazza?
I don't remember which gravity I was talking about. I do have a question about refraction, though.
You would.
So, ignoring atmospheric refraction...
There is the atmospheric paradox.
Yeah. So, ignoring that...
So in my paradox...
So, in general refraction, for example, what we see in fiber optics... There's a whole field of optics called gradient index optics.
How could you be appealing to, hold on? How can you be appealing to fiber optics when fiber optics operates on light as particles, not as waves?
Well, the refraction of the light in the fiber is treated as a wave.
No, it's not. Not in fiber optics, it's not. It works on...
What sense?
In what sense? It works on the idea of photons as particles, not as waves. You need citation with that?
That'd be interesting to see it. Yeah. Because what I've seen that most of the the fiber optics are effectively a wave guide, right? That they contain the light within.
You're a dumb fuck. It doesn't.
So, but you do agree that the core principle behind fiber optics is having a refractive gradient to contain the light within the fiber.
A refractive gradient?
Yeah. So there's a refractive index. The refractive index is not linear.
What's a refractive index?
Yeah, I tripped over my tongue. So the refractive index within the glass is not linear.
Within the glass is not linear?
It's not linear. No, mate.
Oh, it's not. It goes through the glass.
No, so it propagates along the glass, but the refractive index radially on the glass is not linear.
Right. Well,
which
refracts.
There's no step, right? There's no step boundary between a low refractive medium.
So show some fiber optics. Show this.
It's a bit awkward for me where I am to give you a reference, but I think I posted something earlier about grins.
You dumb fuck. My God, dude.
My God. You sound like a
dude, they hate him. They hate the swag, QE, bro.
My God. Fucking, we got another idiot white knight.
They can't handle the smoke, QE, bro. It's so funny.
He's a fucking clown with fiber optics.
But.
Yeah.
Oh,
bro, just address the argument.
Could please somebody put Carnivore dumb fuck on mute? Please.
All right.
We already DX'd his dumb ass. So he's the one.
Please, please.
Yeah, because we already smoked your dumbass.
All right, intellectual midget.
Why is he off moot? Why did somebody take him off moot in the middle of our discussion here? I want to fucking know.
He's been off mute for a couple of moments, but that wasn't me who did that.
Me neither. I'm on mobile. Shit ain't me. But can silence any of the weirdos. Hot dogs. Why is this guy, bro? You all right?
What the fuck, man? All right, let's get some citation with these fiber optics and the light traveling linear through the optic. I need to see it.
So I posted some earlier.
Not yeah. Like now. Not yeah.
I'm just having some technical issues. So about I'll scroll and I'll find it for you. So 26 past the hour. Introduction to gradient optics.
Introduction to gradient optics at 26 minutes after the hour. Where's that at?
Yeah.
Hold on.
And
holy fucking shit, it's way up here.
Yeah, it won't go past. But basically, that's I think that one.
That's what you're You're giving me a whole fucking reference.
Yeah, it's just an introduction to the concept of dealing with refraction through media whose index of refraction doesn't have a step, but it has a gradient.
What the fuck are you talking? What, a gradient in what?
Refractive index.
Of what?
Refractive index of light.
Oh my God, you fucking clown. The gradient index. So what's the indices that it's going through?
No, it's a gradient. It's not continuous. I mean, it's not a step, right? So there is the refractive index is constantly changing.
It's bullshit. I have my eye with an arrow in your introduction here. This isn't in a fiber optic cable, dude.
Oh, no. But the principle is the same as fiber optic cables. I think they talk about fiber optics further down.
No, it's not. Because you don't have indices. You don't have refraction here. This is Snell's law, dude. Snell's law.
Yeah. Snell's law of refraction is the law of refraction as it applies to a step change in gradient. Or a step change in index of refraction.
No, wrong. Define Snell's law.
It's the angle of incidence and the angle of the inbound angle of incidence and the outbound are related by the ratio of refractive indexes.
Yeah, that's not Snell's law.
Pretty close.
No, it's pretty close. It's not in the galactic fucking vicinity. I'm going to show you.
You want me to recite the formula like sine theta 1 on sine theta 2 equals n1 on n2?
Shut your mouth. I've already got it covered. It's in chat right now. Can you read off the definitions of Snell's law?
It's the relationship between the path taken by a ray of light crossing the boundary or surface of separation.
Yeah, okay. Boundary or surface. Where's the boundary or surface in gases? Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, that there's no... Snell's law is a specific case. That refraction and change of direction of light occurs still when the gradient changes, the index changes in a gradient, right?
Nope. You need a boundary or surface with Snell's law, son.
Yeah, exactly. But more generally, refraction applies to any time the index changes.
Nope, it doesn't. It does not. If it doesn't follow Snell's law, it's not refraction. This is the law of refraction, Holmes.
No, it's Snell's law of refraction.
Yeah. What?
Snell's law for refraction. You even got it here on your quote. Snell's law for refraction.
Snell's law is the law of refraction, you moron.
But it's not all of refraction.
Yes, it is.
So what do you know about gradient index optics?
Here we go.
There's a gradient from like a second grade moron to a third grade retard. You're right in betwixt the two. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
So you're outright ignoring the fact that
no, I'm not. You
light
are
traveling through
outright
a index-
denying Snell's law and the law of refraction. You've outright denied it. You couldn't even define it. Idiot.
So
it's right here for everyone.
You're outright.
It's right here for everyone.
Can I ask you a simple?
It is that simple. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Can I ask you a question then?
No.
If light passes through a medium whose index is changing, will the light change direction?
It will not. It doesn't have a boundary. It doesn't have a boundary or surface. Listen closely, you abject moron. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave. Light's not a wave, by the way. As it passes from one material to another material. This is the really important part. The refraction occurs at the boundary.
Yeah.
Boundary. There are no boundaries in gases, dude. Yes.
I'm not talking about a gas. I'm talking about solids here as well.
Unbelievable, dude. There are no solids in the atmosphere, Holmes.
So can I get you to confirm this? That light passing through a medium with an index of refraction is a gradient will not change direction. Is that correct?
Negative. It will not.
It will not change direction.
It will
I'm going to say that so I can keep it.
That's not Snell's law, Holmes.
No, it's not Snell's law.
Well, that's the law of refraction. Here we go. Round and round we go.
Yeah. So you're denying that. So you're saying it's false.
You're denying
change direction.
Snell's law, the law of refraction.
So we cannot change direction just by changing the gradient.
You're denying Snell's law, the law of refraction.
I'm not denying Snell's law. Snell's law works perfectly fine.
Yes, no, it doesn't.
No.
Not for you, it doesn't.
It does. It works when you've got a step change in the gradient. You get a step change in angle.
In the gradient. Well, that's not what Snell's law says.
Sorry, step change in the index.
Yeah, the step
As you cross
change
the index boundary.
Sorry, that's not refraction, Holmes.
As you get an index, as the light changes.
Not the refraction, Holmes. Let me say it again. The refraction occurs at the boundary. It's also, shut the fuck up. It's also diagrammatically shown here in each citation that I provided.
Yeah, I've seen your citation. So what would you call the bending of light through a gradient?
Your sister.
Index.
Your sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a sister. You're out of luck there.
It's the idea of it, you friggin' moron.
So, yeah. That's pretty cool. I think we're on the same page that you don't believe light will change direction.
You deny the law of refraction. We're on the same page, Dazza. You deny the law of refraction.
No, I agree with Snell's law. It is correct.
The Snell's law is correct. Show the boundary in your fuckwit paradoxical atmosphere.
I'm saying that you don't need a boundary for a change in direction.
That you're a fucking idiot, dude. You're gone.
I think you just need to read the next chapter in the refraction book.
I've read all of it, and you're a fucking idiot.
No, we just denied a fact.
No, you just denied the fact of Snell's law.
No, I agree with Snell's law.
Yeah. You do. You just demonstrated it. It's right here for everyone to see. Nothing's hidden.
No, I can see it. I understand Snell's law, and Snell's law is correct.
You misdefined it. You didn't define it correctly. No, you didn't.
Snell's law requires two mediums, Jenna, but refraction doesn't. Refraction just requires a change in refractive index.
It doesn't require
make that up, bro.
You fucking
Didn't you guys? Were you guys talking about Andrew Thomas Young's work before? I don't know.
No, I'm talking about Snell's law, not Andrew Thomas Young. Fuckwit. I dealt with him earlier. What are the effects of refraction, by the way?
The effects?
Yep.
Changes the direction that the light wave travels in.
What are the... I'm going to give you 5 effects of refraction. You better start Googling.
You're going to give them to me, or you want them?
Looming.
You don't know. No, just shut up. He doesn't know them because he's a pretender clown fraud. You don't know them off the top of your head? Mr. fucking refraction.
It was a question, was it? You were asking me if I know the 5.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't know what the 5
are. Long enough. Shut up.
I'll tell you what. You give me 10, and I'll tell you which ones are correct.
You give me 10. You give me 20 minutes and a wiki Google search, and I'll get them for you, QE. Shut the fuck up.
Say that.
Oh, you're talking about atmospheric refraction, are you?
Here we go.
Like things like looming, stooping.
There he goes. He finally got it.
There we go. He Googled it.
Is that the 5? Oh, yeah. So you're talking about 5 effects of atmospheric refraction. Or 5
No, we're talking about golden retriever refraction.
Yeah, so you should have. So your question was incomplete. I thought you were talking about
my question was
as a general thing.
Because there is no atmospheric refraction. Don't fucking talk to me. I told you
told me that's not refraction.
3 times that atmosphere.
You just told me that.
Shut up! I told you 3 fucking times and explained it to you twice that atmosphere is a paradox. Do you understand that?
Yeah, it's only a paradox for you. But you told me.
Whoa.
Why are you calling it atmospheric refraction?
Whoa, dumb fuck. No, not for me. It's a standing paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. If you think they do, you would literally fail. Shut up. If you think they do, you would literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Do I have to pull Christy Bodak out here from Southwestern University to expose your dumbass?
Yep.
So I understand the basic gas laws, right?
No, you
That's
don't.
Cool.
No, you
But I also understand
No, you don't.
something about fluid dynamics, right?
No, you
Dust
don't.
is a fluid.
No, you don't.
Right?
No, you don't. You don't
So
understand.
it flows, you get pressure,
So, atmosphere,
you get gradient.
we're on this topic. Atmosphere is a paradox. Not another topic yet, dumbass. This topic.
Okay.
Do you
Right,
think
we'll stick
that
with the topic.
gases... Shut the fuck up. I said, do you think that gases have shapes?
They take on the shape of whatever is containing them.
Container? Where's your container at here on Earth?
Oh, there's not a container. No, there's no need for one.
Wow, you just cooked yourself in literally less than a second, bro.
Dude, this is why I call Daza the double-speaking ding-dong Daza. That's what you are, man. I've got you caught dozens of times. You're a double-speaking fucking ding-dong. Enjoy.
You are. Yes, sir.
Well, I've just got QE. I've got a beautiful clip of you denying what the refraction, that light changes direction in gradients. So that's
You
excellent.
denied Snell's law, and you would fail
I
first
did
grade
not.
intro to gas behavior. You're a dumb fuck.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
So tell me about the pressure gradient.
Bye-bye,
Tell me about the pressure gradient.
You're already exposed.
Gradient.
Fuck
What
off.
the hell, dude?
It
Fuck off
exists.
in
You
your
can't deny it.
gradients.
No one's denying
You
there's a
can't deny
gradient. You need a
the gradient.
container for that, stupid. You just said
Shut
it.
the fuck up.
You can't deny the pressure gradient.
No one's denying that.
Containment, not container.
Hold on. Go ahead, AI.
You think you have a W? You think you have a W? So why don't you leave on a high note? Go make your little video with your W, your clip, and then a demonstration proving what you think is going on, and then come back and present it. How about that?
Whoa, what's doing the containment?
What? Dude, you just acted like you made a victory, and now you're saying what W? I mean, dude, you can't even take your own W that you've imagined. What's the problem with you?
What is W?
Oh my god.
I don't know. Oh, you got to get the lingo. Okay.
I got him covered.
Okay,
I got him covered, AI.
This guy, bro.
What is W? Hold on. I got him covered, W. What is W? Wanker. That's you. That's
Chat,
you.
the whole chat's laughing right now.
Do you even
The whole
internet,
chat
bro?
laughing. He said, "What is W?"
Wanker.
I'm not interested in your little game.
Wanker, you're a dumb fuck.
Okay, how about this, bro? You said not container, but containment. What's doing the containing then?
Yeah.
What's the
Well,
containment then?
whatever causes everything else to accelerate down.
Not whatever. We need something specific.
Oh, really? Fucking helium balloons accelerate down. You dumb fuck.
Yes. So balloons.
Do clouds accelerate down?
Ooh.
So you know about physics, right, Quantum? How we have a balance of forces.
What physics was.
Yeah, actually, clouds don't accelerate down.
Started kicking
Shut up, Jenna.
Wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. Who the fuck is over talking me?
Shut the fuck up.
It's me.
You physics, you don't know what physics is.
Can we stop swearing, guys?
Shut the fuck up.
He's
physics, dude. Go ahead, Creation Bear. You're
what? He doesn't know what physics is. He's just a buzzword out there. But what did he say is doing the containing?
The no container.
Whatever is causing the acceleration.
Why are you saying whatever? Why are you, dude? You're saying that no, there's not a container, but containment. So tell us what's doing the containing, not whatever.
You don't necessarily need to know what is doing the containing. You just need to observe the atmosphere, and you can understand what is going on. Right?
Doing it again. Atmosphere is a paradox. You glue sniffer. Holy fucking shit! You just can't get off it, can you? What the fuck?
So you're using the thing in question as the proof for the thing in question?
No. I'm just saying that it has.
You just said that you can just observe the error.
Let me finish.
Being
You're still saying atmosphere. You're still saying atmosphere. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
You shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up, you glue and retard. My God. You've got fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads. You fucking clown. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
There is no denying the pressure gradient.
I mean,
exists,
you heard
right?
the guy.
Shut
bro.
up.
I mean, I think we're done, bro. I think you're cooked, bro.
Aren't you embarrassed?
It was funny when you said
Aren't you embarrassed, dude?
Is there a pressure gradient or is there not?
Is there?
Does it almost reach zero?
Why are you asking that again?
He's flailing.
Because it's important.
Earlier, you're like, you can't deny there's a gradient. You can't deny there's a gradient. I said, no one denying there's a gradient. But some reason you feel the need to ask again.
So,
you feel comfortable with them?
So, what comes first? Gas pressure gradient, delta X, or gas pressure X?
You need gas first.
Gas pressure X or gas pressure gradients delta X? Which comes first?
You need gas pressure first.
Gas pressure. So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
You need some force to stop the gas.
Force? No. You need a contain. What's the definition?
No. You need a force.
Need a force?
Yeah.
Really? Show it in gas pressure. Define gas pressure and show that force.
Gas pressure is the average kinetic energy of the gas. It is experienced as the pressure exerted per unit area on a container or a surface.
On a gas or a container or what?
Or a surface. So if the gas is colliding with the surface, it will exert a pressure.
That's a fucking container. Define gas pressure.
It doesn't have to be a container.
Shut the fuck up. Define gas pressure with citation, please, right now.
No, I'm not going to give you citations because you know what citations, right?
That's all right. I'll do it for you. You said without a container, right? Doesn't have to be a container. Is that what you said? Yeah? I heard you.
Yeah, I heard. It has to be a finite volume, that's all.
I heard. Shut the fuck up. You said it doesn't have to be a container for gas pressure. Somebody mute him. He's going to interrupt me the whole way. Just fucking mute him. He's got diarrhea of the mouth. Then we'll go through these. I'm not going through him till he's muted.
Oh, I can do it. Just on the phone.
Got him.
Yeah. Thank you. At 1 minute after the hour, remember, he said the gas pressure, then he declined to give citation. He just started speaking out of his ass. He said, you don't need a container. Not necessarily.
I heard that.
Yep. So, from the chemistry department at Elmhurst University, the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. From NASA, gas pressure. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the, guess what? Container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. Back to chemistry department at Elmhurst University. Kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. These last two are really fucking important. Not that he's dead in the water with the first two, but this one is just going to eviscerate him. Enough for my wolf pups to feast. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas from kinetic molecular theory. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container, this is the really, really important part, causes pressure, force on a unit area. Causes. That means if you don't have the container, that you don't have the cause. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the walls, guess what the walls are of? Container. The higher the pressure. Lastly, and this is all over, Chem Liber text. Gas pressure. Pressure is caused. Do you know what that means? By gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. It's all fucking over. That's it. You said that they don't need the container? You're a fucking moron. You would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. There you go. And? You said they didn't need a container. So how can they not need a container? And what causes gas pressure as a container? By NASA, Elmhurst University, and Chem Liber text. You're finished. It's all over. Go ahead. Your response, please. Fuck what? Gas pressure doesn't require a container? What's your response? Where the fuck is he?
He bounced.
Oh my god, dude.
Wow.
It flung away.
How long ago did he bounce?
As soon as QE started reading and I muted him.
Oh, shit.
I can't believe he decided to go from refraction to gas behaviour. Has he never been here before? Right, CB, who's next?
Causes.
He quickly bounced from gravity. Remember I brought up gravity? He bounced away from that one fucking real quick and then jumped to a different topic. I'm pretty flexible, though. I can dash their dumbasses. I'm an equal opportunity ass whooper.
It's affirmative action for you. CB, have we got any more toys in the box?
I bust out my MacBook.
Did you hear how many contradictions this fucking guy said during that whole interaction? Did you guys count them?
And he was saying, when you were saying, oh, so what's the container? He said, well, you don't really need to know what the container is. Isn't that one of their arguments against us?
Yes.
Oh, where's the container? Are they fucked in the head?
Yes. Sorry about that. Go ahead. I stepped on you guys. You were going to move on to something else.
There doesn't seem to be any more toys in the box at the moment, mate.
Should I leave?
And then come back in a couple of minutes, yeah.
You should have said please. All right, I'm out for a few. Yep, I'll catch you on the flip side.
All right, see you in a bit.
All right, guys, you know what to do. W's in the chat.
Yeah, let's get back to talking about my willy size.
Sorry. I was not expecting that. Fucking hell.
I have a picture, so we can check it out, and you can all let me know what you think.
Is that a flick pic?
Hold on.
Bro, I don't like what's going on right now.
We need a bigger topic than that.
Ooh.
Hold on, dude. I'll get it. I'm getting it for you. All right. Okay, just calm down. All right. Check the chat here. Let me know what you think.
What exactly is that?
That's the eclipse, dude. Caused by my wiener.
Okay.
You don't get the joke, bro?
I mean, now I do, but it doesn't really look like one.
Oh my goodness, dude. That's because of atmospheric refraction, duh.
Oh, you're right. Now I get your point.
It'd be a lot bigger, but there's that Umbra.
Lensing.
No, bro, we just got a long history of people that come into our channels and they get muted for CODs and then they go to other channels and cry like a bunch of little bitches. Man, we had someone today trying to go to another chat and tell them all that I said that flat Earth was a theory. And then he's accusing me of being a fake flat earther with the chat and all kinds of stuff. Just because I told him that if this guy's professor that he's inviting comes, we don't want to talk about how he said, I'm going to debunk your theory. We actually just want him to address the topic. You know, we don't want to focus on the fact that he used theory in the wrong contextual, setting. Funny how that works. Everybody that always gets muted, they're like, I didn't do anything wrong. So Dazza, didn't know that he actually had a W and should have just left on a W. It's like, what is that?
Every time I hear that guy come in here, I always think he's a flat earther for some reason.
Well, that's because there's another guy that sounds just like him that is a flat earther. And he has the same similar name.
Yeah, you're talking about Daz, right?
Yeah. Now, they don't sound exactly alike, but who cares? They're Australian, same thing. No, I'm just kidding. But people do get them confused. So I gave him some homework because he said that he's got a clip of QE saying something that he can easily demonstrate false. So I said to him, hey, bro, go make your clip and get your little demonstration and bring it back so we can check it out.
Is QE owner of the server or room?
No.
What? Was that English?
Yeah, QE's not the owner of this room.
Okay.
No, I think it's.
Why do you guys let him sort of do the thing he does?
What does he do?
Because he had, listen, I'll tell you, he has an officially submitted 504 plan, and according to the proper standards, we accommodate his disability. What's your issue?
I don't know. It's just a weirdly critical thing to allow QE to come on and do what he does when you guys want like a discussion and people to be nice and not abusive right off the bat. Like it's I don't know. What does he have over you guys that you let him do this? Does he get views or something?
Nothing. He's been banned from the server for over a year. He's been disconnected from any conversation. So, don't know what you're on about.
Are you not entertained?
What? I saw him on here yesterday.
Oh my goodness, dude!
I avoided coming into this room.
In the past, he's been banned for a year, dude.
Oh, okay.
Is he not? Don't you find him entertaining, Dogs?
Let him come in, unban, do the same thing, and not reban.
Don't you find him entertaining?
Oh my god, dude! I'll tell you why. It's very simple, dude. Because he hasn't committed the offenses that were bannable offenses. Okay, there you go. Is this rocket science or something? For fuck's sake!
So, what are the bannable offenses? I've read the
rule violations. There you go.
And he breaks them all.
Yeah, rule violations.
Okay, that's fine. If you guys are just making excuses for him, that's fine. He can be your friend. He can come in the room. I'm not running this room. I was just confused by the whole thing.
What do you mean? What do you mean we're making excuses for him? He got banned from politics for doing something that he shouldn't have, and he hasn't done that again. So we're not making excuses for anything.
But you've got rules for the room of don't interrupt and be abusive and stuff like that, and he does that literally every time he comes into a room. He can't help himself.
Are you not entertained?
Exactly. You answered the question. He can't help himself, and he has an officially submitted 504 plan, which according to the ADA, we have to accommodate his disability. What don't you get?
That's a fun excuse. It's a good one. I'll give you that.
I know. I'm the champion of those types of things.
Yeah. You make excuses for your friend.
You robot in there.
Dude, Climb Eraser is actually capable of posting a citation when asked. That alone makes him have a privilege of being here over 99.9% of the Glovers.
Are his citations good, or are they all just screenshots? Like you guys like to post?
Holy crap.
Alright, so if I want a citation for like a word or... How's Discord having trouble with me today?
Just start all over. Come back in.
AI, you're robot in as well.
Hello, dogs are gods. Did you come here to debate anything?
Yeah, I mean, I can debate any subject you're really interested in, from flat Earth to religion, whatever.
Well, let's keep it to the Earth, buddy.
Okay.
So,
can you think of any
here quite a bit? Not a bit. Like sometimes I see you come in here.
Oh, okay.
You're a nice guy, okay?
Yep. Sometimes.
But why do you feel like you live on a spinning space ball?
Well, it's not a feeling. I don't go off vibes. It's just my position of how I come to beliefs. It requires justification through some scientific method or predictions, things like that. And I think the globe has that sort of evidence that matches my belief structure.
Okay, and would you consider astronomy a science that follows a scientific method?
Yeah, 100%.
Why would you consider that?
Because it creates a testable hypothesis that just requires you to, predict an observation you're going to see in the future that is novel, and in a lot of cases those novel observations are seen, and then they're added to the hypothesis or validating the hypothesis. And it has falsification criteria for its hypotheses as well.
But that's not following the scientific method. There's no natural phenomena observed, really, in astronomy.
So we don't look up and see like light behaving in strange ways in the sky.
Yeah, you do, but how do you really test that? How do you?
I just explained it to you. I just explained it to you.
But you're just making predictions.
The astronomers manipulate. The astronomers manipulate an independent variable.
Was that in my explanation at any point?
Well, in order to conduct a scientific experiment, don't you need to manipulate an independent variable?
No, you guys believe that's the case because you read that it is one of the ways to do science, but it's not the only way. You guys seem to have. It's the same with definitions for words. You guys seem to
no independent variable needed for the
meaning depending on the context. Sorry, I didn't hear. I was finishing my sentence.
Yeah, so you're saying no independent variable is needed for the scientific method, is what you're saying.
You don't have to manipulate an independent variable. You can manipulate time, you can manipulate your position, and that will change an observation for the independent variable.
So not science.
If that's your religious dogma, if that's your thought-terminating phrase, I'm okay with you saying that, but it sucks to be
not religious dogma. It's based off of the definition of what the scientific method is.
Well, position and time are...
Science doesn't have just a single definition.
But position and time are position and time are acceptable independent variables in the Black Swan experiment. So why aren't they acceptable independent variables in astronomy?
You know what Black Swan experiment?
That was funny.
Anyway, can we get back to like a religious-based problem that you guys have?
No, bro.
Astronomy?
Somebody said Black Swan experiment, and he was asked what it was, so he's got to answer. Give him a chance.
Well, clearly he doesn't know what it was. He's taken like 20 minutes.
For one, it was not an experiment.
Yeah, Yapendos just was, I don't know, man. It was kind of like an emotional response to Yapendos being so disingenuous, so I do apologize. I'm going to let you guys continue from here.
I was not being disingenuous. I was just stating a fact of what the definition of the scientific method is. There's one definition for it.
Is there only one definition? Could you
if
show
you're not
us
veering into
where it's only one
pseudoscience, then
definition?
yes.
He never said scientific method. He did not say scientific method. So you guys are talking past each other.
He said experiment, and experiment is a test of a hypothesis. A hypothesis is a prediction as to the causes of phenomena.
Can observations be tests of a hypothesis?
No, it wouldn't be following the scientific method.
Okay, so if I say scientifically, if we look at the genetic mixing of rodents to create different color schemes, we can find that a rodent that has a dominant color versus one that has a non-dominant color will produce offspring that would largely have the dominant color. Now, we are not involved in any way in all of this. Sitting with a camera looking at nature. I'm still trying to finish what I'm talking about, okay? I'm giving you an analogy.
No, but
so if we were just watching nature, we're not forcing these mice to have children, then that would give us an observation that would validate a hypothesis, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the black swan.
Okay, so in the black swan, you could predict that we'd be able to see this optical thing happen, and we'd be able to see it depending on the changes in, say, the variable of refraction. And with the changes in the variable of refraction, we'd be able to predict what happens. How would that not be science? It'd be predicting based off a hypothesis.
Predictions based on a hypothesis of what caused phenomena to happen. At the moment, we're trying to measure the distance to the horizon. That's what the black swan's about, the measurement to the distance to the horizon.
Yeah, so you could come up with the flat Earth hypothesis is that the distance to the horizon would be X distance, whatever the limitation of vision would be, due to atmospheric conditions, and then the globe would have it as Y distance, which you guys would just call the geometric horizon, which we wouldn't, but you could say that that's your hypothesis. And then you could test to see if you can observe a certain point at a certain time of day, and whether that matches one hypothesis but not the other, thus falsifying the other hypothesis. And that would have you not manipulating anything. It'd just be purely observation, and it'd be a falsification criteria, which, as Popper has stated again and again and again, and as people who have read Popper and come up with philosophy of science have stated again and again and again, the best thing is falsification criteria in order to do science.
Okay, so we didn't follow the scientific method. You just brought up Popper. Thanks.
Is that your thought-terminating phrase you're going with today?
How is that not disingenuous, brother? Is that not part of the scientific method?
Sorry.
It's a thought-terminating phrase. Anytime they're pushed, they just retreat to a phrase where they no longer have to be part of the conversation.
Is not the whole, is it?
That is the scientific method. If you create a hypothesis, you create a
hypothesis. What is a hypothesis?
How is this not disingenuous?
Sorry, asking you a question. What is a hypothesis?
Yeah, a hypothesis is a testable question.
Right? No, a hypothesis is a prediction, a very special type of prediction. It's a prediction of what causes phenomena to happen. You can then test this hypothesis in an experiment where you
That's not true.
Not a hypothesis.
Oh my God.
That's not true.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this guy.
It's not true.
That's exactly what a hypothesis is. If anybody is saying that's not true, is just is not. You're not there, bro.
Shut up, Poldy. Shut up.
No, the definition is it's a proposed explanation for something that you can then make predictions of. So the prediction isn't the hypothesis. The prediction comes from the hypothesis.
A hypothesis is a very special type of prediction, isn't it? A hypothesis is where you predict what causes the natural phenomena that you observed in the physical and natural world to happen, that you can test in an experiment where you, the researcher, very manipulate what you think caused that to happen whilst keeping your control variables the same. Sorry.
No, so what you can do is you can just come up with an assumption X did Y.
The whole of the scientific method.
So you could just, the hypothesis is just X was caused by Y, and there's no prediction in that. That's just an assumption. That's a statement. And that's a proposition, right? And then after that, you say if X is caused by Y.
If this and that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I've stopped talking, Jedi, when you were finishing your sentence. Can you do me some courtesy here?
No, because you're a cunt and I don't like you.
See, this is what I talk about. QE comes in and does this sort of behaviour, and you guys let it happen. Now Jedi's doing it, you let it happen. Just have some balls, grow up.
Figured it out. Jedi doesn't like cunts, so he's clearly gay. Right, I rest my case.
Yeah, I don't think you guys would tolerate outsiders of the club calling anybody a cunt. I don't think that would be tolerated.
All fucking time, dude. At the moment, I was addressing you before this dumb fuck decided to interrupt our conversation. No, I was specifically talking...
Well, you said something untrue, and you guys interrupted me anytime I said something.
He's doing it again.
Can all you cunts shut up?
Jedi, go ahead.
It's fine. I was addressing this guy. He was specifically talking about the singular part of observation being science. No, the singular part isn't the whole, which is what I was trying to point out before Dogs of Gods decided to wrap up and start interrupting our conversation, which he does.
Yeah, I'm sorry you weren't smart enough to get...
No,
shut up,
Dogs. Talking.
Yeah. Where's the other guy gone? Let's talk to the other guy.
Yeah, so the whole of the scientific method in the observational experiment is you still create a hypothesis, and you determine independent variables such as what would, if I was positioned here...
observational experiment?
Yes, so in observational experiment, scientific experiment is if I stand here, then that star will be, your prediction, your testable question is that star will be in this position at this time of night.
Sorry, that's not a scientific hypothesis, though. A hypothesis must be tested, where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomena or not. You're talking about something else. What you're talking about isn't natural science, dude. It's making observations and predictions.
Yes, that isn't natural science, but it's still an observational experiment. But it's not in the form of natural science, where the hypothesis is predicting the cause. So why does something fall? My hypothesis is gravity. That's the reason something falls. Right,
awesome
that's naturalistic.
So then, to test that hypothesis, you're going to have to vary and manipulate your presumed cause, which is gravity, to make the thing drop. You understand the difference here? You can say shit, I think this done that, but without testing it, you've got no science.
And that's why evolution and Darwinism is fake.
That was a weird jump.
No, that's baloney. Baloney. Yes.
Silence.
Right, so it's not the case that if something is proven to not be science, means that the proposition otherwise can't be proven. Okay. Science is not the only arbiter of truth, for goodness sakes.
You can't science the sky. That's what I would say.
I don't know, I recognise that voice.
Well, hello there, Jedi.
Motherfucker, it's Redman. Good to see you, brother. How you doing?
Hey, we're still kicking.
It's good to see you, man. What you been up to? It's been a long while since you've been in here.
I'm in the background, but when they start talking about science in the sky, I mean, bro, come on, stop. You can't manipulate the sky. No one can.
Man.
It irks me to my bone.
Which returns me to my previous statement. Position and time are acceptable, very independent variables in the Black Swan experiment, but not.
What's that?
anywhere
Black Swan
else
experiment.
in science, not in the sky, not in astronomy.
What's the Black Swan experiment? Please fill us in.
The floor is open. Come on, man.
Yeah, you said this twice now, dude, and when asked, you didn't say what you mean by making this claim. So you got to back it up someday, bro.
It sounds like he's making it up, to be honest. I don't think there even was this thing that he's...
Yeah, where's time in the Black Swan argument? Where's time mentioned?
That's some good.
At all. Yeah, like at all. Where is it mentioned at all?
No, he's making it up.
I know, but I'm lampooning it regardless, so I don't need you to tell me that he's making it up every time. All right, so check it out. So it took place on Sunday. Oh, that's time. Oh, that's time in the variables because it took place on a day. Is that what you're trying to say, dude? We're trying to get to the bottom of your claim here. So you're going to help us, or you're going to make us flop around like fish because you're just talking out your ass? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Crickets. Crickets.
All right, being as we're not talking to anybody else, Dogs, I've got you unmuted.
Dang, Jedi. Oh.
Yeah, speaking of that,
just to go back to what we were talking about. So, how would having two hypotheses being tested with a prediction and the only variable being time and date change, how would that not be scientific method?
Did he just say that?
Like, how many different examples do I need to give before you guys can see, yeah, okay, that's science?
How about start with one example?
Crickets.
Yeah, so dogs, if I have, for example, two hypotheses, but they're predicting the same thing, right? X does this, X does this, and I can't prove my hypothesis to be true. They have no explanatory power, right? So a perfect example would be...
a really good point.
A perfect example would be creation versus evolution, right? Evolution holds no merit, right? So creation wins.
So that's a good point. It's called the problem of underdetermination. That's why we have hypotheses that if they are competing, they need to generate predictions that are mutually exclusive to the hypothesis, so they don't fit either hypothesis. And we have that for the shape of the Earth, right?
You say you have that for the shape of the Earth, but I don't think you do. Right? You say you do.
You have a hypothesis.
Yeah, so I've given it a few times, right? So if you have an object disappear that crosses from above your eye line to below your eye line, then that prediction would validate the globe alone because it's not part of the flat Earth hypothesis.
What?
It's not a hypothesis, and we can show things just appear bottom up on a flat surface. So
that's some bullshit anyway. There is no flat Earth hypothesis. You'd fail 5th grade intro to general science. You're a moron.
You're in trouble.
So the problem is that there is a hypothesis for the flat Earth.
There is no hypothesis for the shape. No, there's not. What is a scientific hypothesis?
I'm about to give you one. I'm about to give you one.
What? No, wait a second. Wait a second.
Why are you having a meltdown? What's happening now, buddy?
Shut your fucking mouth.
Why are you having a meltdown?
Shut the fuck
Why are you
up.
having a meltdown?
Shut the fuck up.
Why are you having a meltdown? Why are you having a meltdown?
Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth.
Why are you having a meltdown?
Shut
What's wrong? Are you emotionally unstable?
Mute him. Just mute him.
So you got a cup of QE here so he can be abusive.
Just mute him.
Sorry,
why is he fucking muted?
The hypothesis is that we're on a planar
Why is he fucking muted? Thank you. He's just your everyday average dumb fuck baltard with diarrhea of the mouth. Why is he in here?
Why don't you answer his question?
What was his question?
I don't know.
Holy fucking shut your fucking mouth.
Well, so no, he was proposing. He was actually answering, and I was interested what Dogs Are Gods was saying. He was answering what is the what was it?
Oh my god.
The mutually exclusive hypothesis for globe versus flat Earth.
There
was
is
apparently
none.
no.
There is none.
Yes.
That's a category.
Right, so
Shut your fucking mouth. Shut up.
Right, no,
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
Yeah.
up. Shut up. You're such a fucking retard. There is no scientific hypothesis for anything having to do with the shape of the Earth, you abject moron.
Yeah, and that's why I was interested.
It's a category error.
Oh, you go ahead.
It's a category error, sunshine. If you have a question about that,
what's the correct category?
Sacrificed your
what's the correct category?
Science acumen.
What's the correct
your
category?
Third grade science acumen on
What's
the
the correct
altar of
category?
second grade dumb fuck. So we got the white knight that came out before that didn't know what was complaining about. Why don't you answer his question? What was his question? I don't know. That's that dumb fuck. Just leave him on permanent mute. Mr.
They're not
White
sending
Knight
their
dumb
best
fuck.
out here tonight, huh?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, answer the question.
Shut the fuck up.
Mute.
Shut the fuck up.
This is ridiculous.
So take him off mute. That's it, mods. Take him off mute. I want to waste my time, so come on and waste my time with fucking idiot white knights. Appreciate that.
Low tier.
There you go again.
Yeah, it's low tier.
Unbelievable. Whoever took him off mute, can you go ahead and answer his
took
question,
me off
please?
mute. Yeah, answer my question. But
Yes,
you're running.
whoever did. Not me. Who took him off mute?
What was the question?
What was the question?
You answer him. The mod that did that, you fucking deal with him. You want me to clean up your horse shit? Then you fucking answer him.
Is there any questions out there?
What was the miscategorization? What was the?
Oh my God! So you're gonna sacrifice your below second grade acumen on the altar of dumb fuck first grade?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. So let's walk you through it. What is a scientific hypothesis?
It's like a testable question prediction on an outcome or what causes a phenomenon, right?
You almost got it. So, it's a predictional supposition in the natural cause and effect relationships. So you had some of the right buzzwords. You didn't put them together right. So, it's cause and effect relationships. What does that have to do with fucking shapes? Yeah, I rest my case. That's why it's a category error. Holy shit.
Interesting, right? The shape of something. Geometry.
So, essentially, globe Earth. It's not a hypothesis. It's a theory comprised of hypotheses.
Get the
right?
fuck out of here. You can't have a theory without validated hypotheses. You fucking glue sniffing idiot.
Sure. So I think
so you said sure. So you just contradicted yourself.
Yeah, no,
just
I think we're lasering in on the.
I don't like it because you're a fucking contradicting moron.
No.
You just agreed that scientific hypotheses don't deal with fucking shapes, and then you said it's a theory. But a theory are made up of hypotheses, you ignoramus dumbass. You just contradicted yourself again. Shut the fuck up. My God. It's like talking to my sister's kids.
All right, man.
Shut up.
Look, let's be amenable here. It's not your fault that you speak this way, friend. You've been indoctrinated that these words are interchangeable from a colloquial sense to a precise sense. So in science, hypotheses, they're not hypotheses and theory and experiment.
Who interchanged them?
You did?
You did.
I interchanged the words hypothesis and theory.
Yes.
Well, no. I asked if that was the distinction, miscategorization.
No, you didn't.
That quantum.
Okay. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Well, I would have explained it, but whatever.
Feel free, because this guy's just shitting on me. Feel free to explain it.
I did explain it to you, you dumb fuck. I'm shitting on you because you're a moron. You'd fail intro to 5th grade general science, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, so a hypothesis, in general speak, is just like an underlying concept or idea, or something your ideations. Like, I wonder if this will happen, or I wonder if frogs lick mushrooms. But a scientific hypothesis is, like you said, it's a suppositional prediction of if this then that. Right? It's actually structured to be testable, so you could introduce the if. So like if heat, right, and then you could get the effect, if heat then boil, right? So that's that type of structure, and you can't apply that to everything in life. It only applies to certain types of things. It's like I don't use that when I measure a 2x4. I don't go, I wonder what my hypothesis is on what this is. No, I just freaking measure the thing.
AI, your mic is it's a train wreck.
Oh man,
so fucking bad.
So
dude.
AI, if you had to try to characterize what quantum was trying to tell me, is that the miscategorization is that it's not a hypothesis; it's just a prediction outside of it. Is that what you're saying?
No. A scientific hypothesis is a fucking prediction in science, dude. So you fuck.
Yeah, so my question to AI
that's 3 strikes, dude. You're out,
dude. I'm on. Listen, friend. I'm on Naughty Mike timeout. Okay.
You fucked up 3 times. I mean, don't you have any honor? Do I need to continue this? Are you a masochist?
Well, I'd like to get to the second part, which is theory. How theory is misappropriated. So, a theory in a general common parlance is just like the way you think something's going to happen, or your idea about something, which is similar to what was just said earlier. Like, my theory why Sheila hates you is because you always wear lilac perfume. Okay, that's one way of using it. But in a science theory it's basically a summation of a bunch of experiments which already had their own hypotheses, which are all tested and validated by experimentation. So a theory actually comes at the end.
Right.
So the observation comes first, right? Then you have to do some, finagling in your mind. Okay, what do I think might cause this? Then you come up with your hypothesis. That could be testable. Then you execute the test on that hypothesis to see whether or not you validated it. And then after you do that with all the surrounding circumstances, then you can then only begin to construct a theory.
Yes, so I understand a theory is like a system of how a phenomenon functions. It's a prediction of a whole, comprised of a whole lot of, like you said, scientifically tested hypotheses.
No, that's correct. Your last statement was correct.
I understand that. I understand that now.
Now you understand.
Yes, I understand what a theory is.
Now you understand what a hypothesis is. Now you understand what a scientific theory is. Yeah. Now you understand
you go ahead.
what a scientific hypothesis is. Now you're just fucking diarrhea of the mouth through it. You're not going to save yourself. You can't save it. So give me the scientific hypothesis for the Earth being flat or the Earth being a sphere.
He's off mute. I would love to hear it as well. Oh, he left. Okay, well, all that for nothing. Yeah, so as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, I do, and it's been like 15 minutes. It's
fuck off. Fuck you.
Hey, Q,
I just educated your dumbass. I took time out, 10 minutes, to educate your dumbass. Now you're going to fucking say, well, while I was rudely interrupted, you're a fucking moron, dude.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish, man.
Yeah, you're a fucking moron. Yeah. While you were rudely interrupted because you're a pretender clown fraud. Dumb fuck.
Interesting.
That's what, yeah. That's why you were interrupted.
What am I pretending? What's my imaginary
what's
position?
A scientific? So let's see how much you've learned. What is a scientific hypothesis?
Are you finished?
No. What is a scientific hypothesis right now?
Am I allowed to turn people down in this
just
guest
mute
server?
Just mute him. Fuck
Am I
you.
allowed? Because I can't get my sentence out.
Fuck off. Mute him.
All right.
Bye.
Well, what do you think's going to happen if you turn him down and you talk straight through him because you want to get your sentence out? You think we're going to hear your sentence too?
That's a great point.
What's a scientific hypothesis? Second time. There ain't going to be a third. He can't even remember.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know is a sufficient answer, by the way.
I just fucking taught him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he retained it.
That's exactly why I asked him. That's why I reversed back course. Yeah, you're a pretender clown, dude.
It's. Yeah.
Dude, I'm not quite getting it completely. So let's walk through it together. It's also an acceptable response.
Yeah, I think I understand, and
what is it?
I'd like to finish my sentence from.
What is it? What is a scientific hypothesis? Then you can finish your fuckwit sentence.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, this is a belly laugher, dude.
I'm actually rooting for you in the background, dude. Come on, you can do it. I know you can.
Yeah, we'll even let you phone a friend. Brenda just arrived.
Oh my God!
You can go to MC Tune.
It's a shoe.
Oh
Fuck
my
MC.
God!
MC
Mute Brenda,
booger
dude.
eater.
He's live
He wouldn't
right
know
now.
what science was if it
live
climbed up
right
his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina
I was
Reaper lace concertina wire. Don't you fucking dare overtalk me.
I was here earlier.
You shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Brenda, nobody cared then. Brenda, nobody cared then. Nobody cares now. No means no. Respect our consent, please. Thank you.
So, trans child or what the fuck kind of handle is that, by the way?
Yes, sir.
Are your heels together?
I'm clicking them.
They better be. So, you got enough time from the idiot white knights here. You heard me say what a scientific hypothesis was. You could have already looked it up. Of course, you're going to get a bunch of dumb fuck answers on Google. What is a scientific hypothesis?
I just wanted to clarify. Like, you know what? I don't even remember my statement from before, so it's not even.
What is a scientific hypothesis?
Like
That's non sequitur. You're non-responsive to my question. What is a scientific hypothesis, sir?
It's
mute
it's a testable.
Yep.
It's
sure.
It's a testable explanation for.
No.
Why would you need to test an explanation?
Well,
so I'm dying to tell you, dude, but I'll get shot if I help you.
But I'll get shot if I help you.
Dude, I just want to know how many people actually showed up to McTunes from Brenda's, road trip around all the servers.
McBugger Eater, he's dumber than Brenda is. He actually is, dude. He's actually dumber than Brenda. That fucking clown. That's why his name's McBugger Eater.
Oh, so I answered and got it wrong. I remember my statement from earlier.
You used some words. Kiwi kind of corrected the words that you used and put them in the correct order. I mean, you weren't far off, dude.
I appreciate that.
Hey, don't feel bad. If you asked Jedi to do it right now, he wouldn't get it right either.
Yes, he would.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm honestly just like really tired from a 10-hour workday and don't.
All right, we'll let you phone a friend. We'll let you phone a friend.
No,
so you get to pick anyone.
React to this guy yelling at me down my throat, and I seriously was trying to get a sentence out for the last 2 minutes.
Oh, poor baby. Trying to get
just pretend that you're at the nursing home visiting your senile grandfather trying to make his day, and everything will be okay.
I gotcha. No, just my brain's not working at full capacity at the moment. That's all.
It's all right. What we're trying to help people understand is science is one of those terms that gets banded around everywhere because, you know, science proves things. We often get told that science proves the shape of the Earth. We understood exactly what science was, the scientific method, what a hypothesis was, and what you do after you've constructed your hypothesis. You test it in an experiment. You'd understand, as QE's pointed out, it's a category error. The scientific method only deals with cause and effect reasoning. You observe a natural phenomena in the physical natural world, and then you're going to make a prediction as to what causes that phenomena. You're going to have your independent variable, which will be your cause, and your dependent variable will be the phenomena you observed in nature. You can then take the hypothesis forward, and you can test it by varying and manipulating the independent variable to see if there's any change in the dependent variable while keeping all control variables the same. It's a category error, dude. It's not going to elucidate the shape of an object. If you want to figure out the shape of an object, well, that's going to be geometry. We're going to make observations and measurements. It's not the category for science, dude.
I see. So it's not even a theory, to answer precisely. It wouldn't even be considered a theory of, you know, combined of many hypotheses, tested experiments. It's simply geometry.
Yeah, he wouldn't.
Right.
You wouldn't get anywhere near theory. Yeah, you wouldn't get anywhere near theory. You have to have, like was said earlier, a group of hypotheses that have already been tested to be true, and you can build your theory upon something that you've demonstrated.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, you got it.
I suppose, like, the only issue with that is it's simply too big a geometric object for any human to
why?
I don't know, to really measure, isn't it?
No. No, they wouldn't they have had to already measure it to tell you it's a globe?
Well, sure, right, but that's not like you didn't measure that. I can't go and measure it.
I can measure parts of it. Sure.
Right. Yeah.
That's all I need, right?
I can measure a distance for you right now of about 4,500 nautical miles. If I measure the elevation angle of a star at 15 degrees above the horizon, that's going to be amazing.
Jedi, you are amazing, man. I've been struggling for almost 30 minutes in here trying to understand the miscategorization error that Quantum was yelling at me about, and you put it so succinctly, concise, clear. Like, you're amazing. You have an incredible mind. I appreciate that.
You want to have his kids?
Some kind of compassion, or
you want to have his
communication skills. I don't know what it is, but I really appreciate that. No, because
it's the English accent, dude. It's just the English accent. That's all it is.
No,
I could say a load of fucking shit, but it's in English, and you'll believe it.
You weren't screaming at me to shut the fuck up every 2 seconds, too.
Yeah, but you're missing a key point here, friend. You have to tenderize the steak before you pour the spices.
And also, I mean, don't go beyond the balance of fact.
So, Jedi rub your feet and gave it to you straight up. Like I did like 5 fucking times. So, next, what's your next point?
I wanted to hear Dog provide his hypotheses and consider that in my mind for myself if that's a valid hypothesis. You know what I mean? I wanted to hear
God,
that.
he didn't fucking understand what Jetty just said. Oh my God, dude.
Right.
Are you retarded? What the fuck, dude? That is the dumbest thing you could have said. You just thanked Jedi for telling you how beautiful
what you were trying to say. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
You don't know how many times you did that.
Yeah, you don't know how many. Shut your fucking mouth. So he just explained it to you. Shut the fuck up. He just explained it to you, rubbing your feet and giving you hot chocolate. Shut the fuck up. Shut up! He just explained it to you after I explained it to you 5 fucking times. Yeah, get your dumb ass out of here.
Well, visiting hours were over at the nursing home, so he had to leave.
Thanks a lot. Your sister. People are just trying to provoke me, aren't you?
Baby steps.
You're just trying to provoke me. I can see it by the mute off of the dumbest fucking idiot ever to walk the earth.
Remember, there's a 4 minutes.
Planet Peckerwood? No, who's it?
It's pretty well. You know what? I'd have to put Planet Peckerhead, the Peckerless Peckerwood, Peckerhead below Brenda. I'd have to do that. He's that stupid.
I mean, there's a lot of contenders.
There is a lot of contenders.
Did I just hear my boy Elijah?
What about T-Jump?
Yeah, we're gonna start fighting.
Yeah,
that's
It's not Elijah.
That's
I
racist.
I got T-jumped earlier by these dumb fucks.
Oh, I got a Brenda. How many
Oh god.
How many customers did you get from your circuit?
Circuit?
Yeah, like you were asking people to go to McToon's. So how many people came?
Nobody. You're all cowards. You're all cowards.
Mr. McBooger Eater, the sun is solid enough. I guess there's a lot of takers for that dumb shit.
How do we get radar returns off of storm clouds?
Yeah, how do you do that when the sun's a black body, dumb fuck?
Storm clouds, QE. How do we get a radar?
Clouds.
Storm clouds. Yeah.
Storm clouds, because they have solids in them. And
God, you're dumb.
And liquids. And liquids. That's how you do. Because the sun's a black body, you dumb fuck.
No, it's not.
Or clouds. So, okay, you said, let's just make it clear. You said the sun is not a black body, right? Is that what you said? Dumb fuck.
That is correct.
Okay, put her on mute. She said the sun is not a black body. Everyone heard that. Can I get some Can I get an amen from the congregation?
Amen.
The sun is not a black body. One moment, please. From Brenda, the fucking moron. Where it's a shoe. What's the hypothesis? It's a shoe. Read in and weep, Brenda. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 59 minutes after the hour. From Brown University, one of the most distinguished, high academic standard universities in the entire fucking world. Can somebody read that for me, please?
The sun is a black body.
Brenda, carry your dumb fuck ass out of here. I'm tired of dealing with your isotope fucking bullshit. You're a dumb fuck, Mrs. Amino acids.
Not
make
a
up
perfect
fucking
black
genetics.
body.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Not a perfect
Shut
black
up.
body.
Shut
Not
the fuck
a
up.
perfect
Shut
black
the fuck
body.
up. Shut
Not
up.
a
Shut up.
black
Shut your
body.
fucking mouth.
Not a perfect
Shut up fucking
black
mouth.
body.
Shut
Not
your fucking
a perfect
mouth.
black body.
Shut your
There's
fucking
the-
mouth. You're done. Bye
That's
bye,
supposed to be a
Laura.
citation.
Say again.
What Brenda posted, I was trying to see if that was supposed to be a citation.
She doesn't know what a citation is either.
Because it says the sun approximates one, meaning it emits electromagnetic radiation as if it were a perfect black body.
It's horse shit.
So it like contradicts itself in the first sentence.
Yep. And you can't be, you're either a black body or you're not. You're either pregnant or you're not. It's black and white.
Oh, stack exchange? All right, let's see.
Stack exchange. Physics stack exchange. Ask her what a citation is.
Where's the like the credentialed citation in this little Stack Exchange article? How do I know it wasn't some schmuck that wrote that?
Or is it? Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was a schmuck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like this isn't a citation. This is like a nonsense.
Hold up.
Where you just like Google the sun is not a black body and the first thing that comes up you post? I mean, come on now.
Somebody's saying that you need to update your link. QEs, the way back between.
Thanks. Yeah, I just got that. All right. I'll do it. 1 second. Universities do change their links. Penn State is notorious for that. It's been a while.
Yeah, that's so annoying.
Yeah, it's just part of doing business.
Yeah, I haven't heard you use this argument in a long time.
Yeah, it's been some years. Hold on.
You guys know that they sent this probe, which was supposedly listening to the sun, and it definitely confirmed the sun was a black body when it heard the smoke alarm beep.
You know, the sun is not a perfect black body, although it acts like a perfect black body.
Oh my goodness. It's a good thing I'm part black so I can say racist jokes.
Brown University's fucking blocking me. All right. Yeah, they're blocking me. Some of the higher up institutions, they'll do that. All right. Let's see if I can pivot.
Do you ever use a VPN?
Say again?
Do you ever use a VPN for that type of shit?
I can't hear you, dude.
Sorry, my voice is out. Do you ever use a VPN?
He was asking.
Hello?
He was asking the relevancy of a VPN in avoiding what's occurring.
Yeah. Have you ever used one?
Yeah, it's not pulling it up. Hold on. I'll make the way back. This page is available on the web. Really?
Yeah, whatever.
Hold on a second. Let's try another route. Thanks a lot. It's just common sense anyway. Brown. Yeah, the first one that came up was fucking Physics Stack Exchange. Brenda, you fucking clown. It says it's available on the web, but it's not pulling it up.
Hey, Kiwi, did you hear Neil deGrasse Tyson's prediction about the internet? Where he said eventually with the influx of people using AIs and generative content and all of this, and the fact that most people do stupid crap like Brenda just did anyway, that the majority of content that can actually be accessed from the front-facing internet is going to be so fake that everyone's going to draw it into suspect and nobody's going to give a crap about the internet anymore for anything. Like, you're going to have to go back to actually direct peer-to-peer or, go to a library or something.
Wow. Yep, I can't locate it. Black. Let's try that. Holy shit. Somebody probably called them and they deleted it. That's happened before. Shout out to M. Scott Veach. Fucking clown. Wonder how Brown can get rid of that, though.
So yeah, for those that don't know who are listening, since you haven't been around or up to date, there are a bunch of citations that were used by flat earthers to make arguments or prove points, and some butthurt Globers got upset about it, and so they called the universities or whoever was responsible for curating the websites, etc., and asked them to remove the citations from their websites.
Yep.
And idiotically, some of the morons acquiesced to their demands because they were so afraid that the flat Earth, and they did it, and then they had a backlash from people who said, "Hey, dumbass, that's actually being cited by other professionals that need that, so you need to put that back up."
Yep.
You can't let your little butthurt fifis about flat Earth dictate the way you run your university, you dumbos.
Yep, that happened to Professor Wolfs at the University of Rochester. That's exactly what happened to him.
That's the way they operate, bros. So we got Globers that try to get people fired from their jobs, calling up their licensure boards. We got Globers that try to pretend to be in love with flat earther girls so that they can sway them back to the globe via romance, and then of course they're going to dump them afterwards. We got all kinds of despicable behavior by Globers. It's quite a record they got for the past decade.
Uh-oh. I'll take the University of Alberta. Hold on a second. Nope, they didn't fucking do it either. You fucking glue sniffing fungus munchers, you. I should have downloaded that PDF, but I didn't do it.
Oh man, Brenda's doubting necessary antecedent, generally or specifically?
She's a fucking idiot.
Doubting. Quote, I don't believe in necessary antecedents.
Well, necessary antecedents would be physical objects in Brenda's worldview, I imagine.
It's just
I don't know.
a weird sentence.
I just think Brenda's mom is the necessary antecedent for Brenda's existence.
That's true.
Brenda doesn't believe in that.
I mean, right, fucking Adam. Unless Brenda's a test tube baby, in that case, the necessary antecedent is the test tube.
Their daddy.
And the DNA
Process
test
of
determines you are not the mother.
the process, this is hard to grasp for a lot of people I know, but I'm going to say it. The process of fecundation is initiated by the male gamete, not the woman.
I believe that Jenna is Mari Povich.
That's so funny. The DNA test confirms that you are not the mother. Wait.
That's funny.
Because necessary antecedents don't exist.
Holy fucking shit.
Wonder how many people have, you know how sometimes babies get swapped at birth accidentally? Imagine, they went to court and the father gets a DNA test and they go, "You're not the father." And he goes, "What the fuck?" And then she wasn't the mother either. That'd be fucked.
You know what they say, right? Mama's baby, daddy's maybe.
Imagine that though. That relationship's destroyed. But none of them are the mother or the father. But the mother doesn't bother getting a DNA test because she knows, she goes, "Well, I have to be the mother." So.
Well, that attitude would make her lose her relationship, wouldn't it? Pretty ignorant attitude. Supposedly, yeah, exactly.
I know that I haven't slept with anyone else, so I'll go and get a DNA test. Too. You are not.
It's like you said, the chain of custody is broken from the time that the baby pops out to the time you take it home. So unless you can validate that that's the same Papa Squatty body that came out of you, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Which is why they should have mandatory DNA tests before you're allowed to leave the hospital with the child. But they won't do that, and the reason why they won't do that is because too many women rest on the fact of deceiving men about the paternity of their children. So they will never allow that to happen.
Oh, I already had it. I was searching for it. I already had it. All right, so let's take a look at this from Science Direct. Hold on. There's Daz, a dumb fuck, still there. So, from ScienceDirect.com, black body radiation. A black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light is reflected, and therefore, at low temperature, it appears black. Emission from a black body is temperature dependent, and at high temperature, a black body will emit a spectrum of photon energies that span the visible range, and therefore, it will appear white. The sun is an example of a high-temperature black body. Over. So, number 2, absorptivity. A black body surface completely absorbs external irradiation. Regardless of direction and wavelength distribution, its surface absorptivity is always 1. So, alpha psi equals alpha equals 1. The reflectivity of a black body is always fucking 0. So, there ain't bouncing any fucking biscuits off that black body. Game, set, match. You're a dumb fuck, Brenda. You've been exposed, for the 575,896 time? Get your fucking dumb ass out of here. Yeah. So a high temperature black body. It's not a perfect echoplex. Come off, Moot. Oh, he's not in here. He's a chat skank. Can somebody get rid of the dumb fuck? Thanks. High temperature black body, still a black body, you moron. Fucking clown.
Yeah, so like according to like what Brenda posted earlier, this is insinuating that the sun emits stuff. But the other thing is that yes, at temperature it will emit, but it won't reflect. Is that what it? Yeah, that's right. Am I right? So what Brenda posted was merely an assertion. It didn't explain anything. It just says, while not a perfect black body, then goes on to say it emits electromagnetic radiation as if it were a perfect black body. So what the heck?
Yeah, it's all over. He bouncing shit off the sun. Clowns. It's a high temperature black body, you abject moron, Brenda. You think but I've compromised you so many times, Mrs. Jeans are made of fucking amino acids. Get your dumb ass out of here. Go over to McBugger Eater and suck on his fucking toe jams, you moron. Oh, and by the way, ask him if the sun is solid enough. Oh, boy.
My goodness. Brenda, come on. You can't put quote marks and then not actually put where it came from, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Oh, the same article? Okay.
The first one that shows up right on Google, like a dumb fuck Brenda, from the Physics Stack Exchange, from Joe Snuffy the moron. You're a dipshit.
Oh. Oh, crap. Well, it's going to be cold, freezing tonight, so I got to bring my big cock inside.
You still want about your fucking penis?
No, dude, my cylindrically contained sealant goop.
Okay.
Which just so happens to be the perfect innuendo, like triple entendre, all in one tidy package.
Fair enough.
You know what, dude? I looked up the etymology of that, right? Because it's obvious it has a sound to it that's connotative. It has a look to it that's connotative, and it has a function that's connotative. And so I looked up the etymology of that word, and it's pretty bang on. What it basically is you know how birds have a unit orifice called the cloaca, to which all their fluids are expelled, including waste? That's what it was named after, that process.
Ooh.
Oh, when the birds are mating. So the guy who named it after that. So he was trying to troll people straight from the beginning, dude.
Are you talking about birds humping natural experiments?
No, we wouldn't dare.
Is Shamalama Gamba Panda Ding Dong feeding you?
Oh man, I don't think I've heard that guy in like 5 years.
We heard him today. I was playing on Numpty clips. We took Taylor, the undergrad cellular biologist, to the woodshed from over at the Land of Misfit Toys. That was.
Yeah, it was good. I heard Beasticles on there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I didn't have a whole lot of fun with that. It's just we got pretender clowns every fucking where. Like I said, I think Taylor's a nice person. She just shouldn't be out here pontificating. Why do that? Why have me come down on her like that? I mean, just some stupid shit. But she used her credentials. She used her credentials to grease the skids for her dumb shittery, so she has to be held account. I can't. What do you want me to do?
You got to be held to a higher account if you're going to flash your badge.
Yes. What did you want me to do? I didn't want to do it, but I had to do it. That's one of the reasons why I came out here, by the way.
Do you guys remember Beasticles from 24?
No, not Beasticles. He don't got any credentials. He's a dumb fuck. Talking about Taylor, that said she was undergrad cellular biologist. She fucked up some. I only played like 5 minutes. It was a catastrophe of clusterfuck idiocy.
Yeah, I think I caught the tail end of it. Maybe the last few things that she said.
Right.
Will there ever be a one-on-one?
Why?
Well, I know.
She's already been exposed. What is she going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck she's going to do. Is maybe try to redeem herself or something.
How can she do that? It's already, the hay's already in the barn. There's no recovery from it. She's done. I didn't play the shining example of it, where Grayson Hawk, dumb fuck, compromised her in one sentence. What was that sentence, QE? Grayson Hawk said, abiogenesis is spontaneous generation. She said, no, it's not. It's all over. It's all over. That's exactly what it is. I didn't play that. I just told you that right here. I didn't want to play that.
Hold up. Is Rolling My Boulder on Brenda's side? With
Rolling My Boulder is
about things not being necessary?
Yeah, he's a demonstrated retard from back in the old 24/7.
Yeah.
The old server. Yeah. He won't come off moot anymore because he's not as dumb as he looks.
I mean, I'm asking Brenda. I'm like, is oxygen not necessary for creatures to breathe? Are wings not necessary for certain creatures to fly? Is water not necessary for life? Like,
don't torture yourself. Don't do that.
Crazy, dude. Crazy.
Now we got Planet Peterson, the peckerless, pecker-headed peckerwood. This dude, he's dumber than Brenda. This guy right here. At 24 minutes after the hour, he's scary, dumb fuck. He scares me. Actually, he does, because people like this are like out on the highways and shit, and you're going like 70, 80 miles an hour. You better reconsider your position in life. If you haven't taken 20 defensive driving courses, you better start on them real quick, because you ain't going to make it.
Rolling my boulder thinks that he's fucking me up. That's adorable. Yeah, fucking me up so bad, not being able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Oh, Boulder. Rolling my boulder. Boulder for brains, dude. What's so funny? Weak flat earthers like Jenna. Actually, I tend to live rent-free in a lot of you globetards' heads. So what does that say?
Look just beneath your post, or his post right there. There's Planet Peckerhead, the peckerless, peckerheaded peckerwood.
Why don't you mic up, Boulder? Yeah, I invoke the QE defense. I don't fucking need QE. I can defend myself just fine. Thank you very much. Aw, he's mad and insulting me now. I'm a moron, but you're the one that cannot provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Instead, you gave me some bullshit about airplane wings.
That's the same typical bullshit.
Oh, that's so funny. Astro Sentinel. Dude, do you realize? Okay, what does he say? I have provided gas pressure in a vacuum many, many times. You understand that that vacuum is a closed system. It does not replicate your open, expanding vacuum of space in your baltard cosmology.
What was his example? Because he's not posting it. Do you recall?
That's what I'd like to know. Astro Sentinel, you have that example. Would you mind posting it in the chat?
Let's talk about it. God, why you guys post it? Jeez.
Because they're scared, bro. They're fucking scared.
Hello?
Ask him if planes fly backwards when flying east.
Hello, kangaroo guy.
What's that?
Are you Timbo?
Yeah, man.
Holy shit, dude.
Hey, what's up? Garbage
Hey, dude.
man.
Yeah, what's going on?
I hear you, man.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen you.
I've been floating around. I listen on YouTube most of the time, then I just jump in.
Alright.
I've heard you in here a fair bit lately.
Yeah, dude. I got jumped on today by a couple of dudes.
Not really.
Astro Sentinel, come off mute.
He's not even in the VC.
He's not.
Yeah, he is.
He is?
Yeah. It's down at the very bottom.
Yeah, he's at the bottom.
Yeah, come off mute. Oh, Astro Boy, come off mute.
Is this the guy that sits in the NASA is fake channel?
Saw a NASA launch this evening.
Where did it go?
From the bottom right of the sky to the top left. It was just like a red dot moving across the sky. That's what I saw.
So not to space.
Well, I didn't say whether it went to space or not. I described what I saw.
Ooh.
I mean, it was visible to millions of people in the LA area if they were looking. I watched it with about a dozen students.
Did you tell them, look, kids, we're watching the cure to homelessness in your city go up into the sky?
So, teed up.
Hey, mate, has
Is it still fucking hot where you are?
we've had a few days of drizzly rain and shit, but it's sort of warming up today, yeah.
It's been fucking 3 weeks heat down here.
Yeah, we've been watching that, the weather. Yeah, going, what's going on down there? What? I thought that was south. What's going on?
And like 33 degrees every day. And hard to work in.
You gotta love this. Now I'm an asshole. Rolling my boulder. You're so mad, bro.
Well, everyone's got one, Jenna.
Yep. And everything that these Globers put out across the table is just like an asshole. Everyone has one, and it stinks.
Subdued.
Boulder wants me to tell him how airplane wings generate lift. It's completely non sequitur to the fact that gas pressure requires a container.
I don't understand what he'd be at when asking you that. But that doesn't.
It's like sea lioning, right? That's basically he just is a totally non sequitur.
Sure. Yeah, they create a negative, a lower pressure above. But so what?
Boulder doesn't know me, and I think it's hilarious because he tells me that I don't know how airplanes stay aloft. Yeah, I spent 3 years in high school and junior Air Force, ROTC. You really want to go at this, dude?
Okay, someone just entered the chat. Shimothy, welcome to the channel.
Hey, what's up?
How you going?
Pretty good, pretty good.
So, what brings you here today?
I just like hearing flat earthers talk.
Do you think we're right or we're wrong?
I think you guys have a very creative imagination.
Oh,
Really,
okay, so what's imagine?
Really, we think globetards are retards.
I know you do.
I can demonstrate it. You want me to demonstrate it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how do you have horizons on a globetard?
I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizons, which are derived from horizontal lines, and vice versa, have a rate of change of slope of 0. Baltard's IQ. However, there's a problem, because the United States Naval Academy defines curvature as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how can we walk out and see horizons everywhere that have a rate of change of slope of 0, but yet be told by the fairy tale fuckwit story of a baltard that there's a rate of change of slope of non-zero along our path on a tangent in every single direction? Please reconcile that, train wreck.
That sounds like some bullshit.
Yeah, it does sound like some bullshit, but to everyone that's graduated junior high school, they just stomped a dead mud hole in your ass.
I guess they did. I guess I'm not really here to argue.
Yep.
Quick question.
You're a retard.
Would I be... No,
You're
I'm
a retard.
not trying to argue. You're trying to argue.
Yeah,
with me,
well,
dude.
no, you're just retarded.
I'm just vibing. I could be retarded.
You're just retarded. That's it.
Wait, am I allowed to ask you a question?
Ask me a question. Why? Your whole fucking worldview just imploded.
Dude, I admitted I could be a retard. Could I ask you?
No, you are a retard. That's it.
Okay, I am a retard. Got it.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to argue with you in the first place.
The tangent.
Am I able to ask you a math question?
A math question? What does that have to do with fucking reality?
I'm retarded. I just want to see if you're retarded. That's all.
I just asked you a math question.
I know. I'm retarded. You proved I'm retarded. You did.
Yeah, you are retarded.
Now, can I see if you're retarded now?
I'm not. If I'm retarded, you're Helen Keller.
Okay, wait here. It's a
wait here.
Math question.
Is this a globe proof?
No, it's not. It's not. I'm not trying to challenge the globe. It's super simple.
Oh, then we don't really give a fuck.
No, I just want to. I want to see if you're done.
We don't really
like
give a fuck.
Here, it goes like this. If a cat.
Let me at him, Huey.
If 45 horses can survive for 144 days.
35 horses. Where'd you get horses from?
It's just a it's just a middle school math problem.
Middle school.
If 44 horses.
Problem.
Yeah, 45 horses. 45 horses. Okay, and they can survive 144 days with a supply of food.
What are horses?
Are you trying to get us to do your homework for you? Is that what's going on here?
Unironically, possibly. I'm just curious if you guys can do it, to be honest.
Yeah.
So how many days would the oats last 20 horses?
15 without your sister.
It could be that, but I literally just want to see if you could do math. That's it.
It is that. This isn't a math test, dumb fuck.
Well,
this
you gave me a math test. I walked in here.
You already failed simple junior high school math.
I did. I'm retarded. Now I'm
you are
my homework for me.
So go on moot.
Wait, no, I just want to see if you can answer it.
Just go
in
on
good faith. Can you answer it?
Can you?
Does it have anything to do with a flat stationary Earth?
Well, I mean, if you can't answer middle school math problems, you probably should double check your work, right?
Does it have anything to do with your globetard?
Yeah.
Wait, but if you can't do middle school math,
you're here.
How can you?
Math, where my math, please?
My math. I need my math homework done for me.
The first thing you guys said when I walked in here was math about slopes, and I admitted I'm retarded. I don't know that shit.
Yeah, you are retarded. So go on moot.
But I can at least do a math problem from middle school. Can you do a math problem from middle school?
You can't because you failed the slope-intercept formula. So you can't.
I failed that one, and now I can challenge you, good sir.
That's it.
Good sir. I challenge you
once
to a
again,
duel.
My good
we don't
sir,
give
you're
a
a dumb fuck.
We don't give a fuck with your junior high school math. Fuck
Are
off.
you not able to solve junior high math?
Yeah, you already failed it. Dumb
Wait,
fuck.
why don't you guys just prove it out of this?
Wait, why don't you guys
prove me
just
wrong?
prove
I will
you're a
admit
dumb
I
fuck?
am.
Yeah, we already did. Shut your fucking
If you guys prove me wrong, I will
Shut up.
admit I am retarded in front of
Shut up,
everybody.
you're
I will.
retarded.
Yeah, I'm not a joke.
Shut up.
I will just
Shut
leave.
up.
We don't
Shut
care.
the fuck
We
up.
don't care.
Shut the fuck up.
If you guys just solve the
Shut
middle
the
school
fuck
math
up.
problem, I'll post
Shut
it
up.
again. Here.
Shut the fuck up.
Can you guys just solve
Shut
it?
the fuck up.
No.
Shut the fuck up.
Let me just.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up. Do 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 do.
Do you guys
Why
feel
can't
like
these guys
good about not being able to do middle school math?
Astro sent, yeah, you already showed that, dumb fuck. Put him on mute.
Do middle school
Put
math?
him on mute. Come on, give us a break.
Wait,
Astro Sentinel, bring your dumb ass in here.
What's the square root of
Astro, shut
64?
the fuck up.
Wait, Quantum, what's the
Shut
square root of
up.
64?
Shut the fuck up.
What's the square root of 64?
Shut up. Thank you. Astro Sentinel, come on in here. You have to earn respect with me, son. Claims require evidence. So does yours. Get your dumb ass in here, you chat skank, or you'll be dealt with. Is Matrix in here?
Astro Sentinel, come on down.
Well, T
No,
Dub's
no
in
Matrix.
here.
Plenty, a couple of Aussies in here. So.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I seen you guys in here. All right, T Dub and Kangaroo guys in here. You better get your dumb ass in here, sunshine. Come on in here, you yellow spine fucking moron. Cowboy to fuck up to that mic. Let's go. Your chat skanking abilities are going to come to an end pretty quick. My Aussie brothers are going to deal with you. Jetty, where the fuck is he back in here?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right. What did you have to do? Check on your sex change operation GoFundMe?
Fuck you, I want to go make a cup of tea.
Dude, funny.
No,
there he is,
so-
chat skanking again. You better get in here within the next 30 seconds, or I predict a mod's gonna boot your fucking dumbass from here past Saturn. Yellow spine clown. He's trying to fucking T-jump me. You 304 retard. Shout out to Creation Bear.
As the head of yes, I'm here.
I thought the 304 would get you talking, but
yeah, I see the lingo getting around.
What's
Yo, he's trying to
304?
ban Quantum Eraser.
that's already happened.
Creation Bear. What's a 304?
So you know when you take a calculator and you put in certain numbers that spell a word and you turn it upside down?
Oh, okay. It's a hoe. Oh, all right. Yeah, I remember that from high school. Only one you could really do is boobless stuff, yeah?
Boobs. Yeah. So 90s.
Well, that's when I was in high school.
You can do Shell oil.
Shell oil, yeah.
Yeah.
We had batteries in our calculators that you had to fucking keep buying. These days, you just fucking put a USB charger in there. What about those little calculators with the solar panel on them?
Yeah, I got one. I got a couple of those, yeah. That means we're old, man.
You'll turn it dead.
Word calculator. Stupid.
Looks like we got two chat skanks, Rolling My Balder and Astro Sentinel.
It says repeatedly posting junk. It's one of the rules. That's what you're doing, Astro. Or did you forget to read that part?
Uh-oh, AI is on your ass, Astro. You're fucking done. The next one we'll have to deal with is the coward Rolling My Boulder. He knows better to unmute. It's not as dumb as he looks. You're next to be dealt with for your chat skanking. There goes Astro Sentinel again. What are we waiting for?
He gone. He's got to go.
Bye-bye, Astro Sentinel, you asshat.
Bring back the dunce cap. I think we need to bring it back.
Next to Rolling My Boulder there, Sonny. Let's direct our attention.
Rolling My Boulder, attention, Rolling My Boulder. Come in for your dunce cap fitting immediately.
Come off mute or stop chat skanking, either one.
If Rolling My Boulder comes into the chat, comes into the VC, you gotta hold his feet to the fire, not having any demonstration for gas pressure without a container. Because that's what he's on my heels about. Oh, you need an opposite example. There isn't one. You cannot have gas pressure. I need a soundbite that's like Ricola, but instead of Ricola, I want it to be like retarded. Because that's just what it is.
Because you're a retard?
Because it's retarded to think that you can have gas pressure without a container, sir.
That's so cool.
Listen, dumb fuck laughing.
Yeah, this is Chill Guy. Oh my goodness me. Chill Guy, welcome to the channel. Don't be a prick or I'll mute you. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
A spherical shape, which is common sense.
It's common sense that the Earth is a spherical shape. Based on what? Based on what common sense? Your eyes?
Well, yes. Also, science backs me up too.
Sorry. You think natural science and the scientific method deals with shapes? Do you?
Well, NASA is science, is it not?
No. NASA's an organisation. I'm asking you this question, Chill Guy. Don't be an idiot. Listen to the question. Don't fall foul again. Do you think science, natural science, and the scientific method that deals with cause and effect reasoning is the tool that you would use to figure out the shape of an object?
Yes, partially.
No, incorrect. See, the thing is, I gave you the answer in the question, cause and effect reasoning. in natural science, when making a hypothesis, you're going to make a prediction as to what causes natural phenomena. Now, you sound like a wise guy. You'd understand that a shape isn't a phenomena. You understand that, right?
A shape isn't a phenomenon.
Yeah.
You'd be partially wrong with that statement, but...
Really? Citation.
You want proof? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I want proof that a phenomena is a shape.
Okay, I got you. It'll be very easy. So give me 2
Holy
seconds.
fucking shit, you're a retard, man.
Yeah, that's so funny coming from you, Quantum.
You're fucking retarded, dude.
Okay, that's very funny. But anyways,
Shapes are concrete nouns, you abject retard. It's geometry, not
Quantum,
science.
I'm gonna deal with you later.
Retard.
Jedi,
Shut the
okay.
fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up.
Anyways, Jedi,
Shut up,
you
you
want me to
fucking
ask
clown.
ChatGPT?
Shut the fuck up, retard. Shut the fuck up.
Sounds like Master Debater.
They're the same, right? Every single one. There's dumb fuck Brenda back.
Yeah, I think it sounds like him too, the giggler.
Yeah,
Wait.
the giggler.
Isn't Master Debater the one who, when he answered Alpha, when he answered Miggy said, "What's a horizon?" And dude's like, "It's the flat."
It's the
shit. Like, he just stopped. Stopped dead in his tracks. Yep, it's the flat, buddy. Exactly fucking right.
What is the horizon, Jenna?
Shut the fuck up.
You know what, Brenda? The horizon is where the earth and the sky appear to meet, and it's horizontal. A horizontal horizon. That's straight, level.
How did you determine that it's horizontal, straight?
Because the name of it's horizon, dumb fuck.
Exactly.
Words don't.
Yeah, words fucking mean things, you fucking clown.
No, they don't.
Facts.
No, they don't.
Yes,
so
they
words don't mean. Just put her
They
on.
have
Here.
assigned
Shut
meaning.
The fuck up. Shut
Words
up.
have usage.
Shut up.
They don't have
Shut the fuck
intrinsic
up.
meaning.
Shut the fuck up.
That's all you have.
Shut the fuck up.
I mean, I could finish this with Brenda. I really could finish this with Brenda real quick.
Well, I'm going to have to take a break then. I'm going to have to leave. You go ahead, for God's sake.
And overall, it's measured that way, sir. I mean,
Did you measure it?
Yeah, it's measured flat, horizontal, straight, right? Especially like sea level when you're like looking out at the sea at your horizon, right? All these elevations and depressions are measured from sea level. Good luck, Brenda. Good fucking luck.
We're talking about the horizon, right?
Yeah, the horizon, which is horizontal. Oh my gosh, that's 90 degrees. It's with vertical. You don't have 90 degrees on a ball tart, Brenda. Fucking Derp.
Can you show me that measurement?
Can you show me 90 degrees? Buddy, you can't be this dumb.
She is. No, Brenda's just trolling as usual, man. Come on, guys.
No,
let's move. Let's move on. Let's move on to somebody.
It's a genuine.
No, you're not genuine, man. You're not.
Against the flat Earth.
You showed your cards already.
No, the horizon is not.
Put yourself on mute. Thanks.
Yeah. You just deny the evidence that we give you. This is evidence for a globe.
What evidence you give us, man? Sorry, man. I mean,
it's evidence for a globe.
You don't see our evidence.
The horizon is curved.
Sorry, that's just wrong. You understand what horizontal? Sorry, Brenda. You understand what horizontal is, right?
Perpendicular to vertical.
Awesome. So horizontal, a straight line from left to right. You are correct.
Yeah.
Perpendicular to vertical. Yeah. You understand that all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon?
No, I don't know that.
Okay. Would you like reference and citation for this?
No, I'd like a mathematical proof.
What, the slope-intercept formula? Y equals mx plus b?
What does that have to do with the horizon?
The rate of change of slope of 0. That's horizontal.
And
We get
how did you measure the slope?
We get horizontals. We get horizontals from the horizon, as I just mentioned. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
That's not where the word comes from.
Just see, this is why we don't
word comes from. Horizon doesn't derive from the word horizontal.
I didn't say it did. I said all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Please don't misquote me again.
That's called begging the question. You're assuming that the horizon is the plane.
Buddy,
That's what you're
90 degrees to vertical. You don't get 90 on the surface of a frickin' ball.
Prove that it's 90 degrees. It's not.
It's not 90 degrees, then what do you have? What do you have on the surface of a ball, vertical to horizontal? What do you have? What angle is that? Completely vertical to horizontal. What angle is that?
The horizon is below horizontal.
Brenda, shut up and answer the frickin' question.
The horizon is
Shut up,
below
Brenda. What,
horizontal.
sir?
What does that mean?
What angle do you have? Vertical to horizontal. What angle does that give you, sir?
Vertical to horizontal gives you
What
90
angle
degrees.
does it give you, sir?
You have to let me respond.
What angle does it give you, sir?
Knock it off.
Vertical to horizontal. What fucking angle does that give you?
I'm trying to answer you. It gives you...
Then fucking answer it. If you know it, then fucking answer it. You want to fucking tiptoe and fucking bullshit around, monkey go around the fucking bush. Just answer it, dude.
I'm trying to, but you interrupt me.
Well, really? Okay, let's see. Okay, real quick. This is really simple. It's a very short answer. It should be a very short answer from you. What degree of angle do you have perfectly vertical to horizontal? What's that degree? What's that number?
90 degrees. And the horizon...
Very good. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth, Brenda. Good God. You don't have 90 on a ball.
The horizon...
You've been through this too many times.
Dude, the horizon is greater than 90 degrees. It's below horizontal. So the angle from zenith to the horizon is greater than 90 degrees.
You're retarded.
No, that's just an empirical fact. Horizontal is above the horizon.
You're done, Brenda. You're done. You are done, Brenda. Below horizontal? What the fuck is below horizontal?
With the horizon. Deal with it.
Didn't understand it. Anything he said, it was all mumbled.
Horizontal is parallel with the horizon. Deal with it.
That's your claim. Can you prove it?
Come on, man. This is old shit with Brenda. Come on.
Not old shit. Old shit. This is literally how
I'm not doing this again. I'm fucking ain't doing it again.
Valid proof. The horizon.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck
Turn
out of here.
around 360 degrees.
Stop on mute, for fuck's sake. Thank you. That'd be great.
The horizon.
Shut the fuck up. Go away. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
I don't give a
fuck
shit.
off, Brenda.
You're standing
I don't
in
want
the
to fucking
middle
hear your voice.
of a circle.
Somebody mod, some mod, take care of Brenda. Let's move on. Let's go. Let's move on. It's counterproductive, in my opinion.
A circle is not a globe. Yes, it is counterproductive.
Counterproductive. Brenda's counterproductive. I've heard her for hours and hours and hours, and you guys all have too, man. And it's just ridiculous. Come on. It would be cool if Brenda was funny or something, but just ridiculous.
That's right. I took the problem and gave you 5 minutes. I couldn't stand it anymore. I removed her from the conversation.
Thank you, Jedi. All right. Anybody new in here? Anybody checking new people?
Thank God.
What do we got?
Yeah. There's guy, yeah. New guy?
Welcome. What do you got? Welcome, new people. New.
Sorry, I just have a personal disdain for Brenda.
It's all right, Jenna. We all do, mate. We all do.
I'm in that same camp, too. I'm like, come on.
Just, like,
Did you guys see my picture in chat that I drew? It represents
the first time D-Mock argued with McDoon.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, Demock actually destroyed McToon. Was like, you draw vertical on your ball, and you draw horizontal on your ball, and you tell me why you can't launch a freaking rocket horizontally into space on your ball. Your space is all around you on your ball, and yeah, no, that was a good one. I like that a lot. Demock killed it.
Oh yeah,
I agree. Destroyed totally.
thanks to Mock. Thanks for that gem. I love those. Anyway, yeah, he's a bit of a lunatic, man, in my opinion. I mean, a little bit, a little hyper, a little bit hyper. Anyway. Anybody got some curvature, gas pressure without a container, or planes flying over a globe?
I don't know. Rolling My Boulder just wants to be a chat skank. But he can't provide any demonstration of gas pressure without a container. He thinks that airplane wings are it. Mm-hmm.
We had a guy in the chat. He had the gas pressure in the vacuum.
Yeah, you know, in order to have a vacuum, you also need a closed system, a container.
Gas pressure in the vacuum.
I don't want to deal with Rolling My Boulder either. You guys know that guy's dishonest, right? Come on. I'll just call him out.
Sure.
Said it to his face, man. Dude, you're being ridiculous.
Yeah, but he's done nothing ban-worthy so far. He's just
not ban-worthy, but yeah. But I don't like dealing with him. You guys can deal with him, man. I'm done with that a while ago. Good luck, bro.
Yeah, Rolling My Boulder, Brenda. These are all of what we call repeat pretender clowns up in here. They never have anything of weight to offer. They have no proof. They have no validation. They have ideas in their head. That's the only place that the globe exists, is in these guys' minds.
Man, I just like intellectual honesty, man. When you have to like revert to some magical thing that you can't prove and it's like, come on, dude, stop it. Nobody's got gas pressure without a container, man. Nobody. Period. It's never happened. It's never gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, I put it to him pretty straight, you know. I said,
right, and admit that, and say, there's no way I can prove that gas pressure without a container. There's no way. I've asked 100 people, man. I said, I'll fly you here in my shop. Let's do it. What do you got? Nobody's coming. Nobody's been here. 8 years I've been asking for that, man. Nobody showed up. I got gas pressure without a container, man. I got my leaf blower, dude. Like, what? Get the hell out of here. A leaf blower? Really? At least it made me laugh. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's the whole thing that Rolling My Boulder's on about. He says that, you know, oh, well, there's pressure of the air on the wings of the airplane when it's flying, and that's, you know, gas pressure with a container. I'm like, no, dude, that's fucking aerodynamics. That's really good engineering.
Dude, why don't you go hang out with Pettit? Yeah, Don Pettit. He's looking for a retard partner.
Really good engineering.
Really good engineering.
See, it seems to me like these people are comfortable, right, with comfortable lies, right? They can't handle that uncomfortable truth. And nobody ever said that the truth was going to be pretty, that it was going to be easy, that it was going to be fun, that it was going to be, you know, an easy pill to swallow. Nobody ever said that. it's always been said that the truth is ugly.
Yeah, makes you think, and you have to come up with crazy ideas. So I'll tell you a quick story, man. I was in another VC like 2-3 weeks ago, and one of our regular bros, Flat Earth bros, brought in his buddy that he grew up with. He's a smart guy, went to college and got degrees and all this stuff, man. We did go down the gas pressure without a container with him. And it came back like last weekend, man. He's, dude, man, I've been thinking about that I can't figure it out. I can't. That's what's stumping me with this flat earth shit, man. But he got it too, man. There's just no way to justify gas pressure without a container. It's absolutely impossible. So it's a great argument, man. It's a great common sense. If you don't get that, man, you got problems. Nobody's shown it to me yet. Nobody's shown anybody in here gas pressure without a container.
Man, rolling my boulder cracks me up. See, Trinity asks, rolling my boulder, what's your evidence, right? Lights in the sky, drop over distance, size of the sun, size of the moon, star rotation, 24-hour sun, existence of North Pole. There is so much evidence. And of course I had to come back with, wow, everything that's not the surface of Earth. Great, wonderful. Dude, just shut the fuck up.
That's pretty much it, yeah. It's not Earth, bro. We live on Earth. Let's check out Earth. We can do it. Drop over distance. I guess that's Earth, yeah.
That's not evidence. Those are just retard statements by a fucking moron. You don't know what evidence is. You're a fucking idiot. And we proved it for, 2 years on 24/7 on the Father channel? You're just a chat skank. I don't even know why they allow you in here. You moron.
QE, that's been my question exactly.
Mute. Why is he allowed to chat skank and not come off mute? Why is that?
Well,
is he in the he's in the VC, isn't he?
Yeah.
They're cowards, man. Every single one of them.
He never comes off mute, though. He just stays there on mute.
He opens up his mic sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, but we do appreciate presence in the VC, regardless of whether them.
I just don't VC with QE. Yeah, you fucking ignorant dumbass.
It's because you destroy him, QE. You would absolutely rip him a new one, and he knows it.
What? No. Destroyed him. Past tense.
Multiple times.
All right, well, it's after 12. I'm going to have to take my leave. Maybe he'll come off mute for you guys.
As soon as you leave, he might.
All right, I'm gone. Catch you on the flip side.
Have a good night, QE.
You too.
All right, Boulder. QE's gone. It's safe now.
Is this guy Boulder scared of QE?
Oh, 110%. 110.
Oh, why is he scared?
Because QE comes with it full force.
I don't talk to QE. I didn't say I was scared of. I just said,
oh, there's Boulder. There's Boulder.
So you are scared, Mr. Boulder Ball. No, I said I don't talk to him. And there you go.
Yeah,
okay.
I do talk, but just not to him.
Yeah, because you're a pussy.
Scared or whatever you want. But
you're a pussy.
Boulder.
Pussy coward.
Make of it what you wish. I don't care.
Is it because you don't understand the second law of thermodynamics?
Just said, make of it what you wish. I'm not going to talk about QE in his absence. That's fucked up. Do you want to
That's
talk
okay.
about
We're not talking. That's okay. We're not talking about QE anyway. We want your demonstration for gas pressure without a container, not fucking airplane wings, dude.
You gave 3. I don't really want to do this. You gave 3 examples.
Yeah, let's do it.
You gave
let's
three
do it. Okay.
examples. You gave
I
three
asked three
examples.
questions, right? I gave questions.
No, you didn't ask three questions. You gave three examples, and they all had a container, and the container separated a difference in air pressure. I gave you an example of a difference in air pressure that didn't have a container. And now you're just flailing around and trying to hide under QEs.
Sir, it's a total red herring that you think.
It's not a red herring.
That is a demonstration that the air underneath an airplane's wings in motion is a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. That's an absolute red herring.
Okay, first
anybody,
of all, let's just
anyone,
be super clear. The three examples that you gave me were a difference in air pressure.
Okay, let's go through it one more time then, shall we? Okay, real quick.
Drop your three examples.
Real quick. Okay, let's do it. All right.
Example.
Does the Earth produce gas? Does the Earth produce gases?
The three examples. No.
Yeah, I'm trying to drop them right now. I'm dropping them right now. Does the Earth produce gases?
No. Wasn't the three examples? Do you really?
No, I'm starting from the top. I'm starting from the top. No, I'm starting from the top, and I do remember it. Okay. Does the Earth produce gases?
That was not your top. That wasn't what you started with.
That literally was it. It was. Look, I'm gonna follow this through exactly the way I typed it, dude. Mine like a steel trap. Does the Earth produce?
Hey,
just follow
I'm saying
through with
that's
me, bro.
not what happened. You're saying it is what happened. So scroll up, screenshot it, show us, because you are lying. You are lying.
Does the Earth? I remember what I said.
Anything else? I'm not going to talk about.
Did you screenshot it? Post it. Post the screenshot, Boulder.
The three examples you gave, really?
Yeah, because if you screenshot it, put it in the chat because I know what I said first.
What you said
you didn't.
First. Okay.
You didn't screenshot it, did you?
Let me grab that. I'm about to. Patience.
Okay, one of the first things I asked was.
Not one of the first.
Does Earth have gases? Does Earth produce gases?
I'm not saying whether you said that to other folks. I'm talking about your conversation with me in the past 3 hours. That's all we're doing.
You hear that, you guys? He can't do it. He can't. Forget about the chat right now. Let's start fresh, right? Let's just start fresh. Forget about the fucking chat. Let's just go through it again.
No.
Let's go through it again in the VC.
No.
Let's go through it again in the VC. Unless you just don't want to.
Scroll up, and start.
I am not scrolling up an hour away. You're out of your damn mind.
Right. Of course you're not.
An hour away? You think I'm going to scroll an hour away? You're out of your damn mind.
Tense. Yeah, I'll do it for you. It's be fun.
Post the screenshot. Oh, that's right. You got to go track it down now, don't you? Yeah, good fucking luck. I know what I asked first.
Thing I have to do is...
Oh my God, why haven't I been fucking modded up yet to fucking mute these assholes when I'm trying to ask a question? Now, let's follow it through, shall we? Does Earth produce gases? Yes or no? These are basic yes or no questions.
I'm answering your question until you answer mine about your previous claims. I'm not moving on.
You never fucking answered mine in the first place in the chat.
That's why you don't have mod powers. You can't answer your previous claim. Answer your previous claim.
That's why I don't have mod powers. Okay. Yeah, so let's just follow this through logically, right? Let's follow it through logically, Boulder.
Be quiet for a second while I scroll.
No. If you had the screenshot, you said you had the screenshot and you don't have it. Now you're trying to go track it down so you can screenshot it. Dude, I'm not fucking retarded. I know exactly what you're doing right now. Go screenshot it. That's fine, Bubs. That's fine.
So you know,
because it's going to show that the first. That's okay. Go find it. Go find it, go screenshot it, and go put it in the chat. Because you're going to find that the first thing I fucking asked, you're going to find that the first thing I asked was, does the Earth produce gases? Yeah.
Not the first thing you
That was the first thing. But you don't want to answer it. You want to fucking sit there and sea lion around.
Because
You want
that's
to
not the
waffle
first
around.
thing you asked me. I'd love
Oh
this.
my
I'd love
god,
you are
dude!
lying. You're
If
just lying,
fucking Earth
and
were a
I'm the
globe,
only
you wouldn't
one
know.
going back.
You don't know
I
your
am the only
asshole from
one
your
going back
fucking
to
elbow,
find
dude. You don't know your fucking ass from a hole in the ground.
Right. It's
like you wake up every day and you don't know whether to fucking wind your ass or scratch your watch, bro.
waited it out. Is that the game you knew that you knew the amount of time the server deleted chats?
Yeah, it does a pretty rapid delete. Couldn't find it, could you?
It does apparently it doesn't not that rapid, but
it's pretty rapid. Well, there's been a lot of text and conversations since that.
Either 90 or 120 minutes.
It's been more than that. Oh, it's been about that. So here's the thing, right? Let's just follow it through in the VC, right? We did this in the text chat.
No,
we can do it again in the VC for everybody's ears. Are you ready?
No.
Can somebody mute this guy? Like, I'm not a mod, so I can't mute this guy.
You're lying about what you said to me. I'm not doing this with you.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. When I said, I asked, does Earth produce gases, right? The answer, of course, is yes. We know for a fact that Earth produces gases. Oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, methane. Just let's go with it, dude. There's fucking helium in your upper atmosphere. There are gases being produced by Earth. That's a fact, right? Right? Did he run away?
Can you be more specific? Like when you say methane is produced by the Earth, you mean cows, right?
Cows? Okay, listen carefully, sir. This guy, Roland My Boulder, could not answer this directly. Okay, this is a very simple yes or no question. Okay, listen, I need you to put your listening ears on, okay? Take the mouths off of your ears. Does the Earth produce gases? Yes or no?
Earth simpliciter, no.
What?
But there are gases produced from the surface, yeah, by plants. And,
So the Earth does produce gases? Yes.
No, it depends on what you're saying. Are you saying that?
No. Period. Gases. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. The Earth produces gases. Right?
It depends on what you mean by that sentence.
I don't mean anything by it. It's just yes or no.
Dude.
It's a yes or no. This isn't a gotcha. This isn't a trap. This is just follow through with the logic with me, please.
There's a cycle. There's a gas cycle in the Earth.
There's a cycle. Okay. Okay, so it's cyclical. Just like weather cycles. Just like evaporation and rain. It is a cycle. It's cyclical, right? But you're going off into this other category, okay? I need you to be intellectually honest, okay? Listen to me.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
Okay. For the record, right? Yes or no? Does the Earth produce gases? Excuse me?
Yes. Can you move on now? Can I ask you a question?
Okay. No, let's walk through this, okay? Walk through this with me, man. Walk through this with me, okay? Is there a measurable pressure of these gases in our atmo, right? In our atmosphere? Can we measure the pressure? Yes, we can measure the pressure, right? So here in the first statement, you have gas. The Earth creates the gas. There is, on the second step, a measurable pressure, right? So together you have gas pressure. Do you know what you need to necessitate gas pressure?
Oh, please tell.
No. I'm asking you. Do you know what you need to necessitate gas pressure? No. That's wrong. Nope. Surface is not the answer. No, surface is not the answer. That's not the right word.
If you're going to give a definition that doesn't have a surface, I can't wait to see this.
Listen carefully. Okay, listen.
Hey,
all
I
right?
guarantee whatever you say has a surface.
By the way,
Sure, yeah, the Earth has a surface, right? The Earth has a surface.
Whatever you are about to say about gas pressure.
I'm not about to say anything. I'm leaving this to you to answer. And you said surface. That's not the right answer.
Whatever your contradiction is, I guarantee has a surface.
There's no contradiction. Listen, it's okay. This is not a trap. It's not a gotcha. It's just follow through it with logic and honesty, okay?
You don't know logic, Gordon.
But
follow through it with logic and honesty.
Can you guys hear me? Boulder, can you be quiet and let the other guy talk? Because they were actually having a conversation and then you butted back in. You didn't want to answer her question before, so you can stay quiet and let the other guy talk.
Well, Roland my Boulder pieced out anyway, Timbo.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He didn't want to answer you before, and now he wants to butt back in. So
it's not his turn anymore. He forfeited his turn. So now I'm talking to this guy.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Roland should shut up.
So if I could just say one thing. What you're talking about, this atmospheric pressure, like the pressure that we feel, right? When we go outside or whatever, that, the pressure on our heads, so to speak. It's called atmospheric pressure, and there is a definition to that, what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, it's wrong.
And can I ask you this? Let's follow this through logically. I'm going to go off of what you're telling me, okay? Are there gases in the atmosphere?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Yes, there are. Okay, perfect. And there's pressure within that atmosphere, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means there's gas pressure, yes?
Well, gas pressure...
Yes, actually, yes. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Okay, I'm just going to give it to you. There is gas pressure. So now...
from our surroundings, this pressure you're talking about from our surroundings on us is called atmospheric pressure.
Okay, that's great. That's wonderful. Excellent. Wonderful. Love it. Cool.
Yeah. And
there's gases in that. There are gases in that atmosphere. There are gases all the way up to the troposphere, the ionosphere, the highest fucking levels that you can go. There are gases.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, there is readable pressure of these gases through the atmosphere, right? You said there were. Okay.
Yeah.
So now here's my question, right? Which still has not been answered by you. What necessitates the gas pressure? What do you need for there to be gas pressure?
Well, it needs to be either a closed container or some force.
You need a container? Did I hear you say you need a container?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Excellent. So, therefore, we must be in an enclosed system. You cannot have gas pressure at any level, minimal or maximum, without a container, right?
Right. Just like a perfect analogy would be like a deodorant can, right?
I mean, a propane tank,
Yeah, perfect. That's perfect. So inside a propane tank, is there a pressure gradient?
Yes, you've got liquid propane, so it's like part liquid, part gas. Right. So there's a gradient even.
Let's say you had an oxygen tank, right? Like the kind you get to like.
There are gradients recorded inside pressurized containers.
Yes. I was just about to get to that.
Would those gradients tend to zero?
Yeah, if you change the temperature.
I don't think the gradient is ever zero, right? They're never going to read zero pressure.
I said
you're never going to read zero pressure.
How big's your tank? How big's your tank?
Even in space, there is not zero pressure. There's never zero pressure.
Okay, hold on. Listen. All right, let me correct this guy. Let me correct him, okay? Real quick. We went through all of this about gas pressure and needing a container, right? So if we need a container, if there's a container that is necessary for gas pressure of any kind, then how do you have this open expanse vacuum of quote unquote space if you need a container for Earth gas pressure?
Well, when I answered your question for the first time, I said there needs to be either, for pressure, there needs to be either a container or a force, right? We have atmospheric pressure. Again, it's not gas pressure. It's
No, stop. Because
Can you not tell me why am I getting cut off?
I have to stop you. No, I have to stop you because you said.
Can I say like one thing, please?
Can I stop you real quick? Okay, let me stop you real quick. Can everybody hear me?
But wait, what's he trying to say? Is he trying to say the atmosphere is creating the pressure?
What he went on to say is that it's either a container or a force. However,
what's the force then?
Gravity.
No, gravity's a container. You need a container. Gravity is a pseudo force. It's theoretical physics. Theoretical physics and pseudo forces are not containers.
What?
They're not physical. They're not physical.
Where's the demonstration of gravity having a force on gas?
Well, it has a force on all matter.
No, on gas. On gas.
When has gravity been a force?
Is there something demonstrating that? I could look that up.
When has gravity been a force?
Well, we can agree that gravity is the same, right?
Even if you call it a force, right? There's still no demonstration that gravity gravity works on gas. Like there's no direction. There's no direction on gas, is there?
Well, I've never come across this objection before, where it's just
I understand.
gas.
Yeah.
I would.
No one's ever asked you. Like you've never had to look at this question before, have you?
Well, I'm sure.
Because you automatically just say, okay, because people tell you gravity creates the atmosphere, so you just go, okay, gravity creates the atmosphere. But in the end, someone there's no demonstrations for it, so you're just making. Like you've just got a belief that this is the correct answer.
But we've got demonstrations for
where?
We've got demonstrations for we've got demonstrations for atmospheric pressure and gravity, right? We've got
No. Okay, because basically when you say that, let me clear this up real quick.
Then you'd need gravity. I'll just say this and then I'll leave you to it, Jenna. Because then you'd need a demonstration that gravity has a downward direction for gas, which there isn't one.
Well, gravity. Yeah, well, the gravity. What gravity is just mass attracting mass, right?
Yeah.
No, it's not. Okay. Let's go through this. Let's go through this. Can you show me mass attracting that mass in nature? Where can you show me mass attract? Where have you ever seen a mass attracting another mass in nature? Can you answer that?
Well, I can send you an experiment. I'm
No. I want you to use your brain and your words. Have you ever, in your life, seen mass attracting mass in nature?
Well, it's about the numbers, right?
This is a simple yes or no. I want you to be intellectually honest with me.
It's the second person in a row, Jenna, that won't give you a straight answer.
I know.
Oh my God,
Jenna, why don't we just get down to the brass tacks?
Are you asking me? Are you asking me, for example, if I have seen someone fall into a boulder because the boulder has a huge mass? That's what you're saying, right? No, I've not seen that. No, I've not seen that. Right, but but what I'm trying to say is that's the numbers, right? Because gravity is a very weak force, so you need very high numbers in the numerator and sufficiently low numbers in the denominator for the force to be.
I can make up all kinds of numbers to model all kinds of bullshit that doesn't exist. Okay, just keep that in mind.
Well, you know what he's talking about. He's talking about Newtonian physics, mass attracts mass. But what he doesn't understand is what? Jenna, come on. Fill in the blank. What is he
Well, the mass doesn't attract mass in nature. This doesn't happen in nature, right? You've got your special little what's it called?
Einstein.
Yeah.
Well, Einstein. Einstein doesn't contradict Newton. He reaffirms Newton in some senses, right?
Actually, they're non-compatible. Einsteinian and Newtonian theoretical physics non-compatible with each other. Did you know that?
Man, you guys would have hated to hear Einstein himself talk about this.
He didn't.
He talked about Newton a lot, actually.
Okay, go quote it. Go quote it.
I mean, I can look it up, dude. I can't quote him from my memory, but he talked about how.
So how do you know he? How do you know he talked about him a lot?
Dude, Einstein's field equations are some of them are derived from Newton's equations, dude. It's kind of just makes sense.
So what are they explaining then?
What?
So one's mass attracts mass, and the other's the bending and warping of space-time.
Well, it's just look, the bending and warping.
Are they the same or they're not the same? Because one supersedes the other, which means that has now taken the place of the other one.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Because you can't have both. You can't say, well, mass attracts mass. But it's really the bending and warping of space-time. Because how do you how do you do an experiment for the bending and warping of space-time to prove that your theory is actually correct?
Well, that's interesting because his big thing, Einstein's big thing, was that he proves that planets can bend light.
He didn't prove anything. He didn't do any experiments.
He actually made some baseless assertions. He made baseless assertions based on his beliefs.
They did numbers.
I don't want to. Why are we talking about Einstein, man? I don't want to talk about this.
Because your gravity is now Einsteinian. It's not Newtonian. That's why we're talking about Einstein. Because you were claiming.
The problem is none of us fucking know fucking Einstein.
You were claiming that mass attracts mass, but that was superseded over 100 years ago by Einsteinian gravity, right?
Bro, in our daily lives, that's Newton. We can use those formulas,
So let's check this out real quick.
In your daily life, you use Newtonian formulas.
You can use these equations, yes, to make life.
Go ahead, make it work then. All right.
Give me a sec, Timbo.
I'm going to drop this glass. I'm going to drop this. Stop fucking talking over the top of me. I'll give you 2 chances. Don't talk over the top of me. All right? I'm going to drop this glass. Now, give me the formula, Newtonian formula for that glass dropping on the ground.
Yeah, I can probably calculate how long it would take.
Yeah, but is that Newtonian or is that just speed?
Yeah, that is Newtonian, dummy.
Like speed and weight.
Yes, that is Newtonian. Yes.
Okay, awesome. So now, what's the cause?
Dude, the point is, do you deny gravity or not?
What is the cause?
Don't back off the question. What's the cause? Answer the question.
What's the cause? Well, then, I mean, right now, you have to go to, bending of space-time and all that theoretical stuff. But the problem is, I'm
not Newtonian then. So you just gave me Newtonian. You gave me a Newtonian equation, which you didn't give me, but you said you can work out.
Look.
And now
the Newtonian equations are the Einsteinian equations when it comes to this stuff. It's the same thing.
Now it's not Newtonian. It's bending and warping of space-time that you can never prove.
Oh, man.
It's retarded, man.
Yeah. So I posted in the chat, right?
Look, the point is, you can drop the equation and you can figure out how long it would take you to drop the glass, right? So the point is now...
That's just about speed and increasing speed and weight. It's got nothing to do with the cause being mass attracting mass or the bending or warping of space-time. It's silly. Do things fall exactly the same? Do things fall at the same speed? Do they fall at the same speed?
Do things fall at the same speed? In a vacuum, yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
No.
Have you seen?
Actually,
you haven't seen that?
Brian Cox, right? Brian Cox in the vacuum chamber. And if you play it back when they do it in slow motion, they clear all the air out of the vacuum chamber. They release the bowling ball and the feather at directly the same time. Ironically, if you play it frame by fucking frame, millisecond by millisecond, you will see that the feather starts to fall before the bowling ball does in the vacuum.
And then there was other things as well. And they all fell at different rates. So the 9.8 meters per second is an average rate, not an actual rate.
Mm-hmm.
What are you laughing? You're laughing because you don't know this stuff, but you think you do, and you think we're dumb.
Trust me, we know our shit, dude. When it comes to physics.
But now you're going to ask me to prove something.
No. I'm not going to ask you anything. Well, I'm going to ask you some questions. Is it harder for a fat man to get up out of bed than a skinny person?
Yeah, because he weighs more.
What? Yes. What is weight?
What is weight?
Okay, actually, if you go to Wiki, hold up, y'all. If you go to Wiki right now, hold up.
Hang on.
Timbo.
It's a dispersion of pressure.
Timbo.
Dispersion of pressure. What does that
That's
mean?
how you measure weight. You disperse the pressure onto the scales.
Listen,
What is
guys.
pressure?
You can go to Wiki, right, and you type in what gravity is.
One sec. Because you're still claiming that it's gravity that makes the weight. So what is the cause of it?
Look, what is the cause of gravity?
You have to get this right, because your claim is. Just hang on. Your claim is that gravity turns things into spheres, correct?
Yeah.
Where does this happen?
Where does this happen? Well, if you look at everything in the sky that's big enough, it's round.
Ah, shit.
Shit, man.
The only time you get spheres is when you drop shit from a plane, and then you get like water turns into spheres. What? Coincidentally, with lack of gravity, like, you know what I'm saying? Like if you do a 0G plane drop.
Well, they don't turn into spheres. They turn into these kind of geoid kind of shapes.
Yeah, globulars.
Yeah, but
close
never
enough.
Yeah, globular.
So now your problem is. Hang on, dude. Now your problem is that you need to prove that the things in the sky are formed by gravity. Because what are you saying? They turn things into spheres, but they also make things fall, and they also make things orbit. Like you got too much going on here. Gravity makes things into balls, gravity makes things fall, and gravity makes things orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which one? All of them?
All of them.
All of them.
All of them, bro. All of them, man. Come on, bro.
Can I ask you a question?
No way you can demonstrate any of that.
Like, you've got
sounds like witchcraft or magic to me.
You've got no demonstrations of any of these things at all. Because when we ask you, gravity turns things into spheres, all you can do is point out circular lights in the sky. You can't tell me that these things are spheres because you don't know that.
Do you think they're lights?
They told you they're spheres that you can go and land on, right? But now your gravity that has no effect on gas is turning things like Jupiter into gas giants, but we've never seen gravity act upon gas.
Well, actually, I don't know if this is happening anymore, but there was like orbital lineup of all of the planets. You could have seen it if you had a telescope.
That's fine.
What does that mean?
I'm not saying that the things in the sky aren't there. Like, they're there. We can see them.
But yeah, but you said no. Like, hold on. Firstly, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. When you say light,
I'm saying that you've got no evidence of gravity. So that's what I'm saying.
Right. So I posted in the chat, you guys. I don't know if he saw it. If I can have a moment real quick, I posted up in the chat.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry about that.
Okay, and you've got Einstein, right? It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact. You know what that means? It means mass doesn't attract mass. As it must do if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, right, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance, through a vacuum, with the mediation of anything else, by and through a vacuum, which the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has, in philosophical matters, a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws. But whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. Which means that it was Newton.
Yep.
That was Isaac Newton. Now let's go to Einstein. Let's go to an Einstein quote, shall we? While I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to know the strange result of Michelson's experiment. Soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of Earth with respect to the ether is incorrect. If we admit Michelson's null result as a fact, this was the first path which led me, Einstein, to the special theory of relativity. Since then, and here's the kicker. Are you ready for the kicker? Since then, I have come to believe, right? There it is. There's a belief, just a belief, that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. And here comes the baseless assertion. Cannot be detected through any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. That is the baseless assertion. So here you have Einstein bolstered up on a belief and a baseless assertion. You have Newton saying that you're absolutely freaking bonkers if you think that, like, mass actually attracts mass in nature. Plain and fucking simple.
People still invoke Newtonian physics.
Yep. And neither of the two are compatible with each other.
When you, okay, I just want to say, when I said mass attracts mass, I can say, okay, you know what? That's not what's actually happening, right? Of course, that's not what I mean. But, you know, the point is that when it comes to describing reality, right, would you say that these, you know, the equations that these guys used, when you brought the example of dropping a glass, these two guys would describe that, you know, they would draw you on a whiteboard and they would draw you dropping the glass and they would work it out mathematically identically, is what I'm trying to say, right? And they would use the same fucking equation, right? So my question to you guys is that equation bullshit? Like, why is the force proportional to the mass, and why is that used to figure out how long it takes for the glass to hit the ground, right?
Yeah, but
And why is it
so
constant?
these things you can measure, right? You can do an example of these things. I'm not going to call it an experiment, and you can measure them to see if you're correct, right? So how they get a mass of a glass. You're just talking about weight at the moment. That's all you're talking about. So on Earth,
but weight
we can
goes to the
measure.
mass,
We
right?
can measure We can measure an acceleration down, right? But that doesn't mean that we're on a ball.
Nope.
That's fine, but is there a downward force acting on us?
No,
sorry,
down
in a
is
pressure.
down. Your down is.
Let's go back to square one real quick on this. Please, let's go back to square one.
He's just changing. He's just changing the words. So he's still equating down with inward towards the center of the earth. But
I know. I wanted to address the fact earlier that he said something about gas. I wanted to address the fact earlier about something he said, about this downward vector, right? So these gases, right, when we were on gas pressure, the gas does not have a downward bias. Do gases have a downward bias?
Nope.
No, they don't.
Nope.
Nope, they don't. So where the fuck is gravity in all of that equation?
Gravity is in the pressure gradient.
Oh shit, man! These gas molecules are like fuck gravity, right? They just do what they want. Gravity has no effect
not at all.
on gases
Not at all.
whatsoever,
Gravity.
right?
No. That's not the case at all. They are very much
That's
in
fine.
accordance.
Okay, so that's fine.
Hold on, wait. Can I just
one
please?
sec. You're not saying anything.
Gravity depends on the.
Dude, you're not saying anything. You need gas pressure to have a gradient. Like you can't get around it. You can have gradients. There are gradients being recorded in containers, right? There's no.
What happens?
You need the pressure in the first place to have a gradient, and Earth's a dynamic system. It's hot, cold, moisture, dry. So it creates wells of high and low pressure. Look at the weather map. You got high and low pressures. You got a low pressure, generally cold weather. High pressure, normally when the sun's up. Like it's not fucking rocket science. You can have pressure gradients, and then the hot air goes up, and then it gets cooler. Low pressure, it comes back down, heavier. Like it creates circles and winds and stuff like that. This is all happening inside a container system because it's pressurized.
Yep.
You can't get away from it.
Yep. It's a very dynamic system. It's an enclosed system, and it's very dynamic. You have your cycle systems of like rain and evaporation and things like that. And you couldn't have that without a container. You can actually do this yourself with a jar. And plant matter and stuff. Just put it out on your porch. Make a little terrarium. Okay, close it off. Put it on your porch. You will see condensation. That jar, it will rain. It will rain in that jar. There will be an evaporative cycle that happens in that closed system. Okay, Earth is very much the same way, but much bigger and far more dynamic. Okay, with your hot and your cold. The sun makes the heat. The moon is cold. Okay, there's these balances of things, and this
moon is not cold. No, the moon is not. You don't just get to say that. Shit.
Oh, I do get to say that actually, because you can point a temperature laser.
Jenna, he's fucking derailing you. Just ignore him. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what temperature the moon does. No one does. He's just derailing you from.
But you can tell that the moon is.
Right, but even if no one does, you don't get to just claim it.
Yeah, no one can. No one can claim the temperature on the moon. No one can.
I don't know what the I don't know what the temperature. Listen. I just said that the moon is cold. I just said that I said the sun is hot and the moon is cold. That's all I said. The sun is hot and the moon is cold.
The moon does give off a colder.
I didn't say what temperature they are.
Bullshit. Don't.
Good fucking night.
Okay, she was saying that it gives off a colder light, not the moon is cold. Rolling.
Yeah, cold
light. Without knowing anything more, you must admit that physics supports a thermal dipole system. It supports exactly everything that we're discussing about weather, actually.
It's like anodes and cathodes. If you know anything about anodes and cathodes.
But get back to the other guy, because I think we're actually having a decent conversation with him.
Okay.
He's
Yeah,
polite. He's nice.
That was good.
If he's still here.
Yeah, he was about to ask a question a few times, and I heard him.
Yeah, and Roland Boulder butted in and diverted the conversation to nowhere.
Is he still here?
I don't know who it was. I wasn't watching my screen. Yeah, who was it?
I think he's gone.
Gone, man.
Yeah, I think he's
Fucking
gone.
roll him a boulder.
Vanished. Poof.
Was the guy that did a band.
Yeah, it was going good, man. I was enjoying it. I just muted up. I'm like, yeah,
But I think it was the guy did a band.
it was a good conversation. You guys had it rolling, man. Damn it.
Looking.
Thanks for rolling my balls. Way to go, asshole. Way to fuck it up, bro.
Oh,
Thanks.
What's up, dude?
All right. Sometimes I fuck it up too, man. I get it, but you know
It happens. But why did T-Dub ban him? Why did T-Dub ban him?
Yeah.
You're next. Concern trolling. See ya. Bye.
Concern trolling?
I'm sorry. Shit happens, man. What are you gonna do? I love that.
Apparently, I feel QE. Well, Human says that I fill QE's seat well. Oh yeah, QE took off for the night, and I said I took his place. Human says you fill in his seat well.
Gas
I said
pressure.
thank you. I'm just less abrasive. Still abrasive.
No, you're pretty abrasive.
I am abrasive, but I'm not as abrasive as QE.
Yeah, you need to cuss more.
We agree. I do not want to agree with you on anything, but fine.
I know because like you love your ball so much. You just like don't take my ball. Please don't take my ball. Don't take my mind ball from me. Please don't.
Don't you think that's a problem? Rolling my boulder. Don't you think that's a problem that you just disagree with her just because she's a flat earther?
Or because I'm female, or both.
Don't you think that's a problem? Roland?
None of those are true, though.
But you just said I don't want to agree with you on anything.
That's what he said.
That's
what he said.
I was being a bit flippant for fun. I wasn't.
Okay.
Boulder.
All right, I was quick. You caught me being silly. You caught me being silly.
Oh well, we're all a little bit silly sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I was just having fun. I thought for a moment we could all just laugh.
All right, well,
You got me.
try harder, man. Try harder, bro.
Don't
You got a long way to
That's-
go.
I mean, that's what we
Long way to
have
go,
you
bro.
Glober clowns for, right? Clowns make people laugh, and you Glober clowns come in here and you're pure comedy for us.
Have you ever heard the saying that if you don't like clowns, stop going to the circus, Mongo. Stop going.
Bro,
If
the
you don't like
circus comes to
clowns,
us, man.
get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying?
The circus comes to us, dude.
Yeah.
We
Anyway,
don't go to the circus, man. The circus comes to us, man. We got clowns rolling through our front door like a revolving door, dude. Just
Well, I'm curious though.
Yeah.
That's what
That was awesome, man. It was good.
Like I'm a human trumpet. I can do trumpet sounds with my mouth. It's great.
It was awesome.
I'm really curious. That's what Glovers say about the flat earthers. Same thing. They do the same things. They do the trumpet.
Yeah,
and the,
guess what?
MC tune all the time.
They learned it from us. Globers learned Dunning-Kruger from us. We taught you guys what Dunning-Kruger is, and you guys are still coming in here the epitome of Dunning-Kruger. It's fantastic. Please keep up the comedy.
Wow, just believe in my ball-tarded nonsense. Wow.
I mean, it's nearly the same thing that MC Toon said tonight in his live stream, where he tried to drag in.
Yeah, but the difference is rolling my bowl down.
Yeah.
Like that, we've got our senses on the side of our argument, right? You say it makes sense. What makes sense? What makes sense?
Don't tell me what I say. Don't tell me what I say.
Oh my God, you're going to get into this meta argument. So what do you say? You don't live on a ball? You don't live on a ball.
I want to be in charge of what I say, just like you want to be in charge of you. You aren't all
Oh my God, I'm going to fucking kick you out in a minute if you don't have a proper conversation. Get rid of this meta shit.
Earthers?
Okay,
I'm
see
not
you
all
later.
Globers.
Are you going to have a normal conversation?
Don't make me
okay.
all Globers.
I'll admit. All right, I'll admit that was a stereotype fallacy. Okay, sorry. Now, go ahead.
Hey, Boulder. Let me ask you. Hey, Boulder, man. Have you been drinking?
No.
No. All right, carry on.
All right, Boulder.
In that case, I suggest you start drinking.
There you go. Yeah,
that's
I
where
agree.
things are fucked
You gotta
up.
start drinking ASAP.
Okay. Too many people. A kangaroo guy, I will not make you the stereotype of flat Earth. Please don't make me the stereotype of globe Earth.
That's why I apologised on my mistake. But you do believe you live on a ball, right?
I do believe I live on ball. Yes.
Okay. So what of your senses? What make? So what makes sense that you live on a ball? Not a difficult question.
Well, it's a it is a long-winded answer. You're right. You're right. It's not a difficult question. You are correct. It's not a difficult question.
Would you agree that you can't prove that Earth is a ball or gravity without involving some kind of subtle field measurement?
Well, hang on. Wait. Let's see what Timbo was going with that, man.
That question is too complex.
No, I'm all good, man. I'm cleaning the kitchen, so I'm just listening.
All right.
I would rather
evade this question and move on to a different question.
I would rather make my own claims and back them up with my own evidence. I would rather not you sign claims to me and try
to do it.
I've got a meme for that. If you agreed with a statement, it's my statement. I'm not going to say it's your claim. I just don't think that even you could say that you're going out there trying to find gravity with a, quote, gravity reader. There's no gravity detector, so instead you carry out subtle field measurements everywhere you infer gravity to be acting upon something.
Shit, Roland said he'd rather make a claim. He already said he'd rather make a claim and back it up.
This guy,
let him do it.
I just said that he made the claim.
No, Roland, you said you'd rather make a claim, back it up. Do it.
I've got a meme for this. Posting it now.
It doesn't work that well when there's like 6 people talking to me and...
Roland, make a claim, back it up. Do it.
I was originally the first person talking to you, and I just wanted you to provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, and you gave me some fucking red herring bullshit about some airplane wings.
Let him just do it.
Shall I talk to Jenna then?
Roland, make a claim, back it up. Do it. Now.
Yeah, I
just
agree
do it.
with
You're talking to Oblivion now. You're talking to Oblivion now.
Listen, you can't even. This is 6 of you talking.
Damn. Okay, go Oblivion. You're up, man.
No, I already said let Roland make a claim, back it up. Do it.
I
Roland.
agree.
Do it.
Okay, so I assume that Jenna will be the only person answering, and I am going to talk to what Jenna and I were talking about earlier. Jenna?
What, are you scared of other dudes?
Well, no,
Come on,
it
dude.
just gets very confusing and complicated if too many people are talking.
You said that you wanted to make your own. You said that you wanted to make your own claim. So we're waiting for you to make a claim. We don't want to talk about fucking aeroplane. We don't want to talk about aeroplane wings. We want you to make a claim about where you live.
Scared that Jenna had to interrupt.
Oh my god, you're a meta fuckwit.
Yeah, fuck off, dickhead.
That's what he said. He said he wants to make his own claim, back it up. So let's let him do it.
Here we go. My claim is there can have a difference in gas pressure without a container. That's my claim. Word for word. You can have a difference in gas pressure without a container. That's my claim. And I guess I'll say,
okay, so where can you demonstrate this?
If my claim is correct, and just the dominoes to start to fall.
Okay, so where can you demonstrate this?
Sure. So I have two of them. One I knew before. You can go to the first story and the third story of a building and measure outside the window, so you're outside the building.
You're already in a
you
container.
will measure different
You're already in a
pressures.
container. So you already have gas pressure. So that means you're already in a container. You're going higher.
Reification fallacy. That is an absolute reification fallacy.
You're creating a fallacy yourself by saying that it's not. You're saying a gradient.
Wow, so I didn't even get to say everything, and you had to get.
You're saying that a gradient is.
Wow.
You're saying that a difference in gradient. So you're saying that a gradient is not contained. So can you demonstrate this? Because you're talking about the Earth. You're talking about atmosphere.
You have now
right?
interrupted me. You have now interrupted me
because you're making stupid comments.
And
you're saying, right? You're saying that outside is not contained. So you need to prove that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say outside isn't.
You said you can have a pressure gradient without a container.
I never said the words.
It's in a container.
Isn't contained. Right? I never said those words. I never said outside isn't contained.
Yeah, you said without a container. That means not contained.
But can you tell the difference between something I said and something you inferred?
You know what? I'm sick of you, man.
Kangaroo guy.
Be fucked.
T-Dub.
Good.
If you let him cook, you can use his words against him. The longer you let him talk, the more words you can use against him, right? Just let him cook. It'll happen.
All right, I'll shut up.
No, I'm not saying shut up. I'm just saying. Well,
no, I know. I'm gonna mute though.
Yeah, I'll mute too.
Roland, just do it and get it over with, and tell us when you're done.
I don't know what you mean by it. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, just say it. Tell us when you're done.
The floor has been cleared, and you are good to go.
Yeah.
Go.
I'm done. Yield the floor.
You're done.
The floor has been cleared. Now Roland shit all over it again.
You gotta let him dig his own grave, man. Let him finish what he's gonna say. Let him dig it 12 feet deep.
He said he's done.
Okay, here.
So you've got a building, and at 3 stories and at 5 stories. Continue from there.
No, I will not. I accept evidence that the airplane wings have a low pressure above the wing and a high pressure below the wing, and that the difference results from the velocity of the airflow.
No shit.
The difference
Okay. So
of
could
high
that
pressure.
be?
Wow! So
Ladies,
so you said go. You said go,
man.
rolling, and wow! I got 6 seconds.
You're not talking about anything.
Seconds that you
You're not
keep
fucking talking about anything.
Wow!
I have to ask real quick.
I guess
Very important question.
airplane wings are vacuums. Sorry.
Very important. I've got a very important question for Boulder here.
No, you don't.
I do. Okay, so you think that
Then why couldn't you keep your mouth shut until I was done?
Oh, because I was gonna say, so could that be this high pressure, low pressure over the wings? Could that be due to engineering for lift and aerodynamics? That's not due to engineering for lift and aerodynamics. No, not at all. I hope somebody's clipping this right now.
In fact, and let me just put this here so that if somebody clipped the former without the latter, we can out them. Engineers exploited this. That's how planes work. Engineers realize.
Okay, so they must have exploited gas pressure without a container? Are you shitting me right now?
Roland, nobody denies this. Roland, nobody denies this.
Exactly. Engineers exploited how air pressure works to make wings so that we could have airplanes.
Nobody denies this.
You laugh.
You keep talking. Nobody denies this.
Jenna does. Jenna denies it, and
I didn't deny anything. You're the one denying that gas pressure needs a fucking container. You're the one saying that wings, that the aerodynamics, the engineering of these wings that allow for aerodynamics for this high pressure, low pressure for lift is a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. You are out of your fucking mind, Boulder.
Okay, so Jenna, you admit that there is low pressure above the wing and high pressure below it. You admit that because you understand how wings work.
I absolutely understand that.
And so,
it's not an exploitation.
Where is the physical medium separating them? What is holding off?
You are in a red herring, burden reversal, fucking sea lion bullshit waffle.
Wow.
Fallacy, dude. The whole fucking thing.
I am not in any fallacy. I'm just asking you.
Yes, you are. Okay, you are. By doing this, you begin to beg the question.
You are so pathetic.
Can there be gas pressure without a container? Then you want to beg the question? You want to beg it a little bit further? Get on your knees, bro. Get on your knees and beg it.
That there is a high pressure below the wing, and you admit that there is a low pressure above it. But you refuse to say what separates them.
I'm wrong.
Do you know how that's a red herring?
Cope, murder.
Yeah. Isn't there a between those two systems? Well, they're not even fucking pressurized. There's just one area of pressurized air is higher than another in an already existing fucking pressurized system, you idiot.
Exactly.
So now we have a white knight, somebody rescuing.
Where did wrong? Pressure for your wing lift to come from. Where did it come from, wrong?
Could not handle it.
You guys, I've already told Boulder this. I've already told him. I've already educated him. I tried to educate him. I don't think he's educatable. I think he's indoctrinatable, but he's not educatable. Boulder, you're indoctrinatable. You're not educatable. Okay, and that's the problem. As I already told you,
low and high pressure.
I already told you that this plane is operating through these gases through a pressure system that exists in a closed system. It needs a container. It's happening in a closed system.
Above the wing is low. Below the wing is high.
It's a red herring.
Separated.
Above what?
Red herring detected. Red herring detected. Red herring detected.
What? Between the high pressure and the low pressure between the wing. On either side of the wing. Did you say wing? Wing? Wings?
So
Solid
it's
thing in between them? Is there?
Flat.
This kind of reminds me of when Matthew Learns would sometimes say to me that wind is gas pressure without a container.
That's the whole thing he's doing right now.
Yeah, I know.
He's
That's
trying
what
to
he's
say that
basically the
air resistance that the plane experiences is gas pressure without a container, and he's out of his fucking mind.
Said resistance. I never said air.
Roland, you're a dumbass, man. Come on.
Yeah, like Roland, this is even more ridiculous than when I asked one of my brothers to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and he said to me over and over again, "Dig a hole," which is just referring to delta X. That he's basically what he was confused, sort of, but he's basically referring to delta X going the other direction.
I have to deal with your brother saying dig a hole.
What I'm saying is, what my brother said to me was less crazy than what you're saying to me.
Pile on. Join the 6 other people.
Roland, where did the pressurized gas come from for your wing differential pressure? Your wing, the differential pressure around the wings. Where did that come from?
Upward velocity.
Upward velocity, but gravity gives a downward directional bias. You're already flat smacking yourself. Just punch yourself in the face physically. It might hurt less than this.
Actually, Jenna, the fact that you bring up gravity is like you sucking globes or something. The gravity doesn't enter into it. I didn't invoke gravity. I didn't reference gravity.
I was
definition of gas pressure. Roland, what's the definition of gas pressure?
Yep, that's what we want.
Can you say it, or are you like having trouble saying it? It's short. You know it by heart by now.
All pressure. Definition of pressure is force over area.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Listen.
You can't even say it. The motherfucker can't even say it.
If it has units of pressure.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Area of what? Area of what? Area of what?
Wing.
What is the definition of gas pressure, Boulder? What is it? The definition of gas pressure. That's what we want. The definition of gas pressure. What is it?
Okay, QE. It's force over area. Sorry.
Nope.
Area of what?
Wrong.
Okay, hold on. You're saying that it's not?
I want you to give me the definition of gas pressure.
The definition that you're going to give is somehow going to contradict force over area. Do it.
All right, Roland. What you need is a different citation then. If you're pissed off about QE's citation, then you need another one.
No, I don't want
QE citation.
I am not so fragile as QE or Jenna. Don't deal in very things.
Force.
You won't come in here when you see me in here.
Force over what? Say it again, Roland.
Force over area.
Force over. So in the instance of gas pressure, what's causing the force?
I posted it in side chat to help you out if you need it.
What's causing the force with gas pressure? What's causing the force?
Kinetic energy causes it. Kinetic energy.
How is the force being created? And
you know how dimensional analysis works? Like, you know how to use the units of
in the instance of gas pressure, because you're just going to fucking and not answer the question directly. I'll help you out. Okay, so in the gas pressure. Shut the fuck up for a minute. In the instance of gas pressure,
why can't you answer me?
You didn't answer shit, bro.
Did answer you.
No, you didn't.
Just so you know, T-Dub, maybe a fourth of what you're saying is a little...
In the instance of gas pressure, right, your force will be exerted by the gas molecules, and on what area? The walls of the container.
Colliding with the walls of the container. Just to correct.
Yeah, force that the gas particles exert on your area, which is the walls of the container. That's not QE's fucking citation. It's just simply the fucking understanding of gas pressure.
You learned that in middle school, bro. Come on now.
Hey, before we unmute him, should we try and talk to someone else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because all he's doing is describing how wing works. And yes, we all know how wing works in the gas pressure that is contained.
Wing is flat. You're right. Wing is flat.
Wings prove globe.
Don't say wing is flat.
Wing is flat. That's so great. But the airplane flies in the air over the plane, dude. Like, you're not proving a globe by arguing about airplane wings.
Is in here. So we've got alien, robot, ghost. Are you there? Alien, robot, ghost.
Sorry, my mic doesn't look very good.
Okay, gotcha. No worries, man.
The pressure that a gas exerts is caused by the impact of its molecules on the walls of the, wait for it, container! Fucking A. Anyone else?
Can you hear me at all?
Kind of.
Would you say that there's such thing as atmospheric pressure?
We've been through this, and the whole thing about it is there's gases in the atmosphere, and if you have atmospheric pressure and gases in the atmosphere, then you have gas pressure. And you know what gas pressure needs? A container.
And also in terms. Explain what you can figure it out for yourself.
Right, T-Dub, your mic's a little bit crackly, and Alien Robot, you're hard to hear too.
One sec, I'll jump out.
Go, Alien Robot Ghost. Go ahead. What were you saying?
If you can hear me, I don't know if you can hear me now. My mic sucks, but so would you consider the gravitational field of the Earth to be the container that's carrying the gas pressure around the Earth?
Well, this will be hard. This will be a hard conversation with your mic like that. But you'd have to prove gravity. Yeah, so you'd have to prove gravity acting upon gas as well, because the claim is that gravity pulls the gas towards the Earth and creates the atmosphere. Yeah, so you'd have to show a demonstration of gravity working on gas and pulling it back towards the center of a ball.
Then you'd have to actually prove sphere, because that's a shape.
Yeah. Exactly. See, this is what they don't get right. They say, okay, well, gravity holds the gas to the Earth. They haven't got a sphere yet, so their gravity is just in. But to them, it's down anyway. So no different than we have a direction down. They just call it gravity. This is what they're confused about. They're just when they say gravity and we say down, it's exactly the same thing. They've given it a cause, but they don't even know what the cause is. They're very confused about the cause.
But you know what's also really interesting that they kind of like avoid and they don't even touch it is that the math of it all is consistent of this like perfect sphere, but then in the same breath,
it shouldn't be.
It's not a perfect sphere. Like it's weird. They just like kind of they just like whistle past that graveyard because they're like fuck that because they can't address that. Like it's really weird. But all the math is based upon like this perfect fucking sphere. But then they'll tell you, well, the Earth is not a sphere. Then how the fuck does your math equate then? It's really
and then if it's more dense in one part than the other, so that should bend. If you drop a plumb line straight down a hole, then it's not going to go straight down. It's going to bend. Exactly. It's going to bend towards the more the part of the
more dense area. Yeah,
they're more dense. Yeah. Is it?
But they don't like to talk about that, bro. They fucking won't touch that with a fucking 10-foot pole because they know that negates their fucking claim.
Oh,
We
I've
call
heard
it
them.
bendy plumb lines.
I've actually heard them make that claim. So if that claim is true, then gold is worth more on the equator.
Because it's heavier. Because it's heavier there.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, McToon was saying that tonight in this fucking live stream. He's saying that things weigh a certain, and if you go east, it weighs one fucking. Even if you go in directions, it'll change weight. It's like, well, then we might as well fucking weigh everything at the equator because we'll get more money worth of it. Yeah, you're right. Gold's going to be more heavier there in their paradigm.
Don't you mean to say it would weigh less?
Wider. Yeah. It's more centrifugal force.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, the opposite.
Oh shit, is it that?
Yeah, you're right. But we should weigh gold in the furthest point.
Counteract that.
If you want to hit the big scam, bro, buy the gold at the North Pole and then go travel to the equator and resell it. Hit the big scam.
Then you'd lose money.
Yeah, you have to buy at the equator and then go sell at the fucking North Pole. That way you make more money. These guys are fucking clowns, bro.
Has it been defined which powers more than the others? Centrifugal force or gravity?
Get this right. So that the at the equator, the Earth's supposed to have more mass, right? Because it's 28 miles wider at the equator than it is north to south.
Oh yeah, true. Because that's where you have your water mountains. Yeah, because it's spinning and it's like more mass because that's when fucking Tyson, Neil deGrasse dumbass, he's like, it's wobbling, so there's more. That's why that's the 18-mile high water hill at the equator compared to everywhere else because it's the force itself is stretching out that's why he says it's pear-shaped.
Yeah,
and he says it all evens out. So you just weigh the same wherever you go. Just perfect.
Oh, maybe that phantom extra distance that he's citing at the equator can somehow address some of the map problems that exist around knowing the true scale between things.
What map problems?
Not really sure how to categorize that properly.
I know what you mean, though. You'd have to give me
let's
a
just
map.
call it a malformed question and move on. I'll come back to it later, probably.
I just want to know where to weigh my gold. It's like, is it centrifugal force or is it the gravity?
Yeah. Gravity.
Gravity's nuts. Sorry. Sorry.
Come on, Jenna. I had a bad picture in my mind just then. I'm going to start calling you Brenda.
That's terrible.
Oh,
I'm actually a woman, though.
Pun intended. That's a low blow.
Look, I called Brenda sir. I straight up was like, sir. Oh wait, shit, ma'am.
What do you mean, dude? You did nothing wrong.
That's hilarious.
That's too good. Grab a D's nuts. Anybody else? Anybody else?
All right, who's that? We got Banhammer. Who's that? But that's Matrix's picture.
Oh yeah.
Ah. What's going on with your name?
He's in the building.
Matrix is the Banhammer.
Isn't he the one doing all the sounds? The soundboard?
Did you work it out? Did you, Matrix?
There you go.
Yeah, I guess so.
You got it.
I told you.
Soundboard's back. How'd you achieve that?
With a lot of stuffing around over the last 3 months.
All right, good on you. Good. We've got it now. We've got a bit of comedic value. What? I love that one. What?
I love that one. Yep.
What?
Oh, banana peels. Oh, how cute. Rolling my boulder is tagging me in the banana peels.
You should get the home improvement one, so when they drop something random on the table, like the plane guy, you can just be like, oh? You know, like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, there's heaps of sounds. I had a quick look. I've got about 200 that I've done. But yeah, there's truckloads more. I think we had just up around 700 sounds.
I don't know if any of you guys caught it, but tonight on McToon's stream, he says that on a flat Earth, the sun would have set, and then later on, he says we didn't see the sun set. I'm like, bro, like in Antarctica. I was like, you kind of contradicted yourself, bro.
So you're saying on a flat Earth it wouldn't set, and then they saw the sun not set. So wouldn't that make it flat?
Yeah, I made a fucking funny video of it on X. I whipped it together though, so it's kind of crappy. I ain't gonna fucking lie, but I'll post it again.
I think these retards forget what they said because also what were they saying? Dazza before said, oh well, you don't need to know what the container's made out of for there to be a containment. And you go, okay, well, your argument to us is if you don't know what the container is, then you can't have one. So they forget what they say.
I posted in side chat if you guys want to see dumbass fucking contradict himself. Just like the other video I made of him, he was like talking to his audience, whatever. They were live streaming from I think Punta Vera or whatever the fuck they were at in South America, and he literally goes, "Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you try to take measurements on the ice because it's not like water." And he goes like he makes the flat gesture. He goes because it's all the same elevation. But like I made that video real quick, bro. I'm like, this fucking idiot, bro. He's fucking like disproving his own fucking paradigm, bro.
That's what they do, man. They flat smack themselves, and it's glorious.
Right.
Wait, so he's saying that ice is flat, but water's curved.
So wait.
How
the water's curved until it freezes.
Okay, so now the serious question. So one of them's curved, the other one's flat. At what temperature does it change?
That's a good one, Matrix. That's a really good. Yeah, what temperature does the water become flat?
Yeah, well, that's interesting because there was the thing called the ice swan.
I keep explaining this. It's the temperature is just 0, right? 0 Celsius, but it's actually to do with motion and salinity. The ocean water can't freeze if there's any salt in it, and it can't force all the salt out unless it becomes perfectly still. So if you don't have both of those conditions, you get sludgy sea.
Define sludgy sea. Oh yeah, ice water mix.
I posted a video of McToon fucking saying it's flat.
Sure, without
even fucking realizing it, and you can kind of see it in his eyes that he made that gesture, and then he said the same elevation, but he meant fucking flat. Like what? Water's fucking flat, and the ice, it's fucking it's a little bumpy. It's not the same. It's really funny. Caught his ass. That's why I fucking made that video for as a dumbass.
Man, Boulder is a character. I tell you what, he's in this Ban Appeals channel, and he says, what does he say? He says, fair enough, 2 days ban, but in the meantime, why do you let folks overtalk you? Could you really not handle even me on your own? We kind of all talk each other. Look,
he's just
when it comes down to it, when the boys get to talking, okay, and this is just what happens when the boys get to talking.
Okay.
Yeah, guys get to talking.
What we're going to do this for Roland. Oh, it's not going to play. One sound effect, you bastard. Oh, well.
Douchebag.
Anyway.
He was giving the mic.
Don't take the bait with Roland. Something I've noticed with him, when he's talking, he's got the IQ of a 12-year-old. As soon as he drops into text, all of a sudden, all the big words come out. It's like, to me, it's like as if he's using AI when he's talking.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else has noticed that, but it's really weird. What he types and what he says, it's two totally separate people.
Yeah.
Crazy. It is. And I said, I live rent-free in your head. Have a good sleep. He says, not sure what this means, honestly, but I would be willing to go 1v1 against you in some sort of neutral space. Not sure if QE/tune modding would cancel out and make it neutral. Probably not. We wouldn't get to talk. But
he's just going to argue the wing.
Yeah, he said, but how then could we debate 1v1 neutral? I'm not educated enough in the ways of Discord to know. And I said, that's no fun. There's no witnesses going 1v1.
Well, that's real easy. Go into a different room.
Can
have a one-on-one.
Go to 24/7 and you can jump in the arena. There's only allowed 2 people in the arena.
There's that.
There's a 1v1 channel there as well.
Yep.
I
also have a server. I've made my own server where I've got a 1v1 room. I don't stream it, or anything. So, but that's, if he wants to come 1v1 in my server, fine. It's just not fun because there's no witnesses.
But you two, did get it. What you can do is organise a staged event in here or PNR as well.
Absolutely.
And then choose some moderators. Maybe you can get one from each side so it's fair. I don't know. But, yeah.
Absolutely. But no, you two did get a bit of a time there to just be, just one-on-one before people jumped in today.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry.
You guys were there. You guys were there. He wouldn't answer any direct questions, couldn't answer them. And so to me, that's somebody who's very intellectually dishonest.
Anyone listening heard. Yeah. We know.
Yeah. So.
But if you want to do it, you can go into a room, have it live streamed, have it recorded forever.
That'd be cool. I'm okay with that. Because the whole thing is, I know I won't really blunder. I won't fuck up. I know my shit. And so,
what kind of debate are you going to get out of him, though?
But nothing.
He doesn't say anything. He doesn't do anything. I think, those structured debates, you have 10 minutes, he has 10 minutes, and then you have this back and forward. But, he's going to be talking about what he said, and then, he's not going to answer anything you say. And that's the way all these debates go, right? No one ever, you don't win a debate. Everyone just starts spilling off information. And then the people who agree with the other person agree with them already. And then the people who agree with the other person agree with them already. And then one side says we won and the other side says we won. It's just a weird dynamic, debates.
Yeah, that's what happened with mine, Timbo, with that other drunken idiot. But but what he did was I put forward my evidence. Earth is flat, stationary, measured that way. Just a very brief intro, and he's like, "Is that it? Is that fucking it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, man, that's it. You'll go." And he's like, "No, you've got to tell me how stars work. You've got to tell me how gravity works. You've got to tell me." I said, "Dude, I don't have to tell you anything. I'm not here to answer your questions. I'm here to debate you. Put your shit forward, and we'll debate." Yeah.
Yeah.
And he just melted down from there. So if you do it, don't let them ask you those questions and fall into that trap. You're not there to answer questions. You're there to have a debate. You put your forward side, they put their side forward, and that's it, yeah? But they'll trap you.
Yeah.
Technically, you're not even there to do that. You're there to inform them. And whether or not they can accept the truth or not is up to them.
Yep. Whenever they want to ask me how the stars work, I just sing them Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Like, so do you know? Because I don't know. And the nursery rhyme doesn't know, and still nobody freaking knows. They're just lights in the sky, my dude. Oh, he's so funny. He's spurging out in this in the Ban Appeals chat. Oh, just because Quantum Eraser and McToon couldn't mod, you don't think they would even witness? Are the two of them that fragile they can't even sit in and witness? Let's talk after my 2-day timeout. I'm game to go 1v1 versus you in a neutral channel. Let Huey and Toon choose the venue. Okay. I just told him, I said, get some sleep, dude. The Earth was never a globe. You'll be okay.
Like, you know, I reckon the best way to structure like a debate, audience-wise, is that like before the debate, you put forward your topics so that then they get a chance to give a good rebuttal as well, and it makes it actually good for the audience. So you actually know what they're going to come with a counterclaim. Say you make a claim, they come with a counterclaim. You're going to know what they're going to do, and then you can have a counterclaim. You know, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
but it makes it good for the audience because then you get more information out instead of just going in blind and them throwing something about you that you might not know anything about. You know what I mean? But the people listening, if it's a structured debate and everyone knows the topics that they're going to bring out, then the people listening who might be on the fence actually get some information out of the debate.
I think that's how it's supposed to work. But just to let you know, you'll never get QE to moderate a debate alongside McToon in a billion gazillion years.
He knows that. Boulder knows that. He knows that, and that's why he said, oh, I'm going to pick these two. Fucking ridiculous. What is it when you debate with Roland? This is what I hear. I gotta listen to this.
Nah, Roland's just a don't lose any sleep. He keeps harassing you, just tell me. I'll give him another 2 days vacation just for being a pinhead.
I would like to see that debate, though, Jenna. I'd like to see you guys getting in and debating. It'd be cool.
Yeah, I'd love to. I would absolutely love to set up a 1v1 debate with Boulder. That'd be great. That'd be fine.
Do it as a staged event. So it's just you two, a bot recording, and one person to referee. Probably get someone like Drace AI, someone who's good on all the fallacious arguments, so they can rip that to shred.
That'd be
Or
cool.
Overlord. Overlord. He'd be a good one to have in there because he'd sit back and let you both attack each other and just pull down the falsities of the arguments.
Mm-hmm. Thing is, we already heard it. Didn't we already hear it?
Yep.
You know,
witness.
I mean, we did. We already kind of heard it. It would just be more of the same.
Oh, well, as long as I'm here next time, so I can play this for.
Oh, damn, we have a... Oh, we got it.
That's
How many more? How many more do you have?
Well, there's 64 on that page. If I go to the next page...
Oh, shit, we got it.
Go to that one, there's another 40. There's about 5 there, 16 there, 22 there. That one's got 2.
How fast? How fast could you play? Shut up, bitch!
Shut up, bitch! I got to, as soon as Hardbit's just finding them, but anyway.
Shut up, bitch!
Oh, you're on it.
Yeah, it's once I know where they are, and it's just a matter of sorting them out. But the main ones on the first channel are ones we use most of the time, so I've just got to sort of realign. So start the count.
Oh,
Ones are there.
Got it. Awesome.
Got knocked the fuck out!
Yeah, the worst part, I gotta go to squash. I knocked off work, I come in, I sat down, I looked at the clock and went, I'm only gonna be here for 5 minutes. Oh well. But at least you know we can have some fun. What I will do though, guys, when you are actually cooking someone that's sensible, I'll stay out. But when we've got numpties in here and I want to trigger somebody, people that are just pains in the ass, if you DM me just to slap someone with the soundboard, yeah, just like give me a heads up or something that you just want it done. I don't want to do it too often because it gets over the top and some people just hate it.
No, only when it's reasonable.
Yeah, well, put it this way: if Indio's in here and he's cooking someone proper, I'm going to just sit back and let it happen. I'm not going to hit the soundboard because what I don't like is sometimes you'll hear an opponent say something really stupid and it's like, man, I've fucking got you, and you hit the button, and then Indio's normally really, really quick to react because he thinks fast, and he'll react at the same time as I hit the button, and the sound effect will play over the top of him, and I don't want to do that to you guys. But if you do give me a heads up that you want the soundboard on, like any of the mods can just punch a thing in the mod channel and say, yeah, we've got to cook this guy. I'll have some fun with it just to trigger him. But yeah, I don't want to play it over the top of you guys, especially when you're on a roll and you're going well. So.
But anyways, I'll be sending you a message all the time to get that fucking soundboard going.
Yeah, usually you can hear the person talk as well as the soundboard. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I can usually hear both.
Yeah, but sometimes it sort of goes over the top. But anyways, I'm going to do something shit before I go to squash. So I'm going to go to squash, come back, and I'll be back in 2.5 hours. Rick rolled, motherfuckers. All right, I'll catch you a bit later.
Fucking Rick roll us. Not to call out the guy in the room, but wouldn't it be awesome to have the Dr. Jordan B. Peterson and QE go at it? Wouldn't that be awesome? Dr. Jordan B. Peterson, evolutionary biologist.
No, he's a clinical psychologist.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't he an evolutionary biologist?
No, I'm not sure he believes in evolution.
Yeah, he does. Oh, yes, he does. Oh, yes, he does.
Does he?
Oh, yes, he does. That's the problem.
Well, because of the lobster thing. Is that what you mean?
It's kind of self-proclaimed, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to Google it.
I don't know. I've heard him. I think I've seen most of his lectures. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I wasn't listening properly. Because I could have sworn he was a Christian. Or does he just do...
no. Oh, yeah, here's the thing. He will not cross that boundary.
Okay, because it alienates. Yeah.
Ah, yes, he's a fence sitter. Oh, he's worse than that. It's like he says, act as if there's a God. Act as if you will be judged. Clean your room, yada yada.
It's
But
about behavior. Behavior and morals.
Yes. But then he works for the Daily Wire. We won't get into that because that's a whole nother tribal thing.
I'm going to mute. I've got to turn the vacuum cleaner on.
Whatever you want. But
you're a pussy.
And then I had to like file it and sand it so it's perfectly smooth on the inside so the seal will go down through it. That's one example.
You've been
But I'm
listening
used
to
to doing shit like that.
24/7 Flat Earth
I love
Discord
fixing things, so
2.0.
I'm like always
We
fixing
hope you're
shit.
having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane.
Should see all the.
If you too would like to join
I
the
build
debate,
I build pedals
please
for my
click the
guitar
link
effects,
below.
so I have like projects all the time, and it looks like a workshop, my kitchen table. But that's the way I like it. I like having things to do, and I always have something to do. Like I read this before: do what you love, and the money will follow. And so, like at my age, like I just want to do what I love to do. Like I would hope that some money would follow. Like if I were, to delve into it like a little bit more of like lucrative, like as a I can't think of the right word, entrepreneur, right? And try to sell some of my equipment. I love it so much I don't want to sell it, but I probably will start doing some of that. See if I can actually sell it because I'm getting really good at what I do, electronic wise, and the package looks like professional. So it looks like a professionally put together pedal that people actually pay hundreds of dollars for, and I build them for fractions on the dollar.
What kind of pedal? What does it do? I just walked in.
What's that?
I walked back in. What kind of pedal did you make and what does it produce?
Oh, okay. Yeah, like so guitar effects pedals. So I have a lot of fuzz pedals that are based on like the fuzz face that like Hendrix used. I have like distortion pedals, preamp pedals. I've built a phaser pedal. I built a treble booster called a Range Master, which is a very famous pedal in the 60s. I've built recently a triple pedal that has a British amp in it, a Tweed amp model, and another booster, treble booster in it. And I built several distortion and fuzz pedals, built a delay pedal. I'm working on another double pedal right now. I'm a little about halfway through it or less, maybe third of the way through it. So that has I don't know if you've famous, these are all pedals that are based on famous amplifier models.
Where are
like
you getting
Marshall.
models from?
I get the PCBs I buy from a company. There's a couple different companies. The one I find is the most valuable and easy to put together with good instructions and things like that is called Guitar PCB. So I buy the kits, and the kit basically has a PCB, and then usually the parts I have to buy the bill of materials. I have a list of the bill of materials, and I have to go to actually a couple different companies normally to get everything I need.
Is it just
And,
2N22 transistors and all that in it, or are you using
Yeah.
IC?
No, transistors, resistors, quarter watt resistors.
2N222s, right?
Yeah, like regular size capacitors, electrolytic capacitors, small ones. They're like 16 to 35 volts. So they're
You thought about
fairly
trying to
small.
do it using an Arduino, and then that way you can make 50 different sounds in one pedal.
Well, that's something I've sort of looked into just a little bit, but the Arduino would be fantastic. And I know they actually have some pedal models that are based on Arduinos. And another.
I probably have 15 Arduinos here and 20 ESP32s and 5 Raspberry Pis sitting around.
Yeah, the Raspberry Pi is another thing I think you can make a guitar amplifier. Like you can actually make them modelers. Like you can have now with the Arduino and those other ones, Raspberry Pi, those types of things, you can make these modeling amps in one pedal, even though it is digital. Like you can make some really cool stuff with the technology that's around now with JFETs and things like that, which I do work with some of that as well. I built a couple of models that have JFETs, and they act like vacuum tubes in some respects. So LEDs are used for clippers in amplifier models and in effects pedals. So I use LEDs and what are the other ones called? I don't know if you know the numbers at all, but like a 1N 4148.
Yeah, that's a diode, Zener diode.
Diodes, yeah, Zener diodes. So those diodes I use. And also the light emitting diodes. And those are actually used in pedals to clip. So they actually create a distortion. They create a square wave. You get the signal path that goes through those diodes and through series of voltage dividers and resistor capacitor coupling and stuff like that. And then the LEDs in between, and you can create clipping. So you can create pretty cool sounds with these devices, and shit, I love it.
Or you can go buy a Zoom guitar. You can buy a Zoom guitar pedal like mine and get all the modeled amps already for $89.
Exactly. But see, like I'm old fashioned, so I like putting this shit together myself. Like I have a Digitech pedal that does that. It has like 50 presets. It has a drum machine in it, has a tuner in it. I mean, it's pretty cool, but like I like all my analog devices like actually better. But those digital devices really have come a long way now, so they sound pretty darn good. Yeah, those Zoom pedals are really great, man. I played out of a couple of those.
I got the pedal that has, or there's two versions of it. One has the actual wah-wah pedal connected to it that comes in it, and then the other pedal of the same exact one comes without the wah-wah pedal, and I got the one without. I basically use it for plug-in returns on my mixing board. So I do send and receive from my mixer, and I just click on the pedal what I want, and that channel has it.
Yeah, that's cool. So do you use it like with a keyboard or something? Because I know you can do that too.
I could. I've got keyboards. I could try it.
You do it with a guitar.
I guess I could just bust something over to it. I've never actually put a keyboard through it. I'm sure it sounds pretty wild.
You have a guitar, though, that you play through it, right?
Guitar, bass, drums, keyboards, yes.
Right on. What kind of guitar do you have?
It's a Radwin guitar.
Oh, yeah, homemade one? So is it like a Telecaster model or a Stratocaster?
It's a Telecaster. It's not a Strat. I hate Strats. It is a Telecaster.
Bitchin'. That sounds great, man.
And then I built a 5-string bass. And these things are lovely. They don't go out of tune. Perfect.
Did you build the bass from a kit?
Yep.
Yeah, I built a bass from a kit also. It's like a P bass. It's pretty good. It's made of this kind of wood, though. Shit, I can't. Paulownia wood or something. It's like super light wood, and I really need to paint it. I just have it like pure, like unstained, like natural wood with like a wax coat on it. But I would really like to paint that base because I think if it were sealed up, I think it would sound better. I mean, it still sounds pretty good, but because of the lightness of it, I think it'd be better if it was sealed with some paint. Or a clear
What does a rubber seal sound like?
What does a what?
Rubber seal sound like?
A rubber seal? I don't know anybody said a rubber seal.
You said rubber seal.
What the fuck?
No, I was saying if the base was sealed up with paint.
Yeah, before that you said rubber seal, though.
Well, I was talking about something else back then.
Yeah, but I was ruminating, like, what does a rubber seal sound like?
Oh, I was talking about my French press. That's a different topic.
Are there French rubber seals?
Yeah, it has a rubber seal that in the French press where the screen is, so it slides down in through the to press the coffee in the stainless steel container. So that's when I was talking about a rubber seal.
You're confusing me now. I know a seal is like Now,
two different.
What's the French
topics.
seal sound like?
A rubber seal,
how do you say in a French accent?
Like a gasket, like a rubber gasket.
Okay. I see. I'm not going to get straight answers out of you.
No, I'm trying to answer you, but I think you're mixing the two different conversations I was having. Or I had a conversation about fixing my French press earlier, and then I went on to guitar pedals and guitars.
Got you.
Yeah.
I got you, Sonny. Thank
Sorry,
you.
I didn't mean to confuse you. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate it.
I moved kind of fast. You're like, where's the rubber seal at? That'd be cool.
Yeah, rubber seal on a guitar.
pedal. What's that?
Rubber seal on a guitar pedal? I was tripping.
Yeah. Now I'm just joking, but that would be kind of funny if you had a pedal effect that made like a seal, like a seal sound with your guitar strings, different tones. So, yeah, Radwin could probably make something like that. That's funny. But I digress. I don't want to hold the chat hostage, so we can change subjects back to the topic.
Topic being, we're never going to the moon. We're never fighting curvature. Ah.
Nah, bro. Duffy said he's going to take flat earthers to space, and he's going to do it kind of like the TFE, where either you pay or you get a ticket, and he's going to take you up real high, and then you can see the Earth, and then you're going to know what's the truth. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's cap. Like, you can't go high enough, bro.
Yeah, I'm quite sure without authorization, he won't get higher than like maybe 10,000, 20,000 feet, if that.
What? No, they'll definitely go above that, like possibly, because commercial airlines could go 30,000. So why wouldn't they be able, like,
because of commercial airlines, they won't just allow them to just go to 35,000 feet. That's what I'm trying to get at. He's going to need
without authorization. Got you. Yeah.
He's going to need clearance.
Yeah.
And being a skydiver and a jumper, 20,000 isn't going to cut it. You know, he's going to have to go way higher than that. And it's never going to bend. The horizon is never going to bend. So he should just kind of quit while he's ahead. That's what I say.
So how many of you guys are wraparound earthers?
Hey, this is a family show.
Seriously though, none of you guys are wraparound earthers. You all have broken flat Earth, conceptions. Dang, that's crazy.
Isn't the globe a wrap around Earth?
No Globers today, or did you guys already have a huge meltdown and now they're like recouping?
These days, it's such weak sauce. Earlier, all I heard was somebody unmute and go, Ursa Globe, and then remute. And that's all they had. It was weak sauce. Yeah, the next week sauce after that, Ursa Globe, mute, and nothing, was maybe 45 minutes later or so, somebody came in and said, "Hello, you here? Hello?" And I was a little busy getting my paperwork together, rolling my morning coffee. And by the time I unmuted to say hi, welcome to the room, there was nothing. It took me about a whole 8 to 10 seconds to unmute and welcome them to the room.
Oh, they get scared.
Going on.
Yes, pads, it's quiet. All the Globers ran away.
We got him, bro. We got him.
Yeah, where's all the globe rebuttals?
Let's go watch NASA launches.
We're like vampires. We need Globers to stay alive.
Not really.
Otherwise, we're going to end up talking about guitar pedals and the lengths of screws.
Not really. You guys can talk about. You guys talk about fundamentals. You guys talk about the history of some of the things that occurred over the past 10 years in Flat Earth. You talk about the latest and greatest dramas within the Flat Earth community. For example,
Somebody came in here and made an offer. You're breaking up, Mr. Roboto.
A cease and desist letter from Patricia Steering Company.
Breaking up. Como arigato, Mr. Roboto. So where's that Glober that offered to do a GoFundMe page to send me to space? Because I'm waiting for it. I want to see the link.
Oh, is that along the lines of Duffy or no? Because Duffy wants to do that. Send some flat earthers up high. Hey, bro. You know that Mark Sargent supposedly has a standing offer to be put in a vacuum chamber with a NASA suit and see what happens. And he's willing to die over it. You guys hear that one? He's had that offer for years.
Yeah, I think that's the nail in the coffin, he calls it. And he wants someone to accompany him in there, like a NASA astronaut or something as well. Like,
What about it? Well, I got it, bro. So Will Duffy's been pulling our legs with this final experiment title, right? And none of it's really that final. So what if Mark Sargent and Will Duffy both go into the vacuum chamber with the spacesuit on, and then it will be final, if you know what I'm saying. If it's the case that it's going to be one way or the other. So, because Duffy's like, well, if you don't go to Antarctica as a flat earther, then you can't talk about this topic. Okay, well, Duffy, if you don't get in the vacuum chamber in a spacesuit, you can't talk about this topic anymore. How about that? Is that fair?
I like it.
problem with that though is they'll probably, they'll say they got the approval. They're planning everything. They're going to set up the TV crew and everything. And then when they get to the final day, like one of the guys that runs the facilities would be like, no, one of our execs says we had a safety concern with liabilities and we just can't do it. We got to pull the plug. Not that you're in any danger or anything. It's just that we can't do it for legal reasons.
I have another great ground experiment would be awesome to try out. I just thought of it now. It popped into my head. Take that same capsule they used to put Armstrong and whoever on the moon with the food and all that crap and just put 3 people in it. And they don't go nowhere. They just stay in there and eat and poop and shower for however long the journey took.
Yeah. Yep, I hear you.
Yeah, see if it can be done. No arguments.
Well, the only problem with that is you wouldn't have the confounding factor of supposedly everything floating around in your capsule. So other than that, it's pretty good.
In one of my YouTube clips, I was talking about their space trip, and I'm like, there was enough food for them to make the trip. It was compressed food, but there was enough.
I don't think you could be able to sleep in 0G.
That would be weird. Enough sailors have enough, getting used to sleeping on the water. Imagine 0G. Wake up, your back's to the ceiling, and
Wake up, your face is in somebody else's crotch.
Yeah, plus or minus the amount of spiders that you swallow. And by spiders, I mean the fecal matter that didn't work with that little thing you're supposed to tape to your butt while your other dude helps you out when you're trying to take a dookie and trying not to pee simultaneously because it only covers your butt, not your wang. So you're probably going to pee all over the place and get it all over everyone's face for the next 3 weeks.
sounds like a real uncomfortable trip.
It sounds like something I would want to sign up for.
Must be why Elon sent mannequins instead of people last time.
Well, it's funny. You blow up 2 rockets in a row, right? But the third one can go up and dock with the space station and bring people back. But the 2 before it, they just blow up.
And didn't it bring 2 extra people back? I
don't know.
What, dude? It left with 3 people and came back with 5 people. What the heck?
No, I thought I saw that it went to rescue 2 people, but when it landed, there was 4 people in the capsule. Where did the extra 2 come from?
3 people. I saw a picture. There was 3 people in there. The 2, this other guy.
I guess the other guy brought them the Santa hats and shit.
No, it was the camera guy. Duh.
Oh yeah, they don't include the 4th wall. They pretend that doesn't exist.
Maybe they picked up the cameraman they left on the moon in 1972.
He was pretty old. He was older. Could have been. He could have been 5 years old at the time. Definitely.
Gets home, no family members.
Walking around up on the moon for 60 years, however long it's been. Just walking around doing nothing. Shooting video. Sending it nowhere.
Eating moon rock soup.
Playing golf, but they do have golf and they didn't bring the moon buggy back. So at least you got a car. You can go on vacation and tool around.
It probably runs on that ice water they found at the South Pole of the
Go on all these weird expeditions everywhere on planets and south poles, and there's storm clouds and rain and all kinds of shit everywhere. But you ask them to land a drone in your yard, they couldn't do it today. NASA couldn't do anything, couldn't launch a spaceship and have it land in your backyard and then start making a rover run around in the neighborhood. They couldn't do it. That's the real test. Let's see a live test in the desert. Shoot a rocket from Florida, have it land in the desert, or above the desert, or wherever, and have the thing drop a rover, and let's see it run around, take pictures, take care of itself for a year. Just a year.
That's a good point. I'm surprised we've not seen shit like that. If it's like real, you would have expected to see some like testing or like dry runs or practice runs.
Yep, you would expect to see testing because that's all we do where I work. I'm on the side where we're in R&D, so we test the shit out of everything before it even is quality control before it goes into production.
There would have been like news.
Yeah, bro.
They would have done like a news article about it and everything. The news would have been there covering it.
Oh yeah. So guess when they tested? Guess when they tested the lunar lander?
Days after the launch.
Yeah. That's actually probably true. That's what they claim. Like they didn't test it, dude. They sent it up, and they didn't have any of that tested, and then it just worked on the first try. Successful landing, successful removal and reconnection with the whatever crap they had, and successful return. None of the stuff was tested.
They're just that good, bro. I mean, NASA are just that good, man. That's how they do. I'm taking.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. In the history of aeronautics, as far as I know, there's like nothing that has that. Nothing ever's been that smooth.
Yeah,
like you said, everything's tested. You're going to test the lander on Earth. Make sure it works.
That's what Duck.
Now, some of the excuse back then, which may be plausible, is that, well, they were in a time rush and they didn't have time to duplicate the systems and everything. They just had to get it done to beat Russia, yada, yada, blah, blah, excuses.
They should be able to test everything here first because we're supposed to have the strongest gravity. That way, for sure, it'll work on the other ones.
I don't think the issue's testing it because no matter what, they're always going to come up with some bullshit. I think, like Radman was saying, like we'd have seen some testing by now. Like surely they would have done it somewhere open, public. They would have had like news coverage and everything. Like here we are, guys, on day 15 of the rover. Fucking, do you know what I mean? Like it would
be a live stream and people would be able to go look at it and wave to their friends in the camera. It would be like that if it was real.
Yeah, it'd be a big spectacle, wouldn't it? 100%.
Well, there is a test rover, but not a test deployment of a rover from a craft that landed.
I want to see a craft land with balloons on the side. I want to see it falling from the sky, deploy the big 8-10 balloons or whatever it is on the sides of the little thing. I want to see it hit the ground, roll around, open up. I want to see the rover just drive off like all the animation show. I want to see him do it in the desert. I'll go out there and camp and wait. I'll quit my job to go do that.
I don't think you're going to see that anytime soon, bro. Watch it. Like, what do you think is going on with these SpaceX rockets that they're always launching and shit? Then where are they going? Like, what's the thing with them?
Exploring the universe, dude.
No.
Dude, all that stuff is going to one place, bro. Straight to the bank.
Fucking true.
Nobody ever asks how come you keep using the same rocket over and over. Oh well, That's part of it. That falls back in the ocean, and they can reuse that. Oh, I see.
No, but, like, where are they actually going though? Let alone coming back. But like, where?
Falls in the ocean. That's what the NASA fleet is for. Their little navy they have, recovery crew.
Mm-mm. No, I mean like when people like can go there and stand. I mean, yes, I've never been there, so every person could be blagging it and bullshitting on YouTube. But when you just see people who go to like, is it Florida? It used to be. I can't remember.
Yeah,
Wherever it was. Where they used to have like a lot of shuttle.
They go
Yeah, so
up and
like,
they turn sideways.
So you think it just goes up out of sight and then eventually turns sideways, like when people aren't?
No, it goes up and turns sideways from launch.
Yeah.
And then it goes over the ocean, then you don't see it anymore. You can't see an airplane forever, can you?
No.
You're
No,
not
that's what I'm
going to
saying.
see a rocket either.
Okay, fair play.
And they make sure that they launch it where it's not over anybody that can pick it up somewhere else and then keep tracking it from there. It's impossible. They just say, well, we got to wait now. And then poof, here we go. See, now it's in outer space. Here's the cameras just came on.
I'm sure they do it over space, over water for safety, though. Surely, like that's what it's got to be. I can't see them pointing it over like populated cities and shit.
Well, the landing zone for the rockets where they pick them up, NASA's boats, you can go watch the videos, is in a triangle pattern. It's called the Bermuda Triangle, and that's their recovery zone.
Actually? No way is it?
Yeah, it's the recovery zone for NASA. But you're not allowed in there when they're shooting rockets off. They see you, they're going to say, oh, we're launching today. You're going to have to move. For safety.
Where is the SpaceX guy? That's not too far from NASA, is it? Like, and the what's the other one? Blue Oyster or whatever the fuck it is? Not Blue Oyster. Who's the evil genius guy? The bald guy. Amazon
Some
guy.
of that's here in California. SpaceX has a launch pad in Terminal Island in Southern California.
Has the Amazon guy got one? Bezos? Has he got one there as
An
well?
island somewhere else.
Yeah, you could look it up. SpaceX Terminal Island.
Oh, bro, you're confused. You're confused. Let me explain. So you're thinking Blue Origin, but you're saying Blue Oyster because you recognize that it's all a cult, and so it all fits.
I think Blue Oyster was something else. Okay, is that part of the sea shit? I can't remember what.
Listen to Blue Oyster Cult.
No, Blue Oyster Cult, brother.
I listened to him on the way home from work today.
I know, but Pads couldn't get that reference. He's not cultured enough.
Oh, no, clearly, sorry.
Not old enough to know who Blue Oyster Cult is.
Blue Oyster.
Don't fear the Reaper and the sun, the moon, and the sun.
I used to just go and watch them in the bar. They used to play here locally. Just go and watch Blue Oyster Cult play. $10 to get in.
Yeah, too young for that shit, boys. Because as you can tell, it's real because it looks so fake. Who said that?
Oh, they always have to tell the truth.
Elon Musk.
But you're not going to believe when they tell the truth because you're going to think they're just being funny.
Just openly laughing in your face. They're making it very obvious.
Is that when he's talking about the Tesla car in space floating around? I'm sure.
Yep. Yeah, that was a Tesla.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, I think I've seen that. I'll check it out in a minute anyway after this game. But yeah, that's how you can tell it's real.
There's a little laughing in our faces. Interestingly enough, it's not the only time somebody said that with relation to little space cartoons. There was a female space person. I don't know if she herself is an astronaut or not.
Female space person.
Female space person. And she was giving a talk about supposed space thing that happened, and the video looked. Yeah, it just looked like a cartoon. It looked like the most fake shit ever. And she said exactly the same thing, word for word. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Doesn't prove anything, but it's quite interesting nonetheless. I'll see if I can find the video. She's at some kind of conference.
Cult conference? Bam bam. Oh, fuck you. But somebody linked in a 6-hour video yesterday. I think it was DJ. I can't remember who it was. Of pretty much all NASA fails. It's a cringe edit. The editing's so cringe, but there is so much sketchy footage from NASA out there that I was just unaware of. There's so much, man. But like I say, the video's 6 hours long. You must have seen it.
Well, I've certainly not watched the 6 hours of it, but it's interesting because people defend it, and they haven't even watched it. They will defend the NASA footage. It's not fake. Have you ever seen the NASA footage?
Some of this is defo fake, bro.
No, that's what I'm saying. People will defend. So you say to somebody, so NASA, some of there's footage that proves the fake can be in space, and people will shout, "It's not fake! How can it be fake? There's no way it's fake!" But then the interesting thing is, you'd say, "Well, okay, have you watched it? Have you even watched the footage I'm referring to?" And they'll say, "No." Yeah, exactly. Because the program is so strong, they will defend footage they haven't even seen.
Yeah,
they haven't even seen it.
Like the institution, though, aren't they? Like,
no, they haven't seen it.
Like the establishment. No, I get that. I'm just telling you, like, probably what they're doing. They probably got some sort of fucking feelings towards that establishment or something or whatever. Or, I don't
and then
know.
they say, "So show me the video." Then show me the video. Okay, here's the video. I'm not watching that.
No, like I said, it was 6 hours. Somebody said it today, and I said I was going to watch it, so I started watching it. Some of the shit, right? I will admit, some of the shit. The flat Earth guys are like, "Look, it's fake, and it's lens flare or."
Some of it's small. Some of it could be. And you're like, "Well, okay, that could be," but there's plenty of it that flat out proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that at least some of the time, the fake can be in space.
Yeah, I felt like 100%, like undeniable levels of fakery as well, bro.
Yeah, like it's not up for debate. Like, which then, and this is what started me on this whole thing. Why fake being in space even once? If there's hundreds of little spacemen at any one time floating around in space, why would you need to fake space even once? You get to send you a little video.
I mean, that is interesting, but the issue is, if you fake space once, no matter what you provide, everyone's going to say it's fake. So they could have faked the moon landing, but been to space since. But there's the reputation's gone. Like, there's nothing. Do you know what I mean? Like
That's what my wife thinks. She thinks they faked the moon landing, but have since been to space.
No, but I'm just saying, if they had, even if they showed the pictures, we still couldn't confirm it. Like, the cat's out of the bag at this point. NASA, as far as I'm aware, or as far as I'm concerned, can never ever show me anything that I can 100% say, yes, this proves space. Because they've been caught to lie before, so it's a tricky one. It really is a tricky one.
Yeah, so are we supposed to believe that they fake space only once for the moon, and after that, everything has been completely on the up and up?
They went legit. After that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying, though, don't you? You see
the point he's making. The point he's making is that let's just pretend, for the sake of argument, that they did all that fakery and then went legit, and just for the sake of argument, have been to space multiple times since then. The issue they've got now is that no one's going to believe them anyway, and nothing they ever do it's like the reputation's just gone now. Like I just don't think they can ever pull it back.
And rightfully so. But then, like, another space agency comes along, so something like SpaceX, ran by billionaires. Do we trust that? No. So, like, at what stage is anything ever?
There's a side benefit to that. Here's the side benefit. So the zealots are going to believe no matter what, right? And then if you provide weird evidence from an officially broadcasted thing, there's a plausible deniability there. So like even the zealots don't know what truly to trust. So they just say, okay, I can't parse out every single thing from NASA that you give me, so I'm just going to put faith in them anyway and just say it's all under a blanket of trust.
Yeah.
So it actually has a benefit where people will actually trust NASA even though they've been provided with fake evidence, like routinely, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense, sure. I mean, I think both points still stand. Like, you know, what would be required of a space agency for it to be legitimate? So, you know, a new person, not Elon Musk, they set up a space agency today. In a couple of years' time, they say, okay, we've been to space. We've now got pictures. This is like, would that be considered proof? They've got no bad reputation. They've done nothing like nefarious or anything.
Well, check this out, dude. Here's a story that I think may come to fruition in the future. I'm not sure. So it's basically it's a movie, it's a kid's movie called Capture the Flag, animation movie. What it's about a villain that realizes that he can convince everyone that the United States faked the moon mission by going himself to the moon and removing the flag and the other things that were supposedly left there, and then pretending like he landed on the moon for the first time, and then going to the site and saying, hey, look, there's no evidence that the Americans were ever here, and thus, you know, upset the American superpower, etc. Now, that's actually plausible to happen in reality, that another nation does that exact scam on the United States, regardless if it's real or not. Because if it is real that they went to the moon and left those things, then the other agency doing that would have repercussions. If it's fake and the other nation fakes it, then the United States could only reply by pointing out how they faked it, which would then be pointing fingers back at them. Yeah. So no matter what, it'd be a bad... Yeah.
Either way, you fucked. Yeah, no, I totally get you. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, either way, you're fucked. Like, I think it's gone past the stage of anybody ever being able to produce any evidence, photographic, video, and it being taken as 100% gospel. Like, especially with AI and other shit, it's done. That I don't know. Observations and proof of observations from space can never ever be validated. You know?
Nobody would ever outright go, oh, there it is. Yeah, I believe this right up. At least nobody here. But you could at least look at it and examine it, and you could go, okay, let's just start with the basics. Does this at least look real? You know, and it's not just a case of some of the things. I say some of the things. It's pretty much all of the things they put out. It's not just a case of saying, oh, well, it doesn't look real. It's not borderline. Like in some instances, we're looking at, they look like literal stop motion cartoons. It's the most blatantly fake looking crap. So I think there's, you know, even something getting sent that you can look at and go, okay, on the face of it, this actually looks quite real, looks quite convincing. And they've had the power to do that for years and years and years and years, but for some reason, they don't. They've had the power for decades to say, right, here it is. We've been to space.
Oh, instead of a movie looking better than real space?
Yeah, exactly. Like, how is it they can do Sandra Bullock, George Clooney in Gravity, but then when they're up in space, they're like, oh, fuck, I forgot my iPhone. We're going to have to film it on my 3310.
I think that's what they mean. Like, again, I'm not saying it's true, but when they say, like, oh, you know it's real because it looks fake, I think that's what they mean. Like, if they were...
No, they're laughing at you.
I think in their head, they mean, bro, if we were faking this, it would look like a Hollywood film with the most crisp, clear shit. And like you've just said, in this day and age, why would it not look like that if they were going to fake it?
Why would the real stuff not look real? Why would real stuff look like a cartoon is my question, ever.
The stuff that looks like a cartoon that's displayed on like the shuttle launch control center thing is obviously fake. Like the actual cartoon stuff is clearly fake. No one's disputing.
The Earth turns into a cartoon from Google. The Earth is a cartoon. Everything that's not rendered up close and personal, like really close to you that you can verify, is cartoon setting offset. And everything you can verify.
Hey, have you guys seen?
To an animator,
Sorry,
when you say
Mark.
cartoon, I'm like, what? What do you mean, bro?
Have you guys seen this TV show I posted in the side chat? It's called Space Cadets: Reality TV's Greatest Hoax. Has anyone seen that?
Space Cadets? Nah.
I'm going to check this out.
All right. So they tricked all of these people here, right, in the thumbnail into thinking that they went to space. Right? But it was all a prank. Dude, then they all thought that they were seeing the Earth from space. Like they thought they were in space, right? They told them they had this device that counters gravity, right? So that's why they're not floating when they're up in space in the capsule, right? And they put them into this like capsule thing that moves around but never leaves the ground, right? And then they had screens and stuff, right? And they're looking through the screen, they're like, this is the Earth, and they're all of their minds are like, whoa, bro, look, we're seeing Earth for the first time from space, right? And then they told them all at the end it's just all a prank.
Oh, you'd be wounded. You'd be devastated, wouldn't you? That's so mean.
What would you compare it to? How would any of you know that you've been to space or not? What would you compare that to?
Nothing, bro. What could you compare it to? That's how
Exactly. So to fake. So my point is, to fake you to space is so easy because no one knows what the hell space is. So anywhere I send you is space.
Shit, just to fake the vibrations on launch and shit like that would be goddamn tricky, bro. Fuck, I want to watch the show. I'm gonna.
Remember, they don't got no steering wheel in that rocket.
So they could trick all of these civilians, right? So easily with like a TV show budget, right? You don't think they could trick Don Pettit and these other idiots?
Yeah, they could do the same thing with them. Said, we got this device we're going to put you in. Don't worry about going up there and being so high and all this. You're not even going to notice anything. The linear motion, you won't feel at all. It's going to be constant. And you won't experience any gravity differential because we have a mechanism that controls that or accentuates for it, actuates for it. And then, so don't worry about that. And you should be noticing space in T-minus 2 hours. And you'll view your viewer. We can't have glass on it. It's not the safest thing. So we're going to have this monitor from the inside. We'll have a camera on the outside for your viewing pleasure. And you're going to view the Earth from space. No matter who you are, you would fall for that if you believe any part of anything they're saying at all. You have to believe every part of that. You have to believe you're getting the thing that can do this thing, that can negate this thing, that can go to this place that you're going to see Earth from, and you're in the magic word space where nobody knows where that's at.
Oh.
Well, you just,
NASA,
just up in the air. So you're up in the air and you get space. Yeah, I'll say it like that.
The NASA astronauts also said that they can't tell the difference, right, between the simulators and the real thing. I think they were talking about the data or something like that. But like with that kind of budget, they could easily trick. I always wonder why they get such weirdos, right, that you see in this ISS footage, right? Maybe they're getting people that they know are gullible, right, handpicking them and tricking them somehow. I don't know.
Maybe that's just how somebody looks post 20 hours of MK Ultra treatment.
They spin you around in a machine. That you can't tell the difference from the actual thing. You pass out, you slobber box everywhere, you wake up and they told you all these great facts. What else can you do? You have to believe the things they say because you pass the hell out anyway.
What y'all are saying kind of reminds me of this movie about a little girl with a dog who's a movie actor or whatever. And they have the dog convinced that he has superpowers, so he finds out that he doesn't.
Yeah.
But for every they treat these guys like that. Like they put them on a pedestal, make them think they've got some kind of astronaut superpowers and authority, make them think they're gods.
Yeah, DJ, I'm definitely
I
watching
could see
that
that
show.
happen.
British as well, mate. Let's go. Definitely.
People are susceptible to some weird stuff.
So what they did in the show as well, what's interesting about it, right? They've got like most of the people are like they don't know they don't know about the prank, right? But there's a few people that are plants, right, that are in on it, right? And they're like through the episode, they're interviewing the people that are in on it, and they're explaining how gullible they are. They were like, the girl says like these people will literally believe anything that we tell them, right, about anything, right? They're just like lapping it up.
When I was a little kid and I saw Mr. Ed, still to this day, I wonder somewhere, is there a horse that can talk? Is there a force that can talk? Of course, of course. No one can talk for a force, of course, except for the famous Mr. Force, the force of Mr. Ed, right? So, like gravity and all this Corey and all these forces, no one can talk to a force, of course.
Except the horse with the talking head.
No, except the horse that is the force.
All right.
And then you're with the talking horse. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it looks like they've got a bunch of absolute cretins, DJ. Just skipping through the video, it looks like some guy singing about some dead dog's ashes or some shit. They've obviously got some backyard sort of fucking wrestlers, mate. You know what I mean?
Why do they not comprehend their horizontal is a vertical line? When I point out to the horizon, that's supposed to be globe vertical, isn't it? Why not? It's just not correct here. Aren't we looking for the other vertical that's supposed to exist? Oh, there isn't one? Let's get vertical, vertical, straight to the horizon. We want to see the elevation climb. I'm just saying, if you shoot from any position, you should be going vertically to the clouds. I don't know how this is, I don't know where the discombobulation comes in or the malfunction, but from a perspective of a sphere,
I missed what you said, bro. What did you say about the clouds?
you should be able to go 1 foot off the horizon and go horizontally that way and then touch the clouds and be at 35,000 feet. It should be vertical to you. Every direction should be vertical away from your point of position, your focal point of position, to away from that position to space, no matter where you're at on the surface of the sphere. Every direction, going down, diagonally up, left, right, a star, like make a star, a plus sign. No matter where you want to put it, they all should be increasing in elevation away from that point of contention, the reference point you started from. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Kind of.
Yeah. In free space, globe, free space, all directions from the center of that globe would be out to space, correct? So if I
from
drew
from the center of the globe. Yeah, I thought you meant from the center of my position, but yeah, sorry.
No. Now listen. Now put the center of your position above the center of that globe, right on the crust. Now the center of your position becomes the same plus sign. You still have to, from that crust or water's edge, be able to go forward to space, backwards, left, right, up, down through the earth, and increase to space. Once you get to you'd have to go through the earth to get to space going down. You'd have to go that distance of 8,000, 3959 twice, or 3959. 3959 forward. And after 3959, you're at like the 0 point at 3959. Should be sea level for the globe going that way. And then once you pass that sea level for the globe, you should increase in elevation out to your clouds horizontally. It should have to happen, but it should happen. Huh?
And what's the issue? What's the contention? Like, what's the actual?
Well, a person on a globe says going at 1 foot high off of the horizon, going straight horizontally out to the horizon to space. They say you can't do that. You're not going to see no clouds down right there. They're saying you got to go up to see the clouds. So they're just
Because they're talking about. It's because one's talking about the. There's a word for it. Fuck. There's multiple horizons, bro.
No. But what I'm saying, if there are multiple horizons, that means there's multiple verticals. That every horizontal would be vertical on that sphere. If that's the case, we're not talking about horizon. We're talking about hitting the clouds that are supposed to be in front of you.
Yeah,
And a spherical thing of air. I know, but listen, if I believed I was on a ball and you said, "Hey, Demok, shouldn't I be able to go horizontally out that way on the horizon to hit the clouds?" I should say, "Fuck yes." I would say, I guarantee that's what you should do, and you should see clouds below you also. And as you go forward,
eventually, once you go through the clouds, you'll see them below you. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but as you're going to them, they'll be above.
As you're going horizontally.
If you're going horizontal into a wall of clouds, you're going into a wall of clouds. They're going to be below and above, and then they're going to be behind, below and above when you pass through them.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, so does anyone recognize me from yesterday?
We just want to know if you recognize a horizontal line from your position on the horizon.
I'm going to find you the name for it. I misspoke. It's not that there's multiple horizons. There's multiple ways to say what a horizon is.
We're not talking about a horizon.
Horizontal, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. Horizontal. I
Yeah.
can't remember the name of it. I seen it yesterday. There's one of them which is like space horizontal, which basically is what we're talking about, which from here, regardless of the planet, of the surface, whatever, if you went horizontally in space, yes, you would go through the
You'd increase in elevation. Yes, from
away
all
from the
points.
surface, yeah.
Yes. No, from any focal point. Listen to what I'm saying here. Pay attention to this, please. So if you drew an imaginary dot in front of you and went up from that dot, left from that dot, right from that dot, and down from that dot, you're going up. You're increasing. Hold on, brother. Hold on. You're increasing in elevation in space from that dot according to relativity. Your elevation will increase
Take these
every
niggas
which
to
way.
space, bro. Oh, God.
Now, on Earth, we're supposed to be in space. So at a focal point of on top of a ball in space, me going from this point forward past the horizon, I'm going out to keep going into space. I'm going to keep increasing my elevation because I'm at a free point from this position relative to this position that I picked where my feet are. Everything should be up in space away from the sphere underneath my feet.
Yo, listen. I know this is out of context, but your voice is really nice, bro. Like,
Thanks.
what the fuck am I witnessing, bro? Pero, what am I witnessing? Yo, that was actually.
You're witnessing the debunk of a globe.
Yeah, I'm just going to
The
mute
globe.
this kid. One sec. Jesus Christ.
The horizontal line going north, south, east, west, forward or backward should all increase in elevation on a sphere. If they don't, at every single little microscopic dot, the same way it does going up, up is out to the horizon. Out to the horizon on a globe is up.
Again, I think on a globe model, bro, they have two horizontals. The horizontal that follows the curvature of the Earth, and the horizontal, the one that we're on about, the one that just, no matter what happens to the surface, just continuously goes the same direction, regardless of.
Here's the contention I have with what you're saying, though.
The two different horizontals.
No, I have a contention with that. A globe has no horizontal. A globe has no horizontals. None. Only flat Earth.
No. I mean, I believe in a flat Earth, bro, but this train
No, I know, but listen to what I'm saying.
Concave Earth has horizontals as well.
No, it doesn't.
Thank you very much.
But when they say we measure it flat, bro, that's what they mean. Like, we measure it flat, as in, like, they are arguing it has curves, but the curves are that negligible. I mean, this is grade one shit. I don't need to, you know all this shit, obviously. They just argue that the curve is that negligible, that when we're measuring stuff locally, it has little impact. Or no impact. They, you know. But the horizontal shit's different. I'm not disputing like drop over distance or anything like that, because that's actually what won me over. But the horizontal are different on a globe. There's just two kinds for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, actually, concave Earth's the only one that has horizontals. Flat Earth has the same issue as the globe. The ground is down there. It'd be a shame if flat earthers had perspective wrong with everything ramping up and the Earth was concave, but they never heard about it. No video, nothing. No devil's advocate. It was just A or B. If not globe, therefore flat. 10 years later, no map, no model, no explanation, nothing. Flat earthers, the best of them, dropping off one by one. It's tough to be a flat earther in 2025. A little easier to be a concave earther, but
Okay, so a concave Earth then should have no problem presenting measurements of curvature. That's the problem. The problem that the globe Earth and the concave Earth both share is that there's no demonstrable curvature going down in a way or up. Right? So when you take those two curvature claims out because they can't be demonstrated, you're left with flat.
Well,
so
yeah,
then say, oh, well, there's optical information that I don't understand. Wouldn't matter, dude. The only thing that matters is curvature. So if you have, essentially inverse curvature to present demonstrable, that's what you need to present if you're attempting to sway people to the concave argument.
That's what flat Earth does to you. Is it's a psyop and it makes you deny the truth. Imagine a hypothetical reality where Earth is concave.
Don't care.
And of course you
don't care.
Of course,
what I want, dude. What I want.
What you want? What I want is a model of flat Earth. How about that? I've made 2 of them. I've 3D modeled them. Now it's your turn. I've made my model. I've made your model. I've made 2 of them.
Model. Yep. There you go, bro. Nobody cares. Okay. So what we want, what anybody wants, dude, is demonstrable curvature of the surface. So I'm going to unmute you to see if you have any of that. Not some model, not some explanation, just, measurements of Earth curvature, curving in the manner necessary for your claim. That's all. If you got that, I'll be interested. If you don't have that, I'm personally not interested. Somebody else might be, but I'm not. All right, you got any of that? Go ahead. Let us know.
I'm not interested of you getting understanding it. You're a flat earther. You've been brainwashed.
Yep, you're not interested in presenting proof, so you can just go on server view. We're not just going to listen to you diatribe and pontificate, and then when asked to present the actual thing that would make your point true, that you're just going to say, oh, I don't care whether you know or not. Like, what are you even doing here then? So you only care about people who don't care about the crux of the issue, which is whether the surface is curved. So let me get this straight. What you're trying to say is you want to talk to people who are too dumb to understand that the crux of the issue is whether or not the surface is curved. That way you can befuddle their minds with models and reifications and ideas and explanations rather than the actual proofsy of what you need to prove your claim. I see now. That's why you're not interested in guys like me, because guys like me will demand that you provide the actual crux of the issue of evidence.
Did he say we were on concave Earth?
Yeah, I'm still sussing that one out.
Well, what would make him believe that?
The amount of glue he sniffs each day.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll
Like,
let
what
him,
did he
we'll
do?
let him look.
What did he
Listen,
see?
brother, we'll let him present his case if he wants to present his case, but he rarely does. He often just, does a bunch of chicanery and never actually presents a positive case or actual evidence. So if you want to know, since you asked, I'll unmute him so he could tell you. Let's see if he actually has the capability of presenting a case.
Thank you.
He just go ahead, present your case.
reality.
Well, hold on. Let him present his case.
You know what they say? Don't cast your pearls before flat earthers.
No, that other
Go
guy
back
wants
and
to
mute
know,
me, bud.
dude.
You're a coward. Go back and mute me.
Yeah, dude, you're clearly stupid.
Go back and mute me,
guy
bud.
asked.
You're a coward.
Yeah.
A lot of you.
Yep. So notice how, friends, somebody asked, right? I said, well, let's give him a chance to present his case to that person who asked. Rather than take advantage of somebody who's interested in his proofs, he's just going to make fun of me and what's going on in like socially and with personalities, right? So why should we take someone like this seriously? I asked him for proof of curvature of a concave Earth, refused to present it, said I don't deserve to know. The other guy asked, oh, I'm interested how he came to the conclusion of concave. I said, okay, let's clear the floor and let him present his case. He couldn't take advantage of either of those opportunities. So I ask you, friends, should we take this guy seriously or just dismiss him as a retard? Which one?
It doesn't seem like he's legitimate or sincere.
Dismiss him as a retard.
Yeah.
Nobody
I would
wants
say
to hear
troll.
about
I would say
concave
troll.
here.
I would go troll. I don't think he's retarded. I think he's a troll.
Yeah, but by the way, friends, that's why in 24/7 throughout the years we don't like concave earthers because they're very problematic when it comes to actually presenting a positive case. That's usually always social commentary, or you don't deserve the truth, or you're not a real truther because you haven't studied hard enough. Like they never just present a positive case, and then when you ask them to do so, they hide behind, oh, you're not somebody worthy of the truth. It's like a worse cult than the Bevite cult. Like where they have the secret truth of truth, and you're not good enough to know the truth of your truth.
That guy's not a troll either. He actually does believe the Earth is concave.
Yeah, he actually does believe that he's morally superior to everyone in this room. Yes, we all understand that. That's what he was here to do. He was here to flex that he's so moral that he can know the truth and be honest, and only him can know it. We're too dumb, and we're swine, et cetera, et cetera.
I want to see what he saw. I want to see the program that he saw that makes him believe this.
Yeah. Dude, I would love to hear it too, but every time I offer him the floor to present his case, he never does. Not one time.
It's literally a reverse ball earther. Same syndrome, just upside down.
Unless he's going to be like, April Fools, it's flat, which I was thinking about doing today, but I'm not going to do that.
I actually was hoping he'd present it because then I could listen to what he's presenting and actually maybe learn the way in which he came to his conclusions. But, good luck.
Dyson sphere Earth.
Yeah. All right, I got to go on mute because I got to go up on this roof. If he comes back, let's unmute him and give him.
Be careful. Definitely be careful on that roof.
Trinity, I read that as Mason Fucker for a second. For a second, I was thinking, what the fuck?
Where'd your Glober go? I leave the room and come back and he's gone.
He was a concaver.
No curve, no concave either.
Conspiracy. He was a conspiracist. concave spiricist or something. I don't know. He was weird.
I think he's like the only one too that believes that nonsense on Discord. I could be wrong.
You know, when he was making all those claims about flat Earth is dying and all of this, I wanted to pop in and be like, show the stats, show the data, because everywhere we look, flat Earth is on the rise.
It's the tricky one, isn't it, to say how much flat Earth is on the rise. Lately, a lot of people have been going off to like subgroups. Sorry, what's that? The world's got very clicky, and people have been seeking a lot of solace in communities over like the last 5 to 8 years. So it's hard to say how much flat Earth has grown independently, or if it's just a trend. Subcultures, that's what I meant.
He's posting that 24-hour fakery. Does he not know that we found the corners of the studio walls?
Wait, what?
If you go through every single freaking stitch of that TFE footage, go through every single stitch of it, frame by frame, scour every single pixel, and you are going to find the utmost anomalies in this that makes you go, did they actually go? Or was the money put up enough for them to, I don't know, hang out in a studio and do some cool stuff? It's just, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced at all. And it doesn't even matter if they faked it or not, because, you know, things in the sky aren't going to prove that the ground is curving. You know?
Yeah, but here's what you
got miles upon miles.
Definitely
miles upon miles upon miles of flat ice, right? Flat ice. Miles upon miles upon miles of flat ice. So.
Well, here's one thing you could be sure of.
Definitely
that
not.
it was a bunch of YouTubers that make money off of stunts that went down there to verify this. And one person from Clubhouse. That is something that is not speculative. There's a couple other facts. There was not a single scientist that conducted any type of scientific experimentation. That was done. That wasn't.
How about the fact that camera right there, the 360 view was taken from a horizontal baseline on a stationary plane?
Yeah, they would have to be dead in the center for that to work, right? Like damn near I'm in the center. But then the other side, you can do it in Anchorage, Alaska, and that's like pretty far down. You know, they had to go way the fuck up there to do it. It's ridiculous.
Literally talking about the ground underneath the camera.
Yeah. The fact that the sun appears to be doing a 360, like, yeah, it does appear, it makes it appear that they are dead center, right in the middle of Antarctica, right?
No, I think
that's not even possible. That's completely off limit.
Well, here's another thing you can agree to. That was a light in the sky that no one could verify. That is 100% factual. That's something everybody can agree on. But, it's the sun. You can't. They can't verify these things, man. It's just a light up there, and you're trying to make the fucking ground flat again, or curve again. It's ridiculous.
Why would they have to be in the exact center of it, though? That makes no sense. I'm not gonna lie.
Look,
you think if they moved like 5 miles?
Look at the way the sun moves around their head.
Yeah, but if they argue it's so far away, even if it's only a couple of thousand miles away,
it's in the wobble.
One sec, if you move a couple of miles either way, it's still going to appear like in the middle of it. Like that's I'm not saying
it's in the wobble of it. It's the up and down motion. It was very slight. If you do 24-hour in an Anchorage, Alaska, it's wow, like a giant sine wave. But this one was very subtle. That means they were very high on the top of the bottom of the sphere. But in reality, they are literally just the same distance as a whole bunch of other bases. And you want to really prove something? Go ahead and set up a 24-hour live cam for 6 months. What would be the problem with that? You have internet down there. Just go outside and put a camera outside and have them do it all the time then. What's the problem? Matter of fact, when it gets dark, have them do star trails of the stars going exactly the opposite direction, making a whole circle. Go ahead and do that.
That's what I wondered too. I'm like, why would they? If these 24-hour time lapse sun videos in quote unquote Antarctica are real, why in the hell would these grifter boys have to go down there?
Exactly. They could do it every day, all day. But people call their families. They do internet. They search Google all day long down there in Antarctic, and there's a bunch of 16, 20 bases in the same circle of that one they went to notice this sun very high in the sky.
Oh, if you notice the one I posted from the north, the 24-hour sun, it does not turn into a football.
Where are you talking about?
Who was the guy saying there was?
Oh, there you go.
Who was saying they were close to a bunch of bases and stuff? Research?
The circle that it makes when you put on a sphere, there's a latitude and there's a bunch of bases that people are at all the time that were in that ring where these assholes went and seen a light in the sky.
Why do we think that they're all there in that one specific spot, bro? What?
Well, I mean,
let's think about it at least.
If you put it on the Gleason's map, they're all spread out like differently, but either way, it's in the range of where you could see the 24-hour sun all the time, and I just don't understand why. They don't have a camera down there to see this phenomenon right now, every day.
No, but forgetting the camera,
every single day.
I don't see what the issue is with having a bunch of bases local. Like, it's clearly just like the busy area.
That means there's more people that could do this. That's what I'm saying. There's like literally 16 more bases that hold 25 people that could be interested in showing this, that could have done this before YouTube clowns did it. Why don't they do it right now? Do it right now. Do it right now. Do it again. There's got to be somebody down there right now. Go ahead and do it right now. Show me that again. Show me that sun all the time. And then show me moving it up and moving it out and then it starts setting in again. Show me that. They won't. They haven't. We didn't have the technology. What is the excuse now? It's just crazy.
I don't think it's that they won't. I just think it's like, I think in terms of the 24-hour sun, the argument's pretty solid at like this stage, isn't it? I'm not saying this proves a globe or anything. It's just I don't think it's required, bro. I think everyone is in pretty much.
I think they feel pretty solid.
Shaped? I want to know why it's football shaped in Antarctica. You guys just completely ignore me when they ask that question.
Where's it at? Show it again.
When you Googled it or when you
watch the 24-hour sun from Antarctica, 21 after the hour, and watch the sun turn into a football at the top and a football at the bottom.
Okay. I mean, I don't know the answer, but when you did your research on it, what did it tell you? The reasons for it? Any reasons?
Can you post what you're talking about with the football thing? It's very interesting.
Inside posted a good version of it at 21 after the hour.
21 after the hour. Let's see where you at.
The red one is,
Okay, 21. This is the time lapse, and you're saying it turns into a football? Oh, okay. What is that? Yeah, I do see it. It does turn into like a oblong shape for some reason.
Weird. It's just another weird anomaly to add to the list. So
that's why I posted the actual one from the north. You don't get a football sun when you just use it and do it.
So what were the reasons, Radwell?
No, it's footballing again. That is weird.
I started Googling them, so within a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I see that.
I keep Googling shit and finding answers for that. People posing questions.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find anything on Google about that ads, to be honest. But you're welcome to
actual experiment.
The light rays are very strange too, aren't they? Or is that just me seeing stuff?
I mean, when like Jenna before, I mean, oh, she just gone. She mentioned people had, gone through pixel by pixel. I'm just saying, what is the reasoning behind this? What is the reasoning they're giving? What is the reasoning Flat Earth are giving for this? What is, it can't just be a GIF in a side chat proving anything.
YouTubers pulling pranks, bro. Getting paid for it. That's what they do. Mr. Beast made himself a billionaire by doing this. Along with the multitude of other little turds that pull pranks, bro. They're just pulling pranks on flat earthers.
I don't know, man.
Hire a team of goons to do another optical illusion, or that's what it is. It's undeniably that, dude. That's what it is, though. It's a bunch of YouTuber goons pulling pranks. That's what it was. It wasn't nothing more than that.
All those cameras that are in the shot, there's a bunch of cameras on tripods in these shots. I want to see all the footage from those.
One sec though, who just said it's like? I mean, flat earthers don't even agree on this. Some people agree it is real. They went there. It's just that a 24-hour sun doesn't prove anything. And then other flat earthers categorically say, they went there, but it was faked. And then some people just say they never went there. So it's not like this is a.
Just say it's a bunch of YouTubers. That's what I say. So we doing YouTube is the level of our intelligence now, or
they're all YouTubers that went.
That's all it was, man. And one gullible person that didn't know shit about either side.
A lot of the flat Earth main spokespeople are quote unquote just YouTubers, though, boys. So I wouldn't go down that route.
You wouldn't put too much trust in those people. I agree.
I'm just saying, as a community that's shared most of its information through YouTube, I probably wouldn't go down the route of they're just YouTubers.
About science, though, it wasn't. We didn't watch YouTube about YouTubers doing things. We watched YouTube about scientists doing things and people doing measurements and experiments, and them finding out there's no curvature. We didn't watch YouTubers do YouTube shit to make money off of YouTube. Big difference in what we're doing.
If we can say one thing about both groups, then my argument doesn't apply. What you just said could apply to both groups.
Again, I clarified. We watched science, and you guys watched YouTubers or Netflix. I like people go, "Oh, didn't a flat earther disprove by using a gyroscope?" You're literally talking about Netflix. So you got Netflix and YouTube controlling what you think is happening in this debate about flat Earth. Interesting. Very interesting.
That's where most of the info comes from, yeah. Yeah, when I'm discussing it in here, just to scroll up the side chat, you'll see GIF, YouTube links.
To do my research.
I don't think you understood, or you're just willingly not understanding what I'm saying when you say that. It's weird.
Strange. I know.
It is strange. I just explained that we watch science being done. You watch YouTubers make money. And no science was conducted.
I don't watch it, but I know
but you think it's an evidence, though. That's a problem. That's the problem. You put it in the same category as your scientific experimentation shelf. You have a shelf there. It's bullshit. And you put things there, and you got science, and you put things there, right? And you put a bunch of bullshit in the science shelf.
Don't misunderstand what I said and then just run with it and get yourself tangled up, bro.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
What did you say?
I don't want. I just don't want to go. It was a chill combo.
It is, but it's dangerous to use YouTube as evidence for anything.
It is. That was my point.
YouTube's just a video hosting platform, right? You get NASA footage and whatnot from YouTube links. It's just a video hosting platform. You don't even need to mention the name YouTube. It just happens to be. It's a company where people host video. People put videos on. It's a video hosting platform. Right?
Yeah. It's like employees, though. It's like they have put employees to.
They don't have a say in what link they're posting. It's all content that individual people upload, dude. Right? So, sure.
That'd be equivalent to saying Google, because you search through Google and Google has employees, that what you find through Google is suspect. I mean, the idea is ludicrous.
Yes, and if Google makes money off of people doing stunts and shit like that, then you probably wouldn't trust Google. It might be a stunt, Google stunt.
It's the fact that
and then they have algorithms that determine what people see. Yes or no?
I mean, that's great, dude. But okay, here's how this is going to go. You either let people finish their sentences, or you're just going to have to be on mute.
All right.
Okay, we're trying to have a discussion here, not you just go. So every time someone tries to make a sentence, you got to interrupt them. That's boring and tedious to listen to. So for the love of God, okay, YouTube, yes, people that are on YouTube, some of them are there for the fame and the clicks, and they're part of that system, but many other people just have channels and they upload whatever they want to upload, and they're not being swayed by that. So if you have like a YouTube personality that's kind of like a pseudo celebrity on YouTube, and they have their own audience and all this stuff, there might be a feedback loop of bias, that might make them, breathe from a puffer and say, oh, there's my Antarctic breast. Yeah, that's true. But that doesn't mean that YouTube itself is necessarily suspect just because people watch things on YouTube. There's tons of good content on YouTube. You have to parse it out on an individual basis. You have to do your due diligence, do your homework, and not just say, oh, I saw it, and therefore it's true.
No, that's the part I was trying to get at. Cause it came up because he said just YouTubers. And I just thought it was, it depends on who uploads it, essentially, like DJ was saying.
I mean, I sit on the sideline a lot just to listen and take the information in. I'm, learning as I go. I'm actually thankful for the YouTube channel because I can't be here all the time. And I know there's certain thoughts with good intel that, might help me gain more knowledge. So.
Anyway, what was the actual point we were on?
Exactly. I agree with aspects of what you were both saying, right? There's a lot of bullshit on YouTube, right? There's a lot of great information on YouTube, right? We're on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
Right? This is on YouTube, right? Doesn't mean it's bullshit just because it's hosted on YouTube. So yeah, I agree with both of you guys, certain aspects of what you were saying. But Pads, you were kind of saying that prominent flat earthers, just because David Weiss or something, right? Just because he has 100,000 followers on YouTube, but he's not really it depends what you would mean by prominent, right? It's not like all the flat earthers are like, well, this guy is one of the most knowledgeable flat earthers, right? Nobody in 24/7 would agree with that, right? If he came in here with the style of argumentation that he uses in his YouTube videos, he'd get torn to shreds, right? So he would get torn to shreds worse than the Globers, right? Same with Jaren, right? Same with a lot of these TikTokers, right? And YouTubers. Sure, they might have put themselves out there, right? Put their faces and names out there and have a bunch of followers. People might mistake them as being prominent, right? But a lot of them just have really, really low-level argumentation and fallacious logic, and they're actually detrimental, which was kind of good that the final experiment did come along and remove some of those junk arguments we've been trying to get rid of for years.
That's what we were actually on about, isn't it? The final experiment. I don't know how we actually went from that to YouTubers, but yeah, whoever I was initially talking with, it's undeniable there's various stances on the final experiment, right? DJ, I think we spoke about it. I think you said it definitely went there, but it proves fuck all, essentially, which is where I land on it myself. Some people in here, in this very room, they think it's actually CGI in a studio and shit, bro. You know what I mean? It's just not unified, is it?
No, dude, you were so wrong.
I agree there's anomalies in the footage, right? I think they went there. I wasn't surprised when they saw what they saw because I saw a bunch of videos of it previously, right? Before they went there, that I couldn't even poke a single hole in, right? But I see why people do say there's problems with it. There's weird anomalies. People told random lies, right? Sketchy people went there. Really sketchy people that say it's okay to lie, and other people that are kind of questionable. And all the fakery that happened in the video footage previously, right? They were faking videos of the 24-hour sun previously. Why were they doing that? Right? So I get why some people are skeptical of it, right? I personally don't think it was all done in a studio or CGI or anything, but there's anomalies to it, and it definitely is something that needs to be looked into.
I didn't know they'd done previous videos.
Last thing I want to say. I was also really surprised about people's reaction to it. It's something that I wasn't expecting, that people were gonna say it was all done in a big giant studio and things like that. That did take me by surprise.
I've heard somebody say as much as it was filmed in that, what's that big ball thing in like LA, in Cali somewhere. There's like an eye, a big massive fucking eye. It's like a computer. It's a big ball.
Las Vegas.
The sphere.
Yeah. Is it literally called the Sphere? Yeah, yeah. I've heard somebody say it was filmed in there, and I was just like, no. Do you know how
Damn
much that
sure could have been. Damn sure could have been.
Why would they have to go back and erase lines, though? Nobody's answered that question yet.
I need to watch a deeper breakdown, bro. Send us the breakdown you've seen, Radwin, if it's quite in depth. I've only seen like surface level shit, bro. Breakdowns. But
I forget who it was, but someone did show me that those 360 cameras can have those lines. But I didn't look into it, I must admit. I would love to see what Radwin's talking about. Like, I would like to see.
Yeah. If you have two cameras back to back,
footage edited.
This camera was 2 cameras back to back with 180 degree lenses, so that made 360. Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah.
How do you get lines, vertical lines in those 4 places? You would only have them in 2 places.
Yeah, that's weird.
Together. It depends. I'd have to see the footage, but yeah.
Also the top. Also the top. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have. You would just have vertical lines. You wouldn't have angles off the top line going in both directions towards the next vertical line.
Pads, have you seen the lines that Radwin's talking about? I think I've got some.
Yeah.
You have?
No, that's why I asked for the evidence.
Oh, here, have a look at this, dude. Right, this is a screenshot, right? So these lines are up in the sky, right? And as the camera pans around,
I've seen these. Yeah.
The lines don't move, right? You don't see that corner as it pans to the left further, right? Like you just see the straight line. You don't see that right angle.
Yeah, I have seen these. I cannot remember what they put it down to. But
they didn't really answer the question yet.
But what was the question again?
No one's given a reason why you would have that vertical line. Then you have those angles going up top. If you follow one of those right around, it goes to the next vertical line and the next angle. You follow that one around, it goes to the next vertical line. There's 4 of them. A box. Makes a box.
Can you just share the footage, bro? So I'll stream it and we can just pick its pieces live.
I don't even know. I don't have the footage. I just have the screenshot saved. If someone else can share the footage, that would be good.
Just so go to the real footage. The lines have been scrubbed out. You have to go to the guy who got it, captured it, and then saw that the lines were scrubbed out. It went back.
What are these lines?
Wait, what?
Back in the video and use this smudge tool. But when you go in the video and if you change the contrast, you can still see the different sections.
Get out of here.
Did they try to like rotoscope it out? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me?
It just looks like a rubbing tool to me. Blended
screens. I mean, you could literally see the 4 connections.
That looks like a reflection into somebody's bedroom window. I don't know what that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that a chicken over there? What the hell's going on? I do see the line.
He shot it with a camera originally.
Right. And they got a screenshot.
Yeah, at the monitor, he went, oh my God, flipped his phone out really quick and took a picture of it.
We should see this in the video then if it's still up, right?
So when you go back to the video where she did, notice that those lines were no longer there. They're rubbed out, but when you change the contrast, you can still see the sections.
We need to verify this ourselves, don't we?
These screenshots from the video myself.
What, these are screenshots from the current video? As it stands, as it's like up on the...
Whatever video got shared in here, yeah. It was someone uploaded the actual video. It wasn't like a YouTube link.
Is it? Oh shit! We need the YouTube link off the actual channel, don't we? So far, we can't be verifying shit if it's filmed off some guy's camcorder. If he whips his phone out and filmed a screen, and it's different on YouTube, has it been re-uploaded on YouTube? I mean, if it has, then that's sketchy, you know.
someone sent me an explanation, right? It was another flat earther sent me an explanation of how this particular type of camera can cause this type of thing to happen. I'll see if I can find the information.
I'm guessing it's a software issue.
If you do like a 3D filming thing, doesn't it like do that? It doesn't stitch a bunch of shots together? And if you zoomed in on it, wouldn't it make that?
Kind of, maybe. Yeah,
selections.
You know, if it's got them wide ass fucking lenses where it's got like 2 lenses, and then the software, like your phone's got 2 lenses, right? But the software stitches it together.
That could be a possibility. I mean, that's plausible.
We are just fucking spitballing here, though.
Why does it stitch it into a box? Why does it stitch it into a box?
Yeah, that is
be the best.
Like
to
a
work
soccer
with for any
ball
software.
situation.
A Polygon
Like
would be
a
the best to
soccer
work
ball?
with, bro. Oh, sorry.
There you go, Polygon.
Yeah, Polygon would be the best to work with for any software.
What camera it was that was used, and then look at other time-lapse footage, right? Not in Antarctica or whatnot, with the same camera, and see if it has this same type of thing. If it doesn't, then
true.
It did, and it only has a vertical line.
What? It did have similar artifacts?
Somebody already did it.
In my experience, it's only vertical. It's only straight. It doesn't bend.
Oh, that could be a
So
set
they do a
thing.
3D
That's-
version. Yeah.
Somebody
They do a
did
3D
it.
version of that.
Somebody got the
They're doing-
camera. They showed what the camera, not in Antarctica, but that camera, and showed that it only has 1 seam or 2 seams.
Oh, right. Well, that's it. It's game over then. It doesn't matter, bro. The fact that it's shown 1 seam, everything else can be software or settings or fucking, it could be anything. There's so
Plausibility
many
goes way
patterns.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that it's got 1 seam in it, you pretty much just debunks it for me there, bro.
It could be in panoramic mode versus 3D mode
Exactly.
or something.
Yeah, you've just debunked it there, really, yourself. In all fairness. Yeah.
That's good. Accept it, throw it out.
For that all to be real to you, isn't it, Bats?
360 camera doesn't move.
Who was that?
360 camera doesn't move. Just sits straight still on a tripod. That's it.
They do have cameras where you have to move it around to capture everything.
Not
That's
what
my
that
camera
is.
does.
That's not what
That's not what that is.
No.
Exactly. So if it's still 360, again, if the seams were there and this was like on a server arm and it actually turned, then I'd be sketchy. But the fact that it's not, it means there probably is some software doing a lot of seaming together, bro. If the thing doesn't even have to move, like.
Yeah, 360 camera uses lenses, so it doesn't have to seam anything together. So the other cameras that don't have that wide lens you have to move it around and it'll stitch.
No, even a 360 camera still you never see the pole when somebody's holding it, do you?
Yeah, it stitches from like 2 giant videos, from one on the one side, one on the camera lens captures everything, and it stitches in the middle. Yeah, I can see that.
I think my P900 does a 360 panorama. You got to move it. It'll
See if it does that.
Picture.
Yeah, exactly.
You take a picture, and then you get it. It's a whole panorama view.
Panoramic, does it do 360? Does it do 3D, like 360 all the way around? Does it have that mode?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I haven't played with it in a long time, but I'm pretty sure that camera has it on. I have to look again. I've taken pictures. I just don't know which camera it was.
Try it at like cold temperatures in a fucking bright blue sky, bro, and see what you get.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But somebody
It was
said my name
so
before. I
cold
don't know what they
It
said.
was so cold there that clothing didn't even matter. They could take their shirts off.
Yeah, they get sunburned though. Fuck me.
Yeah, because there's a certain point when it gets so cold, you don't need clothing anymore.
What do y'all know about that McToon's shadow growing in such a great length after he took like 2-3 steps?
I've seen people replicate the same footage. David Weiss did it with his wife in a car park. I've seen a bunch of people do it, like with other things, right? And it matched up pretty much to what
I
we've
didn't
seen.
even question that. I looked at that and I said, "Who would even
do it
think
right
of
now.
that?"
Is it because the sun's low or?
Wait till the sun is low in the sky and go and do it yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not low in the sky. It's about noon right now, so it's not going to work for me.
I'll find you the footage of David Weiss doing it with his wife.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
That reminds me when Mythbusters came in and they debunked supposedly the non-parallel shadows on the moon. They're like, see, it could happen.
What did they say? How did that happen?
Well, basically, they moved the topography a little bit, right? And they used just one light source, and we're able to, basically get this perspective of these shadows seemingly diverging.
W Globe.
But it just reminds me, like, you can manipulate it to where, you get the result that you do want.
What about McToon's head going behind the sun? Can anyone replicate that?
Wait, what? I haven't seen that one.
I didn't
What?
see that.
Chosen one. What the fuck?
Is that an April Fool?
The chosen one.
Fuck McDoon, you doing some crazy shit.
Wait, his head goes behind the sun? I gotta see this, man.
Yeah, bro. I'll see if I can find it. Hang on.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
That'll fucking
Okay.
debunk it again for me.
But yeah, I just thought the 360 stitch was a little weird. I mean, in my experience, I don't have, I guess, much with 360 cameras, but I do a lot of AR and VR stuff. So taking like our architecture models and then having like walkthroughs with, VR headsets and things like that. And yeah, they're always going to be this straight line, right? This linear stitching, if you will. And it's not really a software thing. I mean, it is where they overlap, right? In some cases, yeah, the software does take out, like, say, the tripod. But especially, if you leave it there in a digital model, it'll be there. But yeah, it's either sort of a full circle stitch, kind of usually at your peripherals, like, so 180 in the front, 180 in the back. But then you can get it one stitch in a computer, right, where it's just one gigantic wraparound image. But there's always going to be, at least in my experience, a pretty linear stitch. So when I saw it bend, it just seemed kind of odd.
What, as in like just one vert, two verts, whatever? Literally just one stitch.
Like if you had 3 cameras together, I could see you almost having like a tri-stitch, right? Or like this, 3 sections of, essentially 120 degrees put together. But then you would have 3 stitches, right? And then usually it kind of always pinches at the tops and the bottoms of the image. But there's so many different cameras now, and to be honest, I don't know what they used. It sounds like Redwin said they did the 2-camera 180 method.
Yeah, he said they did the same thing and found a stitch in the same model, in the same camera model.
I mean, I like to think that they probably went there, just because of all the sound and the crunching and, a lot of other auditory things. And yeah, there's a lot of weirdness, with the videos and whatnot. But do I know, or do I just believe they went there? I'd have to say I just believe they do, right? Because I really don't know. And in fact, actually, I was invited by one of my clients to go down there in 2 years because she knows I'm a flat earther. She was like, "You want to go?" And I was like, "Are you aware of this gigantic quote unquote final experiment?" She had no idea. So I just thought it was kind of funny that she was technically a billionaire offering the same thing.
So are you going?
I haven't decided yet. What's kind of interesting about this one is she's actually going to South Africa and apparently going to Antarctica from there. So I don't know. I am pretty interested. And it depends. If I'm going to be gone for 2 months, maybe not.
If you don't want to go, bro, tell her, a guy from Manchester, UK, he's got his passport ready. I'll go.
Absolutely. I'll throw it
Trip
out
of a lifetime, mate. Flat Earth, globe, whatever. Trip of a lifetime. Hopefully you go for it, lad.
You don't need a passport in Antarctica, do you?
Yeah,
you do.
It's a country?
Well, I guess to get to South Africa, in my case, I do need it. I already have one, but
we'll
you get
go.
stamped. But that's a good question, actually.
Yeah, you can't get to it without going to another country first, I think.
Yeah. Need a
If
passport.
you live in
Different areas. Different countries own
It's not
different
like
areas.
not like a customs agent at the airport waiting for you at the lounge in a bar.
So when you go to that base that these guys went to, it's owned by Chile, that section of Antarctica. So you just need the Chile visa or whatever to go to that particular section.
Did he rotate ownership of that place? Is that the place where they rotate ownership every so many years?
The Rothschilds own a bunch of those islands down there. I know that.
It's like pizza slices. Different countries own different sections.
I've heard there's one where they literally rotate every now and again, as a matter of like principle, because it's international. It'll always remain international, unless it's just.
I think that's between Canada and Denmark or some shit, and that's in the north.
Oh, is it?
They leave a bottle of whiskey. Yeah, they invade it and they put their flag and they leave a bottle of whiskey. Yeah,
France.
That's in the north.
Yeah, I think there's a few, countries, like 4 or 5 countries involved with it or something. Yeah.
Oh, that's really everybody just drinking it up. All right.
They'll leave a gift and shit. Yeah. Right, never mind.
Pads, I'll pick you up for an Antarctic trip. There's going to be 4 guys in a van with black masks. Just get into the van.
No question is that. Do you have candy, bro? Shit. But yeah, I'm down. Let's go.
Because I thought that would have been more interesting if they tried to go from Australia. They had a group going to Australia, they had a group go to South Africa, and they had a group go to Chile, and they all meet at the pole, right?
At the pole, at the South Pole,
quote unquote, right?
Wow.
The alleged pole.
How do they know they're going directly south?
Exactly. I mean, that would be the
south from
not
where?
really an experiment, but it would be an interesting observation. Be like, you technically circumnavigated now. Like, can you? Yes.
Yeah, there's got to be a point where you have a compass in your hand and you walk past a point and the compass just goes, I don't know where north is anymore. I wish they would have filmed that. That'd have been cool.
North is everywhere and south is everywhere. That's
A lot of stuff could have been filmed.
Yeah, I just checked. There's no Google Street View there anyway. I'm lucky.
when you point to the north, south is every other direction. And then when you point somewhere south, north is supposedly every other direction.
But I posted that McTurn video for you. What's interesting about that to me, right? Because I can see that happening, like, just some glare, but the glare doesn't reduce. I mean, that would mean that his head is not actually properly in front of the sun, and it just appears like it's going behind the glare. The glare doesn't seem to reduce at all as he walks in front of it, like, which you would expect, wouldn't you?
It does look really weird. But I mean, it does look super bright, like directly.
Nah, that's
in that
cushy.
lens, man.
There's nothing wrong with that footage at all. That is just, who fucking knows with that much glare, bro? Like, bro. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Tita, there's typically, like, if your shadow goes across the lens, you'll definitely see that that transition, that gradient of light kind of quickly go across the camera.
Yeah, you'd see it dim a little, wouldn't you?
Is that from the 360 camera?
I think a couple of inches higher, not even that, you would do, bro. I think he's just on the edge of it, really. But nah. There's that point where you just see something or you wouldn't, and he's just outside.
I just didn't know cameras could film the sun with no filters.
The 666D camera.
Well, I wouldn't do that with mine. I'd end up burning it up, and I got a P900 without filters.
How much are these P900s? Are they super expensive?
No, not really.
Just Google it.
It's like
You can get it for like 300 on eBay.
Or 500 on eBay USD.
I need to check it out. Somebody was saying, Raised by Goats was saying I need to go out and grab one. Just start doing my own shit. Okay. But yeah, no, that's not too bad.
P1000s are pretty expensive. I think there's a new one out as well. The P1100.
1050.
What is it? 1050?
Yeah, 1050.
Yeah.
Mine P900 works for me. Was going to upgrade.
Yeah.
But
If I bought one, I just did a P900. Yep. Apparently, they're a lot more like.
I don't have any reason to buy cameras more. All my camera buying days for anything I need are done with that camera, and I don't need to go take long range pictures anymore. I did all that my homework.
$280.
Oh, go on.
$280 plus $40 delivery from Japan.
Nice.
Right, check this. Does this sound right to you guys? Apparently, all the planets can fit in between here and the moon. Does that sound right?
No.
I mean, I did the math.
Anything is possible with your imagination.
With space left over.
So I did the maths, and of the size of the planets and the distance, it works out, sure. But I just mean, like, without the math, forgetting the maths, does it sound logical? Like, does it sound legit? Considering how far away they say the planets are, but yet how big we still fucking see them in the sky. I mean, I know they're tiny, but in comparison, they're still quite big. And then to be able to say they can fit, even though they're like millions of miles away, we can still see them with the naked eye. And apparently,
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing.
Like, it seems like they would be too big to fit between here and the moon, right? Surely. I don't know.
What's the
Definitely
claimed
seems
distance between the sun, between the Earth and the moon? 238,000 miles, right?
Yeah.
And alone, the diameter of supposedly Jupiter is.
I mean, me and a mate
definitely
went through them.
far above 238.
No, it's not. It's not. Like I say, we actually went through the maths, and it was roughly like, yeah, you probably could. All right, yeah. Like off the maths. But,
Yeah, but you're asking if it's logical. No.
Okay.
You have to play make-believe.
Where are you taking your measurement from?
oh, bro, we just got them off fucking again Google somewhere. Whatever the general figures are in the mainstream, we just use those figures, bro. Like the general.
How can you have the moon so far away and you're able to see it?
I don't know. It's pretty goddamn big, isn't it?
It has to be. It doesn't matter how big it is because of the distance and the perspective, or because of the angle. No, you will not be able to see it at all. Not steady and exactly that you are seeing it all the time. So no.
What? What the heck are you talking about, bro?
How are you able to see this? The moon lies just so bright and going even above your head, and doing.
Yeah, you could see the moon. You could see the moon for sure.
And
yeah, I'm gonna
put it far away, and you are able to see it, but you're not able to see anything else, just the moon.
No, we can. That's my point. We can see like Mars with the naked eye. It looks fucking tiny. Don't get us.
You can't. It's just a light in the sky. And if you.
If it's a light in the sky, how do you know it's in the sky? Because you see it. Holy crap, dude.
We can see what we think is Mars then. Okay, right. Is that better? Like, we think what we can see is Mars and it looks tiny. And they're telling us it's fucking millions of miles away. But
no, you're not able to see it. It's a law that says, no, you can't see it so far because of angular resolution and also a dimension of a light. And you cannot, light doesn't go like that. You will not be able to see it.
No, you can, bro. If you can get I mean, you can see it with the naked eye. It just looks like a bit of fucking coloured light.
Yeah,
But if you get a telescope, we can see
it's
planets.
closer. Maybe the answer is this much closer than that you think it is, and therefore.
Well, yeah, maybe. Sorry, it is a bit hard to understand you, bro. I'm not being rude, but yeah, maybe it is closer than what we're being told. Sure, but I'm just talking about the general figures of what we're being told. I'm just saying it doesn't sound logical. If fucking Mars is meant to be, millions of miles away, it just seems like
No, you're
Jupiter.
in it. Yeah, they're telling you stars are 400 light years away.
Yeah,
it's absurdity.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, it is. It's wild. It sounds.
And you're able to see something like 400 miles light years away. That's insane. Do you understand how insane that is? Wow.
Yeah.
Pads, you got some got a bit of interference there coming through. I was wondering if you could maybe drop and rejoin. It sounds like you're too close to another.
It sounds like his Bluetooth the batteries are dying.
Yeah, it's the high pitched buzzing noise. You know what I mean? Maybe you can just try and fix it.
Yo, hello. Any better? Worse?
I didn't. Yeah, I couldn't hear it.
I could hear it every time he talked. There was a hum.
Like a humming. Yeah, that is me. 1 sec.
That was so funny last night hearing QE smoke Omnivore.
I'll try it now, but yeah, like a feedback every time I speak, a bit of humming.
Yeah, now it's there.
Yeah, okay. QE can be rude, but he is absolutely right. Maybe about everything, but he is absolutely spot on for the most.
Try and talk.
Yeah, when it comes to these obsessed anti-flat earthers, right? He's great at dealing with those types of people.
Yeah. Yeah. But of course, he's too much. And he don't know what is the diplomacy or whatsoever. He just killing it. Oh. Do you think you can send QE to talk with Candice Owens? No, he cannot talk with people like that. He don't have the diplomacy.
Did you say Candice Owens, as in like the black conservative lass?
But Candice Owens, she has the big fucking people, and she want to know about this thing.
Get a hold of her and tell her to come in here. She wants a real show.
But if he can be there and behave, he will be the best man to talk with her. But yeah, I don't believe he can because he cannot.
Supposedly, Owens' producer went on this Antarctic bullshit trip, so he reported back to her what he saw, and then I imagine that's, I don't know.
Like she could do like
into
a flat Earth segment.
She was talking about that. She was going to go, but then she was like, "I got some shit else better to do," and she sent her producer supposedly.
Yeah.
So last I know.
But she has a different protest. It has nothing to do with her exactly. She is not thinking like that. So they are not cooperating together so much. She is must for the family and just take people that can do the work. That's all it's about. So if there are some protests, somebody is working for her. It doesn't mean she has something to do with it. If he was something wrong. If it was something wrong with that guy too. So, yeah, it's very, very hard work.
Yeah, right. She sent her handler to go see if it's true, and he said, "Yeah." Yeah.
So don't blame it on Candice Owens if something was there.
Candice Owens made a bunch of good videos dissing NASA, right? She's pretty much on board with the moon landings and whatnot being faked, and she's said a whole bunch of stuff about that she's looking into flat Earth and things like that. But the producer that she sent, he was a full-on glober.
Yeah, he is a glober, and that's the problem. If he is working for her, but she is doing the great work for her and other things, that doesn't matter. He's a glober and so on and so on. But in this topic, that can be a problem. And she didn't know that really. And now maybe she understands. Somebody also have to tell her. And she will look into it.
Is she at the Daily Wire these days? And so?
Yeah, she was on Daily Wire, but she's not there. She was fired because
Oh, really?
she's too. Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah, because she was.
I wonder what she was fired for.
What was she
not? She is not with the Jew. He's not with the people of Israel. That is. It has nothing to do with Jew. It's about scientists, people that's.
Did you say Zionist?
Zionist. That is the people. It's like a political party, you know, that is killing people and killing children in Gaza and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah.
And trying to take a lot of money and control the Congress in America. And it's
now you're fired.
Almost
Shit.
controlling America nowadays.
About to receive a letter in your mail from your company now.
Johnny, your accent is so strong, mate. I'm struggling. Damn.
It's about APAC and all this fucking shit. There's a lot of people working for them and in the social media and all of it. And corporate media. And also mainstream media. They control everything nowadays. And they have a lot of money. It's your money, it's American money. They are getting a lot of money from America. And therefore, America is not so great. And Donald Trump said he will make America great again. No, he's not doing it now. He's making Israel great and nothing for America, really.
Well, if America becomes great, that means Israel becomes greater. So don't.
Okay, I was with Donald Trump, but now and what he has been telling about Gaza and about all this fucking shit that's happening.
Yeah, cool story. Cool story.
He's not making an effort. He's not making effort that he promised.
Yeah, cool story, dude. Get back to the topic. Thanks.
Yeah, but that is the topic because he's talking also about
the topic is you're muted. There's the topic. How about that? I like it.
Oh, but we're talking about space.
There you go. Okay, that was a nice little diversion. Diversion over. Okay, what you should have been talking about, Johnny. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Johnny, what you should have been talking about is parsing out your claim about the lumens coming from objects and how far away they are and actually giving data rather than just making a bunch of claims. That would have been cool to listen to. But instead of doing that, you decided to go into politics.
Yeah, DJ, I just watched that little clip in the side chat. Bro. Yeah, even without the shadows, mate, just the guy's movement and everything, like, it just looks like something out of Thunderbirds, bro. Like, it's definitely 3-point lighting. Do you know what 3-point lighting is in like a studio setup? Well, in fact, it's 2-point lighting, in fact. Yeah, no, it's just defo fake. That 100% fake. There's no. The moon looks like sliced cheese, man. Like from Wallace and Gromit or some shit. Like, how did they get away with that? Honestly, like, I genuinely think the public was just. It's not that they weren't used to seeing footage of the moon. It's just that they were still learning just how to adapt to footage in general. Bullshittery, like we're adapting to social media and how to handle it. People at that time were just adapting to new forms of media in general. Like now, we just call bullshit on stuff. When AI first came out,
We're still learning how to do cool shots and video and cinematography. We're still learning how to do weird stuff.
Yeah. Definitely.
Even some movies, man. Like some movies I watched back in the early 90s or 80s that look like that was so realistic and amazing, right? You rewatch them now and you're like, what the hell? That looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
The same sort of thing with the moon landings, I think.
Yeah, definitely. But we're still getting caught on it. The day you can genuinely be like seeing this on TV, on a grainy TV, commentator over the radio and all that shit and propaganda and everyone being like, yeah, it's real, flags out and parades down the street and shit. It was all just a fucking story. 100%. American heroes and everything. I don't know how anyone can think it's real, the moon landing. I really don't.
Yeah, so Jason Flatworm, I was looking for that David Weiss footage for you, but I think he's deleted it, right? Because I think he's going down the path of the whole thing was faked, right? So I think he's not 100% sure, but I couldn't find the video that he released showing the shadow angles of McToon matched up with the ones he recreated with his wife in the parking lot. So shady David Weiss wants to keep his app going, so he has to call fake on the final experiment,
The guy's got
which is shady, pretty shady, I think.
I heard him say something on X. He was like, the whole final experiment was actually for him, and I was like, wow, dude, that's kind of egotistical.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, he definitely seems to always be playing for the money side.
You said he's got an app.
Yeah, I forget what it's called.
The fuck does his app do?
It just basically like resources. It's kind of like our server, except lamer. It's got a bunch of links, and you can find stuff, and it's got an animated clock.
Wow.
I just prefer Discord, really. Real people.
Yeah, but to be fair, most places are kind of like ours, but lamer.
Side chats popping off between T-Dub and Abandoned Reason. T-Dub's getting his ass owned off this Glober, mate. I have no idea. But yeah, DJ, mate, I started watching some of that NASA footage.
What are you talking about, bro?
Huh?
He's just messing with you, bro.
What did he say? I didn't hear what he said.
He said, what are you talking about?
What you talking about, Willis?
All right. All right.
You said you started watching some NASA videos, Pads?
Yeah, I mentioned it before. That's why I couldn't be asked repeating it. I don't think DJ was here.
Yeah, I heard you talking about it. Yeah, you watched the 6-hour compilation. I agree with you. There's some things in there that probably shouldn't be in there, that are probably explainable, but there's so much like fakery, obvious fakery.
Wires, mate, just wires. Just the guys on the moon. Blatant wires. Like one astronaut falls down and the other guy walks up to him and he's like, "Oh, let me help you up." Right? And the way he helps his friend up, he hardly even touches his friend for a start. And his friend he clearly gets pulled up by the waist. Do you know what I mean? It's so obviously fake, bro. It's fucking
Yeah.
They should do a comedy sketch of it or something. Or if it was Monty Python's or something, you'd be like, yeah, this is funny.
Yeah, I'll put a good one in the side chat for you, Pads. 1 second.
Why do we not stream in here often? Is it because obviously there's too many people, or because we're on YouTube, we don't want to be rude to the audience, or?
No, you can stream. You just can't go on your cam.
People can stream, yeah, but I mean, the YouTube audience can't see the stream, and I mean, we just don't do it that often.
It's kind of annoying that Discord limits you to stuff like that. I think there should be some changes to Discord.
Bro, it's just changed. No more changes. This is going to take me like 2 months to get used to it. Fuck.
Yeah, check out the one in the side chat there, Pads.
What is that thing floating?
Don't know, man. Just some random shit floating around the ISS, I guess, for no reason.
It's not even at the same time. Seems kind of dangerous, don't you think? Brushing your teeth around all that expensive equipment.
Yeah.
Oh, but don't worry. The stuff we actually have to fix is on the outside. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
50-50 on this one, DJ. 50-50.
What's the 50-50 about?
50 is, again, it just comes down to malicious. If the video is as it is presented in all light honesty, then it's a bit sketch on NASA's part. However, it's hard.
You see the problem. What do you think the problem is in the video, though?
Well,
What do
the
you think?
problem is obviously the speed doesn't match when he speeds up. Well, not he, but when the video is sped up of him brushing his teeth, the speed doesn't really change on the thing, right?
Yeah.
Whatever the thing is, I don't really know what it is.
Alright, so I'm gonna post the original video for you. You can have a look at it in higher definition and longer.
If it's the same, then it's just, like I say, it's a bit sketch on NASA's part, really.
Yeah.
Because he's acting a bit. I thought all of the video was sped up at first, just because he's acting a bit manic, a bit erratic. Maybe it's just him.
No. I mean, it's pretty obvious that the object just keeps moving at the same speed, right? But every time he puts his toothbrush in his mouth and starts brushing, they speed up the footage at least double, right? But the thing doesn't change speeds.
I think it does speed up ever so slightly, and I don't think they do it double.
Yeah, but he doesn't speed up ever so slightly. All of a sudden, he's turbo brushing his teeth like crazy. Right, have a look. Here's the main video.
Okay, I'm going to stream it. Just a bit easier then. It is sketch proper playing about with water, isn't it? He's got water just like on the end of his toothbrush. Apparently he's got billions of dollars worth of electrical shit around him.
Of life-sustaining equipment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's literally just clinging on with like water tension on the end of his toothbrush. See? Not actually. Honestly, not even that sped up this video. Oh, there you go. There it is now.
Is the flight of the Bumblebee in the original video?
Yeah. Right, 138. I think that does speed up, DJ.
Keep watching. Every time he takes it out of his mouth, right? They slow it back to normal speed, and you'll be able to tell that it doesn't speed up the thing floating.
Watch it. Well, it does 2 turns there. Watch when it does 2 turns. Watch how quick it does it. Turn. Look, you see how it looks like that DVD thing. It's going that quick, bro. Turn.
Yeah, dude, it does that. It also does that, like it like hits something or something like that, right? Or whatever happens, it does that when it's not sped up.
Right there you go. It didn't change.
When it slows it down, yeah, when it stops the fast forward with him, the thing doesn't slow down all of a sudden.
Exactly, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah, that's the one. Watch this. As he stops, that's still going the same perfect fucking.
Yeah.
Watch when he stops. Oh no, look, it does slow down, bro. Fuck, it noticeably slows down. As soon as he stops, that stops. You've seen it slow down, bro. We've seen that slow down, surely. Can I zoom in on that? It does, it slows down. This is a good little trajectory to. It slows down as he puts his head forward. The video slows down, and that does slow down, bro.
Right, just play it through like three times in a row without pausing it. Just that little section. I don't see it slowing down. Keep playing it. Keep playing it because there's more. Like they do it a bunch more times.
I'd want to keep playing the whole thing.
Terrible advice.
I see the thing not sped up. Where is it? There. Oh, it's in the background. No, is it that far in the background? I thought it was so close to him. This thing? No. Don't know, DJ.
Yeah, me too, man.
Don't know on that one. But there is other shit though that is definitely fake anyway. ISS or not. I've seen other shit that is definitely fake on the ISS.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Well, can't an ISS exist on a flat Earth? Like, why, is there an issue with it? Or is it, obviously, if it was on a globe, like, it'd be orbiting, so it doesn't need, like, propulsion systems, whereas a flat system on a flat Earth
Right.
would.
Why would it?
No, I'm asking, is this one of the issues? Why?
No, it's a question, dude. Why would it need a propulsion system?
I don't know. I was spitballing, bro. Don't know.
Exactly.
Because I kind of do think I know. On a globe, obviously, they say it's falling that fast it misses the Earth, essentially. Well,
Okay, yeah. So they're saying it's in a realm where what normally occurs on the ground level, something else is going on, right? So a different set of mechanics, and it's operating in those different set, right? And that's what caused it to be able to be up there. So all you need is anything that's different than what's on the ground above the flat Earth that could do a similar type of thing.
I think.
And so,
the way they're able to claim the orbit stuff is due to the same principles that they observed on Earth. And don't forget, they argue gravity and stuff, and that's what it is, isn't it? To be falling, they're already claiming a force. It's just that they're falling so fast they miss the Earth. So it's by they don't use. I don't think they're doing it off a different set of principles. The same set of principles which they claim.
Right. So let's just say that it's up there floating. Let's just call it floating, for lack of a better term, right? Because essentially, like practically, that's what it's doing. It's just floating up there, right?
Yeah.
So can things float? Yeah. We know things can float. We know balloons can float at different levels. We know things can do quantum locking effects, and they can float with like some kind of energetic field. There's all kinds of ways for things to float, right? That don't involve the Earth being a giant ball. So since it's possible in principle for things to float without the Earth being a ball, then it's not necessary that the ISS is floating because the Earth is a ball. So for them to say, "Oh, the ISS can only happen if the Earth is a ball," is just stupid, isn't it?
Yeah, no, no, I know. But my question was more pointed towards flat Earth. What is so? There's no issue with it because last time I raised.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Yeah. So here's the answer. It's a very simple answer. So they claim to be 250 miles up, right? And they claim that it took billions upon billions upon billions of dollars to achieve it. So when I get $17 billion, I'll let you know the answer. Follow me?
Yeah, I know, but it's just a dead end, isn't it? I get you, but mate, I should have been in on Sunday for Speculation Sunday, maybe.
Well, the moral of the story is there's certain things that are beyond the grasp of the common man, right? Because of funding and permissions and logistics.
I'm gonna ask my.
Could it not just be propulsion? Like, could it not just be some standard sort of?
Yeah, it could be exotic propulsion. Exactly. Who knows?
I'm gonna ask my mom for an increase on my allowance and see how fast I can get there.
If you save $1 today, bro, and then save $2 tomorrow, keep doubling it every day, at the end of the month, you'll have over like 30 million, I think. I can't remember. But you'll have a lot of money anyway, so just do that for a month and you'll be alright. It's 11 million that you'll have. Anyway.
There's another fun one for you to have a look at. Their pads at 29 after the hour.
Looks like something out of the abyss. What the fuck's that? Bro, what are you showing me? Star Trek. DJ, you can't just go quiet. What are you actually showing me?
It's just someone disappearing on the ISS.
Exactly. What is this though? Is this just some like kids show like they've done from the ISS? Like some engagement?
That's what they basically do, isn't it? In these videos, it's like a kids show or like a kids show for kids and adults.
I need context, bro.
So it's like they can't fake it. They wouldn't do that. Hey, here, watch this fake shit.
Yeah, but like this is what I mean. Like nobody's. Surely they've released this, like knowing people know that it's fake. Like this doesn't look. If you were gonna fake something, it wouldn't look like this, would it? This looks like something out of fucking Red Dwarf, bro.
Yeah. So right. So obviously people can't disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you need to know about this video. A person disappears in the ISS footage. People can't just disappear. So something's up.
All I need to know, if they're like doing a stream to like kids or some shit, there could be reasons as to why they're doing this. Like, I definitely need to know more, bro.
What? So they're using they're using special effects and things like that, right?
There's maybe a green screen or something somewhere, or they're using some sort of special effects or something.
Yeah. So if you have a look at all of these videos, you'll see evidence that they are using, right, special effects, green screens, hairspray, harnesses, right, all of these things.
Well, that's definitely evidence that they are using visual effects, but it's not evidence of anything else, is it? But definitely proves they use visual effects, I guess.
Yeah.
But now, like shit like that must have gone out to children, right? Must have.
When is one of the videos from the ISS not pretty much aimed towards children?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was that other one. That other little thing. Yeah, it's just kid shows, isn't it? I can appreciate why they would do that if they're on their ISS. I mean, kind of can appreciate
so they can fake shit, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can fake shit on Earth. We can definitely fake shit, and yeah, if we can do that shit here, we can do that shit there. It's a nothing. Barring
So they could fake being there,
shit,
right? So they can fake being there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
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 There's a lot of videos of that happening though, where it's not so obvious, right? It's just when someone is off in the distance and you see them go around a corner and they'll just fade out into nothing, right? Like that's not something that's to trick kids, right, on purpose. Yeah, I'll find the footage I'm talking about.
I mean, I'm not again, because I do think some of the shit is bullshit from the ISS. I think if anything, the easiest way to do it would be to get the same people in a studio and film a bunch of scenes over like a couple of fucking week period and stuff, change them up. And then no matter what happens on the missions or anything, good, bad, whatever, you've got like months or years worth of footage. Just like the film TV shows, basically. Like film all the seasons of one location at one time, you know? So a lot of it could be staged and shit, sure. These,
yeah, all of it could be.
I believe in space, bro. You know this.
Exactly, dude. Like the hairspray. It's a dead giveaway. Like in one of the interviews, here, I'm going to post this clip here. Right. So in this interview, conveniently, the person on Earth asks, "How do we know you're really in space?" Right. And this troll doll lady with troll doll hairsprayed hair points at her hairsprayed hair. That's meant to be the proof, right, that they're really in space. Like, why else would my hair be up like this?
We know it's hairspray. Like, we know it's clearly gel or hairspray or whatever.
Yeah.
I haven't got them in the video so far. I haven't got up to it. Like I say, I've only got about fucking 30, 40 minutes with. I should just stream that video. Fuck's sake, you've got me down in space now. It does beg the question why they would even do these little animations for kids anyway.
Oh, I got some good ones I wanted to show you as well, Pads. You probably haven't seen the bubbles in space videos.
Maybe, yeah. I might have actually.
You ever seen the bubbles in space?
Maybe, yeah. I've seen some weird shit. Like off the side of was it whatever fucking planet it was, Jupiter? Those ones.
No, when they're doing spacewalks on the ISS, right? It's like they're under a pool, right? So what they have is a life-size ISS replica. They claim, right? ISS replica inside a pool, right? It's like the biggest pool in the world. It's called the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, right? And they film, for some reason, they film footage under there, and they say that they use it for training, right? And there's a lot of bubbles and things like that, right? But when they show us the spacewalk footage, right, sometimes in the spacewalk footage there's bubbles, just like they're filming it underwater in a pool.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll post some videos.
I'll post it. Fuck.
And then we had flat earthers go to some of their seminars and things like that and ask the astronauts about the bubbles in space. And they were giving really suspect answers, right? Like denying the bubbles and things like that.
Show me the bubbles, bro.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Yeah, I got about 6 or 8 videos of the bubbles here. So just give me a second.
Bad, bro.
Well, Pads, I wanted to, commend you for your observation of like, yeah, why are they giving this just to kids, kind of thing. And I don't know, it's at least a part of my speculation that possibly they give us this information so early on and indoctrinate us, and almost to give like an impression of like, good or great or something to aspire to as a kid. That way you kind of lock in this memory, right, of something not only as a kid you can't really argue against anyway, but it's playful, right? It's just like the cartoons that they're familiar with, and maybe perhaps even more susceptible to the reinforcement they'll see along the lines as they grow up, right? Always enjoying space, having a good memory of it, and never really questioning it.
Like having cartoons and shit back in the day, innit? And films and space, like 80s was like big on space shit, and 90s was big on space shit. Same shit, yeah, same shit, just a new form, innit? Like a newer type of doing
Well, it's interesting too because, well, like in the early stages of NASA, like with Sputnik, that wasn't like a happy joy feeling with everybody, right? I mean, people were like scared, crapless, right? They were like, "Oh my God, they're gonna shoot us from these now things that can fly above us," and there was actually more fear propaganda, I would say, with I would say like kind of early space. So, what better way to reinforce good feelings, right, than to introduce it to kids and look, they're playing with stuffed animals that come out of thin air, and it's playful.
I was just gonna say, yeah, no, back in the day, comics were a big one,
Yeah,
kids and space shit, obviously, like looking to the stars and stuff and telling stories and everything. Because kids actually used to read comics back in the day, not like now, obviously.
So you're trying to say that they're hiding the fact that the ISS is actually the Rods from God deployment station?
What? What?
Oh, you don't know Rods from God, bro?
Rod from God?
Bro, you gotta watch. Yeah, you gotta watch the clip, bro. So supposedly it's a kinetic weapon from high altitude dropped, and by the time it hits, it accelerated so much that it's like hitting with multi-nuclear power.
Oh shit! Big
Yeah,
bird.
so yeah. It was made famous. It was really made famous in the movie G.I. Joe, where the Cobra Commander got all the people in the world to get rid of their nukes for peace. And then after that, he said, "Oh, but guess what, guys? I got these rods up in the sky. I'm going to drop on your dumb asses."
Seriously? Did that happen?
Yeah, pretty much.
What the fuck? That sounds about right, doesn't it?
It was in the movie, dude. You watch the clip. It's like he drops, the satellite, whatever, drops one of the rods, and then it hits London, I think, and then just totally devastates the whole place. But yeah, I never thought of it that way. The ISS could be like a binky, to make space feel safe again. It's like, oh, look, we're up there. We're all holding hands. Nobody's dropping weapons on each other. It's all going to be great, kids.
Oh, hello? Random little quick question. Any Marvel Rivals players? You all suck.
Wait, what'd you say, Pence? Yeah, those bubbles in space videos are great, DJ.
Oh yeah, there's some good ones to add to the storage folders for sure.
Yeah, we know you
What do you mean bubbles? Those are space dust.
Space
There's
debris.
actually a pretty good debunking video of that debunking stuff. I gotta find it.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
the real video we should analyze.
I like where Justin calls him out and goes to the like conference and he's like, "Yeah, how do you explain bubbles in space?"
Where the fuck are these bubbles?
What do you mean? Bubbles.
It's the Justin We Are Change guy.
DJ, we need to go through some of these, bro. Bro, these bubbles. Air bubbles. Yeah, that's how bubbles behave.
Yeah. I mean, I've done a ton of diving and snorkeling, right, in my time, and bubbles. You know, this looks just like what bubbles look like, right? Different size bubbles act very differently, right? So when you get the small bubbles, right, they're gonna act much differently than the large bubbles act. But yeah, you'll see a mixture of different types of bubble movement, right? There's obviously NASA fanboys have excuses for every single one of the videos that we present, right? But their excuses are horse shit in most cases.
First one looks like a bubble, but it just almost doesn't look real. It looks like something either comes from under the helmet, like a bubble comes from under the helmet. Like maybe out of a tube out of him, or something. I don't. Fuck knows. But it does look like a bubble. It just doesn't look like it's coming from his helmet. The second one does space junk.
Well,
the second one down.
If you have a look at their footage, right, when they're doing their so-called training, right, they have cameramen in black wetsuits. And if you look at some of the spacewalk videos, right, if you zoom into the reflection of the astronaut's helmet, you can see the diver, right, wearing the same black, costume, holding a camera. To see if I can find the gifs of that. But yeah, there's quite a few videos of that.
Yeah, I mean that's again something different in it. But like I said, the second one doesn't kind of looks like bubbles, but it looks more like dust. I would imagine that is or something. It doesn't really look like bubbles. The way it shines, the way it's like, doesn't really look like particles that I know. Bubbles. Sorry, they look more like particles. But yeah, I don't want to bother the audience and go through them. There's another one that definitely looks like.
Yo, I hope that you guys weren't talking about anything, but it's Avi Loeb. How have you guys been, bro?
What's up, man?
I'm just recovering from falling off of a ladder, so I could be better. But yeah. What's good with you? How's it going, guys?
Oh,
mate, not bad.
You're the guy that had the teeth done a few weeks ago.
Yeah. That's me.
Yeah. Hey, welcome back, man.
I was on a construction job and I fell off of a 15-foot ladder, so I almost died. But I'd say I'm like 5 days before I'm good. Just basically split my neck open, but I'm good. Fucking painful shit.
Dude, you're always in the having these accidents, bro.
I'm just careless as fuck.
I fell off a 50-foot ladder once.
Holy shit. 50?
Yeah, but lucky I was only on the bottom rung.
Oh, okay. But that's still pretty fucking high. Let's be real.
It was just a joke, bro.
Oh, like you fell off of like the first step. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of that stuff, DJ. Some of it looks like you could do it in. There's a program called DaVinci Resolve, bro. Honestly, some of it it's a very, very fucking powerful program. It's not like a lightweight program, but some of the stuff looks like it could be done in DaVinci. So if it looks like I could do it in DaVinci, then NASA could definitely do it. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, look, they also have training videos of them underwater, right, where you see the same thing, right? You see the bubbles.
Yeah.
Right, so it's not like that's not the claim that they're CGIing the bubbles in. Like, why would they do that? That would be ridiculous, you know? That wouldn't be beneficial for them to do that, right? What they'd be trying to do is green screen out the background, right? And then messing up and not removing the bubbles correctly in certain videos.
That's where it falls down for me, though, DJ. That's exactly my point. Some of the, again, it's not really an argument, more of just a train of thought, but some of them bubbles are extremely obvious, right?
Yeah.
There's no way, if me and you worked at NASA, we would have okayed that video. And we have to assume there's more fucking vigilant eyes watching it than me and you, and there's whole teams of people greenlighting this shit, people scouring through fucking pixels of this shit before it's even released. Every bit of live footage, let's say, is obviously staged, rehearsed, and edited beforehand. Some of them are just me and you. If we were in the green room or in the studio, we wouldn't miss these mistakes. So why have they?
Have you seen the people that work for NASA? Like the I'm the science guy, like Don Pettit.
Fuck those. What about like CGI artists and shit?
Retards, legit retards working for them.
No,
like
I'm not like
Pettit.
CGI and artists and shit though. Fuck that. Now these are people who make the footage. Fuck the frontline spokespeople. They're fucking might be clowns or whatever. But like that, when you're talking like back end technicians and shit or whatever, CGI artists that work on this stuff. Trust me, they ain't missing this shit. Because when you're doing it frame by frame, you're not missing giant bubbles go across your screen.
But Pat,
you're just not.
In every movie, literally like every movie, 99% of the movies that you can find, if you watch them just slowly, you will find errors in every movie. Many errors in just one movie.
A lot of it's down to time and budgeting and schedule, bro. But we're talking about like, we're not talking about like a company on like this shit has to be out by June. You know what I mean? Or like they've had to have cutbacks on staff due to like writers' strikes and shit. Now we're talking about like a fund that is bottomless. You know, like.
You're assuming that they're getting that all of that money that NASA gets is actually going into this stuff, right? It could be more like laundering, and that money's going elsewhere. Right, but you've got to remember that a lot of this footage, right, this isn't recent footage, right? This is footage before flat earthers came along and started going over everything with a fine-tooth comb, right, and picking out the little bits and pieces where they messed up.
That's a fair point. True, that's a fair point. I'm not conceding.
Maybe they saw it, but like they weren't, like they didn't care about tiny little things like that. They didn't think, you know, that we were going to come along and start tearing it to shreds.
It's a valid point. I said earlier on, we have got better at noticing shit. You know what I mean? Hence why we got away with the moon shit. So yeah, I'm not conceding it, but it's a fair point.
Yeah. Well, what we know is that their answers when they were questioned about the bubbles in space, right? Their answers were extremely suspect, right? We know you can't have bubbles in space, right? Why are there what look like blatant bubbles in so much of this footage, right? This is just a small amount of the footage that's been, you know, caught with the bubbles as well that I posted. But it's to add to the giant pile of what the fuck videos from NASA.
Oh, I know, but you've seen Alien, haven't you? When the fuck did that come out? Shit looks better than this. Like, if this is meant to be fake and they've left these bubbles in and shit, like, you see, and then you see, like, Ripley tearing it up on the fucking Nostradamus or whatever, you think, how the fuck could they do that in Hollywood, but NASA
Which way do bubbles go in space?
You know, brother, like I told you, if you just look at movies, I think it was Braveheart or Gladiator, they forgot to remove a guy with the gene.
The boxer shorts and the jeans, yeah.
Yeah, the jeans and the plane also. They can't. Yeah, they are just humans. They are just humans. They can make that kind of error. So if you are just a human, you won't distinguish that. Oh, the guy.
You did see the examples posted though. These are not errors. These are, you know, pretty big fuck ups. Like you and your family are getting assassinated because you've let out a world secret.
Professionals, right? They'll forget to take tape off a vent, right? And then a commercial airline will crash because the professional that was going over the repairs that they did on the plane forgot to take a big giant strip of freaking tape over a vent that's going to prevent the plane from crashing. All right, people screw up all the time, right? Look at the images of I mean, there's so much of this stuff, dude.
How many plane crashes have happened in the last year? About 12.
Yeah, like I say, it begs the question when it's too obvious. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's the reason for it. I'm just saying it when it's too obvious. It just begs the question. Well, why the fuck have they let this in? It's just the down point on the scale. That's all. When it's too obvious. The subtle ones are the real gems where they've clearly forgotten some shit.
Dude, a lot of this is like zoomed into, right? A lot of these GIFs that I'm showing you, right? They look low quality because someone's actually like zoomed right in on a little spot where you can see the bubble coming up and things like that, right? It's not like this.
That would help, BJ.
Did you ask where the real gems are? Hold on a second, please. Did you ask where the real gems are? The real footage where nothing's right? Is that what you just asked for? Okay. No. Exhibit A, the ISS Live. You'll never in your life see anything that matches reality, ever. Does that work for you? Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you go on the ISS Live, I want you to look for any proof you can that there's an ISS floating around, other flying stuff that's flying around underneath it, and boats and planes and hot air and all the other shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Am I breaking up? I think I'm breaking up.
Yep.
Right, one sec, sorry. Right, hello, I'm back.
Battery finally died.
Sorry, go ahead.
Good games.
But yeah, Demark, sorry, I was breaking up then. But yeah, no, I said little gems as in like the ones that are subtle, the videos that look subtle, where NASA have done everything they can to try and cover it up, and it's just a little giveaway. Those ones are the little gems, is what I said. Like the really interesting ones to look at. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that video on Necros. I think it's got Pirates of the Caribbean in it as well.
Yeah. So if it is not your job to break apart those videos and sequences, you won't just notice that thing. So people who just made those videos about the space hoax, their work was that they just had to break down those videos and to see if there is any specific error or mistake left there. And for the normal people, you will just watch that video and see the bubble. You won't ask yourself, oh, it's a bubble in space. No. Your brain is slower than that. So you have to play those videos in slow motion, break it frame by frame. Yeah, but just watching the video, you won't even notice the plane. We watched the movies like that which have those errors. But if it's not someone whose work is just to break down those videos, and put for you that the result, you won't notice. You watch the movie and
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, there's like focal points and drawing the like audience's eye for like certain sections of the screen and shit. So like, yeah, I get like you won't notice the shit you're not looking for. And like DJ said as well, they are some of them extremely zoomed in as well. So like, yeah, no, I do get it. Maybe I just need to see more of them. Like I said, some of them look like bubbles, some of them just look like what I would expect space dust to look like, but who knows what the fuck space dust looks like.
Your only expectation you have of space and what space is supposed to look like is all the fake footage of it that you've seen throughout your life. So it looks like the fake footage you've already watched, and then your brain goes, "Yeah, this looks okay to me."
Looks like right when
Yeah, looks
blows up, you know, it goes in all
yeah.
directions.
This looks like what I would imagine it does, but that's not what you imagine it would look like. It's the image you've been fed of what you think is supposed to look like.
Doesn't mean it's wrong though. Or at least
That by
not
itself
somewhat
doesn't
correct, you know.
mean it's wrong. But when I see spacemen turning transparent due to technical glitches, like I know that's wrong. When I see giant floating heads in space, like I know that someone's got fired that day.
Yeah, but when you know they shoot lasers in Star Wars, they don't actually go pew pew. But it's entertaining as fuck, though, isn't it? It's like it is what it is.
That's what it is. It's just Santa for adults.
It's what for adults?
It's Santa for adults.
Santa.
Like it's
Santa for
entertaining.
kids, mate. Teleportation
It's
stuff.
entertaining. It's cozy, and that's fine. But
It's real, bro. It's not convincing me. You nearly had me before a couple of hours ago. But
yeah, it takes like when I first came onto this, I watched a few. Like I remember watching a video presentation that was like, "Here's what we actually think." By the way, and I remember coming away with this feeling in my belly, like this does actually make sense, and this isn't like as ridiculous as I thought it was going to be. But then the actual process of thinking, no, I do legitimately think this is, you know, an actual thing. It was probably about 2 years. Like people have this misconception. Oh, you just want to think it's true. You just want to be special. No, most of us, at least the people I spoke to, like kicking and screaming, literally, because it's like you don't want to believe it's true because the implications run so deep. Like it's so big. It's such a big part of your understanding of the world. But it's a slow process. But the fact you keep coming back tells me a lot. Like you clearly aren't here because you think, oh yeah, this is just the most ridiculous thing ever. So I best tune back in and hear some more of it.
No, I've conceded the surface level shit. I think I mentioned it to you the other night, bro. It's just a space, man. I really am. It's going to be harder to get my head around the space shit than the actual surface level stuff. I mean that like physically, the physical surface level stuff. You know, but I'm on board with flat Earth, but space. I just from every argument that I've heard, every single one, I'm in no way even budging on whether space exists or anything like that. That just
you don't. I think you're thinking about this wrong. People aren't saying that when you look up in the night sky, there's nothing there. No one here is saying that you need to give up the mysteries and the beauty of the nighttime sky. You can still have it all. All people are saying is that it's not what you've been told it was. It's still there. It's still real. It's just as mysterious. It's just as beautiful. If anything, it's probably more mysterious, but that in itself isn't a reason.
No, but there's a lot more to it.
If anything, you can still have it. You can still have it all. It's just not what you thought it was.
Just not what I'm being told, but because that mystery goes like, you know, with somebody looking through a telescope and stargazing and shit like that, or, you know, in the backyard or in the fucking Hubble telescope, fucking whatever it is, telescopes. What's the full name of that Hubble telescope, but whatever. You know, people are actually just looking up to some degree. It is literally what we have been told. Like, if people are looking up it through telescopes in the back garden, like with some high grade fucking telescopes now, bro. And they're not looking at like LCD screens thousands of miles away. Like,
yeah, I've owned a telescope, and I've been that guy in the garden. So yeah, you're in your garden. Yeah, but you're in your garden, looking at something, looking at a light in the sky in your telescope. But then that doesn't mean that there's little men floating around up there.
Oh no, doesn't mean
you can look at these these beautiful lights, these mysterious lights through your telescope, and you can still have those. No one's denying them. No one's trying to take them away from you. Like you can have them. Go and get a telescope and go nuts. But it's not then to say that because they've looked at it, because they can be in your garden or at the Hubble or anywhere else, looking at these lights in the sky, that then has to mean, well, surely then this means there's little men floating around up there.
Again, it's not just that though. A lot of it, from what I can tell, it's all to do with light. Pretty much like and frequencies and shit. From all the studies that I've done recently into space, it's literally all to do with light, time, the bending of light, and like how long light takes to travel. Pretty much.
Yeah, but that's their interpretation. They don't point a device at the star, and then little numbers come up on the device saying it's 4.3 billion light years away, Jimmy. That's their interpretation.
Yeah, but I think everything's openly a guesstimate, though, isn't it?
But yeah, exactly. So they look at it, they feed some story about how, well, because there's a bit of a bluish hue to this particular star, we know this means it's 4.3 billion miles away, and this one got maybe a bit of a greenish hue, and this must be about 7 billion light years away. But it's not been measured. Those distances aren't measured distances.
No, they're calculated, aren't they? We've been through
yeah. Like these are not measurements. It's like a model of analyzing the lights we see that people have subscribed to.
Yeah, seems to work. Though. That's the point. Like,
what do you mean they work though? They only work if you can do this calculation and then measure it. And then go, there we go. Like I can get a spectrometer, is that what they're called? The little clicky things? And I can wheel it from one end of my garden to the other. And I can make a guess first, and I can say, well, this panel on my fence is 5 feet. How many panels are there? And I can do the calculation. But then at the end of all of that, I can measure my garden, and then I've got an actual measurement. My calculation was actually correct. But that's never been done with the star.
Well, yeah. So check this out. When I went to Sirius 2B and I actually measured how long it was, galactic tape measure, and I came back to Earth, I was surprised to find that they guessed right.
I don't think anyone's saying like they've got it spot. Like I say, it's a guesstimate at best, isn't it? And it is just a rough calculation, I think, based on our own solar system. Again, I'd have to research. I'm going to research exactly how we know these faraway celestial light object distances. From I was guessing they just use the same techniques as what we do locally in our own solar system, which, like I say, a lot of it.
Well, they try, but here's the real deal, bro. I'll give you that straight. Okay, check this out. Nobody's ever been to the star field to make any definitive claims about what it is or where it is. Okay, so everybody's guessing. And flat earthers that tell you, the stars can't be very far away, they don't know for sure either. Right? So the number one thing to understand is that the stars are not the Earth. And once you understand that, then it opens you up for different logic trains, because it's not the case, right, that just because the Earth is flat, it means all other claims that some flat earthers make are automatically true that contradict the globe or mainstream paradigm. There is wiggle room, and with different types of logic that you apply, you find that sometimes flat earthers making claims that they can't actually back up themselves out, because, like I said, neither side's been to the stars to be able to tell you what's actually going on.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, we get the basic lack of ability to just fucking measure it outright. Sure. No, there's no disputing that, but nothing that anybody has said doesn't make me think that the current paradigm with the distances aren't going to be correct. Like, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know they're not correct, but it always comes down to the fact of we don't do this shit ourselves. I've tried to stress it so much. At some point, that becomes irrelevant. At a certain stage, it becomes irrelevant, like whether I can do it myself or not.
With this particular example, though, no one's done it themselves. That's the point. No one has done it.
And we're never gonna be able to. So at some stage, no matter what, it's always going to be a calculation. So it's a moot point. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, It's not
The
even
exact-
feasible.
the exact
It's never going to be
distance.
feasible.
The exact distance is indeed moot in my mind. Like, it's not necessarily.
No, the ability to measure it.
Yeah,
is
like,
moot.
that to an extent is as well. But it's more, if we're talking about stars and space. We either believe that there's a vacuum up there, and you can float around in the vacuum, and there's little men floating around in the vacuum, flying and falling around Earth at thousands upon thousands of miles an hour, free fall around Earth at 17,500 miles an hour. Like, we either believe there's little men up there falling around the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour, or we don't.
Well, no, because I don't think you were here, but about an hour ago when I first started yapping about space, that was one of the questions I asked. What is up with the ISS on a flat Earth model? Can it still have one? And the answer, I can't remember who it was the Markot AI. He essentially said, yeah, but we're not. Flat Earth aren't saying what is counting for that,
No, what you're missing here is that it's not to adjudicate it on the flat Earth, because that's something you're not able to grasp anyway. Adjudicate that on the globetard. How does that work on your globe? What does manned spaceflight do for humanity? And then see if that's the case or not. How much would it cost? Let's see if that's the case. Use all the information you got and look for the consistency. And then when you can't find the consistency, that's where you find flat Earth.
Yeah, I get that. Sure, like could be one approach, yeah, but just
because otherwise,
on a flat Earth,
otherwise it dials into your current logic. Like, hey, why is it important to ask for a measurement or a calculation if there's no way to adjudicate between the two? You have to do that first. You got to say, on the globe, how does the ISS work? How does it work financially? How does it work politically? It does. How does it work?
Just on the basis of it, like, moving, forgetting all the financially and politically, the big factors, yeah, sure, but just on the stage of how it actually, on a globe model, it orbits, doesn't it? Like I said, it drops quicker than, it misses the Earth, essentially, because it's dropping so fucking fast. And I was just asking...
Wouldn't you need curve and rotation for that?
Yeah.
Where's that at, then?
No, but again, I'm not arguing this. I'm just saying on a globe model, that is how it's argued, right? On a flat Earth, how would the ISS stay
up
for
you? How do you argue it?
I don't know, because I don't really think the Earth is a globe anymore, bro. To be fair.
Yeah, if you're hanging on to the space mythos.
So yeah, I said to AI before said, well, some things float and we can't rule it out that it's not just floating. And I said, well, it don't even have to be that deep, really. We could just put it down to some basic form of propulsion. Like, it could just be up there through pure force,
Exactly. It's something that you'll have to research and look into, right? And go over different speculations, right? But there are things that you can validate, and there are things that you won't be able to validate, like how the sky works. Right, that's what we claim in general. It's like we can't validate exactly what's going on up there, exactly how it all works. Right, we can just observe what we're seeing up there. Right, even in relation to the ISS, we can't validate exactly what we're looking at when it comes to the ISS. Is it the distance they're telling us? Is it the size they're telling us? We can't validate these things, right? But what can we validate? That the Earth isn't a globe, right? So you can't have outer space as described in the heliocentric model without the Earth being a globe. It's not compatible, right? So you're going to realize that over time, right? That you should probably stick onto the things that you can validate, right? And then put the other things in a I don't know how it works basket, right? And go from there.
That's why I was trying to stick with the ISS, just to be like,
we can't confirm exactly. What we can confirm is that they've faked, like, there's a bunch of fakery, right? And the people that tell us about the ISS, right, have lied a lot, right, over history, right? So it's hard to trust what they're telling us, right? What can we validate? There's something in the sky, right? How big is it? How far is it? How fast is it? We don't know those things. We can't validate those things.
No. I mean, it could be a really high plane, but like we all know there's something definitely circling in the sky continuously that doesn't come down. I mean, as far as we know,
Really?
unless he
How
does
do you know that?
unless he does it overseas somewhere, like I was just going to say. But yeah, we could all get in a line now and pretty much validate it across like overall Europe, everywhere where there's people. We could daisy chain along and validate this shit.
How'd you verify that?
We could just do it over telephone, couldn't we?
Okay, so over the telephone, they saw a light pass over their head.
No.
Have you tried to look at the ISS before?
Yeah.
And it worked out? You were able to see it, and you're like, oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, you can see it with the naked eye, mate.
Yeah, and you picked it up, and you knew exactly what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to look into that.
I got one sec. I don't want to be... As far as I'm aware, it's the ISS. I mean, it could be, Adolf Hitler in disguise, bro. I can't confirm it. You know what I mean? A random name, but I can't confirm it. But yeah, I looked up into the sky. There's something a lot higher than what planes go, traveling ridiculously quick. It's lit up. Like, for all intents and purposes, that's the ISS as far as I'm aware. It's everyone can see it, really. You can get like ISS trackers on your phone, but again, I can't confirm it's an actual ISS tracker.
Yeah, nobody can confirm.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it isn't true.
Well, right, but it doesn't mean we have to accept it.
No. Equally. Well, depending on your views, I guess. Yeah, it passes all the time in the UK. Well, like I was saying, anyway, I was asking essentially how does it work on a flat Earth? And now that more that I think about it, we don't even have planes that don't need to come down and get refueled. It could be anything.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it twice, like with my naked eye in Australia, right? But what I see is it's just like a little light going across the sky, right?
Like,
you
if
can't
that
tell what it
even.
is.
I've
Well,
looked
yeah,
at
I mean,
I've with this
a
gun
little-
over my head many times, and I've been out there and I've been like, okay, let me see. Missed it. Even looking right where it said it's going to be. It's going to be right there. Here's the spot, and didn't see shit.
It's atmosphere and depends on the night and the time of day and if you're near a city, light pollution. There's just so many factors, man.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm getting to. It's like here you go. You got someone telling you on this app, the ISS will be here or there, and then you look and it's not. Okay, so sure, there's other variables. What happened? This came up, a long time ago when they did Starman, and it was me, Chemo, and Jeremy on Gempanzee, and we were talking between the three of us. We're like, hey, Jeremy was like, it's not an experiment, definitely not. This is a man-made thing. It's gonna whatever they do with it. Chemo was like, it depends. What's your hypothesis? Give me the whole details. If you want to call it an experiment, let's go over all the cause and effect. And I was kind of like on the fence. And I was like, well, sure. I mean, if they do something that say, hey, I'm going to throw something into space and it's going to move exactly to this mathematical model, that's kind of important. That would be an important detail. And then we got to the point where well, let's see the mathematical model. Let's see you predict. Like, can you just point in the general direction where Spaceman is? And once we started hashing it out and getting some really groundbreaking questions that the three of us could agree to, the globalists started distracting. Someone started making animal sounds. Completely trying to shut the conversation down. Because once they realized that just saying that light that you maybe saw or didn't see, that's a giant space platform with people on it. Really? Because why? Why would that be the case? Because they just said so? There's no way to test it out? We've had that doctor research Flat Moon. I'm trying to think of his current username without saying his real name. He's come in here and he's got some sort of gadget, a handheld gadget that tells you anywhere where the ISS is, and he's shown it on screen, and it didn't match the app that you can use on NASA's website. He was like, oh yeah, right now it's I can't remember. It's like over Africa, and had just left like Australia. And I'm like, how are you why is it so widely different? And he had said, oh, I didn't calibrate it, or I didn't change the button, or I didn't jiggle it, or something. He had all these excuses for why his was wrong and theirs were right. I'm like, what if yours was right and they fucked up their graphic thing got fucked up? Like it lagged for like whatever amount. How would you know the difference to begin with?
Yeah, but one sec though. So this is just a random global with some broke device, and at the same time, NASA's was right. It just
how would you know? How would you know the difference? If I said, here's a mathematical formula that whatever does, the ISS does, I'm going to put you in a room, no internet, nothing, and you're just going to, and say you got the ability to do so, and you're just going to hand jam it out. And then 5 years later, or whatever, not 5 years, who knows, 5 weeks later, you come out and you're like, hear this. I'm going to point in the general direction that the ISS is. And you're thinking it's southwest from where you're at. Because we're both like in the United States. And it's really southeast. Would you question you? Or would you question that somebody telling you the story?
Question me, bro.
Why would you do that? You know that you already knew how to do the math. You had it all figured out. There's just some variable that will cause it to move thousands of miles away from what they said it would be.
I'm mistaken the basic maths, I guess, in the initial
so like
information
somehow
you were given.
This is what I think. So you would not be able to do it. Then you would question you. Why adding another layer to you, another layer of top-down federal bureaucracy without any civilian oversight or accountability would increase your ability to do something?
I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
What do I mean?
I'd question the basic inputs of the data I was given. I guess that's the only thing I could question, isn't it?
Yes, that's quite odd. Why would you do that? Why would you question something instead of actually thinking, I got a contradiction here, and how do you square it?
Question some.
Yeah,
like
I
right
question
now, you can do the math
all the
how
time of it.
Water would flow. You could build a structure. You could build a cabin. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you're not very handy at all. This stuff is really easy. So how now are someone going to tell you, well, it's actually curved and rotating despite all the math and everything you know how to do?
No, I get that, Crit, but you did say a minute ago, like, the Glober was like, oh, he forgot to put some numbers in. He messed up his thing. I am in agreement with you, bro, but you said a minute ago you had some Glober, you were speaking some Glober, he had something, and when you asked him, well, why does NASA not...
You missed it. Yeah,
no,
let me say it again. He came into a flat Earth room. Flat Earthers are retarded. They're dumb as shit. They can't do anything. They can't do what I can do. They should be embarrassed by the level of stupid they are. I got this. I go, why? What makes you say something so idiotic? Well, I know where the ISS is at any given time. I got this little Ghibli bit that allows me to track the ISS, and I can gaze at the wonder and power of all things science and math. You're like, oh, well, that's a really cool. Like, so what do you do with it? Oh, I just come in this room and make fun of you dumbasses. Oh, that's it? That's all? So an ISS costing billions and trillions of dollars, the best thing you can do with it is come in here and make fun of people. Like, yeah, it's great fun. It's perfect. The perfect step for all of humanity. That's exactly why we did this.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, well, sure. How about let's just test it. Where is the ISS right now? Because he was on camera, and he throws up. He turns it on. There's a little tracker, and it shows like Africa. And I'm like, some people are like, oh, wow, that's kind of cool. Didn't really give a shit. I'm like, I wonder if it's right. Let me double check. It'd be interesting if it's right or not, and it was wrong. You go to the you go to the page, and it's like, nope, that's not where it's at. And he's like, oh, his first excuse was, oh, you're faking. You're a fake. You're a liar. I'm like, well, you fire up ISS. Where's it at? He's like, oh, this must be the wrong website. Let me look at a different one. Oh, that must be wrong too. Let me look at something else. Oh, okay, my device is wrong. I go, so you came in here with a broke-ass, broken shit, with some broke-ass, broken logic, with some broke-ass, broken moral compass and identity, just to make fun of people for shits and giggles, and you think I'm going to believe you after that? Like, I think that that's the way to go. Like, that's the pipeline to go. That manned space flight costing trillions of dollars. NASA costing more than...
What if I lined you with my pipe,
all the
though?
other space agencies combined, and the only thing you can use for it is identify you've got some broken ass jiggly bit, and like basically I compared it to his gigapet. He basically had a gigapet. You got some stupid ass gigapet that doesn't work, and you use it to make fun of other people who doesn't play with your gigapet. Like, wow, wow, dude, like that's it. That's your whole kin caboodle. And then on the backswing, you had all these top-down claims that, oh, I'm lying to you, oh, it's all fake, when you could have done this all by yourself. You didn't even need me. You just joined some channel with flat earthers in it to like think you're flexing your ego, and you ended up with egg on your face, and then you rage quit. And what's going to happen tomorrow?
Like a random glober from time ago, though.
No, this is an anti-flat earther, not a random glober. One of the worst anti-flat earthers there are.
Sounds like a random anti-flat earther then, with a random third-party app using an outdated API. If NASA's own information at the time, if you went outside and verified its location, and it was correct on NASA's website, whatever this fucking anti-flat earther guy was presenting sounds like a third-party app with outdated API. So an API, do you know what an API is?
Yeah,
so it'll be outdated for the person. Huh?
If you look in the side chat, I just made an ISS tracker while you were talking.
What, have they got like an open API for it, I guess? So you can just fucking hook up to it?
No, it's probably if I remember Radwin, it's probably kind of funny. It's drive the point home.
But yeah, anyway, that was my point. Yeah, they're probably using an outdated API. Radwin, you know what?
For you.
Yeah, awesome. But yeah, Radwin, you get my point. Then, if they've got an API, I'm guessing they have. If you just made it so quick, right? This guy, if he's come with some outdated software API, that would explain it perfectly. Just whatever software he was using, bro, it's probably outdated. And it just sounds like a random globaler, like it's not really, I don't know, don't matter.
That's what I'm telling you. You should think about this stuff. Why are these guys so possessed, so worked up that somebody disagrees with them, that they're unable to hear or comprehend anything at all? Like none of it. Like they're completely incensed by what flat earthers are talking about.
Yeah, I thought you guys were talking about the Starlink at first, but yeah, ISS is pretty much the same fairy tale, right? But like I said, I got airplanes that directly fly over my house that go straight to the airport. The airport's like 5 minutes away from me, so it's like flight path every night. And I can look at an airplane, and just by my eye, I can see how fast it's going. And however fast airplanes go, whatever, 400, 500 miles per hour, however fast they're going, you can kind of judge how fast they're going in the air. And then then one day, I was at nighttime, and I actually saw Starlink. I got a video of it in my backyard. And I'm like, just judging by the speed of it, it was going the same speed as an airplane. And then I look up how fast, supposedly on Google, Starlink is going. And it says 17,000 miles per hour. I'm like, no. Like, that is absolute cap. Just by my eyes alone. Yeah, it's a story.
Well, you should be able to figure out how high it is then, if you know the speed.
See, what I do is basically I just look for the contradiction. Where is it at? Like they told me manned space flight, this ISS, all this amazing science and technology they're doing, going in space goes alongs with, science. Show me the science. What did you come up with? What great and amazing things did you come up with that is so grateful for all us plebs down here? And they got jack shit. Jack and shit. They'll tell you, like I'm not even joking, they'll tell you they can turn shit into water. Meanwhile, there's a straight up water crisis in America. Something like millions of families reporting zero access to fresh drinking water. A service they're already paying the government for. They're paying the government, hey, I've given you property taxes, all kinds of, sewage and trash and all these services, and I got nothing. I got to basically buy water, get water sent to me, versus a private market because the underground water is so polluted or run dry. Because they want to plant almonds in California so people in the local area are just fucked. And you're trying to say that, but they got technology that can turn piss and shit into fresh water?
Hello, Conspiracy.
Hey.
What's up?
And we're trying to debunk the space mythos and how great and amazing all these astronauts are and all the wonderful things they've done for humanity.
They're heroes, dude.
Yeah, look at Scott Kelly. Scott Kelly boldly says, I'm one of the only people to ever exist with the unique skill set, education, and personal traits to be one of the very first people to go to Mars. Oh, cool. So what are you going to do? Oh, I'm going to run for senator. The fuck? What the fuck?
What? That little fat bald guy that looks like something out of a fucking Lord of the Rings movie?
That dude.
Just sounds like a man bigging himself up, though, bro. I mean, people love to chat shit, bro. You know the amount of shit I've said to people just to get what I want out of them? But people say shit like that. You can't believe anything that comes out of their mouth. It's not proof or anything. It's not any suggestion or anything. People just chat shit for personal gain, man.
Yeah, he's a real Matt Damon, that guy. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. That's just a joke.
Anybody there?
Yeah.
Pretty quiet in here, man. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we're just letting pads contemplate the content. Didn't want to lay it on too thick.
What was the content, pads?
Someone say pads?
Yeah.
No. Oh, what did you say? Sorry.
What can you rehash what you're thinking? Where you're at now?
Oh, can you just give us like 1 minute? Sure, 1 minute. Well, 30 seconds. Hello. Sorry, Crit, mate. I'm on the biggest dry mouth ever. What was the question?
Where are you at after the last, I don't know, probably 20 minutes or so of talking? Did you moved an inch, a centimeter, a millimeter?
From earlier stuff, yeah. Just about like why they're putting out such shit to like kids on the ISS and stuff. That I don't think you were here for that. That's about the only thing that I thought.
No, I was here. Yeah, I was here for that. I had a family member who, who basically really into MK Ultra. They were all in on MK Ultra. Like these German war criminals, propagandist, all that stuff. And his take is about fluoride. You can see the debate about fluoride hasn't really ended. It's ramped up over the years. And what flat smacked him was showing him a video of the astronauts telling kids to swallow their toothpaste.
What do you mean?
Yeah, if they go, well, hey, little Billy, little Billy, hey, Mr. Astronaut, how do you brush your teeth in space? Well, little Billy, we just swallow our toothpaste.
Yeah, but standard. I mean,
yeah, you could say it's specialized low fluoride toothpaste and whatnot, but little Billy doesn't know that. Little Billy is going to go home that night and be like, I swallowed my toothpaste. I'm an astronaut.
Yeah, I don't think they bet like these potential astronauts on the public speaking abilities, though. Well, I hope they fucking don't.
Yeah, they do or they used to do like live streams for schools all the time.
Yeah, no, I mean, kids and astronauts are, they've always astronauts are always interacted with like the youth and shit. Yeah, I get it, but like, I don't get the issue with the toothpaste thing. It is what it is. It just sounds like a shit fucking interaction with a kid. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. The ISS fakery, you don't even really need flat Earth for that. There's people who think globetard, who think that they're all that's bullshit.
We will never know. That's the issue. We will never ever know. No matter what calculations, measurements, semantics, definitions, whatever we come up with in here, we will never actually know, bro. That's the only alternative. You either accept stuff you're being told, or you never ever ever know the truth. There seems to be the two only alternatives that I come to around here. No shit. Neither one of them has anything to do with the surface of the Earth.
You can keep telling yourself that if you want. We know they're lying. We know. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that these astronauts are doing it for any intent or purpose to like deceive the world about the shape of the Earth. They might not even care. They're just getting, a pay packet, going into a studio, pretending to do shit, right, and going home. But we know they're lying. We know they're lying.
Yeah, we know they're lying, but we will never know like the truth. Like I could get a telescope now with
truth about what?
Like, one sec, I could get like a telescope now with perfect precision, zoom in right on the ISS, and I see the fucker. I don't even know if this is possible, right? But say it is possible. I can see the fucker, get a picture of it, right? I'll print it out, I'll look at it, and there's still going to be doubt that it's even true. Like I've even seen what I've seen. You know what I mean? Like it is getting to the stage where it's almost like we're never ever going to be able to confirm if just the ISS is even there or not. We can't confirm it in this chat, and I don't know what we would do to confirm it.
Well, look at the whole story. That's what I'm talking about. If you can't confirm its location, what are they telling you? What's the narrative? What's the whole the whole story? Not just something where like a little bit of it. Use all the data points.
That's what I'm taking into
account. What is that
realization?
What does the ISS do and why? What's their mission statement? Use everything they say, like in the government, the federal government, especially the executive branch. Everything you say will only be used against you. Nothing you say will help your case. It is illegal to lie to them, and they can lie to you. Therefore, I'm telling you, use that same standard for them. Everything they've put out regarding the ISS, use it against them.
That's my point, Crit. That's my entire point. Through that entire methodology, I don't think you're ever going to find out the truth. I think you're just going to end up coming to a lot.
Because you follow follow the money. Nothing legit would cost that much.
That's something else entirely, though.
Nothing legit would cost that much.
Yeah, nothing. Again, you're on about whether it's legit or fake. I'm saying you're not going to find out what it really is.
Yes, it is. You can follow the money to find the lie. The Chinese supposedly have a space station. Yeah, the Chinese have a space station. It costs pennies on the dollar. Like, how is that possible? How is it possible that you've got a space station split between like 11 countries and America pays more than all 11 countries combined?
Politics. That's politics, though, isn't it, bro? Like, it's totally.
That's just politics. Subjects. Just slap a politics sticker on it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying that's the reason for it. I'm just saying that's the topic we're delving into.
Yeah. We agree with your pads. Like we can't validate exactly what's going on up there, right? So what can we validate though, right? The same people that are telling you the story about the ISS also make other claims, right? Like the Earth's a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, right? Now you can actually validate whether that's correct or not. So you should try to focus on things that you can actually validate, right? That contradict the entire story coming from the people that feed you the ISS nonsense.
Granted, but I do concede that though. I do concede that exact point.
Okay.
I don't believe like the actual shape of the surface. So, and I'm on about just space here. Like, there's so much shit we do know for a fact on the surface level shit, like undisputable shit. But when it comes to space,
exactly, you can't have both. Do you know what I mean? Right? Like the globe version of outer space and whatnot requires the Earth to be a globe, right? The distances they're telling you, right? The orbital speed, all this stuff that they're giving you all requires the Earth to be a globe, right? If the Earth isn't a globe, right, then you can throw the rest of the math in the bin because the entire equation's wrong.
Yeah, I got like measurements and shit might be wrong, and like we can't just look to the stars to prove shit here on the Earth. Really, like I get that, but again, but like I was mentioning about light and stuff before, it does seem like some of it is quite well studied in terms of light through the cosmos and how it works. And
Right, but all of that is relying on assumptions that you can't validate.
Yeah.
Right, so you can't check how it works or not. You're just being fed a story, right? But that story all has like variables, right? Like the radius value of the globe, right? So if that's not correct, then the other information in the math can't be correct either.
Yeah, I mean it does make sense. Does it? But the paradigm of space and there being like other planets out there still could, you know, be real. Because like aliens could still like, you know, exist amongst the stars and shit like that because there's gazillions of them. That, like what you're saying in terms of like the measurements and the calculations, all based on bullshit. Yeah, sure. It could just be pure, absolute guesswork. Even like, you know, the moon, whatever. But you know, I still strongly believe that they still exist. Like we can't say what they are.
You're confusing.
Anything.
You're confusing people saying they don't exist versus yes, they exist, but we don't think of what we've been told. It's like my wife sometimes takes the piss and she says, "Oh, don't listen to Raised by Goats." That's her real name, by the way. Don't listen to Raised by Goats. He thinks the moon isn't real. And I'm like, no, I've never once said the moon isn't real. I've never once said the moon is fake. Like, it's a real thing. It's there. I just don't believe it's what I've been told it is. So no one's saying the stars aren't real. Like, we can see them. We know there's something there. Like, no one's trying to take your stars away.
But we're never going to know what are we when it comes to space. That's the point.
I don't believe. I agree with you 100%. I don't believe any, you know, man, woman, or child is ever going to be in a garden one day and they go, "Aha! I figured it out." So that's not necessarily important to the main conversation along the lines of have we been lied to. That's not to say we know the truth.
Yeah, and I get DJ's point about it being like, you know, it's the same people that have lied to us about other shit else, you know, elsewhere. So I don't, you know, it's not that I'm not taking it into account. But I did raise a point earlier, like, just because somebody lies to you at one stage doesn't mean they're always going to be lying to you about everything. It's not a good foot to start on, but it doesn't mean they're always going to be lying.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just never going to trust them ever again.
I think it's a valid point, but that's my issue. Like that's what I said before. No matter what anybody I am going in circles. No matter what anybody puts out from space, NASA, no matter what they put out, it could be the best footage you've ever seen, full view of the globe, and it's never going to be accepted. Unfortunate. Baby steps. Anyway,
if they say something that I can demonstrably show to be true, that's a different matter, right?
Is it though?
Yeah, imagine some adult telling you that Santa's still real. Like, no, I'm not trusting that crackhead ever.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. This is the difference between people, and that's his credibility is just gone. Done.
What you need to bear in mind as well, though, is the people in this room are willing to change their minds in the face of new information. They already did. Like, everybody grew up thinking NASA was legit, Earth's a ball, and we changed our minds in the face of new information, new evidence. So with new information, new evidence presents itself. Like, it will be studied on its own individual merit. Like, the people here are more open-minded than you'd imagine. Just think about it.
I know they are, bro. It's like I said, I was a Glober a month ago, bro. Keep that.
Yeah, well, exactly. Like, we are, if nothing else, willing to change our minds in the face of new information. Like we already did.
Everyone, literally. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's a fair point.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so if new information, new evidence presents itself, like, have a look at it. I will examine it.
I'll get you that measurements of fucking whatever it was. The next star, whatever somebody said before. Yeah. Alpha Centauri, I'll get you a measurement to there instead.
Was it like 4.3 light years away, apparently?
Alpha, what, the next galaxy?
No, was it the next closest star after the Sun, Alpha Centauri, 4.3 light years away. This was like
No idea.
I remember breaking down my maths on it after watching a Flat Earth Day video. Of all things.
What's the next galaxy? Is that the Andromeda? Oh, it was Andromeda Galaxy, right?
Apparently, yeah.
Apparently, yeah. Fuck.
I don't blame you, Pads, for asking all these questions. If you truly just became, if you left the globe a month ago, I had cog dis for like 6 months to a year after just questioning things. Finally, after being in this channel for long enough, people, explaining things to me. Okay, finally, when cog dis went away.
Good time, man. Great time.
The same thing happened to me, dude.
One Big Pond hates me, bro. He just thought, why is this try-hard globe still paddling around? I like the play on words, though.
He's a funny guy, man. One Big Pond.
Pretty good.
Y'all ain't saying shit.
God, I'm gonna have to call NASA and tell them we lost Pads.
Lost one, bro.
Well, no, just because someone no longer trusts or respects NASA doesn't mean it puts them on the flat Earth. That just puts them on the majority of the people who also think globetard. Very few people, even in America these days, think NASSholes are some kind of special, unique, super-positioned government agency boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity so you don't have to.
Very
The
true.
only people
Very
who
true.
think that are still plugged in to the money. They think that because they're getting paid to think that. Or people who have some sort of deep-seated religious connotation, like Trump said, manifest destiny, the American flag on the Mars. God told him. Really, huh? God told you to plant a flag on Mars? Can I see that? Can you show me your God that told you to do that?
I am here to destroy flat Earth.
What's that? What is flat Earth?
The idea that, well, it refers to the idea that Earth is not a globe, but it is, and then you guys say it's flat.
Not a globe?
Yeah, you guys think it's not a
globe.
globe.
So big it looks flat? Uh-oh. Walk yourself into a contradiction there.
You said what?
They say your globe is so big it looks flat.
Right, from
But
your
then you said
perspective,
flat
since you're
and
so
not flat.
tiny, it's like if I put a bacteria in orange, it's going to seem flat to it,
so
but it's not.
flat and not flat at the same time.
Wait, you do understand what POV is, right? Your perspective? Right?
Personally owned vehicle?
Oh, so you don't, and when I say perspective, it means nothing to you. Like, that word just doesn't go in your brain.
If that's
That's why, like, I'm saying nothing to you, right? I'm saying nothing to you right now. When I say
you're saying a
perspective,
contradiction. You're contradicting yourself.
what does perspective mean?
Yeah, you contradicted yourself.
Ah, okay. I guess when I look at the moon and it seems flat, I guess it's flat too, right? I guess you got me there. I guess when I look at the sun and it looks small, it must be small. You have any other refutes that are
No, go ahead, use it.
genius
Use
like
your
this?
logic. Use your POV
Well, I
logic.
already told you. If I was to put a bacteria on an orange,
Use
since
it.
it's so small, it's not going to be able to detect the.
Then do
What
that.
am I doing right now? What do you think I'm doing? Okay.
I do that. I
All
want to
right,
see the camera view from the bacteria so we can make sure that's what
Oh yeah, I have a reference. Since we're so small, and we're on this thing we call Earth.
If you live on
Our
a ball,
perspective.
use you as a reference for that.
I what?
You need to prove you live on a ball to make sure you can use that as a
Oh,
reference.
so you want the evidence? You want the evidence for the globe Earth?
Yeah, that's why we've been here for 10 years. What the fuck, dude?
Oh, okay. I guess we just discovered what NASA is, right?
Why didn't you bring any evidence like the last 20 times you came here?
What do I bring? What?
The last 20 times you came in here and said you're going to destroy us. How come you didn't bring the evidence those times?
Oh, I did. You just didn't accept it. You're like, I don't know.
You think you have it, but you don't.
I could bring it up again if you want me to. Sure.
What are you going to post a picture from the ISS or something like that?
Oh yeah, I'm going to post a picture.
Is that your shtick? Is that you're the one that posts the same shit every time? Picture from the ISS. Well, go ahead. What do you got?
So this picture actually, what should I use? I'll use this one right here.
Oh, I've got one too. I'm going to share mine.
Here it is, guys.
Blood proof. Ready?
This was taken in 1972. It's called the Blue Marble, Apollo 17.
How can you validate that?
Oh, wait. Oh, no. Please tell me this man understands that this was made by an animator, and there's an interview that exists with the animator who made it, talking about how we made it in Photoshop. Please tell me you know
the same man. This is not the Apollo 15. This is the Apollo 17.
This was claimed to have been the Hasselblad camera, or whatever the hell it was called, right, in 1972 on the obviously faked moon missions, right?
Oh, the obviously faked moon missions. Okay.
Yeah. So how are you going to validate? Okay, right. So let's grant you. Let's say this image, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You can't validate it to match reality.
I could question the sources. I could see the credibility of the sources, and I could see what they do.
That doesn't matter, right? So what you would have to do now is prove that this image, right, actually matches reality, right? So you would have to have curvature over distance. Like, for example, 66 foot of drop is 10 miles.
Wrong. I don't need to do all that. All I need to do is provide you the evidence picture, and that's it. From NASA, credible source.
Right.
Therefore, it's evidence.
I call you. It's bullshit because in reality, there's no curvature, there's no drop over distance.
Oh god!
Right, to go along to match this image that you can't validate. Right, so this is weak evidence. Right, it's trust me, bro evidence.
You keep saying weak evidence. You keep saying it's trust me.
You can't validate it.
The fact of the matter is, this is by NASA. Okay.
Yeah, but you're not gonna win
for outer space exploration. No, they went to outer space. Why would I question if they have the capability to take a picture? That's insane.
Okay, that's just faith, dude. We don't care about it. If you want to come in with your belief system, then you're not going to win anything with that.
I guess you're right, DJ. Since I've never been to Australia, if somebody sent me a picture of Australia, it's fake because I haven't been there to authenticate it myself. You're right. I guess I haven't seen the pyramids of Giza, therefore they don't exist.
If you want to have silly, faulty logic like that, then you're more than welcome to, dude.
Oh,
but you're not going to
be able to pick up it's faulty.
The difference with your logic is you can go visit those places whether you believe them or not.
You could go to outer space. You could go to outer...
Incorrect.
No, you can't do that, dude.
Oh, wait, you presuppose.
You're starting to laugh like a fucking retard, dude.
Yeah, it sounds like he's crying. I don't think he's laughing. That's what I heard.
I mean, I should be crying in this.
Yeah, so NASA said they can't go back to the moon because they destroyed that technology, bro. So you're out of luck there. But you could go to Australia. You're talking to an Australian right now.
Oh, so I guess how do I know you're Australian though? Because I can authenticate it, right? You're just saying, "Trust me, bro."
Yeah, you don't know that, right?
Exactly. Therefore, Australia doesn't exist. You got me there.
Right, so if you want to actually know something,
go there yourself, dude. You don't have to take his word on it.
Exactly, bro. I'm not telling you, right, that you should take my word on it, right? You could just use your common sense, right? But you don't know. You don't know that I'm Australian.
Can you demonstrate to me how I could use the common sense to know Australia exists?
Hold on a second. right? So far you probably believe I'm Australian because I sound Australian, right? Why would I lie about that?
I don't know what that is. I've never been there, so I don't know. I have no idea.
Let me finish. Right? If you actually wanted to know, right, you would have to do a bunch of digging. You would have to do research, right? You would have to maybe you
research on.
Call me, ask me to privately send you my ID or something, right? And then after you've actually put in the effort, right, you would actually be able to validate that yes, I am actually Australian, right? But at the moment, yeah, it's just a belief. You don't know for sure, right? I could just be really good at doing it in an Australian accent, for all you know.
But how do I know Australia exists? How do I know that exists?
It's not even that good of an accent. I saw Crocodile Dundee.
You still haven't provided a way I could know if Australia is real without me going there.
Maybe you don't know for sure then, right? But you could go there if you want to develop.
So using your logic, most things that we know exist wouldn't exist because we cannot go there and see them for ourselves, right?
No.
What's the difference? What's the distinction between the moon and this one?
This is really, really just shitty logic, dude. I feel
if it's shitty, just point out where I make the mistake, and I'll give up right now. What's the distinction?
If you can't see the
if it's so obvious, then why are you having a hard time telling me what the distinction is?
Okay, so right, outer space, right? You can't go and validate it, right? You can't go and validate. You can't go and take a picture of the Earth, right? But you could just go to Australia, right, and validate it.
Why can't I just become an astronaut and go to outer space?
Because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Oh, so every records of people going to outer space is just like a lie then.
You can't have gas pressure without being
outside lower orbit.
So you just admitted you haven't validated the image, right?
I mean, you just told me that it's impossible to go up there. Therefore, every other person that's ever been up there, or every record we have is a lie.
I'm saying you can go try do that if you want, bro. I don't care, right? But you can't validate that the image that you saw that you posted as your proof is legitimate.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
you just trust it.
I mean, again, nobody has been able to make a distinction without telling me you could go there, check it out yourself. So your logic still relies on me going there to see it for myself. Again.
You could validate that image any way that you like, right? But at the moment, you're not doing that. You can't do that, right? That's a you problem. We're not making ridiculous claims and showing some image like that and saying this is proof of something.
So you're right. According to you, until I go to Australia myself and see the land for myself, that place doesn't exist. Or it cannot exist in my perspective. Because there's no way for me to authenticate it.
No, you would just have to believe
that. That's up to you if you want to walk around sounding like.
So it's faith.
Go ahead.
I don't know if Australia exists for sure. It's faith. I just have belief that it really is.
You're just a brain in the jar, dude. You need to leave this room, is what happens.
Okay, and you also don't know if this image is real.
But I told you I could question the credibility of the source. I could say, based on their actions, it's probably going to be true that they did take this picture from outer space.
Do you think that's kind of an equivalent in terms of the amount of people that have been to Australia and the amount of people that have, I don't know, claimed to have gone outside low Earth orbit? Do you think that's comparative? I was just asking if you think that that's comparative. The amount of people that can verify that Australia exists, myself included, have going to Australia, literally talking to Australians right now. Yet you want a strong man and say that, well, that just immediately means that it must not exist. When in the case of this, is you have people claiming to go to a pretty extraordinary place that not a lot of people have gone to, especially outside of the claimed low Earth orbit, which is like 25 people.
Yeah, the problem is your logic, though. The logic that you used, I won't be able to authenticate it, the picture, until I'm up there and took a picture. So you're arguing against your own logic now, not mine. I never said I have to go somewhere to know it's true. I've never been to Egypt, but I know the pyramids of Giza are real.
So why not Australia then?
I'm testing your principle. You guys made the claim. There's no way for me to know if this picture is true. I cannot authenticate it unless I'm there. I'm like,
Why
whoa.
though?
Does that mean every picture that I've seen to a place I've never been before, does that mean I also cannot know if this is actually real?
You can go there.
Again, so wait, Red One, you just proved my point even more. So the only way I could actually know is if I go there myself.
Nope. I said you can. I didn't say
So
you
what's the
have
point of
to.
you saying I could go
I
there?
said you can. I didn't say you have to.
I don't think he's tracking the conversation, but okay.
Can't go to a place that can't exist naturally. In this case, outer space that they've told us, an outside vacuum, right? Where you go from gas pressure to no or to very little gas pressure, does not exist. So how can you go there and take a
What
picture
do you
inside
mean
of it?
low gas pressure?
Well, to have the gas pressure that me and you are breathing right now, it would need containment.
I'm
And last
confused
time I
on
checked,
what
the
role would
globe
that
is
play for me
contained
to
by
go to outer space, though.
Is your globe contained?
What do you mean is my globe contained? Contained in what?
Within the heliocentric paradigm of the globe, quote-unquote, model, does it have a container around it?
Yeah, what do you mean container, though? Can you clarify this? What is the container you're referring to?
The one that's currently holding the gas pressure that me and you are breathing right now?
Ah, so if there is no gas in outer space, therefore it's not possible for us to go to outer space. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, in this case, it's impossible to have a pressurized system next to a very non-pressurized system, right, without actually containment. Does that make sense?
No. Unless you could clarify, because I'm confused on what you mean.
Well, according to
Like a
gas
system
laws,
here.
right, you need P equals
fire.
RT, right, where V is the volume that is containing the gas, right? The gas is pressing off of something, that's why it's called pressure, right? So in the globe paradigm, what is it pressing on? The gas pressure that me and you are breathing.
The gas pressure. I'm just still confused on what is the thing that's containing it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We are too.
Yeah, okay, there's no container.
That's what
They're
we're
not
looking
well.
for.
The
That magic thing that you
collapse.
can demonstrate.
They're not actually flat earthers. They're just grifters and trolls.
How come you can't use that answer then?
So,
That
yeah.
should be interesting to use that answer for your questions.
What?
If you think someone's trying to grift you or someone's trying to troll you, would you join the channel or not join the channel? See, your worldview is back to back.
How would I know somebody's trying to troll me without joining the server?
Yeah,
What can I possibly pick up
people
on?
minding their own business, doing something that has nothing to do with you at all. You think what that actually is trolling and grifting you. You have
What are you talking about?
broken worldview. That's something you have to fix.
Did I say anything about grifting? Like, did that come out of my mouth, or what are we talking about
No,
here?
it's the other guy.
Oh, they all sound the same. Little whiny bitches.
Yeah, that was
No, I think that was Matt Walsh.
talking shit, right? So Matt Walsh, you can go on mute because you're a dumbass, right? Collapse. You've presented an image from NASA. You're claiming it's real, right?
Yeah.
So you've admitted you can't validate it, right? So do you have any like actual evidence in reality, right?
Well,
in
I
nature?
did say I could validate it.
Evidence. No, it isn't, right? Okay, well, I'll debunk it right now, right? So here's an observation, right? That debunks it, right? So there you go, debunked. Impossible on a globe, right? 3,959 miles, right? That's what you're claiming with your image, right? NASA, the same people that you say take that photo, right? They claim Earth's a globe with a radius value of 3,959 miles, right? Has to have a specific amount of curvature over distance. This observation completely debunks it. So there you go, debunked.
Dang, what say you, Collapse?
Where am I looking at? I'm sorry.
Side chat.
Oh, okay. So which image are we talking about?
The one I posted.
With no curvature?
It's not an image. It's a video.
Yeah, no, duh. If I knew, why would I question it? I see a bunch of pictures.
Well, you look at who you're talking to, DJ, and then look in the side chat and look for my name again, right? And then have a look at what I posted. It's not hard to track down, right, what I posted. Seeing my name's attached to it.
Right, but I need to find your name, right? That's kind of how it works. Until then, I'm going to be questioning which picture, because I see a bunch of pictures.
And just scroll up a little bit until you see my name, right, at 10 minutes after the hour, right? And then have a look at what I posted.
10 minutes after the... Okay. I don't know what this is proving, unless you're able to explain it to me.
Sure. Okay, so if the Earth was a globe, right, how far away would the horizon be from an 8-foot observer height? Right? Would you like to do an Earth curve calculator so you can tell me how far away it should be? Because I don't expect you to take my word for it.
Well, if I ask you to clarify for me,
okay,
why would I need to ask you that if you didn't expect me to take your word for you?
Okay, all right, I'll tell you. Right, it has to be at 3.46 miles from an 8-foot observer height. The horizon, yeah?
How do we know this?
Okay, that's why I wanted you to do the math, right? So what I'm going to do now... Okay, so this is basic math based off the radius value of the globe. Right, so the formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right, and then you can calculate the distance to the horizon.
How do I know what you're saying is true?
Okay, because it's basic mathematics based off a globe with a radius value of 3,959 miles. It's not something that's up for debate, right? But to help you out, right, I put an Earth curve calculator in the side chat, right? So you can go to that, right? Or you can go to any Earth curve.
The Earth average radius is about 3,959. Okay. So what math are we going to do on this? I'm interested.
Okay, so we're gonna work out based on the height of the observer how far away the horizon would be. Right, so you can go into
what height would you said 8 feet?
8 feet.
8 feet observer. And you're saying how far would that be? Would the curvature be?
No, how far away would the horizon be? Right. For example, at school, I was taught that if you're 6 foot tall and you stand at the ocean, looking out at the horizon, it would be 3 miles away. Right. So it'll be nearer or farther depending on your height. Right. So the observation that I showed you is taken from 8 foot above the surface of the water.
So it'd be 3.48 miles.
Yeah, approximately. Yep. Yep, that's good. We can go with that. Right. So back to the observation again. Right. Have a look at it. All right. So, so you'll see 2 oil platforms. Okay. If the oil platforms weren't there, we wouldn't know how far away the horizon was. Right. So the oil platforms are there as distance markers. So we can confirm that the horizon that we see is behind the oil platforms. And the second oil platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away. Validated on.
Thank you.
So I'm going to post the full video, right? He shows exactly where he is. He shows how far away the oil platforms are. He does the measurements. He shows you it on Google Maps and all that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this observation that I put in the chat is just a small clip out of the full high definition video. Right, so here's the full length video.
Give me 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Yo, Radbon, bro, you here?
What?
Yo.
Yo, Radbon, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, you hear me? Yeah, I thought. I'm not. I don't know what you mean. Talk about this stuff in the side chat, bro.
You're the one who wanted to know what a sullen alien eclipse is.
What?
Let's take a look at it. Let's see what it is.
Oh no, I looked at it. Yeah, no, the Raised by Ghost just told me to Google it, bro. I googled it, and that was just the first thing that came up. I weren't like making a claim or anything.
So, what'd you find out? You find out how it really works on a ball?
Say what I posted there, bro. I skimmed it and then left it almost immediately. Found out what they were claiming, and then that was about literally it. Like I say, if you look at the screenshot, I literally just posted that image because it was the first thing that came up, and it had flat Earth in it straight away. The first time straight from a Google search, flat Earth has come up with no prompting or anything. It was pretty funny.
So you see the first part of like that GIF that Radwan posted, right?
No.
Moon's appearing to go down, right?
Oh yeah.
What's going on with the shadow?
Upside down. If the Earth is down below, the shadow should be down below.
What do you mean should, bro? I mean,
Well, yeah, anyway, globes in space have been debunked.
yeah, but again though, bro, I think you missed out. The guy would just put me onto the term. He just said, "Oh yeah, you want to check out this term," and then and I checked out the term. That was it. I just posted that little thing about flat Earth. Wasn't even claiming him, bro.
Well, now you know. Now you know that term debunks globes. So globers run away from you talking about that.
Is that shadow even changing? It's weird. I don't know.
Looks like it's covering more.
It doesn't look like it's significantly changing. Like just maybe it is. Okay.
It's mad one, isn't it? That so the shadow should be going the other way. The claim is what is actually causing it.
Well, it's not a shadow. How's that?
We won't.
I got you turned up full pads, and I can barely hear you.
Hello, is that better?
Much better.
Yeah, sorry. But yeah, I wonder what's actually causing it.
Sitting on his microphone again.
Known for it, mate.
Oh, you keep calling it a shadow, but obviously that's no shadow. That debunks shadows. That debunks shadows on
I kept saying what caused it. I don't even think I've called it a shadow.
Nobody cares. Eclipses happen. I don't even go outside to look at them because I don't care because the Earth's already flat and things in the sky are not going to change it.
shadow or not, it looks pretty flat to me, bro.
So what's going on there with that one, Pads? What's the explanation there?
Asking them what would the blue one? Shit, am I breaking up? I think I need a new headset. But yeah, you're asking the wrong guy. Fuck knows, mate. That's what I was asking. That's what I was
Charge your
asking you guys.
something, or plug them in, or do something.
Jiggle
I
it.
think you just need to go buy. Yeah, jiggle it. I think you just need to go buy a new one. But yeah, no idea. That's why I said I wonder what is causing it.
No, but I'm talking about what I just posted.
Oh shit, I didn't see
I just
that.
reposted one of the ones that Radwin posted.
Yeah, that's always a good one. How do you get a 70 mile wide shadow of the moon on Earth, but it's supposed to be how wide is the moon? Diameter?
Yeah. I'd like to see those rays on Earth to scale the image and to see how parallel they seem. Because obviously, given the sun's distance, when it's
sun and moon seem to be about the same size.
No, but if that image was to scale and the sun was so far out, those lines would just keep getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer to horizontal, right? Like the center line. Are you with us? Like the further and further
Well, they should
back,
be divergent though, not convergent.
Well, the further back the sun is away from the Earth, the closer they would look to the top image. They would never ever be purely parallel like that, sure. But on that image, it makes it look way more drastic than what it actually is, right?
Right, but
even on the globe
look at the bottom one. That's their explanation for eclipses, right? But even if you were to say that they're not perfectly parallel, right? You can treat them as being such, but they wouldn't be perfectly parallel because they'd be diverging, not converging.
The top one should be called Eratosthenes sun rays, and then the bottom one should be for an eclipse, and then a reality one where rays go in all directions.
You could probably say the top ones are celestial navigation rays, and now it becomes more practical in terms of how to think about the problem. Right, because if celestial navigation works on a globe, they have to have parallel rays, and then the amount of convergence that they show as a consequence of the eclipse absolutely seems to betray that.
Again, I don't think they are actually 100% parallel, though, are they? Like somebody said, they are divergent as such.
Well, then if they're parallel, then you have a 70-mile wide moon. How do you like that? Or 110 miles?
How do you get a 70-mile wide shadow from a moon that has, what, a radius of like 1,600 miles or something?
A good buddy of mine
diameter
took a picture of Earth, and he just sent it to me. It's pretty cool. So I think I am a glober now. I mean, check it out.
I was waiting for some shit, bro. What, and this guy who you got it from is like credited? Yeah? He's like certified bona fide?
Well, yeah. Who took the picture? The question.
He graduated from Harvard. He's really smart.
Yeah.
Understands photography.
I'm not sure what kind of camera he used. That's the question.
I don't think you're getting it still, right? The bottom one is converging.
Yeah, no, I'm getting it, bro. Yeah, the top one's parallel, and then diverging would be the opposite to the bottom one.
That's right.
Concave and convex almost, but, you know, explain it like I'm five sort of shit.
Oh, yeah, you're going, every time you
like I
talk.
said, I think it's to do with the distance away as well, though, isn't it? So because it's so far distant away, you could treat them as such.
You can just treat them as whatever you need them to be at the time to explain whatever phenomenon.
Well, no, I'm not even agreeing.
And then you have reality. What I just posted is what I see every day.
Okay,
That's what I see.
One sec. Where's he gone, the little fucker, the little rascal? Raised by fucking thingy. Just said, oh, hey, Paz, check out this term. Just scroll up the chat. He said, check out this term. And I went, oh, right, okay. Googled it, and the first thing that popped up, if you just scroll up the chat, was...
Yeah, that's fine.
Thing. So, I have no explanation for any of this shit, bro. It's the first time I've ever heard this term. It's the first I don't know how I got lumbered with this. This has got fuck all to do with me, boys.
To make sure that you see it first. They hide flat Earth. It's already you can't find proper stuff on it. You can only find anti-flat Earth stuff.
But I just put it in the side chat. He literally just said, "Look up this term," and then I'm just trying. I'm not being rude, obviously, but I don't know enough about this topic. I can't explain shit, bro. I'm rolling a giant.
It doesn't. Yeah, pads. We're not expecting you to, right? What you're going to find though is that you're not going to be able to explain the upside down shadow on the moon.
And they don't even try to, do they? They don't even try to. Well, the New Scientist, and if you look, that's an actual photograph from a satellite during an eclipse.
I mean, you say they don't try to, but if I Google this, bro, it's like I have noticed that people say there's not answers for shit, and then you Google it, and sometimes there's some pretty documented answers.
There's so many assumptions with all this that's being made. So many assumptions to base the next thing on. First of all, one assumption is that the moon is not self-illuminated. 2, that the moon is a sphere. 3, that the moon is a rock. Right? And 4, that what you see, the occultation of the moon, is a shadow. None of that has been proven. It's all assumption. The moon could very easily be a self-illuminating light.
It could be. And some observation.
It could be. There's no evidence that it's a rock, that anything earthly on the periodic table is that high.
Some observations that it's spherical, though, I think.
Well, just saying, those are a lot of assumptions. So it's easy to start asking malformed questions like, how do you explain this shadow?
I'll be looking into it.
You gotta prove it's a shadow, first of all.
And I think you'll find that that's not exclusive to eclipses either, right? Like the displaced position of the sun, it's not exclusive to to eclipses. They pretty much tell you that particularly at sunsets, right, that you're not seeing the sun in its actual position, and in fact, it could have already set, but you're still seeing it in the sky. Called the sunset illusion. Yeah.
A rock in the sky just sounds far-fetched, personally.
So the light from the sun that's out of our view, right, but appearing to still be in our view, right, is casting the light from that refracted thing is still casting shadows on the ground, right? Why isn't that refracted light reaching the moon? Illuminating it still. It just doesn't, it bends down and hits the earth, but doesn't continue on to go, and reach the moon that's still in its range.
It does, doesn't it? Does it not?
There's a shadow on it, though. Why isn't it, mitigating the shadow?
I get what you're saying.
Is the surface ever
a lot of refracted
visible?
light, right?
Is the surface of the moon ever visible through that shadow? It should still be there, the surface of the moon, correct? We're just talking about a shadow, correct?
Well, that's something that Jedi brings up, actually. It's like, hey, how come when it's in the penumbra, right, it seems to be fully occluded, But then when it reaches the umbra, it's red, and you can see the surface.
Can you ever see through the shadow? As if you're looking through where the moon is supposed to be at night, of course.
Like reduce the opacity of the shadow, you mean? Like what do you mean? See through the...
Can you see through the moon where the shadow is supposed to be? Can you see the stars behind it?
I would imagine not. Go guess.
Check it out.
That'd be wild if you could, bro.
That would be wild, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be very wild. If you can do that, then...
If we could see what again? Sorry, missed that.
The moon is supposedly a spherical.
Where is the location of that video? Santa Barbara. Okay.
What video?
I got it. Never mind.
Anyway, lots of assumptions.
We can send you the
Be
video.
saying things of a surety.
It usually sends the video with it, and it gives you all the location stuff in it. These guys really don't like that. That might be the best one yet.
Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat.
Or it's got something like a 250,000 mile radius now.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. So yeah, it sounds like it's something called the ashen light or earthshine. So this happens when the sunlight reflects off Earth and faintly illuminates the dark side of the moon, making it look like there's a shadowy or inverted effect. So it's not like there's a shadow on it. Maybe it's that the bottoms are... I mean, it sounds bullshit to me, but I'm just saying that's the explanation they're giving for it. Don't think of it as like
I'm glad it feels that way to you.
Think of it as the bottom being
No upside down moon shadow. Sorry.
Now, is that the refracted light from the sun that's bouncing off the Earth?
I don't know. It's just straight up bouncing off the Earth, apparently. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, don't think of it as a shadow. Think of it more of as a very, very highly illuminated.
So, where's the light coming from? The light that's facing the sun? The light from the Earth that's facing the sun is bouncing off and like going backwards and then hitting the moon.
Going all the way around and then coming back.
Skipping off the flat surface. Frisbee.
I don't know.
Skipping off the frisbee surface and bouncing back up.
Let me double check. I mean, it might not be the right effects, but this is
like a bouncy house.
That's like 2 seconds of googling. There's a bunch of these little fucking. There's a lunar vibration effects. I don't think it's that. Or they call it some. I'm sure they've got a reason or a name for it. And I'm not saying it's true, but I want to know this.
The earth is flat and there's a firmament.
What's that? So what's up, guys? Any good arguments come in today?
Not really. A lot of freaking out again.
You mean like personal
Nobody
pain?
knows. Nobody, no Glober knows what up is.
Leps deafened himself. He's really intensely watching that.
Glue sniffing pretender clown, uppity up, up and downity down, down.
Left and left is right. They're not up or down. Get it straight.
They're excellent shower songs.
Right, I gotta go, guys. Anyway, thanks for the
later, Pat.
Hug disc.
Remember, to the horizon isn't up, and away from the horizon isn't down.
It's every time I step away from these fucking lobbies, that's when I really get suckered in. Like when it all soaks in a little bit, you know. That's when I'm like, "Fuck, they're right, aren't they? The bastards, man." And every time I come back up, I'm like a little bit deeper in the fucking rabbit hole. I don't like it. But anyway, thanks everybody, boys and girls.
It's bad. Have a good one, man. Catch up.
You too, boss.
Remember, left isn't up, and right isn't down.
He said shower songs. It's more like elevator music.
When you're going up, you're going up. When you're going down, you know you're going down, 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 down. When you're going up, you're going up.
I mean, they can be worked on. Pretty good, though.
If you're on a globe and you slide down a hill, you didn't change elevation.
You just went down, Eddie. Down, down.
Down around the ball, no
What we
elevation
need,
change at all.
what we need is some merch, man. We need to have some merch like globe tiers,
Perverts.
and there'll be these balloons, right? And they're shaped like a raindrop, and there'll be the globe on it, right? And then so it's a globe tier, right?
No, little
And
balloons.
then when you put helium in it, of course it goes up.
A little stuffed animal goes with it called a curvert.
A curvert?
A curvert?
Yeah, you buy a little stuffed animal called a curvert. It's a little fluffy ball. You get them all different colors. You collect them. You make it, one will be worth a lot. You get the gold one in the package. You're Willy Wonka.
What are you, some kind of curvo file?
Okay, that's too far.
Yeah, start calling them curvers instead of globers.
You see, the Glovers and Flat Earthers do have something in common when it comes to boats, going over the horizon, so to speak. Because they'll say it's not actually going. At first, they'll describe it as going down, but then if you press them on it, they'll say, "Well, it's not actually going down, right? It hasn't changed elevation. It just looks like it." I'll agree with that.
Yeah,
looks like it's going down.
Yeah, the whole art thing is a little underrated as well because, you know, in realistic art, it's meant to mimic the human perspective. So to make something realistic, it's got to appeal to the eye. In other words, you know if something's off if you look at a painting, like prospectively, right? So that's why in painting, in art, you know, there's an actual horizon line to draw your vanishing point to, and it'll be in the middle of your page. So if you draw lines off that point, you can put things in there like if you took two diverging lines from that center point, drew them on your paper, and you put like a circle in that angle. Then prospectively, that's what it looks like if you saw a ball in the air go off in a distance toward the horizon. That's the path that would follow that angle from the center point. If y'all understand what I'm saying. Like if you kept drawing a circle inside that angle, ever decreasing, right? Multiple circles, you would see what the path of it, what it would look like to see an actual ball go straight forward into the distance. So like in a painting, if somebody's pointing a finger at the viewer and the tip of their finger is very close to the eye of the viewer in the painting or drawing, then it looks huge because it's so close to you. But I mean, this is so fundamental perspective, like looking down the Great Corridor, for example, or down any road. All things converge at the vanishing point on the horizon, which is the farthest we can see with the human eye. Right? I mean, so that's what we're all equipped with, the human eye. So that's the way we all see it mostly, unless we have an apparatus like a telescope, binoculars, etc., camera, zoom, larger aperture. But nevertheless, it's still seeing how the Earth presents itself through an eye. And that's just the way it is. Things get smaller in the distance. I mean, it never not does that. So, for example, if you look down the Great Corridor, you know these walls are parallel. The floor is parallel to the ceiling, but it doesn't look that way when you look down the corridor. In fact, if there were a door at the end of the corridor and that corridor was long enough, you wouldn't be able to see it, although it's right in front of you and you know it. There's no impedance. There's nothing blocking it. It's a straight shot of view, but you can't see it because it's too far away, because it's at its own vanishing point to your eye. That's why kind of bringing up the whole thing about looking down a pike. People saying you should be able to see to Japan on a plane, that's incorrect. Distance is a vanishing point, right? That's the Rayleigh criterion. It's always been that way. Art is just a expression of that understanding. When they don't meet that perspective, it's called abstract art because it looks funny. To the eye, I mean. Things aren't properly proportioned. Right? In this simple stuff, guys?
Yeah. Super simple.
On YouTube, does this channel get a lot of views?
No, Flat Earth is shadow banned on YouTube, so it doesn't get promoted to new audiences, right? It's only basically if someone's already subscribed to it, it'll show up in their feed. But we use it just as like a place to keep recordings done, and a lot of people take clips.
Dude,
India has
look up the stats, but I think we get 1,000 views per episode or 1,000 views per day. Can't remember. Overall, it's all our broadcast. That's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all. There's two YouTube channels as well. I think Helio's one, yeah, does a little better, more subscribers.
It was weird. I saw it at 34 views the other day live. It's like, damn. And then the other day it was like 4. I was like, kind of weird. We got promoted for one day.
Well, 34 viewers.
Yeah, live. I was like, wow, this is wild.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure how it was in the past, but if you take our time that we've been on, if you take that and average it out, like, we're probably the most. I'd definitely say we're in the top 5 most watched Flat Earth channels in existence. Just by concurrent hours worth. Like, there are some guys that get 1,000 plus views an episode. But some of our episodes we got 3,000 views. One episode alone. But like we do it just every day for the past almost 8 years now. Yeah, so Helio says it's about 1,000 views a day. So that would be, so we usually have 2 episodes per day because they're about 12 hours each. For a whole day's period, about 1,000. Obviously, some of those are the same people. That some of those might be, new people.
No one's here.
Really?
We're here. Got a claim to make?
Just hanging out waiting for you to say something dumb.
Clown Juice is talking on mute. You might want to come off mute if you're talking, Clown Juice.
He knows there's no one here because of all the people who are here.
All the globies are looking for curvature of the Earth. Can't find it. Be stuck here a while. But I'm glad our community decided to outsource this to the globies, because I stopped looking for curvature a while back. Couldn't find it. I got tired of it.
Is there any proof the Earth is flat?
What do you think? Is there or not?
No. No.
Would you ask for it then?
That's a good point. What could you tell me some of the proof? Like, explain some of it.
Well, let's fix the worldview first. Is there any proof the Earth is flat?
What is there evidence, Leo?
I mean, wait, can you just tell me the evidence there is?
Well, is there? Does that evidence exist?
You tell me. You're a flat earther.
Well, no, what do you think?
Hmm.
Well, obviously, I think so. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a flat earther. Now, the problem is that you run into is when you think it doesn't exist, then ask for it anyway. That's what we look.
Wait, sorry.
The contradiction here. How are you looking for something and not looking for it simultaneously? Because I could say here, X is proof the Earth is flat, but you would say, you'd run that back into your worldview and be like, no, that's not proof because no proof exists.
Wait, what's the ice wall theory?
You just
Do
go
you know about
around and around in these circles that never go anywhere because your worldview is fucked up.
Hey, Crit, this guy's got his camera on and it's almost at capacity, the room, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, you gotta turn the camera off on me. Plus, you're
Okay.
muted, too. I thought he's coming through. Well, he was muted on his side.
Hello?
Yeah, there we go. Hey, Clown Juice. So what do you think, man? Where you at? All right, well, thank you for that.
Okay.
Where do globies go to get their glow proof?
Hollywood.
Yeah, that's right, Hollywood. That's a good answer. What else?
Elementary school.
Make it up. They wave a magic wand.
One of you guys convince me to be a flat earther. Like, if you give me enough evidence.
Why would I do that? Why would I try to convince you of something?
No, not convince me, but like, I don't know which one to choose, because like, I'm starting to think now that NASA's like not dodgy.
Okay, why does that matter?
Like,
If NASA's dodgy or not? What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
what? Because NASA's like the one who gives all the stuff about the Earth.
So,
like, it looks all fake.
Like, say if NASA came out today and said the Earth is flat, would that mean anything? If they're already dodgy, why does it matter if they're dodgy? If they say X or Z or Y?
But wait, can't you actually see the curvature of the Earth in some places?
No, I was there first.
If you see something, say something. That's what the federal government's been telling us to do for a long time. But 25 years now. See something, say something.
So did you guys see the Earth being flat?
You can't comprehend the Earth being flat unless you step off your spherical Earth first and put yourself on a neutral plane. Are you capable of doing that?
It's just the curvature of your eyes.
Are you capable of entertaining an idea without believing it?
No, but he just said if you see something, say something. So you guys
see something, say something. If you don't,
have you seen?
Don't say something.
I know about the aliens.
Have you seen that curvature? Have you seen the curvature?
Yeah.
Felt the motion of the Earth?
Actually.
Okay. Please describe where and when.
No, because Kansas in America.
Kansas is pretty flat, but that's just a bunch of dirt. It could be concave. It could be all kinds of things. That doesn't tell us anything. The dirt on the ground doesn't tell us anything.
He's having a nice trouble flat earthers. Oh, God, shitty fucking politics.
Alright,
Yeah, so that's what happens. So you start looking around scientifically. What we need to do is find some kind of undisturbed water, right?
Moderated for 24
Measure
hours,
that.
right? You get banned for saying anything slightly inconvenient.
If someone's hot micing or what's going on there, dude. Clown juice is going on there.
Clown juice, I think.
See, this is the best part. He should use his worldview. If you get banned for anything at all, then just follow that. See, the problem we got here is you guys come in here with this deep-seated, fallacious, illogical thinking. And then expect me to fix it for you. No, thank you. You broke it. You bought it. You fix it. If you think flat earthers, all they do in here is just ban everybody, why did you join the channel? Huh. If you
gotta remember, these people are abused, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they're it's like this concept where it's like they can't follow their own idea, which explains like Florida Man. They're acting out in some very odd and peculiar ways because they've got these contradictions they're juggling. And sometimes they drop the ball.
You can even write it down and note it. Okay, this person will not acknowledge when I answer this particular thing and ignores it and keeps acting like I just didn't explain it. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4 times now. And you can maybe show it to them. Look, man, look. You're having illusions or something because this is explained and you just keep going back to it. It's like, what are you doing? Was there some kind of mental issue or something, you think? Some kind of manipulation of the mind here or something? What's going on? Because it's like they ignore certain parts that their whole house of cards will fall down. It's weird. I'll give you a fine example. Waves. I noticed, I see the boat going over the curvature. Where did you see it? On the Pacific Ocean. Okay, about 17-foot swells 10 miles out. So we're going to say, that's probably the ocean making you covering that bottom part of the boat. No, no, that's not it. No, that's it. That's the reason. No. Well, okay. So they just don't want to see it because that could be the curve. And they're like, I hate to say it, like a person has mental problems. They do that, right? Ignore reality, make up their own.
Maybe call it dissociative reality disorder.
What is that exactly? If you could describe it.
A fancy example would be globe delusion. You think the world is one way when you see it another. It's cognitive dissonance.
They've been getting dopamine hits for a certain thing for so long, it's kind of hard to get off of it.
I didn't mean in that sense, but yeah, I guess, cognitive dissonance has a profound effect on ruining perfectly good mind.
Yeah. How do you break that? That's what should be studied. That's what we should spend that $70 million a day on. Is how to rescue people from cognitive dissonance. Stockholm syndrome. How do you rescue a person from mind-oriented Stockholm syndrome? Subconscious Stockholm syndrome or something like that.
The best success I've had is just get them to see if they'll think or follow something that they say. Like
common ground. Yeah.
And then what happens? Okay, then what's next? What happens next? Okay, what's step 2? Step 3?
Slow walk. I like to find common ground. So I stop every 5-6 sentences and be like, "Do you agree with that?" And, yes, I agree with that. Find that common ground, and you'll find that common ground is flat and stationary. So you'll just eventually get there. You just keep meeting common ground with these people. You'll get to a point where they have to make something up, and it hasn't been proven. And then you go, "Hey, that's just this guy said that. That's all you got." And they're like, "No."
I heard there was a study done where a couple of people, scientists or whatever they claim themselves to be, they looked at birds over a span of like 50 years and they got a new feather. It was like microevolution or something. And so they claim that that's proof of evolution. Even if that was the case and that really did happen, how does that jump from microevolution to evolution proof? It's kind of a weird question, but just thought I'd ask.
They call that
because I really want to evolve. I really want to evolve from fecal matter soup here.
You'll never evolve past what you are now because there's going to be an asteroid or some other weird catastrophic event just to obliterate everybody. Don't worry about that. Happens over a few thousand years, I think. will go down as the humanoid experiment that fucking thought they lived on a ball. Wah, wah, wah. They believe they lived on a ball because boat go over curvature? What? Did they know about waves? Oh. Wah, wah, wah.
Is waves a sufficient explanation for all the observations?
The best thing they can ever offer is boat go over curvature, look at the bottom, disappear first, see? That's the best thing they have.
Was there not a question on the table?
What was the question?
Question is waves a sufficient explanation for all the observations?
No, not all of them. But all the boats going over curvature, yeah, most of the time. 99%, I imagine. They usually see these things on the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean. It's always an ocean or a sea which has waves versus Bedford level. If you have Bedford level, that's a unmanipulated water. So it's
So you think it wouldn't happen on the Great Lakes? I mean, they do have waves, but not that big.
I do think it does happen, and that's why it chops half the city in half when you're looking at Chicago skyline.
So
I looked up the average. It's like 4 to 6 feet average. In the middle, it depends. It's like in the middle they have a little bit bigger, and the edge it's not as big, and vice versa. It pushes harder against the Chicago skyline, so you might have a 10-foot wave over there that blocks your vision. All kinds of things. It's mostly that though.
I don't know. I'm not convinced.
That's the best part about it. It's a fact though that there's no time that somebody observed the Great Lakes and it was glass flat. It always has disturbances on the ground part.
But you're saying the Great Lakes have curvature that accounts like directly for the Earth map, the globe Earth map.
It has waves that's mistaken as a false horizon.
Did you come to that conclusion on your own, or did you find somewhere?
I mean, not sure, but it makes sense to me. I mean, that's one of the reasons they went to Bedford level is because there's no waves. So I'm pretty sure I'm not the first one to come up with this.
Damn it, they mail it up here too. Rat's
Holy crap! I just got stuck in an elevator for 2 minutes. Thought we were gonna have to call the police. The close one.
Sounds like the gravity sensor needs to be recalibrated.
Something got recalibrated. I went like, and then all of a sudden it started to work again. Like, thank goodness.
Hello?
What up?
There's like 100 people in here. Why is no one talking?
You hear no one talking right now? Do you want to try again?
Maybe there's no one here.
Don't listen to the crit guy, he's a prick.
It's not about being a prick. It's just like trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with people some these days. Join a room, be like, there's no one talking. You don't hear anyone talking. They're like, no.
There's no one talking.
Alrighty then. I'm not sure how to handle that level of stupid.
And then someone starts talking, and then he rage quits. Like, he got what he wanted, and then leaves.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why just right away, as soon as they say something.
Why is there so many people here and no one's talking?
Right there, yeah. You hear no one talking.
Why do you keep repeating yourself? Clearly there's people here and talking.
That's why we live stream it. So we can show the schizophrenic, paranoid, delusional crackhead freak.
And people talk, please.
Come into this room and be no one is talking at all. Are you sure about that? Yes, they're sure. Interesting.
Are you guys gonna talk? Yeah, I see how it is.
Yeah, complete and total mental break with reality.
If you don't talk, you get your penis out.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going.
So that guy earlier, he was talking about the waves. I couldn't tell what his. I kind of came in late. What was his context on that, though?
Who knows? A lot of these guys have no clue.
What actually is the evidence of the Earth being flat? You won't tell me the evidence.
Is there evidence of the Earth being flat? Does that exist?
No. So there must be some reason why you think it.
Yeah. Does it exist? Is there a reason?
But you make no sense.
Okay, then why would you ask? If I make no sense, and
No, I just want to know. I just want to know why you think
okay,
this.
you have a need and a want. We have to look at that now in full context of the full situation, in all details. Not just be like, oh, he said something. You want something now.
It's not that deep. It's not that deep.
How much do you want that? If you, because I would say, if you think this doesn't exist, this content doesn't exist, now I have to ask, why do you want something that doesn't exist?
I don't deny that it doesn't exist. I just want to know why you guys
You
think
said
it.
earlier, does flat Earth proof exist? And you said no.
I was confused.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We got to clear up this deep-seated mental break with reality.
I don't think I'm having a mental break of reality.
Yes, you don't think. I agree. You are not thinking. That's no truer statement has ever been said than you do not think. You do not think. That is correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's try to get to someplace where you are thinking.
Alright, I'm thinking now. Like I'm like, can I ask you a question actually? Like,
yeah, that was
did you
already?
Have you? Okay. Have you been a flat earther your whole life?
Use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for, and then drive on to the point you think you're going to make, which will probably be a point like you don't hear anyone talking.
Nah,
we're in troubleshooting mode right now. Right now, we're trying to figure out what the fuck happened and how to fix it.
What?
Okay. Wait, so what do you mean by troubleshooting mode?
I see in my epistemology, I don't add a single word if something's not understood. I dial words back and then build up from understanding. I don't build up from a lack of understanding. Like when you lay a foundation for a house, you don't say, oh, well, that sucks. It's very unsound. That foundation is cracked. It's crumbled. It's not going to hold the first floor you put on that. That's the same thing when I'm talking to somebody who is in utter bewilderment and a deep-seated break with reality, and they're not thinking. That's a poor foundation to build upon. So we wait until they're ready to at least start thinking about something. Okay. Therefore, I said, he asked a question, have I been a flat earther my whole life? I said, sure. Use both yes or no, or whatever answer you want, then make a point with it. Because I predict, based on how he's acting so far, he's literally got no point to make whatsoever. It was a completely vacuous statement, a completely vacuous question, and it wouldn't matter what the answer was. It would drive nowhere at all.
Okay, so why couldn't you just answer then?
I did. I invoked all answers that he could possibly think of, and then picked the one he wanted to drive onto a point that he would want to make, and he won't be able to do so. Because we're looking at a very broken, cracked, dilapidated foundation that nothing will work. There is no workable way with somebody who would walk into a room full of people who are talking and ask why no one's talking. And once he realizes he's dumb as shit, there's people talking, would then ask for something that he doesn't think exists. And then say he needs it. He needs and wants something that doesn't exist. And I'm like, okay, at this point, We're going to have to figure out
Quit yapping, nigger.
where your wires got crossed so spectacularly that this is what you would want people to view you as. A complete other fool and a clown who finally admits they're not even thinking at all.
Yeah.
Whole lot of nothing said right there.
Therefore,
Wait, so how does this one
if what I said was not understood, I dial it back. I don't add more content. I
Kinda
take
getting away with
content
an
away.
aneurysm. Too much
No,
knowledge.
wait, I just want to know, like,
Yes, you
like-
want something. Okay, you want. Yep, I got it. You have needs and wants.
no, yeah, I have needs and wants, so I want to know why the Earth's flat.
Okay, so what would you do then? What's the next step you would do?
I would ask you, because you're a flat earther.
Yeah, but you can't do that because you think no one's talking in here. And you're not thinking, and you also think there's no
So what
evidence.
I'll do is I'll ask someone else. I'll ask someone else.
Yeah,
and
hi, crit. Crit.
So
So
is
what
any
you'd
of
have
us
to do is
like
fix
that
that.
version?
You'd have to fix that first. That's a problem. You
So
got
anyone
a
else in
logical
here can answer
break.
my question.
You got a logical break with reality that you'd have to fix. So once we fix this part, then we'll be able to go to step 2.
What's step 2?
Yeah, let's step 1 first, then step 2.
Okay, so how do we fix step 1?
Is there any evidence that the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't know myself. To be
Well,
honest.
there we go. Now we're getting closer. Before you said there isn't. So now you don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
Do you know?
So where do we go from this?
So
No, I
now
don't
we
know.
figure out what you don't know. What do you know?
Well, let me think.
How about, has anyone from ancient times until now measured the curvature of the Earth?
Curvature of my penis.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so you don't know. How about from ancient times until now, has anyone measured the rotation of the Earth?
Most likely not. I'm guessing.
You can't think of anyone?
Not really off the top of my head.
Is there anyone that you know of who can demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Is there an answer to this?
Well, this is what you know. Do you know or you don't know?
No, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
Leo, man.
All right. So where do we go from now? Like from here?
Well, now try to figure out what you do know. And so far, you don't know much of anything at all.
So what do I do now? I know there's like an line here, like
theory or something like there's ice walls there to the Earth, but I don't know.
You don't know that either.
Well, no, well, do you know that?
Oh, you do know that. How do you know that?
Some guy in here said it.
This guy doesn't know much.
Somebody said something, and now you know it because some guy said it.
Well, he was a flat earther in here.
So some flat earther said something, and then you know it.
Yeah.
Now follow that. Follow that logic.
Okay.
Where'd you end up at?
Nowhere really.
Okay, so back to nowhere again. So now we got troubleshoot it again. If somebody says something, it doesn't matter either. You won't know it.
Yo, great.
Yeah, what's up, Hellfire? How you doing?
Do you have an actual point sometimes?
Yeah, same point as always.
Well, his point was since he's telling you where take the thing where you're the thing that he's talking about where you're at. You just need to try to look into yourself and think about it yourself. I think that's his point.
Yeah, you got to self-reflect. You got to think about. So like my point is nothing new under the sun. No change, no effect. It doesn't matter.
I changed.
It doesn't. It simply does
Isn't
not
it your
matter.
point? Close your eyes and ignore everything around you?
No, that's not my point at all.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%.
No, he's saying to look more into it and reflect on what you notice and what you discover.
Yes, but he's the expert here, so he already discovered, but he doesn't want to share what he discovered.
He has shared. He's asking you guys to, you have to do your own research too, though, and prove it to yourself in a sense of things that you see on yourself.
Yeah, if you think
I'm going to take a guess, right?
No,
are you guys all Trump supporters?
Pump the brakes. He said, "I don't want to share." So what do we do next? Does he ask me to share, or he asks me not to share? If he thinks, like, this is the part we got to look through, we got to troubleshoot, we got to build a foundation. Like, if I know Hellfire will not share any of his thoughts, I know this. I also know not to ask him to share it, because he won't be able to, or he doesn't want to. So asking him to share is a complete waste of time, breath, and energy. It's better off just to sit here in silence than say, hey, Hellfire, share your idea. He doesn't have it, or he can't share it. And I know this.
You sound like such a nerd.
Ditto.
Aren't like most Trump, most Republicans flat earthers?
No, they're deeply in love with their space programs. The whole kit and caboodle, that was all Richard Nixon era, right-wing hero. That's the Apollo program.
Are you guys Trump supporters?
Trump.
Yeah, they made it. You know what? They made space patriotic. Yeah.
Yeah, Trump set up Space Force. That's not a flat Earth talking point. So really, when you look at it, yeah, like most people here are into a sort of a liberal mindset. Small government. Not
you guys drink Mountain Dew.
Not huge top-down federal spending programs. So yeah, if you were looking for what type of political leanings flat earthers are,
no, flat earthers drink pee.
No, the astronauts drink pee.
Astronauts actually do that and brag about it.
Yeah, astronauts drink pee. Chris Hadfield talked about that he drank.
Yeah, but astronauts filter it before.
This guy
you drink it straight up.
No, astronauts straight up drink their.
Why does that dude sound like a fucking Indiana Jones villain?
This guy sounds like.
Thank you.
Put your diamonds away.
Yeah, Hellfire, you can stick in the channel.
He does.
Out. Once you freak out, we're gonna have to kick you out again. So as long as you want to be here, stay.
I'm talking to you nicely, aren't I?
Yeah, I'm just letting
what
you know
did they
that
do
you
to
do have a long history of thermonuclear meltdowns.
It sounds like you're having a meltdown.
It depends on the subject. You didn't lie so far, so why should I attack you?
Okay.
Dude, the way he said attack you was...
Yeah.
Dude, for real.
He's waiting.
Like, he sounds like the Indiana Jones villain off like a Legos movie.
I'm curious, what country are you from? What accent?
Don't tell me that was that dude's laugh. He's done.
Dude, I didn't laugh.
Okay, good. Bro. So that would seal the deal.
Tell us what country you're from?
I didn't laugh at any point.
Great.
Yeah, you know.
Where are you from, Jen?
No, don't ask people personal questions. That's one of the rules we got here.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Wait, what? Why?
If you want
I was just curious. Sorry.
If you want to self-disclose, that's on you. But people shouldn't be prying into where you are and what. It's completely irrelevant. Your shoe size, what country you grow up in, what your favorite pasta type, all of it, completely and utter irrelevant. If you want to self-disclose for some reason, you can do so. But we don't ask people personal identifying questions.
So how do we know how you are as a person, as a flat earther?
Yeah, just like any other person. It's a wide swath of the population. There's so many flat earthers. You will find people from every demographic. There's not one thing you'll be able to connect. Yes, there's millions of flat earthers.
So many?
Millions. Yes, millions of flat earthers. Maybe billions.
Hey, did you make a claim?
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of flat earthers in the world.
Did you make a claim?
Yes, there's a lot of flat earthers. A lot of flat
Wait.
earthers.
Isn't one of your rules is not to make a claim?
No, the claims require evidence, is what we do. So you've got
exactly. Bring me your evidence. You made a claim
of a flat Earth society that dates back hundreds of years. And they've done polls about just recently.
Yeah.
CNN. Okay, you got to listen. CNN just did a poll where they said the top 4 conspiracy theories in America. Number 1 was JFK. Number 2 was the Apollo program. I'm drawing a blank at what number 3 was. It was like weather control or something like that. And then number 4 was flat Earth.
Excellent. Can you bring me this document and show me where it says millions of people?
Yeah, what they would do was you'd take statistics and you'd ask them what their p-values were.
Let's talk about
find that out, like what was the significant value of the number of people they asked versus how many people responded with yes, flat Earth. Which is about 10%.
Right. Actually, this sounds like quicksand, really. This feels like quicksand.
If they ask enough people...
Can you use evidence?
This is just America.
You want...
Yeah, I'm telling you, just America. If they ask, say, 1,000 people and 10% of them responded with they're a flat earther, then you extrapolate that out to the full population, depending on what controls they had. And then... you add in all the other countries, all the other people, like say England.
Let's follow your logic.
Yeah,
First of all,
that's the logic.
Bring me the document.
CNN, your only counter argument is that CNN is in on it.
You bring me the document, then you show me the formula that backs up your extrapolation.
This is what you would ask CNN to do. See, I would say
you made the claim.
They wouldn't lie about that because
you made the claim.
And you went spastic on it for making a claim.
They just would have told the top 3.
Are you able to provide evidence, or you want to tell me a story, bro?
They did when Trump.
Cool story, bro.
When Trump released the JFK files, CNN did this hard.
Cool story, bro.
Okay, that's fine then. You can say cool story, bro. That's okay.
You're moving the goalpost.
No
Don't move the goalpost.
The source is CNN.
He said there was a lot of flat earthers. I think we covered it already.
If you want to know all the details, you know where to go next. If you don't want to know the details,
you're not able to present evidence to back up your claim.
I don't think the point is mute, though, dude.
CNN.
This is crazy.
Cool story, bro.
CNN, yeah.
Cool story.
It is a cool story, bro. Next.
Let's go to the next topic.
Fuck. You got a W, bro. Good for you. Starting to make any more claims that we can't just right away prove. Cool story, bro.
Debate server, Flat Earth, makes a claim about the number of flat earthers existing in real life.
How
cannot
many did he
actually bring any numbers or documents
Millions.
backing that
What
up.
was the number?
besides
What was the
saying-
number he said?
Millions of flat earthers.
Excellent. Let me clarify. He said, I have a document with 10,000 of people that were asked a certain question. He didn't say how many of them said, I am a flat earther.
10%.
Then he didn't say how many of them I can extrapolate and what is the formula
10%.
and what is the evidence backing up the science behind the extrapolation, so I could believe the numbers. That who will say that statistics even
I just say
today,
this time the
or
W.
you
He's not
cannot
supposed to
even do
see,
it.
bro.
Can you?
Give
Shut
him the W.
fuck up.
Fuck it.
I won. Thank you.
Yes, I just say let him win this one, bro. I don't think this is a winnable argument.
He's asking for
Yes,
science
it's
and
a-
math.
I don't think it really matters who wins or loses in this topic, though. I'm just saying.
Yeah, what
Exactly.
Did you
I
want
think we're all losing.
Did you want to say
I'm
to give
just
it?
saying,
Did you want to give us a cap?
Sometimes
What
you
number
can
wouldn't
admit.
disturb you? Regroup.
Oh, jeez.
You seem really
I don't
triggered
have
by
a
this
number.
this
I
idea
don't
that there's
know.
millions.
He presented a new information for
Yeah, here
me.
we go.
Does your
So
appeal to
I wanted
consensus feel
to
encroached
see-
upon?
CNN. Hear this source. CNN.
Wait.
The University
Let's
of
let's
Okay, I got
let's
the
assume-
information for you. University.
got
let's
some. Hold on.
assume
I got the information. The University of New Hampshire did a poll. CNN did their own poll, and the Pew Research did their own poll. So you had
Can you put it in the chat?
three sources used.
Can you put
three
it in
different
the chat?
polls. When they added
Can you
up
cool
all,
story, bro?
when they added up all the data, this is what they got in America. 65% of the people believe that JFK, this assassinated JFK, was some kind of inside job, a conspiracy.
Okay, JFK is not flat Earth.
25%.
So cool story, bro.
25% think that Obama was not a natural born citizen.
I don't give a fuck. Give me the
20
document or you have nothing.
24%
Give me
believe that there's
the document.
weather control.
Give me the say Mr. Jones after every time you say
Give
it.
me the citation.
10%
Mr. Jones.
said that the Earth.
Dr.
Give me
Jones.
the
This guy's gonna go give it up, man.
Yeah,
It's
the
crazy.
University of New Hampshire, CNN, and the Pew Research. These would be your
Stop
three
fucking
sources.
ad homing people, dude. Not you, Chris.
Oh, how was it head homing?
Well, it's probably still referring to me, but I mean, do you guys think this is a productive or just a kind of chaos agent situation?
It will be
Well, remember, I
productive
don't
if you
add-
actually can provide any evidence.
Of what? What
If
of his
you
opinion of how many?
can-
Article, okay, guys? Found an article in text chat, okay? That he's referring to.
I didn't want
Okay,
to post the
so-
article because
so-
it does have some words in there that can get shit shut down. It talked about the V word and stuff. That's why I wasn't posting it.
Okay. So let me
That's not the same
respond
one,
to
though,
the
is it?
article.
No, that's
Can you?
2019. There's one that just happened when Trump released the JFK files.
Okay, right now you need to give me the formula coming from the data in this article to show me the numbers that you were talking about. Can
No,
you provide that?
I can tell you where you can get that. That's from CNN, Pew Research, and the University of New Hampshire.
Off you go find it, and then you'll know.
You can pick. Is it true?
Not how it works. Not
Yes,
how it works.
This is a choose
As
your
long
own
as you
adventure.
cannot provide it with the numbers that you said,
This is a
or the
choose-
correlation,
This is a choose
or
your own
the
adventure.
formula, you didn't do shit. Okay? Also, I can fake any numbers I want
You
on the
can do
website.
that. You can do that.
So it doesn't mean that in reality you have more than 0.00001% fucked up people that think the earth is flat.
No, you got
See
about
how I
10%.
gave a fact right now?
Feelings.
Yeah, you got about 10%
no one
of
cares.
Americans think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we got an article in the side chat from Forbes.
Only
Shush.
Americans?
Shush. Article in the side chat, right? It says here only 2/3 of American millennials believe the Earth is round. Right, so there's another one.
Okay, what did they check? What was the method? How many people they asked? How do you get to the number of 2/3 of millennials? How many millennials there are in the US?
Go on, look at the article.
No, you're not providing the numbers.
Yeah, I provided the numbers, right? You can
You're embarrassing yourself. Unless you can provide the evidence.
I don't need exact numbers. Just read the freaking article, dude.
Yeah, so you have to go on mute again because you just talk over, right? So any survey, right, ever, right, they don't ask every single person in the freaking world or in a country, right? They ask a certain amount of people, right, and then they do some math, right? So this is what I think. Go read the article, dude. I forget the name of the company that did it, but it's right there. You asked for the article.
Amazing. Now tell me, how accurate is this article and what was the method of questioning that was done to provide an accuracy over a range of 1 million?
How about some globe proof? How about some globe proof, Ed? Nobody's really interested in what you're asking. No one's interested in what you're asking. Do you understand? How about you bring some globe proof? You got any globe? You got globe proof?
You're done? You're done? Okay. So you lied about your numbers.
No one's interested in what you're talking about. So shut the door.
I just did a quick search, and there's even articles from Brazil saying there's 11 million Brazilian flat earthers. So the idea, and if one country is estimating that there's 11 million in their country, then the idea that there's millions across the world is not that hard to comprehend, dude. You don't even need evidence after that point. You don't need specific worldwide evidence.
It's the nail in the coffin. Thank you.
Yeah, there's millions upon millions of flat earthers. Just deal with it, dude. Just go cope and you cry in your pillow at night. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's not even if there were 10 million, that wouldn't be a significant portion of the world's population. So there's no reason for you to be so afraid yet. Okay.
There's more and more in this very channel every day.
Be afraid.
Every day.
Very afraid.
And you're helping. You're helping the situation. By the way.
It doesn't look good to argue like that.
Yeah, so like there's people listening right now that are thinking, dude, it's obvious there's millions of flat earthers. I mean, that's just obvious. I mean, heck, there's millions of furries. So of course there's going to be millions of flat earthers. This guy must be retarded. Why is he arguing like that? Then they're going to go research it, find out you're wrong, then research it some more, and then find out the earth is flat. So thanks for the work you do here, bro.
Trying to bury you in paperwork by making you provide different layers of paperwork on everything, which would take him a ton of time and aggravation. That's what lawyers do.
The globe is the one with all of the colored in claims.
Yes, this is why I talk about where we follow the logic. Because if he rejects it, then now we have something we can agree on. That
show me a paper saying I rejected it.
That if you say, okay, sure, they're wrong. So CNN is wrong. The University of, I think it's Massachusetts, they're in on it. Pew Research is in on it. So now you've got multiple back-to-back explanations for why they would lie. So you get closer. This is the best part. If he accepts it, it defeats one of his claims that flat earthers are just a minority group that's so small, statistically insignificant, doesn't matter, completely just a joke. And if he accepts that, he has to say these people are in on it, which then says, CNN, academia, government polling, they're all in on it. So either way he goes, his worldview is challenged. So that's why he started to melt down.
Stockholm kicked in. Starts defending is attacking the rescuers and defending his captor.
Yeah, it's like, which one is it? Because you're going to have to make a decision here. Flat Earthers are a minority group that don't matter. Then why are you here if they're just a minority group minding their own business don't matter? Or B, it's a large growing movement that academia, mainstream media, and government are taking a look at and comparing it to other conspiracy theories. Which one? And if they aren't doing that, have those three organizations, are they in on it and they're lying to you?
What on, you jokers?
The AI, you trying to jump in or how, Mike? Okay.
Yeah, and in contrast, he threw out the 0.001 statistic.
Mornings
As if
are
he's
hard.
got the numbers.
We shouldn't be. Stop drinking weak, bitter disappointment. Paraplegic coffee is bold, rich, and guaranteed to satisfy. Because we don't stand for shitty coffee. And neither should you. Paraplegic coffee. Get it hot. Take it all. Love every sip.
Okay.
Well, that's a good, yeah. I mean, hey, I didn't know that Hellfire bought Paraplegic coffee. That's good.
Thank you, Regroup, for that.
I'm sold. That sounded fantastic. With that accent, you know it's gonna have some good. Yeah, you know that's gonna be some good coffee.
Yeah, they're even drinking it over there.
You could clip that and add that to the soundboard.
Turn it into a commercial.
Yeah, I knew Paraplegic was collecting people from the community to give endorsements. I had no idea Hellfire was in on it.
His
Just like
enterprise is
Flat Earth.
expanding rapidly.
Around. Yeah, the word gets out, Hellfire. You may not like it, but it does, and it is, and it's growing.
Like what? I missed the point. Can you repeat it?
More and more people are understanding the reclamation of this whole thing.
Ah, okay, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But what was the coffee thing? I didn't understand.
Like more and more people are hearing about paraplegic coffee. Because the word gets out, doesn't it?
Handicapped coffee? How you do
Handicapable.
commercials in the middle of the show?
You did a commercial for free, and thank you.
But who is paraplegic coffee?
Well, now you've heard about it, so you can investigate.
So send me. You can send me the coffee.
You got to pay
But you
for
need
it.
to
though.
send me.
I'll send it to you. You got to pay for it.
No, but if I did a commercial, but I did a commercial for it.
No glow proof.
But I did a commercial.
Yeah.
You said I did a commercial, so you need to pay me.
We let you do one. You need to pay us.
When we take the footage of the commercial, you'll be serving us all a cup of coffee. Paraplegic coffee. The best coffee on the plane.
Will you be handicapped because you're a flat earther?
No. Be happy getting served.
But you are handicapped. You know that?
Tell us. Tell us how.
You're mentally handicapped. This is why you are a flat earther.
Please continue. Elaborate.
On what?
On your claim.
What did you hear? What did you hear?
Explain exactly why.
Yeah.
Explain what? Can you repeat that? Can
tell you what.
Steelman my claim?
Do you have any claims?
I made the claim. Then I waited 5 seconds to check if you'll be able to remember it. Then I asked you, can you Steelman my claim?
Do you remember your claim?
Flat earthers are mentally handicapped?
Okay. Now, in progression of the conversation, do you have any evidence of that? Please continue.
No, I don't. I just told you a story so I can check if you're actually listening.
So you're a storyteller.
Yeah, it's just a story then, like everything else?
No, but can you repeat my story so I will know if you're listening?
No, because that's dumb. Now, do you have any other claims?
You can't repeat stories, so...
No, I said I will not.
I just proved flat earthers aren't listening.
Yeah, we're listening.
Good for me.
Everyone else
I just
won. You sound stupid asking the questions like
I got a question. I got a question.
Go ahead.
How does coffee works on a globe?
Can one retard go at the time? I'm not sure which retard spoke right now.
If you let the coffee sit at rest, the face of the coffee will be level to a water level, which means it'll be horizontal and level in that vector.
Oh, I have a question. Roto, you were talking, right?
Hey, but I ask you a question. I ask you a question, and you haven't answered it, regroup. So please answer the question.
Because I didn't understood it. I didn't saw your.
How? Okay, I'm gonna ask it again.
Up.
I'm gonna ask it again. How does coffee works on a globe?
Okay.
Go ahead. Answer.
So in order to answer that question, I need to know what is the difference between flat and a globe.
Why don't you bring globe?
When it regards to coffee.
Why don't you pick any globe topic and make a claim and tell us how we're wrong?
But I can't.
Why not?
Because I'm not making any claim.
You can't make any claims because you're not making any claims, is what you're saying.
Because I'm a stupid flat earther. I can't make any claims.
You sound confused, actually.
Well, welcome to the club. Is this still the commercial? I'm trying to follow along, but
well, see, if I'm a flat earther, I don't know anything about the moon. I don't know anything about the sun. I just know it is flat, right?
What did your former globe self know about the sun?
What is the globe?
Why don't you make a claim about any kind of globe evidence? Any kind. You pick. Any evidence that the globe
But why would I want to? When I know you cannot able to proceed information.
Because you're in a flat earth debate server. Why don't you give it a shot? Why don't you try?
I thought I'm in a coffee shop.
Stick your hand in.
Shop server. Coffee
Why don't you bring a claim? Why can't you bring a claim?
Can you bring a claim?
This whole thing is getting really fast.
Yeah, very lame. Very lame. You probably need to bring something or you're probably going to get muted pretty quick. Be my guess.
Because
You know there is a third option where you don't mute people and you just let them talk.
But
you
You're not
don't act
talking
like
to
an
them.
asshole.
Listen, you need to bring it and swing it. You're not doing anything. Yeah, let's regroup.
No, but you can talk to other people. You don't have to talk to me. You understand that? There is.
Oh yeah, that's very
yes,
true.
we can exactly, and now I don't have to hear you either. Goodbye.
But is this guy claiming that he is flat earther? He said that the Earth is flat, and I don't know anything about the sun, the moon, or something like that. What? Is he flat earther? Do we have just to welcome him to flat Earth?
Pretty sure he was just mocking things, Necros. Any Globers for real though?
No one is regroup. He's that skanking now. God, he's not triggered, but he's just telling you that no, you're not making sense. Are you flat earther? If you claim that the Earth is flat and you don't know things about, we are not asking you if you know what is the moon or what is the sun. That wasn't even a question. That was just you giving some bonuses. Bonus information that no one cares about. Saying that the Earth is flat, but I don't know about the sun and the moon. What the heck is that? No one asks you something about the moon and the sun. If we ask you, like the Globetrotters doing sometimes, they come to us and they make claims about the moon and the sun, and they ask us, so what do you think the cause of eclipses or moon phases? At that moment, yeah, we can disagree with what they think and what they put on the table as claims. But you don't need to know if you know something about the moon or the sun. Flat Earther, welcome to Flat Earth. That's the thing that is in contention. If you claim that the Earth is flat, good for you. No, it's not our answer. We're not saying, oh, we are flat earthers. We don't know if there is, if the moon, what is the moon, and what the moon is doing in the sky, what is the sun. No, we are not saying that. We just say the Earth is flat. If you are a stupid person making claims about the sun, the moon, and you create a debate about those things, yeah, we just debunk your claims and say we don't know what they are, but your claim doesn't mean anything. Doesn't make sense.
And has no real value as it plays out. Just to add.
No, not because we are delusional. Because we are talking about reality. We don't know. You are the delusional guys claiming that the moon is a rock in the sky, and we are showing you that it is a delusion. What you think about those things is just a delusion. We are showcasing you that to you. We are not.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Necros, for the audience. Which side of these things has higher standards, in your opinion?
Ask again. I'm so sorry.
Which side in this debate has higher standards?
Talking about the globe, globe or flat?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Doesn't need any belief. Just flat. Just the thing that you are observing, that you are experiencing every day, every time, all the time, and him regroup too, and me and the other guys in the room, and see if someone claimed the opposite, yeah, They have to just show that. If they claim that they experience something other than flat Earth, flat flat motionless Earth, yeah, they can step forward and show what they have. So the one having the highest standard is flat Earth. Doesn't mean any belief. If I claim it is a globe, what standard I'm using? Believe, so believe videos and images, believe testimonies, and believe that it is a ball because many people believe that it is a ball. Three standards they have on the globe, and they all requires just belief, pure belief.
You hear that, audience? High standards.
Do you think you have audience?
Are you listening?
Can you
Is that a
call
yes?
it? Can you call 10 people on your YouTube an audience?
Yes.
Okay, so you have an audience. I'm sorry for my question.
Oh my god, there is a problem here. Oh my god, this guy doesn't understand what audience means. Oh fuck, shit. Audience, you stupid ass, it doesn't mean everyone who is listening. Me too. I was part of the audience. The guy next to me, AI Overlord, is one of the audiences. He is listening. Jedi, DJ, Create, you,
Yes,
yourself,
but
part of
why
the
do you
audience.
need to attack me? Why do
No,
you
no,
need to attack me while you can
You don't get
simply
to play
explain
innocent.
what you
No, no.
meant?
I'm not
You don't.
attacking you. I'm explaining what is audience. I was talking about a topic,
Why?
not you.
No,
I was
no,
talking
no, you
about
called
what
me
you.
names. You
No,
called
no,
me
no.
names.
No, I didn't. I
So
said that you don't understand
apologize.
what audience is. No. I didn't call you names. I said you don't understand what audience
It
means.
is recorded.
What did I say? What's the insult that I said? Apart that you don't understand the word audience. And it's real. I showcased that it wasn't another ad hominem attacking you instead of the argument. You said audience, people on YouTube. I just said that it's stupid to say
Narcos.
that. Necros.
I think I think you don't understand the difference between personal attack and head home.
Oh my goodness.
You personally attacked me. Okay, which is not really.
You can't tell him how he did that. Why don't you quit being such a marshmallow? Quit being a marshmallow, okay? A soft man, okay? Get some nuts. Be able to hear a few things without freaking out and complaining. Okay?
Woman, brother.
I didn't attack. I said that you don't understand what the word audience is.
Control yourself, retard. Control yourself.
So if I
there's almost 30, there's over 30 people in the two streams right now.
So if I say that you don't understand
10
the
people.
thing, and I show you what you are not
30 people. Who cares? It's nothing.
Wait, really? Can we just mute the French people?
Say hello to your audience. There you go. Enjoy your little show. You want to go ahead and wipe your butt on the floor and be a jerk to everybody and keep this charade on? Fine. You have an audience of, 30 people? There you go. Have fun, clown.
That's 3 times more than 10, by the way.
What's your point exactly? You're still a miniature niche and you talk audience like you have some hundreds of people listening or people that give a fuck about you. Nobody gives a fuck about you.
Get the point where you ask something that actually means
the
something.
leftovers of the shit that Witze took.
Why are you so mad at flat earthers, Reaper? Did we steal your girlfriend?
Yeah, Rhoda, why are you being so mean, brother?
Yeah, let him get it out.
Flat earthers and disgusting people. So the only way to talk with flat earthers
Yeah,
is
shut
to
the
be
fuck up,
on
bro.
the same level.
I'm about to mute you, bro. Shut up. You're starting to be
All
annoying
your
now.
audience knows you're all disgusting pieces of shit.
Yeah, mute this
None
guy.
of you can keep it.
You goose dipper, get the hell out of here.
Like I said,
Hey, hold on.
Why is
For the
this being
record,
tolerated?
all right. For the record, we get about 1,000 views a day on our streams. Okay, so it's not insignificant. And I mean, he's just coping and seething that there's millions upon millions of flat earthers, and probably more hot chicks than have ever told him he's a loser that are flat earthers than would ever give him the time of day. I rest my case.
Oh yeah, and those viewers are out speaking. Oh yeah, the word's getting around. We're here to make it right.
No one gives a crap about reviews. Well, except for you, since you brought it up.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, the Earth's measured flat.
I was just going to say earlier, though, that I find it interesting that these people who they claim, like him, no one cares. Well, then why do you care? Because it seems like you're one of our biggest fans.
I personally love you guys. I mean, because there's this room's always full. It's always got people to talk to. You know, you guys are usually very chill.
I mean, why don't they just go to their own Globe Earth echo chambers where they insult us and do all that?
We try to be chill, but there's a lot of folks out there who make it absolutely impossible.
Well, I'm saying you guys are chill, right? Like I don't know why people have to like insult. Like if they want to have an argument, like you can debate like in good faith, but like to just insult is silly.
This guy clearly loves us. This regroup dude, he just keeps coming back for more, and he has something going on with him where he just must talk about us. He must be here. He must be present. I think if you hated somebody, you'd go somewhere else. You just go do something else. Whatever.
Why is he muted?
He doesn't know how to have a coherent conversation. Sorry, Olaf.
You said what I said, just in different words. The spaz artist. Coping. He's upset. You want to hear him?
I didn't hear him earlier, so maybe it would be a good idea to hear him.
Okay, read his current chat. Read what he's reading, typing in the chat.
Hey, whoa, bro.
YouTube.
There you go. Request denied. There you go.
Yeah, just use your imagination. It's bad.
And he did such a great paraplegic coffee plug.
I just don't get why he's so mad. Like you would think that like a flat earther fucked his girlfriend.
It's he was talking about disgusting humans, but if you listen to him for the last 20 minutes, he's disgusting. So it's projection. He's just upset that that's the truth. The Globers are the horrible ones when it comes to the disgusting behavior.
So anyway, does anybody have any measurements for curvature?
The guy never made one argument for the Globe. So we had to resort to abuse. We get it quite regularly now.
Yeah.
So do we have any respectable Globers in the house, or is it just scumbags again?
Oh, well, I'm the one respectable guy.
Well, no, I mean,
All
there's
right.
plenty of us are.
Matthew is respectable. I'll give you that.
I like Matthew. What's up, Matthew?
I'm not here to debate.
What are you, just like a flat earth poopy shrew? You don't have any. You just want to get in good. You don't want to make any arguments, though.
He probably
wants to learn.
I am a simp. It's mostly like where I like the server. I'm a voice mod on the server, so I like to hop around the channels and enjoy conversations.
You want to talk about it?
Oh yeah, let's talk about it. No, I just got home from work. I'm not doing much.
Got any globe you'd like to share?
No. I mean, no proof. What's it called? You heard about the recent launch? I think that's pretty cool, but I have nothing really to say about it. Was it called Fern 2 or something?
No, it's not really proof, though. It's just a bit of a story. Like, seriously, we're looking for any direct evidence of motion, any direct evidence of curvature. That could change the game if you had some of that.
There you go. What would you think about the launch if you knew the Earth was a plane?
Yeah, it would definitely be a lot more interesting. Because the specific thing about this launch is it's like the first manned launch where they're supposedly going, from pole to pole, like north to south.
About damn time, huh?
Yeah, it's so it's interesting. It's like definitely supposedly a first.
I wish them luck.
And in reality, you can only
Hold on, friends. Hold on.
I was saying something.
Hurry up. Go ahead.
I was saying, no, he asked about the launch, and I'm saying that you can only launch something in reality. And that's it. That's all. Go ahead.
Fair point, but if this is the first time that somebody's gone pole to pole, then that means all the other times where the Glober said that people went pole to pole, that they were full of crap, right?
Right.
Well, I think it's
probably this one too.
Maybe previously they had claimed satellites like unmanned going pole to pole, but this is the first one that's supposedly manned.
Same thing, brother. Because I've heard people say in the past, circumnavigation proves the Earth is a globe, and of course you can walk around your house, go through the back, come around, and go back to the front door. It doesn't make your house a globe. You'd have to walk over the roof and back under the basement. And so Globers all the time will say, "Oh yeah, well, of course they've done that." We'll be like, "Okay, show us the evidence when that was done," and they never show us the evidence.
Yeah, but they're talking about on the Earth. This is the first time they've done it orbitally around the poles.
Well,
with a manned satellite.
Before they do that, they've got to prove it's a globe. You need to know what your stage is before you perform, right?
The first circumnavigation north to south was in like 1980. These two dudes.
That would have involved stops. Like this is specifically like no stops.
These two dudes, I love that.
Yeah, two dudes. They started in London, went through Antarctica, came back over the South Pole.
You're talking about Sir Ranulph Fiennes? Is that his name?
It took him 3 years. It was two guys.
Yeah, right. But you're talking about a guy that got taken to court multiple times for faking footage and just being shady, right, in regards to things like that.
I didn't know that part of the story.
Yeah, look. If you just look up Sir Ranulph Fiennes faked footage or caught, right, it'll come up with tons of different articles.
And plus, that guy never claimed to be going like 360 around the Earth from like pole to pole, which is the supposed claim of what they're doing right now.
If going to space with a rocket launches the second law or violates the second law of thermodynamics, that would mean that they would have to like turn before they get to the space area and crash into the ocean, right? Or something similar to that scenario.
I didn't follow.
Have you ever seen a rocket launch?
Personally, no. I was born. I was born in Florida. My mom did.
Oh, I have. I live over by Vandenberg, so we see that shit all the time.
Yeah, and that rocket will go off into the distance, not up into the sky, before you can tell the difference. So you have no way to verify it's going up into space, do you? What we see is the rocket go away from you into the distance.
Where does it go?
I mean, it's not directly going up to. It does eventually curve.
Right, but what I'm saying is that's no way to determine the shape of the ground, is it? Like, we're talking about the actual direct evidence. Do we have any direct evidence for motion or curvature, or are we just writing that off as no? Because if we can't detect any motion and we can't detect any curvature, why should we believe NASA stories when they've already been proven liars?
I don't know. I mean, coming from a globe perspective, it's where I'm gonna give an ignorant answer and just say like I can't see why they would lie, but that's obviously a very glober answer.
Well, at least you know it's ignorant. It's just it's illogical. It's just an appeal to your disbelief.
Yeah, and appeal to authority too.
If that wasn't a concern of yours, would that make any difference?
Well, the reason it's not a concern is obviously it doesn't affect my day-to-day life like, most people.
The government lying to you about base reality.
My daughter and like, paying the bills and stuff.
Yeah, but wouldn't you be a bit annoyed at the government for lying to you about base reality itself?
Well, I mean, even if they were lying, it wouldn't. Like, the government is composed of like a variety of people. Like, it's not like one person. So I would say like the entire government can't lie. Like there's going to be some people that are obviously
right.
lying,
But there's been like a myriad of institutions which have fostered a belief in you about reality that is entirely untrue, about your entire existence. Essentially, would that not annoy you?
I mean, yeah, it would be annoying if true, but I mean,
what about all the fear? What about all the fear that they've given you of asteroids and aliens and global warming? Wouldn't you be pissed off about that?
I don't fear that. If anything, it's kind of exciting to look at the prospects of humanity, or just life in general, continuing beyond planet Earth.
Yeah, that's the fantasy story they've distracted people with.
Well, okay. Well, beyond a fantasy story, let's talk about like not even talking about like the scientists or anything like just on an individual level. You personally, like what do you think is eventually like after so many years, like is the Earth gonna always exist?
I don't know, dude. How would we know?
Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm asking, just on a personal level, like we're disregarding any science or.
Yeah, no. I mean, who knows what the future holds for the Earth? I mean, at the moment, people think they're living on a giant fucking spinning ball that doesn't really exist. So, I mean, there's not really much point in us speculating about the true future of it. People need to actually wake up to what this place actually is that we find ourselves in. Like, we can't start speculating about the larger things while 90% of people are still laboring under the delusion of a globe in a vacuum of space. I mean, people are so detached from reality as it currently stands. It's impossible to almost have a conversation with them about the basic nature of water or gas pressure or something like that, let alone like what's going on in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely not all on the same track. I agree with that.
We're just looking to speak to people about basic common sense reality, right? That's where we're starting. I mean, the conversation naturally gets deeper and asks more fundamental questions about the nature of existence and creation. But for the most part, we're just trying to say to people, listen, look at the observations, look at the measurements, consider the natural state of liquids at rest, and you'll realize this whole globe thing is a delusion.
Yeah, if all empirical data fits the flat Earth, then why would you assume it's a curving ball? Because authority told you?
Yeah, obviously you live in the Matrix. Yeah.
I just
seems
can't
to have a lot of weight.
And these guys, you're like,
it's the same way as a glober. Like I can't imagine an edge to the universe. Like I can't imagine like the end to the Earth. You know.
you don't need to. Why would you waste your time? This
Well,
is
I mean,
the
I'm
problem.
not-
Like, when you're thinking about reality, when you're thinking about Earth and reality, your brain has been trained to immediately start going to imaginary concepts instead of focusing on terra firma, the physical nature of the Earth, the geometry. Right? We are trained to think in these conceptual models and ideas when you need to be thinking about Earth in an empirical sense if you want to figure it out and understand it.
I can agree, but like, under that context, like you wouldn't say definitively that there is a dome above us, or
But dude, you're doing it again. Like, why does the edge of reality define where you're standing?
well, no. I'm not saying the edge of reality, but I'm saying it's like we can't empirically.
Yeah, no, we're not claiming the nature of the entirety of the system. We're not saying what shape it is in. We are contained, we can say that for sure, because we have gas pressure. And for gas to be pressurized, it needs to be pressing on the walls of a container. That's just what it is by definition. So there is a container. Now, whether it's a dome, quote unquote, or not, who knows? We don't know. But that's not what we're arguing here. We're not claiming to know the full extent and shape of the Earth. No one can actually know that. And the fact that we've been trained to think as children that we do know it is a big problem, because it gives people this false confidence in their own knowledge when they actually have none when it comes to the whole shape of the
Let me
Earth.
tell Hoopy Fruit, I've seen you in here quite some time. Hey, do you know that like how amazing life is on this Earth right now? Like all the different ways that intelligent life is. The way, the complexity of the cellular, on the cellular level, like all the different ways that you can see the microbiology and stuff. All the stuff that makes life complex, like just looking at what you can understand right now without having to think about a globe or think about the Earth being flat, anything like that. Just looking at what you can see from your surroundings, it's pretty amazing, right? As it is now. Would you agree?
Hell yeah! I mean, as a part of the process of life, I concur that it is beautiful.
Right, and I mean, just being concerned with that, like that's important, right? That we understand the physical and natural world to an extent where we can all communicate with each other and just make it known that we understand our world, right? So it gets to the point where we want to be able to convey information to one another without making it sound